Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 2921 to Chapter 3004. When Xianxia told her to leave it to fate, the smile on her face disappeared and tears flowed down her cheeks. Xianxia went to the Nine Pinnacles Mountain for her and fought against the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. She was touched and in love with him, but in return, she left it to fate. Since that's the case, I shall not force you, Xianxia. You have to rely on yourselves for your own matters. Ha ha ha. Ling Su said with a smile. I'll leave the rest to you, Yanyu. Don't disappoint me in the future. Ling Su said to Ling Yanyu. If it wasn't for Xianxia, the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect situation would have been unimaginable. Yanyu will not disappoint the old ancestor. If the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect is in danger, Yanyu will die 1,000 deaths. Ling Su turned around and disappeared from the sky. The rebuilding of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect was a pressing matter. Sect leader Ling Yun, Xianxia also noticed Ling Yun's unusual behavior. Ling Yanyu sighed, feeling sorry for Ling Yun. It's such a shameful thing to be rejected by a man, especially in front of the entire Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. Ling Yun is a proud girl, how could she endure such humiliation? The pride in her heart would even make her feel extremely embarrassed. Xianxia searched for Ling Yun everywhere but he couldn't find her. At that moment, he understood that Ling Yun must be angry at him. Because what he said in front of the sect's disciples and master must have hurt her heart. Xianxia smiled bitterly and shook his head. But what can he do? He had shouldered enough emotional debts. Most importantly, Xiaoyu and Sister Ning's whereabouts were still unknown. Xianxia no longer had any distracting thoughts in his mind. At least for now, he couldn't sit still and enjoy the peace of mind. If he did, his conscience would be condemned. It's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world, Xianxia murmured. But there's nothing he can do if Ling Yun doesn't want to see him. Tongxian Mansion, I'll wait for you. Ling Yun, I'm sorry. After finishing his words, Xianxia quietly turned around. However, when he turned back, his silhouette had already drifted away. Ling Yun seemed to be hiding in the bamboo forest, unwilling to see him. Xianxia flicked the purple cloud obsidian sword in his hand, stood in the middle of the lake, and turned to leave. After Xianxia left, Ling Yun walked towards the center of the lake with a lonely expression. She extended her hand and the amethyst obsidian sword shot out from the center of the lake. A drop of Ling Yun's tear also fell on the amethyst obsidian sword. At that moment, layers upon layers of sword shadows flashed. Ling Yun's tears fused with the purple cloud obsidian sword at that moment. A sword radiance appeared, the edge of the blade was extraordinary. Ling Yun stared at the sharpened Ziyun obsidian sword and murmured, "It's sharpened. What a great amethyst obsidian sword. What a heartless person." Xianxia felt extremely helpless. Ling Yan told him that Yu'er was furious after he was swallowed by the so-called fire god in the Nine Pinnacles Mountain. She attracted a black-cloaked man and brought him away. Xianxia was extremely furious. However, he had no idea why. Because Ling Yan said that the person's strength was even stronger than his old ancestor Ling Tian. He might be a hierarch realm expert. Xianxia felt extremely depressed. No matter who it was, he would not give up on finding Yu'er. Old Gang too gave his granddaughter to him, but he still failed to protect Yu'er in the end. Xianxia felt helpless and could only go to Tongxian Mansion alone. At the east of Fengyin County, there was no wind and no clouds. The water was as clear as a mirror and the mountain was like a screen. That's why it was named Qingping Mountain. Birds and beasts flew in the sky and hid in the forest. Only ancient trees could be seen in the shade. Qingping Mountain was the only way to Fengyin County. It was a huge mountain that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was dangerous everywhere. There was a saying that there were many monsters in the mountain and there was smoke in the forest. It was so quiet that only the chirping of birds and insects could be heard. Ancient trees reached up to the sky, water flowed for 800 miles and ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. Brother Yu, we have been running for 3 months. If we continue, we don't know when we will be able to catch up. Can we really catch up? A skinny blue-clothed young man said in a low voice. He was already showing signs of exhaustion, and his face was filled with helplessness. After chasing the demonic beasts for so many years, it was impossible for him to give up so easily at this point. The gray-clothed young man looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "It's a crucial moment now. If we don't chase after it now, the demonic beast will definitely escape. We have been chasing it for more than a few years. If we give up now, all our efforts will be wasted. You can't hold on much longer, and it will definitely be exhausted. Once it slackens, it will be our chance. It's like torturing an eagle. Whoever collapses first will be the one to be tormented." The white-clothed young man beside him also said with a smile, "Brother Yu is right. Brother Yu is right. Little Gu, just endure it. Once we catch this demonic beast, we'll be rich. This guy's body is full of treasures. Brother Bai, you make it sound easy, but we have been chasing it for more than 4 years, and this fellow still hasn't slackened at all." The man called Xiao Gu said with a sigh. No matter who it was unbearable for them to be unable to rest for dozens of days or even months. The divine origin chi in their body was constantly being consumed. Even gods were not omnipotent. Only by persevering can an iron rod be ground into a needle. Yu Changlong said in a deep voice. He took the lead and turned into a stream of light as he continued forward. Baiying glanced at Xiao Gu beside him and said with a smile, "Let's go quickly. Let's go quickly. Don't you know Brother Yu's temper? I brought you along this time because I see that you are talented. If you retreat now, don't even think about raising your head in front of Brother Yu for the rest of your life. Let's go quickly." Baiying grabbed Xiao Gu and quickly ran. In the forest, flying was useless. Once the demonic beast entered the forest, it would be like a fish in the sea. It was extremely difficult to deal with. "Damn it, let's go all out." Gu Maolu gritted his teeth. Unwilling to fall behind, he also quickly followed. The sun was setting in the west. The white sun was leaning against the mountains, and the yellow river flowed into the sea. Mountains were connected to mountains, and trees were connected to trees. The mountains and the trees were almost indistinguishable. "There you are. I finally found you." Yu Changlong's eyes turned cold, and his lips finally curled into a gratified smile. Behind a jade-green rock, the white spirit fox's aura was already exhausted. "Ha ha ha, I finally found you." Gu Maolu laughed loudly. The white spirit fox's red eyes flashed, and it wanted to run again. However, its path was already blocked by Yu Changlong and Baiying. "It's been 4 years and 5 months. Little fellow, I've finally found you." Baiying stroked his fan with a faint smile on his face. He stared at the white spirit without blinking. "Despicable humans, I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill me?" The white fox's eyes were filled with hatred as it stared at Yu Changlong and the others. The strong prey on the weak. Survival of the fittest. Yu Changlong said indifferently. "Little fella, if you didn't rely on absorbing the essence and souls of humans, how could you have cultivated for 1,000 years to reach the realm of 3 tails, which is comparable to a half-step martial sage? Is this reason not enough to behead you?" "Hee hee." Baiying chuckled. "Why are you still talking to him? Brother Yu, Brother Bai, let's get rid of him quickly. We still have to go back." Gu Maolu chuckled. He was already impatient. "It won't be easy for the 3 of you to catch me. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy." The 3-tailed fox glared at Yu Changlong and the others. "Be careful, the azure spiritual Arctic fox is not ordinary. It's comparable to a divine beast, especially its tails. 3 tails are equivalent to 3 lives. We can't let our guard down until we kill it 3 times." Yu Changlong said with a deep voice. The dragon-engraved blade in his hand shone with a cold light. "Brother Yu's strength is extraordinary. You're really powerful. With such strength, you'll definitely have a place in the inner mansion." Gu Maolu praised Yu Changlong solemnly. "Noisy. What are you waiting for?" Yu Changlong glanced at Gu Maolu. The 3 of them joined forces and charged at the 3-tailed azure spiritual Arctic fox. Gigi the 3-tailed fox let out an ear-piercing shriek. The 3 of them frowned and looked solemn. Even a half-step venerable would have to avoid their attacks. Yu Changlong and Baiying were both at the peak of the Divine King realm, while Gu Maolu was at the late Divine King realm. Even so, the strength of the three of them could not be underestimated. The three-tailed fox spirit was extremely fast, but it could only defend against the three of them. It did not have any chance to attack first. Extreme temptation. The three-tailed spirit fox growled and its white fur fell down. A pungent fragrance filled the air. Yu Changlong and Bai Ying quickly retreated. However, Gu Maolu wasn't so lucky. He was covered by the white fur and fell victim to the three-tailed spirit fox's attack. What a beautiful person. Come on, come on. Gu Maolu patted his butt and said with an ambiguous expression. His eyes were hazy as he sank into the illusion. This guy. Bai Ying didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Gu Maolu's strength was inferior to theirs, and he was also burdened by the secular world. His mental state was worrying, so he easily fell for the three-tailed spirit fox's trick. Under the extreme temptation, the moment he stepped into the environment, he was at the mercy of the fox. Break! Yu Changlong brandished his saber, shaking the heavens and the earth. As the saber descended, the three-tailed spirit fox had no choice but to retreat. Bai Ying blocked the way, and the two of them pressed down almost instantly. Wherever the saber went, the three-tailed spirit fox dodged continuously. Before it could recover from its shock, it was struck in the back by a flying needle from Bai Ying's feather fan. Decapitate me! Yu Changlong charged forward again. With 3 slashes, the three-tailed spirit fox was instantly decapitated. Fresh blood flowed and splattered down. At that moment, Gu Maolu's body trembled, and his eyes regained their clarity. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Yu Changlong and Bai Ying had already decapitated him. He couldn't help but look at the three-tailed spirit fox with lingering fear. I fell for it, Gu Maolu said, feeling wronged. Gu Maolu said, feeling wronged. A bitter smile hung on his lips. Be careful. Bai Ying shouted, and the three-tailed spirit fox charged at Gu Maolu again. This time, it only had 2 tails left. Although Gu Maolu was shocked, he didn't panic. His face was ashen, and he retreated. Then, he turned around and gathered his strength. He shouted, Heavenly Maiden scattering flowers. Pfft! A deafening fart shook off countless leaves, and it felt as if countless trees were falling. It was truly a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. The strength of the fart was astonishing. Even Yu Changlong and Bai Ying covered their mouths and noses and quickly retreated. Their faces were red and pale. However, even Gu Maolu didn't expect that the three-tailed spirit fox would fall into his trap. The strength of Gu Maolu's fart was shocking. The stench of the fart filled the air, and the poisonous gas attacked the heart. The three-tailed spirit fox actually fainted. On the top of a mountain far away, Xianxia silently watched this scene. The corner of his mouth curled into a knowing smile. Suddenly, he thought of the god Luo clan's De Huang. That guy was so indulged in pleasure that he forgot about his duties. After he left Tongxian Mansion, he would look for that guy and see if he had forgotten about him. However, Xianxia only thought about it. As long as that De Huang dog was safe, everything was fine. Xianxia didn't care about anything else. One day, the brothers would be reunited. Gu Maolu turned around. Even he was shocked. Brother Yu, Brother Bai, it's reasonable for you to think highly of me. Look, didn't I defeat the three-tailed spirit fox? As Gu Maolu spoke, he wanted to catch the three-tailed spirit fox. However, the three-tailed spirit fox instantly woke up. Like a rabbit kicking an eagle, it forced Gu Maolu to retreat. Gu Maolu's face was scratched by the three-tailed spirit fox, and he was covered in blood. *CK your second uncle. I'm so handsome, but my face was ruined by you. Gu Maolu's anger soared. The 3 of them fought the three-tailed spirit fox again. This time, the three-tailed spirit fox was smarter. It retreated as it fought. Even though it was 1 against 3, it was still abnormally intense. If it wasn't for a moment of carelessness, it wouldn't have been killed so easily. The three-tailed spirit fox's strength was comparable to a half-step venerable. After 3 days of battle, Yu Changlong and the others finally defeated the three-tailed spirit fox. The three-tailed spirit fox was completely killed, and all 3 of them died. However, at the same time, Yu Changlong and the others also suffered from different degrees of injuries. Soul locking lantern, seal it. Yu Chenglong held the cyan-treasured lantern in his hand. The three-tailed spirit fox's soul was contained within it. Hard work pays off. Hee, brother Yu, brother Bai, this time, we've gained quite a lot. Gu Maolu chuckled. His face was filled with excitement. The three-tailed cyan spirit white fox was abnormally strong. If it was a one-on-one fight, even Yu Chenglong didn't have absolute confidence in defeating it. The three of them had to work together. This time, we didn't waste our efforts. Bai Ying shrugged his shoulders and smiled. His eyes were also filled with joy. Only Yu Chenglong's eyes were ice cold, and his face was extremely grave. Hiding your head but showing your tail? What kind of hero are you? Come out, Yu Chenglong said coldly. Gu Maolu and Bai Ying's expressions changed. There was actually someone hiding beside them? He, as expected of one of the three dragon heads. Yu Chenglong, you've really made us brothers look at you in a different light. However, you guys were still one step behind. Now, you know what it means to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The Jiang brothers? Bai Ying's face darkened. Brother Bai has a good eye. He. A young man in a crimson robe stood proudly. His eyes were like those of an eagle that came from hell. His crimson eyes flickered with a crystal-clear divine light. His aura was not any weaker than Bai Ying's. Heaven and earth painting. It seems like the Jiang brothers have planned this from the start. Yu Chenglong said indifferently. His eyes were clear as he looked at Jiang Tian. You flatter me, brother Yu. We brothers are just here to make a living. We have long wanted this three-tailed spirit fox. However, brother Yu and the other two were a step ahead of us. Why don't you let us have it? Jiang Tian said with a smile. His expression did not change, but it was an open robbery. In the end, you just want to reap the benefits. Gu Maolu said in a deep voice. If it wasn't for brother Yu, you would already be dead. Jiang Qing sneered, looking at Gu Maolu with disdain. The four of them had always been inseparable. Individually, their strength was similar to Bai Ying's. However, if they joined forces, they would be an extremely powerful force. It was even rumored that the four of them had killed a half-step martial highness. Not many people were willing to offend them. Gu Maolu coldly stared at the four Jiang brothers. However, the strength of the four of them was exceptionally frightening. At this moment, even Yu Chenglong wasn't willing to fight against them. Moreover, the three of them were heavily injured. What if I, Yu Chenglong, am not willing? I don't think brother Yu is that stupid, right? If we fight, you might not even be able to defeat the two of us. Do you think that the three of you will be able to survive if the four of us join forces? Jiang Tian said in a deep voice. Then let's settle this with one battle. Yu Chenglong said indifferently without fear. He must obtain the three-tailed spiritual fox. Sister Zhu needed the three-tailed spiritual fox to treat her illness. Without it, her condition would be even more serious. Taking advantage of others when they are down, Yu 4. Although Bai Ying was indignant, this was not the time to throw a tantrum. This was a battle of life and death. If there was even the slightest mistake, he could lose his reputation on the spot. Humans die for wealth, just as birds die for food. Since the four Jiang brothers had rushed over to fight for the three-tailed spirit fox, they were also prepared to fight at any time. Humph, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yu Chenglong, I really want to see if you can block the attacks of us four brothers. We Jiang brothers have long wanted to experience the methods of the Outer Palace's three dragon heads. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Since Yu Chenglong was so stubborn, this battle was unavoidable. Taking advantage of someone's perilous state is indeed the behavior of a vile character. I would like to meddle in this matter. Jiangchen leaped up and landed on the mountain peak. Everyone was shocked. Even Gu Maolu had a strange expression on his face as he silently looked at Jiangchen. Ha, Mid-God King? You dare to meddle in other people's business? Believe it or not, I can kill you here with a single punch. Jiangqing burst into laughter as he looked at Jiangchen in disdain. His appearance was a humiliation to them. Since when did a mid-god king dare to show off in front of them? Brother, this matter has nothing to do with you. You should leave. Gu Maolu sighed. They're bullying us. I want to get involved in this mess. Xianxia crossed his arms and said with a smile. He was not afraid of the Jiang brothers at all. Young hero, not bad. It's a pity that you're a little weak. Yu Chenglong nodded his head slightly and glanced at Xianxia. He actually felt like they were on the same level. It's a pity that his strength was not enough. Then I'll kill you too. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, I'll kill you today. Jiang Tian shouted coldly. The four brothers were united and ready to fight at any time. Brat, if you can escape, I'll be happy to be friends with you. Bai Ying glanced at Xianxia with a chuckle. It's a pity that Xianxia's strength was not enough for them. Xianxia was not even comparable to Gu Maolu. Furthermore, they were all outstanding geniuses, they were much stronger than ordinary people. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Tian and the other three arrived. Jiang Tian and Jiang Di instantly went up against Yu Chenglong, while Jiang Dan and Jiang Qing went up against Gu Maolu, Bai Ying and Jiang Chen. The two of them were weaker than Yu Chenglong, especially Gu Maolu, who was injured. At this moment, Jiang Dan and Jiang Qing's attacks were extremely ferocious. The two of them were not any weaker than the sect master of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect, Ling Yanyu. They were both peak divine kings. Yu Chenglong fought against two enemies at the same time. His aura did not decrease at all. Although Yu Chenglong's strength was not at the half-step venerable realm, the gap between peak divine kings was not to be underestimated. Yu Chenglong fought against Jiang Tian and Jiang Di without showing any signs of losing even though he was heavily injured. Dragon Ascending Saber Technique, Blood Blade Technique. Yu Chenglong's saber shadows filled the sky. The dragon-engraved saber in his hand was also a low-grade primordial divine artifact, and it could not be underestimated. The blood splattered everywhere, and every strike was fatal. It didn't seem like he was heavily injured at all, and the edge of the saber was still extraordinarily sharp. With an imposing aura, it swept towards the Jiang Tian brothers. The forest beneath his feet scattered and the ancient trees were all turned into dust under the saber light. As expected of one of the three dragon heads. However, I'm curious how much of your strength you can display. Humph. Jiangchen retreated in order to advance. He was not afraid at all. The two brothers were connected to each other's minds, allowing them to attack and defend with ease. Jiang Clan's Tan Tue. Jiang Tian's legs moved like lightning, leaving afterimages of his legs in the sky. The battle between the three was extremely intense. The Jiang brothers were not able to gain the upper hand against Yu Chenglong. On the other hand, Bai Ying and Gu Maolu were in a worrying state. The two of them were being suppressed by Jiang Dan and Jiang Qing, unable to retaliate at all. It's my turn. Jiangchen smiled and rose into the sky with the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. As soon as the 5 elemental divine dragon seal appeared, Jiang Dan and Jiang Qing's expressions changed. What a powerful attack! The two of them dodged quickly. The two brothers became solemn after Jiang Chen's attack. However, Jiang Chen did not use the ancient soaring dragon technique, so his strength was limited. Thus, the power of the 5 elemental divine dragon seal was greatly reduced. Even so, the 5 elemental divine dragon seal was not to be underestimated. An ordinary late divine king would not dare to take it head-on. Even the 2 peak divine kings could only dodge. The Jiang brothers had reached the peak divine king realm not long ago, so their foundation was not too strong. Although this brat is only a mid-divine king, he can definitely fight against a late divine king. Bai Ying nodded. Even Gu Maolu might not be able to withstand that attack. It seemed that they had underestimated Jiang Chen. Brat, you really don't know what's good for you. If I don't kill you today, your grandfather Zhang's surname is not Jiang. Jiang Qing roared. The two of them approached each other again. The three of them glanced at each other and attacked with all their strength. Although Gu Maolu was not very strong, Bai Ying was still strong. If he was at his peak, the two brothers would not be his opponent. Jiang Chen retreated as he fought. At least, he could not show his defeat at this moment. Although the three of them could not suppress Jiang Dan and Jiang Qing, they did not let the two brothers gain the upper hand. On the other side, Yu Chenglong's aura was growing stronger and stronger. Jiang Tian and Jiang Di were actually unable to do anything to him. Yu Qinglong was bold and decisive, suppressing him in a domineering manner. Even though he was heavily injured, his aura did not weaken. This caused Jiang Tian and Jiang Di to feel the urge to retreat. This Yu Qinglong was ultimately too powerful. Without the four of them working together, it seemed impossible to suppress him. At this moment, Jiang Dan and Jiang Qing still could not subdue Bai Ying and the other two brothers. Most importantly, the guy who had appeared out of nowhere had actually blocked their attacks. Although it was not his own contribution, he played an important role in the battle. He was actually comparable to a late divine king. Yu Qinglong stepped on the air with an overwhelming aura. Jiang Tian and Jiang Di were finally forced back. They looked rather miserable. The three dragon heads of the outer palace are indeed admirable. The mountains never change, and the rivers never stop flowing. Brother Yu, we will meet again. Jiang Tian shouted and glanced at Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with malice. Brat, don't let me see you again. If I see you in Fengying province, I'll kill you without mercy. Jiang Tian and the other three quickly retreated. Yu Qinglong also didn't have any intention of continuing to chase after them. He lightly coughed. His injuries were still very serious, but if the Jiang brothers wanted to deal with him, it wouldn't be that easy. Thank you for today, brother. Yu Qinglong looked at Jiang Chen and said. It's nothing. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. A mid-divine king actually possesses such might. Where are you from? Yu Qinglong asked. It doesn't matter where I come from. I'm going to Tongshan Mansion. Jiang Chen said. Tongshan Mansion? Ha ha ha, it seems like fate has brought us together. We are also members of Tongshan Mansion. You should call us senior brothers. Yu Qinglong is one of the three leaders of Tongshan Mansion's outer mansion. He is also one of the strongest rank 3 students. Bai Ying laughed heartily. Very well. Senior brothers, please take me back to Tongshan Mansion. Jiang Chen had guessed that these 3 people were probably from Tongshan Mansion. Alright, let's go together then. Yu Qinglong said faintly. Brother Yu is cold and doesn't like to talk. However, he is a good person. You can follow me from now on. I guarantee that you'll have a good life in the academy. Gu Maolu patted his chest and said proudly. Then I'll thank senior brother in advance. Jiang Chen said with a smile. You're quite arrogant to pass through Qingping Mountain alone. Do you know that there are hierarch realm demonic beasts in Qingping Mountain? Gu Maolu looked around nervously with a grave expression on his face. Give me back my son. Before Gu Maolu finished his sentence, the 4 of them heard a miserable and angry scream. Shut your mouth. Bai Ying wanted to slap him to death. This stinky mouth was even more effective than those blessed monks in the West Pole Divine region. At this moment, even Yu Qinglong frowned and his expression changed. Hierarch realm. Unbeatable. Yu Qinglong's words had explained everything. They were definitely not a match for a hierarch realm expert. There was only one way, which was to run away. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. He was not afraid of a half-step hierarch realm expert, but he was still wary of a hierarch realm expert. He could only run away when encountering such an opponent. It's a 6-tailed spiritual fox. Jiang Chen looked back and took a deep breath. His expression was extremely gloomy. That fella must be the 3-tailed spiritual fox's mother. What a sin. However, their speed was still too slow. They were not on the same level as a hierarch realm expert. Jiang Chen could use the Great Void technique to run faster than Yu Qinglong. However, Jiang Chen could not bear to leave the 3 of them behind. This time, it feels so good. Gu Maolu said with a bitter smile. His expression had completely changed. After killing the young one, the old one is here to cause trouble. Bai Ying licked his dry lips. The 6-tailed spiritual fox was about to arrive. You guys go first. I'll cover you. 3-tailed spiritual fox, remember to hand it over to Master Lin. Yu Qinglong said in a deep voice. He was ready to fight the 6-tailed spiritual fox. At that moment, Jiang Chen saw the determination in Yu Qinglong's eyes. He was going to use his life to exchange for a chance for them to escape. He's a man. Jiang Chen thought. However, He was not a match for the six-tailed spiritual fox at that moment. The six-tailed spiritual fox gave him an oppressive aura that made it hard for him to breathe. Even Jiumaji might not be as domineering as it was. With 6 lives, the six-tailed fox spirit's battle prowess was almost multiplied. It was invincible among those of the same level. Be it humans or demonic beasts, they were no match for it. Otherwise, with Yu Changlong's strength, he wouldn't have been so heavily injured by the three-tailed fox spirit even after the 3 of them worked together. No. Brother Yu, we'll go together if we leave or die together if we die. Bai said while gritting his teeth. Damn humans. How dare you kill my son? My son. The six-tailed spiritual fox stood in front of Jiangchen and the others. It looked exactly the same as the previous 3-tailed spiritual fox. However, the 6-tailed spiritual fox's 6 tails made their hearts sink. They did not even have the strength to resist. The pressure of a hierarch expert made them unable to return the greeting. The 6-tailed spiritual fox's sorrow and anger made the 4 of them feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. All of you must die. The 6-tailed spiritual fox's deathly voice made Yu Changlong and the others feel despair. He seems to be even stronger than Master Lin. Gu Maolu knew that no one would be able to save them this time. Sister Zhu, my death is not to be regretted. However, I am unwilling to not be able to see you again. Yu Changlong raised his head and looked at the sky. His face was pale, not because of fear, but because he was worried. I can only try. I will use your deaths as a sacrifice for my son. The 6-tailed spiritual fox bellowed and a terrifying force swept across thousands of miles. Evil creature, stop it. Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out, causing the expressions of Yu Changlong and the others to change once again. The surroundings became deathly silent. Even the 6-tailed spirit fox took 2 steps back and looked at its surroundings in bewilderment. May I know who you are? The pain of 6-tails losing his son, I must kill these people to vent the anger in my heart. The 6-tailed spiritual fox said in a low voice. The weak are prey to the strong, survival of the fittest. This is the most natural rule of survival in this world. Bullying the weak is already unhonorable. How can you kill again? You are bound to be burdened by your past. The voice in the air was filled with shock, it even cleansed everyone's soul, including the 6-tailed spiritual fox. Its face turned pale, the terrifying soul pressure made it hard for it to breathe. It couldn't even muster the will to resist the soul of an Emperor Realm expert. The 6-tailed spiritual fox was shocked. It had cultivated in Qingping Mountain for more than 200,000 years and had never seen an Emperor Realm expert. It had actually met one today. But I am not satisfied. I am not satisfied. The 6-tailed spiritual fox gritted its teeth and said. The pain of losing its son had made it determined to kill Jiangchen and the rest, but the terrifying pressure of an Emperor Realm expert made it feel extremely terrified. The Tao is the law of nature. Return and return. Let's go. If you insist, I will not let you off easily. The pressure of an Emperor Realm expert made Yu Changlong and the rest's expressions turn ugly. They could not say a word. All right. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. The 6-tailed spirit fox said unwillingly. However, there was nothing it could do in the face of such a terrifying Emperor Realm expert. It could only retreat. Otherwise, the might of an Emperor Realm expert would cause it to turn into ashes in an instant. The departure of the 6-tailed spiritual fox made Yu Changlong and the rest feel as if they had been pardoned. However, even Yu Changlong's clothes were drenched in sweat, let alone Bai Ying and Gu Maolu. The 3 of them felt as if they had just survived a disaster. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Yu Changlong and the other 2 knelt on the ground, their faces filled with gratitude. They were surprised and overjoyed at the same time, because they had never seen the might of an Emperor Realm cultivator in their entire lifetime. They never thought that they would be saved by an Emperor Realm cultivator today, it was too shocking. Not even the Vice-Dean would believe that they were lucky enough to be saved by a soul emperor. Pfft, Jiangchen spurted out a mouthful of blood. The soul of an Emperor Realm expert was naturally revealed by him, especially the terrifying pressure just now. Jiangchen didn't expect that the backlash from using the pressure of an Emperor Realm expert would be so terrifying. His soul was injured once again, but compared to the last time, it wasn't as serious. However, this time, it made Xianxia realize that he absolutely couldn't use the soul of an Emperor realm expert, unless it was a matter of life and death. "Brother, are you okay?" Gumalu helped Xianxia up and asked worriedly. "I'm fine, but I feel that my soul is slightly injured." "Was that the pressure of an Emperor realm expert?" "It's so terrifying, I almost couldn't endure it anymore. The pressure was too strong, I couldn't bear it, otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up like this," Xianxia said with a bitter smile. He seemed to be feeling rather awkward. "Don't talk about you, even I was scared to the point of peeing myself." "An Emperor realm expert, that's an Emperor realm expert, I've never seen one before, but it seems like the Emperor realm expert left right after saving us." "What a pity, if I could get an Emperor realm expert's signature, that would be great," Gumalu said with a smile. "Shut up, an Emperor realm expert isn't someone you can make up. This time, we were lucky enough to be saved by an Emperor realm expert. Next time, we won't be so lucky." Bying glared at Gumalu. What if the Emperor realm expert didn't go far? This guy was too daring, he actually dared to disrespect an Emperor realm expert. They were fortunate to have an Emperor realm expert to lend them a helping hand. This was something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. It was a great fortune for them. "It's good that you're fine, we can't stay here for long, let's leave Qingping Mountain as soon as possible," Yu Chenglong said in a low voice. "Junior brother, you must thank me properly when we return," Gumalu said to Xianxia in a serious manner. The group quickly left Qingping Mountain, heading towards the nearest city. Xianxia laughed in his heart. If he hadn't intentionally disguised the soul pressure of an Emperor realm expert, Xianxia wouldn't have suffered such a huge backlash. Although the soul of an Emperor realm expert was powerful, Xianxia's strength wasn't enough. An Emperor realm expert's soul was undoubtedly stronger than others, but if he forcefully used the soul of an Emperor realm expert, only he himself would know the injuries he would suffer. The blissful city was located between Fengyin County and Qingping Mountain. It was also close to Tongxian Mansion, less than 200,000 li away. This is the blissful city. Between the profound connection divine palace of Fengyin County, the heaven connection divine palace of Deming County and the Qingping Mountain, there were a few demonic beasts in the Qingping Mountain that transformed into human form and entered the blissful city. This was a famous no man's land. Countless experts could become famous overnight here, or they could become trash in the blissful city. This was a city of absurdity, but also a city of blissful. Hence, it got its name. Although this place is very chaotic, it's not out of control. The people of Tongxian Mansion enjoy a lot of preferential treatment here, because the city lord of the blissful city has a good relationship with the mansion lord of Tongxian Mansion. Gumalu had a proud expression as he explained to Xianxia. He was very fond of this junior brother who hadn't entered Tongxian Mansion yet. After all, they had fought side by side in the past. Let's go, today is the big day of the auction, there won't be any seats left if we're late." "That's right, guests from all over the world have come, today's auction will definitely be packed. Go, don't block the way, it'll be too late." Many people quickly headed toward the 100-story building in front of them. The huge sign on the door was extremely conspicuous, and the words "Blissful City" were extremely conspicuous. "We're in luck today, it's actually the Blissful City's auction that's held once in 1,000 years. There will definitely be some good stuff, hee hee." Gumalu's eyes lit up when he saw so many people heading toward the Blissful City. "It seems like we're really in luck, it's indeed the Blissful City's auction that's held once in 1,000 years, there might really be some good stuff. Brother Yu, why don't we join in the fun?" Bying said with a smile. Yu Chenglong shook his head. "Sister Zhu is still waiting for my three-tailed spirit fox to be used in the medicine. The three of you can have one each. I won't stand on ceremony with the rest of the spirit fox's body." "Alright then, brother Yu, let's catch up at Tongxian Mansion." Bying looked at Yu Chenglong's departing figure and said solemnly, "Brother Yu is really infatuated with love." As one of the three leaders of Tongxian Mansion's outer palace, Brother Yu's achievements are limitless. I wonder if it's a good or bad thing for him to be so infatuated with love. What is love in the world? It's just a promise of life and death. Love is the most difficult thing for people to give up. However, on the path of cultivation, without love, it would perhaps be mediocre. The most important thing in the world is the word love. At least in my opinion, a heartless person will never be able to achieve anything great. Xianxia smiled. Bai Ying glanced at Xianxia in surprise. He didn't look down on Xianxia, because Xianxia had displayed his strength in the previous battle and they had gone through trials and tribulations together. Therefore, Bai Ying thought highly of Xianxia. I didn't expect you to have your own thoughts. You're right. There's no meaning in living for those who are heartless and heartless. It's said that those who forget their emotions can achieve the great Tao. But how many people have been able to forget their emotions? Bai Ying suddenly shook his head and sighed. Wishing to win a person's heart and be together till death. That's probably how it goes. Brother Jiang, why don't we have a chat at the House of Joy after the Emperor's auction? How can a few cups of light wine compare to the wind, flowers, snow, and moon? Ha ha ha. Gu Maolu said with an ambiguous smile. Xianxia couldn't help but smile. This guy was really a straightforward person. You were speaking like a human in the beginning, but the more you spoke, the more sarcastic you became. Don't lead little junior brother astray. Bai Ying's face darkened. Gu Maolu shrugged and didn't say anything else. He smiled awkwardly and the three of them entered the auction hall. It had to be said that the Great Tang Empire Hall was simply too huge. It could accommodate 200,000 people. Furthermore, almost all the halls below the 30th floor were connected. Below the 30th floor was the auction house. Just the auction house of the Great Tang Empire Hall alone occupied an area of 10 square miles. One could well imagine how magnificent the Great Tang Empire Hall was. Bai Ying immediately flashed a brown badge in his hand. The beautiful receptionist's eyes immediately lit up and became extremely flattering, as if she wanted to stick close to them. We, the students of Tangshan Mansion, have great authority in Blissful City. Even the guards of Blissful City can't directly arrest us. We are treated extremely well in various places in Blissful City. Gu Maolu explained to Xianxia. Think about it, the Profound Connection Divine Palace is extremely powerful. It's undoubtedly one of the most powerful forces in the entire northern cold divine region. The Blissful City is just a slightly bigger city compared to the Profound Connection Divine Palace. It's at most one of the top 10 cities in Fengyun County. It's not easy for it to compete with the other cities. If it wasn't for its geographical location, it wouldn't be able to have such a high status. Let's get back to the topic. The weakest student of our Tangshan Mansion is a divine king. Are there really that many divine king realm experts? You're wrong. Even in the Blissful City with a population of hundreds of millions, there won't be more than 3,000 divine king realm experts, and all of them are famous figures. Any student of our Tangshan Mansion is a divine king, so don't you think they're powerful? That's why the plaque of Tangshan Mansion is like a pass in the Blissful City. It's the same in the entire Fengyun County. When you enter Tangshan Mansion in the future, you'll know the benefits. Gu Maolu said happily as he swaggered around, beaming with joy at the beautiful receptionist beside him. Even if you go to a brothel, people will still look up to you. Am I right? Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This fellow was truly a weirdo. Did all of his late divine king cultivation come from dual cultivation? He couldn't move his eyes away from beauties. An expert like him was not rare in the Profound Connection Divine Palace, but if he went to any other region, he would be treated like an old ancestor. How could there be a lack of beauties? After the beautiful receptionist led the three of them to the VIP seats, she prepared to leave. Gu Maolu even gave the beautiful receptionist's perky but a dubious slap, and the beautiful receptionist beamed with joy as she exchanged flirtatious glances with him. Bai Ying frowned his brows and coughed. This fella has almost lost the face of Tangshan Mansion. The receptionist hurriedly left in fear and trepidation. Lady, please wait a moment. There's still some time before the auction starts. I wonder if I can auction some things? Xianxia looked at the girl who had a terrified expression and asked. Xianxia had some understanding towards the Blissful City and the Profound Connection Divine Palace. He came here to get some good stuff. Of course, it would be best if he could get some pills that could nourish the soul. It would be best if he could get some rare items too. However, Xianxia didn't have many supreme grade divine origin stones left. It might not be enough for him to auction things. Yes, as long as it's before the auction starts, it's allowed. Even some supreme treasures can be arranged after the auction starts. Mister, are you planning to auction something? That's right. Bring me there. Xianxia said. Younger brother Jiang, are you really going to auction something? Gumalu looked at Xianxia in astonishment. Don't think of others as filthy as you. Baiying glared at Gumalu and said. If you're in a hurry, I can lend you some divine origin stones. Gumalu was very generous and didn't hold back on Xianxia. I just want to exchange some divine origin stones. Xianxia appreciates Brother Gu's kind intentions. Alright then. Come back soon. The receptionist led Xianxia into the appraiser hall and two old men came to greet Xianxia. May I know what you want to auction? A blade, a low-grade origin spirit tool blade. Xianxia said. The two appraisers' countenance slightly changed. They looked at each other and looked at Xianxia solemnly. An origin spirit tool was very popular and its value was immeasurable. It was very tempting to divine kings and even hierarch realm experts. In many big sects, it was already very good to have 3 to 5 origin spirit tools. Especially a good quality origin spirit tool, it was very difficult to find one. Normally, origin spirit tools were very rare. Apart from some true grandmasters, very few people were willing to auction them. They would keep it for themselves or exchange it for greater benefits. Mister's primordial spirit tool, can we take a look? One of the appraisers said with a serious expression. When Xianxia took out the blade, the two appraisers were slightly shocked. They couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise and envy. It's indeed a good blade. I wonder what's the name of this blade? The appraiser was overjoyed as he looked at Xianxia with a smile. I picked it up. I don't know either. Just call it big black blade. But I can be sure that this blade is ownerless. It hasn't even recognized a master. The two appraisers almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Any primordial divine tool was extraordinary and had its own domineering name. However, when it came to him, it was actually called by the name of a dog. Moreover, he told them that he picked it up from the streets. This was too ridiculous. The appraiser almost blurted out, "Where did you pick it up? Can you tell me? I'll go and pick one up too. Then we'll call it Big Black Blade for now." The two appraisers looked at each other and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Low-grade primordial spirit tools should be worth around 2,000 to 5,000 divine origin stones. But some of the higher quality ones can even be auctioned for tens of thousands of divine origin stones. After all, primordial spirit tools can only be found by luck. Little brother, are you satisfied with the price? We will charge 2% of the auction fee. Xianxia was shocked. Although he guessed that primordial spirit tools would be very valuable, it was still beyond his expectation that they would be worth so much. The price is all right. Then I'll leave it to you. Xianxia nodded slightly. This is our purple gold black card. Only high-class VIPs who have spent 5,000 high-grade divine origin stones can enjoy it. The next time you auction an item, we will only charge you 1,000th of the fee. Furthermore, you can enjoy a limit of 3,000 high-grade divine origin stones in this auction. If the primordial spirit tool is not sold in the auction, we can purchase it at the starting price. The appraiser said with a smile. Not bad. Thank you very much. Xianxia held the purple gold black card between his fingers and turned to leave. Esteemed guests, the grand auction that is held once in 1,000 years is about to begin. Today, the Tang dynasty is filled with distinguished guests, and it is my great honor to be the host of this grand auction. I hereby announce that the 1344th Tang dynasty auction has officially begun. Along with the resounding voice of the beautiful host, which reverberated throughout the entire auction house, countless people who had rushed over from all directions were extremely excited. After all, it was rare to see an auction that was held once in 1,000 years. This auction house has a long history. With over 1,000 auctions, it has been established in Blissful City for more than 1,000,000 years. Xianxia was secretly shocked. This was indeed a powerful force. To be able to stand for 1,000,000 years without falling was enough to prove everything. The strength and foundation of this force was self-evident. Next, I'll reveal the first auction item of the night, the spiritual jade pearl. This item was taken from a heavenly god realm clam. It's made from the essence of the seabed for tens of thousands of years. It can help those who cultivate water attribute cultivation skills to be like fish in water during cultivation. The starting bid is 50 high-grade divine origin stones. 70. 90. 100. Gumalu's face was filled with impatience as more and more items were put up for auction. The people below were all applauding and praising him endlessly, but he was still unmoved. Bai Ying, who stood by his side, was also unmoved like a mountain. Although those items were not bad, they were only limited to those who were below the Divine King realm. There were only a few items that could really attract their attention. Xianxia knew this and closed his eyes to rest with Bai Ying. Only Gumalu was staring at the auction stage in boredom. He was looking at the items that were being auctioned one after another with a disdainful smile. Did these fellas hide all their treasures? What the hell are these things? What's the use of a heavenly god tool? Damn it. Gumalu said angrily. A heavenly god tool is naturally useless to you. However, there are some heavenly god realm experts who are willing to risk their lives to obtain a heavenly god tool. Bai Ying said indifferently. Sigh. You're right. Don't go home disappointed tonight. This young master hasn't opened his eyes yet. Gumalu curled his lips. At this moment, the auctioneer had already auctioned nearly 100 items. However, none of them could move the hearts of Jiang Chen and the others. The next item is a rare herb called the Flower of Spirit. It's a heavenly treasure used to refine immortal-grade pills. Before the host finished his words, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly opened. He looked at the auction stage with a solemn expression. The Flower of Spirit was one of the 3 main ingredients needed to refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. He had already obtained the God Emperor's bone in the Thunder Rush Sea. Now, only the Flower of Spirit and a purple fragrant konjac were left. Hearing the words Flower of Spirit, Jiang Chen's eyes were fixed on the dazzling white stamen on the stage. That's what I call a good thing. The corner of Bai Ying's lips curled up as he slowly opened his eyes. Little junior brother, you want this Flower of Spirit? Bai Ying could see Jiang Chen's solemn expression. He stared at the Flower of Spirit without blinking, as if he was afraid that the Flower of Spirit would disappear. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. This ethereal flower won't be cheap. Although I'm not an alchemist, I've heard that this ethereal flower only grows in places where thousands of souls are wreaking havoc. Only by absorbing the ethereal souls of thousands of souls will it bear the ethereal flower. It's an excellent ingredient for refining immortal-grade pills. Bai Ying said. I'll give it my all. Jiang Chen said. Those who know about the Flower of Spirit would naturally know about it. Especially alchemists, they would be drooling over it. I hereby announce that the starting price of this Flower of Spirit is 300 Supreme-grade Divine Origin stones. Each increment must be no less than 20 Supreme-grade Divine Origin stones. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, everyone was shocked. Everyone gasped. Those who could take out 300 Supreme-grade Divine Origin stones must be Divine King Realm experts. Moreover, they must be wealthy experts. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary Divine King Realm expert to have 300 or 2 Supreme-grade Divine Origin stones. Those who could take out 300 Supreme-grade Divine Origin stones were definitely people with great wealth. Since Brother Jiang wants this Flower of Ethereal Spirit, I won't bid for it. Let's see if there are other things that can interest me later. My Platinum card has an overdraft limit of 1,000 Divine Origin stones. It's a birthday gift from my father. It's not too expensive, but it should be more than enough to bid for something. Jiang Lushir said with a smile. A Platinum VIP card worth 1,000 Supreme-grade Divine Origin stones was not something that anyone could get. Many Divine King Realm experts could only look up to it. I say, you silly son of the landlord, can you stop embarrassing yourself? Bai Ying also glared fiercely at Gumalu. Gumalu smiled embarrassedly and played with the Platinum VIP card in his hand with a proud look on his face. Ha ha ha, I can't help it. I'm rich. Gumalu's ostentatious flaunting of his wealth caused many of the men around him to be envious, jealous, and even despise him. However, there was no lack of beautiful girls looking at him. Men who were both capable and rich would naturally be liked by more women. This was the case everywhere. Every time Gumalu came here, he would always be able to hook up with one or two girls. Bai also didn't dare to compliment this fellow's hobbies. Xianxia smiled faintly. He could see that Gumalu was really rich. 1,000 supreme-grade divine origin stones was not something that an ordinary person could afford. Even 10 divine king experts might not be able to afford it. Especially the platinum VIP card, it could only be obtained by spending 1,000 supreme-grade divine origin stones. There might not be more than 30 to 50 people in the hall who had such a platinum VIP card. Xianxia smiled. 300 supreme-grade divine origin stones. It was almost impossible for anyone below the divine king realm to afford it. Therefore, there were only a few people who were interested in the flower of ethereal spirit and participated in the auction. Wow, it's like a bolt from the blue. I can't afford 300 supreme-grade divine origin stones even if I sell everything I have. Yeah, it seems like we won't have a chance to compete for the real treasure. So what if I give it to you? Only an alchemist above the divine king realm can refine the flower of ethereal spirit. You can only watch helplessly if you lose to me. The flower of ethereal spirit. This guy is really going all out. Many people exclaimed secretly. However, at this moment, someone finally started to bid. 330 supreme-grade divine origin stones. 380 supreme-grade divine origin stones. 420 supreme-grade divine origin stones. 450, 580 divine origin stones. The price of the flower of the ethereal spirit continued to rise. It had even reached 580 pieces of supreme-grade divine origin stones. This was almost double the price. Many people had given up the bidding. Although the flower of the ethereal spirit was precious, it still required a lot of courage to spend nearly 600 pieces of supreme-grade divine origin stones to buy it. If one wasn't a rich alchemist, he would definitely not do so. Do you still want to compete? Bai looked at Xianxia in surprise. He had not made a bid yet, but Bai could see the certainty in his eyes. Was this guy really that rich? 600 pieces of supreme-grade divine origin stones, this was practically his entire fortune. Of course, it couldn't compare to Gumalu, that fellow was a genuine rich second generation. Xianxia nodded. Seeing that no one continued to raise the price, he said in a deep voice, 600 pieces of supreme-grade divine origin stones. The scene was in an uproar again. Xianxia and the others became the focus of the crowd. Xianxia stood proudly without any fear. Firstly, with his mid-divine king cultivation base, he was not afraid of many people. Secondly, with Bai and Gumalu by his side, he became more confident. According to Gumalu, no one in the blissful city dared to cause trouble for their Tongxian mansion. It would be a waste if he didn't make use of this golden signboard. After Xianxia made his bid, no one else continued to bid. Because the price of the ethereal spirit flower had already reached its peak. It wasn't worth it to bid any more supreme-grade divine origin stones. Is there anyone else who can bid higher than this gentleman? 600 going once. 600 going twice. 600 going thrice. Sold. Xianxia was finally able to put down a large stone in his heart. Bai, on the other hand, was inwardly shocked. This fellow was quite the wealthy one after all. Congratulations, junior brother. Haha, you finally got what you wanted. Oh right, what do you want the ethereal spirit flower for? To refine pills? Gumalu asked. Yes. Xianxia didn't hide the fact that the ethereal spirit flower could only be used for refining pills. Therefore, there was no need for him to lie. Are you an alchemist? Bai and Gumalu looked at him in astonishment. Yes, is there anything wrong with it? Xianxia asked. Ha ha ha, we're considered old acquaintances. If I ask you to refine pills in the future, you can't refuse. Gumalu's spirit was lifted. He grabbed Xianxia's hand and said. I didn't expect junior brother to be so talented. Not only are you strong, but you're also an alchemist. Looks like you're one of the best among the new batch. Bai said in admiration. I can only refine some simple pills. I can't refine complicated pills. Xianxia smiled. The next item is an incomplete parchment scroll. It's hard to understand and hard to find. However, the owner of this item said that it's a real treasure. It's called the rushing thunder diagram. Xianxia's smile froze again. He didn't expect to have such a harvest this time. What a great fortune. There were 3 pieces of the rushing thunder diagram and he already had 2 of them. There was only one more incomplete piece left. He didn't expect to get it at this moment. Rushing thunder diagram. I've been looking for you for a long time. Sure enough, there's nowhere to hide when one wears out iron shoes. The excitement in Xianxia's heart was beyond words. As long as he could find the spring thunder diagram, he could find the source of the heavenly lightning. Once he fused with the 3rd heavenly lightning, his strength would increase tremendously. The terrifying power of fusing 3 heavenly lightnings would definitely shock everyone. The appearance of the rushing thunder diagram made Xianxia extremely excited. He had achieved his goal this time. With the ethereal spirit flower and the rushing thunder diagram, he was definitely the biggest winner today. The starting price of the rushing thunder diagram is 100 supreme grade divine origin stones. As soon as the host's voice faded, the whole place was bustling with activity. However, no one called out a price. Even the host felt embarrassed. 100 supreme grade divine origin stones for a useless broken diagram. I'm afraid it's too extravagant. Yeah, who would be fooled by that? No matter what it is, since it's incomplete, it's just a piece of waste paper if we can't find the whole thing. 100 supreme grade divine origin stones for this? I don't believe it. Many people laughed it off. 100 supreme grade divine origin stones was not a small amount. Only Divine King Realm experts could get their hands on it. The others didn't have this kind of wealth. Compared to the ethereal spirit flower, this thing was worthless. 100? Stop joking. Who would want this broken diagram? 100 supreme grade divine origin stones, which idiot would be fooled? In my opinion, unless this guy's brain is damaged, this broken diagram will definitely not be sold. Gumalu said disdainfully. He looked at the host with a cold smile. This guy was embarrassed. 100 supreme grade divine origin stones. Xianxia shouted. Everyone looked at Xianxia. This time, it was not the same as before. Like what Gumalu said, most of them looked at Xianxia as if he was an idiot. I might be the idiot that you were talking about. Xianxia said with a faint smile. Mister, you really have a discerning eye. 100 going once. 100 going twice. 100 going thrice. Deal. The host hurriedly said. This lousy map could also be conned out for 100 pieces of supreme grade Xinyuan stone. There were indeed all kinds of fools in the world. Buying looked at Xianxia with a doubtful expression. This guy is calm and steady, he doesn't look like he's going to bid recklessly. 100 supreme grade divine origin stones is not a small amount. Little junior brother, don't blame me. I am just kidding. Hee hee. Gumalu was very fond of Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was an alchemist. He could not afford to offend an alchemist. When he entered the Tongxian mansion in the future, he could imagine the power of an alchemist. I know. It's okay. Idiot likes this. Ha ha ha. Xianxia and Gumalu looked at each other and smiled. The next item to be auctioned was Xianxia's big black blade. The blade did not disappoint as it was sold at a price of 3,250 supreme grade divine origin stones. It was bought by a mysterious person. Gumalu wanted to buy it too, but he did not have enough money. Plus, he did not expect to spend 3,000 supreme grade divine origin stones to buy an origin divine tool, as he already had some supreme grade divine origin stones with him. He did not need to spend all his savings just to compete for this item. The next item is the highlight of this auction. Ladies and gentlemen, please open your eyes and take a good look. This is a peak immortal grade elixir, spirit establishing elixir, and the recipe of the spirit establishing elixir. The spirit establishing pill is a pill that stabilizes one's soul, and can increase the strength of one's soul. It's extremely effective for nourishing one's soul. Especially when the peak immortal grade medicinal pill is sold together with the immortal grade medicinal pill formula. This kind of temptation is hard to resist. It's really worth it. Countless people raised their heads in anticipation. Even Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he silently watched the scene. It was a peak immortal grade elixir. I'm rich, I'm rich. This is exactly what I want. Ha ha ha. Gumalu's eyes lit up. This was the only treasure he had his eyes on tonight. Establishing soul pill. Xianxia took a deep breath. This building soul pill was exactly what he needed right now. If he could obtain a soul-establishing pill in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about his soul strength being constantly damaged. At least, he would be able to relax a lot. Although it's good, it's not something I can compete for. Buying shook his head with a smile. The spirit-establishing pill and the spirit-establishing elixir were sold together on purpose. The auctioneer wanted to drive the price up. Although the peak immortal grade medicinal pill was good, its price should be beyond the reach of many people. I hereby announce that the starting price for the spirit-establishing pill and the spirit-establishing elixir is 3,000 supreme grade divine origin stones. The entire auction house became silent. 3,000 supreme grade divine origin stones was indeed a good item to be auctioned at the end of the auction. The price was almost suffocating. However, those who were in the know knew that the price was definitely worth it. As for those who didn't know what was going on, they would only be shocked, sigh, and feel fear, feeling that they were too far behind. Because there were many things that they might not be able to come into contact with in their entire lives. At the very least, the current 3,000 top-grade Xinyuan stones was an astronomical figure that 99% of the people couldn't reach. Little junior brother, do you want this item too? Maybe I can't give it to you this time. Gumalu said seriously. I need it too. I want to compete for it too. After all, I have a card too. Xianxia said with a smile as he took out the purple gold black card given to him by the appraiser. Even Buying was stunned. The crowd was in an uproar. Gumalu's platinum VIP card had attracted many people's attention. Xianxia's purple gold black card was even better than Gumalu's. Gumalu's mouth twitched slightly, his eyes were filled with indescribable shock. He said in a low voice, F***CK. Little junior brother, are you the illegitimate son of Boss Lei? You're more F***King awesome than me. My father only has one purple gold black card, he wouldn't give it to me no matter how much I asked for it. He was showing off his platinum VIP card just now. Now, he had completely lost his temper in front of Xianxia's purple gold black card. But we still have to compete for the good stuff. Ha ha ha. Why don't we work together? You want the egg, I want the chicken. Xianxia said with a smile. What do you mean? Gumalu was stunned, he did not understand what Xianxia was talking about. It means you want the elixir, Xianxia wants the recipe. The elixir is the egg, but the recipe is the chicken that lays the egg. Xianxia is an alchemist, the elixir is not that attractive to him. What really attracts him is the recipe. Buying said in a low voice. Gumalu's eyes lit up. Alright, little junior brother, you're really smart. Ha ha ha, I'll listen to you. I want the elixir, you want the recipe. Let's get this treasure. Alright. Xianxia said in a low voice as he looked at the recipe of the soul-constructing elixir. 3,000 supreme grade divine origin stones was just the starting price. It would be a bloody battle in the end. It was not a bad thing to join forces with Gumalu. After all, what he wanted was the chicken that laid the egg. He did not care about the price of the elixir. As long as he could get the recipe of the soul-constructing elixir, that was what he wanted. Then it's a deal. I'll pay 1/3 of the price. What do you think? Brother Jiang? Gumalu said seriously. At this moment, he was not as frivolous as before. He looked very nervous. Alright, then I won't be unreasonable. I, Xianxia, will accept this favor. Xianxia knew that Gumalu had done his best. He had lost an opponent and still managed to get the recipe of the soul-constructing elixir at half of the original price. No matter how he looked at it, Xianxia was the best. Of course, the prerequisite was that they could get the recipe and the spirit-constructing elixir. Many of the people present stopped in their tracks. 3,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Even some of the large sects would have to suffer a huge loss if they wanted to take it out. In the entire auction house, it was likely that there were less than 10 people who could participate in this auction. But the more it was so, the more intense the auction would be. Those who really wanted it would do anything to get it. It's destined to be a battle between tycoons. 3,100 Supreme Grade Divine Origin Stones. 3,200 Supreme Grade Divine Origin Stones. 3,400. 3,600. 3,700, a total of 6 people began to compete for the spirit-establishing pill and the pill formula. The entire venue became silent, only the voices of a few people competing resounded. Not only the audience, but even the host had become serious. It was just like the previous auction of the Origin Divine Tool. However, the starting price of the spirit-establishing pill and the pill formula was 1,000 pieces of Supreme Grade Divine Origin Stones higher than the Origin Divine Tool. Moreover, looking at the current situation of the competition, it was estimated that it would be auctioned off at a shocking price. There were still people who were willing to increase the starting price of 3,000 Supreme Grade Divine Origin Stones. This showed that the value of the spirit-establishing pill was definitely worth it. Moreover, there were many people competing for it. However, when the price increased to 4,000 Supreme Grade Divine Origin Stones, there were 3 people who withdrew from the competition. Quite a number of people were alarmed when they saw this. This was an auction that was hovering on the edge of a knife. Each increase in price was at least 1 to 200 pieces of top-grade Divine Origin Stones. The degree of shock was self-evident. This is too exciting. There are too many rich tycoons. 4,000 Supreme Grade Divine Origin Stones. I'm afraid that even some of the big sects around the Fengying County might not be able to afford it. Even if they were to take out so many Supreme Grade Divine Origin Stones, it would definitely hurt them. That's right. I'm just watching the show and I feel my blood boiling. Ha ha ha. This is an auction that only happens once in 1,000 years. How could there not be a main event? This guy really knows how to do business. Every increase in price was able to stir the hearts of everyone present. Their emotions were overflowing with words. There are still 3 people left, Xianxia said. These 3 people were obviously more interested in the spirit-establishing pill. The other 3 had already shook their heads, indicating that it was not worth it or they did not have the strength to continue competing. They could only choose to give up. 4,200. 4,300. 4,500. When a young man in white shouted out 4,500 top-grade Divine Origin Stones, the other 2 people also sighed and shook their heads in anger. 4,500 Divine Origin Stones was already quite high. This kind of top-grade treasure was not like those low-grade items where 100% premium was a common thing. Now that the building's sole pill and the pill formula had a 50% premium, it was already quite shocking. 4,500 top-grade Divine Origin Stones, is there anything higher? The host said in a deep voice, extremely solemn. He held his breath in concentration, not daring to show the slightest bit of negligence. 4,500 Supreme Grade Xinyuan Stones going once. $4,500, 4,700. Xianxia once again stood up and bid for 2 treasures. His bid made the audience even more curious. Just who was this person? Bid for an empty spirit flower, then spent 100 pieces of Supreme Grade Divine Origin Stones to bid for a lousy map. Now, even this final treasure also came to interfere. Everyone's eyes naturally focused on his head. Friend, do you really want to compete with me? Xianxia looked at the white-clothed young man because the white-clothed young man had sent him a message through divine sense. His tone was cold and provocative. Xianxia smiled faintly and did not bother with him. 4,800. The young man in white sneered, his eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at Xianxia. 5,000. Xianxia did not say anything, but his domineering bid made the audience scream. Countless women looked at him with admiration, while men looked at him with envy. At this moment, Xianxia could be said to be the center of attention. However, Xianxia thought that it would not be good for him to be in the limelight at this moment. Gumalu was eager to be in the limelight. Xianxia naturally knew what he was thinking, he liked to be in the limelight more. Good fella, how dare you go against me, I will definitely make you pay the price. The young man in white said in a deep voice and sent a message to Xianxia again. You need to think carefully, and you need to know who you are offending. Xianxia did not care about the young man in white's threat at all. He shrugged and remained silent. I don't care who you are. I am not going to play with you, I will let you compete with Gumalu. I will leave it to you, senior brother Gu, you will increase the price next. Xianxia looked at Gumalu and said. Alright, I will increase the price, ha ha ha. Gumalu was so happy that he could not close his mouth. He liked to be in the limelight, 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 and countless women could not wait to be at his feet. Country bumpkin, you are really a country bumpkin. Bying curled his lips and said. This fella was like a country bumpkin, but he was rich and capricious. 5,100. The young man in white was silent for a moment as he increased the price. He was already unable to hold on any longer, because this was almost his limit. So little? 5,500. If you want to play, make it more exciting, don't be so stingy, you are worse than me. Gumalu increased the price by 400 supreme-grade divine origin stones. The crowd was in an uproar, even Xianxia was slightly shocked. This fella is 2F** king shameless. This was not increasing the price, he was squandering it. The young man in white was slightly speechless. Gumalu did not play by the rules, he increased the price by 400 supreme-grade divine origin stones at once, how could he let others live? It's him. The young man in white was gloomy, but he did not continue to increase the price because he recognized Gumalu. This fella was also here today, he could only blame himself for messing up his plan. His father was one of the 10 richest men in Blissful City, he was rich and had countless assets, he could not afford to compete with him. Mighty! 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 The cheers made Gumalu feel like he was floating in the air. He liked to be in the limelight, he liked to be in the limelight. Is there a higher price? 5,500 supreme-grade divine origin stones going once, going twice. 5,500 going thrice. Deal. As soon as the auctioneer finished his words, the crowd was shocked and cheered, but Gumalu was helpless and unhappy. Why did this fella stop increasing the price? I am not satisfied yet. Sigh. Gumalu's words almost made Bying vomit blood, this fella is really rich. Are you guys from the Tongxian mansion? Let's see if you have what it takes to compete with me. The young man in white snorted, the flower of spirit that he wanted was taken away by Xianxia. He wanted to win the last round, but he did not expect to lose everything, but the flower of spirit, the soul-fortifying elixir and the elixir formula were all coveted by him. I don't have that many supreme-grade divine origin stones on me. How about I give this to you? Xianxia took out the Thunder Tyrant hammer from his hand. Instantly, Bying and Gumalu's eyes were fixed on the Thunder Tyrant hammer in Xianxia's hand. Bying's expression changed. This fellow was too mysterious. Although the Thunder Tyrant hammer wasn't a true middle-grade origin divine tool, it was still one of the best among the lower-grade origin divine tools. It was definitely several times stronger than the big black blade. Even if it was auctioned, it wouldn't be worth 5,000 or 6,000 supreme-grade divine origin stones. Bying and Gumalu were knowledgeable people. They could tell the value of the Thunder Tyrant hammer with one look. I like this thing. Gumalu's eyes lit up. He was pleasantly surprised and took a fancy to the Thunder Tyrant hammer. His biggest gain today wasn't the soul-building pill, but this terrifying hammer. The value of this origin divine tool is definitely not lower than 5,000 or 6,000 supreme-grade divine origin stones. If I auction it, it might be even higher. Gumalu said in a deep voice. He raised his eyes to look at Xianxia, feeling a little embarrassed. You really intend to give this origin divine tool to me? Xianxia nodded with a calm smile. I don't have any divine origin stones on me. I'll use this to pay you back. Gumalu shook his head and said with a serious expression. I, Gumalu, never suffer losses. However, I don't like to take advantage of others either. I don't want this soul-building pill. I won't be unreasonable either. I'm already taking advantage of you by giving me this hammer. Gu Maolu's words made Xianxia look at him in a different light. Although Gu Maolu was playful and didn't take things seriously, he was a man of principle. Alright, I won't decline it. Thank you. Xianxia cupped his fists. There was nothing wrong with giving a plum in return. I should be the one thanking you. I didn't expect you to be so generous. In the past, I couldn't find anyone more wealthy than me. Now, I've finally found someone who understands me. You fella. Xianxia shook his head with a smile. Right, what's the name of this hammer? Thunder Tyrant Hammer. Good name, I like it. How domineering. Bai also gave Xianxia a thumbs up. However, after thinking about it, Bai felt relieved. After all, Xianxia was quite strong and he was also an alchemist. It was not an exaggeration to say that alchemists were very rich. How many of those who could enter Tongxian Mansion were easy to deal with? The three of them did not stay in the blissful city for long. After resting for 3 days, they left the blissful city and headed straight for the Tongxian Mansion. The Tongxian Mansion was 200,000 li away from the blissful city. Even if they did not rest, it would still take them 10 days to half a month to reach there. Without the barren mountains and swamps, their speed would naturally be faster. However, this region was extremely chaotic. Even the people of Tongxian Mansion had to be careful. However, Bai Ying and the others were not worried since they were at the peak Divine King realm. After all, those who dared to cause trouble with a peak Divine King realm expert was courting death. Outside the blissful city, there were many heavenly gods and early divine kings. The three of them traveled smoothly. However, along the way, they were spotted by someone. 3 figures appeared in the sky and blocked the path of Xianxia and the others. It's you. Xianxia frowned and looked at the white-clothed young man. 2 black-clothed experts stood beside the young man. Their strength was not to be underestimated. They were both at the peak Divine King realm. Although the region between Tongxian Mansion and the blissful city is ungoverned, you're the first person who dares to block our Tongxian Mansion's path. Bai Ying looked at the white-clothed young man. Lung Lung said. Don't use the Tongxian Mansion to scare me. I, Han Xiaoqian, am not one to be scared. The white-robed youth smiled calmly. His smile was also very calm. Han Xiaoqian, by Isu Jin. You're the young sect master of the Tenlihuan sect. Bai Ying squinted his eyes. Even Gu Maolu's expression did not change. Looks like this fella has a great background. You have a good eye. The people of Tongxian Mansion are indeed not ordinary. Hee hee. Han Xiaoqian stared at Xianxia and the others with a sharp gaze. Although the Lihuan sect is strong, aren't they a little too arrogant to go against the Tongxian Mansion? Young sect master, if you insist on making things difficult for us, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain yourself to the sect master of the Lihuan sect. Bai Ying said solemnly. The white-cloaked Han Xiaoqian was a monstrous genius of the Lihuan sect. Many years ago, he was rejected to enter the Tongxian Mansion. He was an existence that was as famous as the 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion of Tongxian Mansion. He was also a famous existence in the blissful city. I don't need you to teach me this. According to what I know, he doesn't seem to be a disciple of the Tongxian Mansion. Han Xiaoqian said indifferently. Bai Ying and Gu Maolu's expressions changed. This fella is really resourceful. He actually found out about us so quickly. Even if he's not a disciple now, he has already obtained the quota of a new disciple of the Tongxian Mansion. Gu Maolu said. So you're saying that he's not a disciple of the Tongxian Mansion? Even if I kill him, the Tongxian Mansion won't be able to pin it on me, right? Han Xiaoqian's words caused Bai Ying's expression to turn extremely solemn. This fella obviously came prepared. You want the formula of the soul-building pill in my hands. Xianxia said with a smile. Very smart. Of course, there's also the ethereal flower. Han Xiaoqian said. If you leave it behind, I can pretend that nothing has happened. After all, I don't want to offend the Tongxian Mansion. After all, these 2 are disciples of the Tongxian Mansion. I have to give them some face. Of course, if you insist on not giving it to them, you might have to suffer a little. Your thoughts are very childish, even whimsical. Xianxia shook his head with a smile. It seems like you still haven't realized the situation you're in. Do you think they can protect you? Ha ha ha. Han Xiaoqian said with a laugh. Han Xiaoqian, the Tongxian mansion isn't a place to be bullied. If you want to touch him, you'll have to get through me first. Bai Ying and Gu Maolu stepped forward fearlessly. I won't kill the two of you. I've already given the Tongxian mansion enough face. It's a pity that this fella is still stubborn. Who else can he blame? Han Xiaoqian shrugged. His youthful spirit was overbearing. Now, I'll show you who's childish. Han Xiaoqian's eyes turned cold. The two peak Divine King realm experts behind him unleashed their auras too, completely suppressing Jiangchen and the others. Stop the two of them. Leave this reckless guy to me. Yes, young master. The two peak Divine King realm experts said in a low voice. In the blink of an eye, they charged at Bai Ying and Gu Maolu. Be careful. Bai Ying said in a deep voice. However, the two peak Divine Kings arrived in an instant, their terrifying aura swept across the area. Although Gu Maolu was startled, he did not panic. Although his strength was not on par with them, he was still a genius disciple of the Profound Connection Divine Palace. He did not show any fear when encountering stronger opponents. He and Bai Ying attacked the two peak Divine Kings at the same time. Jiangchen, run! Gu Maolu shouted loudly. The two peak stage Divine Kings attacked with their life and death killing moves, showing no mercy. You want to run? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Han Xiaoqian sneered. His strength had also reached the peak Divine King realm. This was the first time Jiangchen encountered so many Divine Kings since he entered Fengyun County. Moreover, Han Xiaoqian came prepared. His strength was unparalleled as he charged towards Jiangchen. Jiangchen's strength was only at the mid-Divine King realm. In Han Xiaoqian's opinion, Jiangchen had already used up all of his strength to receive one of his attacks. Get lost! Han Xiaoqian roared. Chi waves rolled out and covered the sky. Jiangchen's body was surrounded by a terrifying aura. Jiangchen felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Han Xiaoqian's strength was extraordinary, much stronger than Bai Ying. Although both of them were at the peak Divine King realm, Jiangchen could still feel the gap between them. I can't underestimate my opponent. Jiangchen thought. He retreated in order to advance. He instantly unleashed his dragon transformation. It's actually a half-human half-dragon body. Interesting. After Jiangchen unleashed his dragon transformation, even Bai Ying and Gu Maolu were slightly shocked. This fella is quite capable. Under the dragon transformation, his strength rose once again. Jiangchen forcefully received Han Xiaoqian's attack and retreated. His entire body trembled violently. This fella's casual attack was so powerful. Although Jiangchen was prepared, Han Xiaoqian's strength was also extremely terrifying. Han Xiaoqian's eyes flickered when he realized that he had failed to defeat Jiangchen in one move. His smile grew even wider. You're the first to receive an attack from me. Not bad, to be able to do that with your battle prowess as a mid-divine king. Unfortunately, you are far too weak. Even if you possess a portion of the dragon tribe's bloodline, it is impossible for you to completely transform into a true dragon. A true dragon might not be invincible. Jiangchen sneered in his heart, but he disdained to confront Han Xiaoqian. Run, Jiangchen. You're no match for him. Run as far as you can. Bai Ying said in a deep voice. The two of them were entangled by the two peak Divine Kings. Although he could suppress them, Gu Maolu also needed help on the other side. He was completely restricted and could not turn the situation around. Jiangchen was entangled by Han Xiaoqian. He would definitely die. Accept your death. This is the price you have to pay for your stubbornness. Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Those who oppose me will never have a good ending. Remember my name, Han Xiaoqian of the Lihuan sect. Han Xiaoqian charged forward again. Jiangchen roared furiously. Under the dragon transformation, his body became extremely tough. He clashed with Han Xiaoqian for more than 10 rounds. Although he was forced back, he was not completely suppressed. Jiangchen took 3 of Han Xiaoqian's attacks head-on. You're just putting up a desperate struggle. Soul extermination of 1,000 valleys. Jiang Chen could feel Han Xiaoqian's terrifying soul attack. The surrounding space was completely sealed. Jiang Chen's soul had not recovered yet. This time, his soul was injured again by Han Xiaoqian's soul extermination of 1,000 valleys. Pfft! Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood. His expression was gloomy as he turned around and tried to leave. Han Xiaoqian's figure flickered and moved at an extremely fast speed. After images followed Jiang Chen like shadows. Damned fellow. Jiang Chen might really be done for, sigh. Bai Ying sighed. However, there was nothing he could do to help. After he was restricted, Han Xiaoqian was simply bullying Jiang Chen. If this continued, Jiang Chen would definitely die. Damn it, I'll kill you. Gu Maolu was incomparably furious. Although he had only known Jiang Chen for a short period of time, their temperaments were extremely compatible. This junior brother of his was also someone with a good temperament. Now that Jiang Chen was being suppressed by Han Xiaoqian, there was nothing they could do. Gu Maolu's heart was filled with anger and self-blame. Unfortunately, you won't be able to save him. Han Xiaoqian used soul extermination of 1,000 valleys again. Jiang Chen suffered 2 heavy injuries in a row. His injuries continued to worsen. The injuries to his soul were already extremely difficult for Jiang Chen. Bai Ying and Gu Maolu were extremely anxious when they saw Jiang Chen being forced back by Han Xiaoqian. Soul extermination 3 consecutive strikes. Han Xiaoqian's eyes glowed brilliantly. 3 sharp soul blades that resembled blue enchantresses shot out from his eyes. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered as he staggered backward. Even with his draconified body, he was still unable to withstand the soul extermination 3 consecutive strikes. His arm was dripping with blood. It was nearly severed. Bai Ying and Gu Maolu were extremely furious when they saw his miserable state. You've got quite a backbone. Prepare to die. Han Xiaoqian closed in. Jiang Chen's figure flickered 9 times. Using the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, he soared into the sky and escaped. If you can escape from my grasp, I, Han Xiaoqian, will no longer be able to show my face in the blissful city. Han Xiaoqian chased after him. The 2 of them instantly disappeared in the void. Jiang Chen executed the Great Void technique to the maximum and managed to shake off Han Xiaoqian. At this moment, his strength had already recovered a lot. However, the injuries to his soul couldn't be healed in a short period of time. Jiang Chen swallowed a soul-building pill as he ran. A peak immortal grade soul-building pill had instantly restored 50 to 60% of Jiang Chen's soul force. However, it was still an Emperor Realm soul after all. Its majestic soul force was something that even Jiang Chen couldn't imagine. Otherwise, how could he chase away a 6-tailed spiritual fox in the Hierarch realm? However, it was better than nothing. The soul-building pill was indeed a peak immortal grade pill. Even the current Jiang Chen might not be able to concoct it. Jiang Chen absorbed the peak immortal grade pill's medicinal effect at the fastest speed. After all, his myriad chi body was able to restore his body's strength, making him invincible. Jiang Chen had been running for 3 days and 3 nights. His strength had recovered by more than half. His damaged soul force had also recovered by more than 70%. However, the medicinal effect of the soul-building pill still remained. Jiang Chen was incomparably shocked. The recovery speed of the soul-building pill was simply terrifying. However, because of this, he wouldn't need to worry so much when he concocted the soul-building pill in the future. After all, even Jiang Chen wasn't willing to face the exhaustion of his soul force. Damn fella. His strength isn't that great, but his escaping technique is actually so terrifying. Han Xiaoqian was infuriated by Jiang Chen. He initially thought that he could kill Jiang Chen in a blink of an eye. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be able to shake him off after 3 days and 3 nights. Why aren't you running anymore? You can't run anymore, right? Brat, I've made up my mind. I won't kill you. I'll torture you until you die so that I can vent my anger. Han Xiaoqian glared at Jiang Chen fiercely. Even he had been tricked by Jiang Chen. He even thought of giving up in the past 3 days. Because Jiang Chen was as slippery as a loach. It was too hard to catch him. But on second thought, it would be too shameful if he were to return empty-handed. Therefore, Han Xiaoqian gritted his teeth and chased him to the ends of the earth. Han Xiaoqian did not dare to slack off in the past 3 days. Jiangchen's strength was mediocre. But when he ran, he was even faster than some peak divine kings. Jiangchen had stopped running. Han Xiaoqian wanted it. In his eyes, Jiangchen should not be able to run anymore. Otherwise, he would not give up so easily. But it's reasonable. Where can a mere mid-divine king run to? Yeah, I'm not running anymore. Let's have a good fight. If I win, I'll just leave. If I lose, I'll just die. It's so simple. Jiangchen said with a smile. Han Xiaoqian felt that something was amiss. He looked at Jiangchen with a gloomy expression. However, Jiangchen was so weak. Even if there were 10 more of them, they wouldn't be a match for him. Why should he be afraid of him? You want to become the master of this place with just you? Even if you're a half-step divine king, I'm not afraid. Back then, Tongshan Mansion wanted me to cultivate. I didn't even bother to go. You want to fight me? The 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion might not dare to disrespect me. Before you joined Tongshan Mansion, I could kill you easily. Even those 2 fellas can't do anything about it. Han Xiaoqian said proudly. You're conceited. But you're also stupid. You shouldn't have chased me. Jiangchen's smile became even more playful. He stretched out his hand and gently wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. In terms of confidence, he was superior to Han Xiaoqian. Do you think I'm scared? Han Xiaoqian sneered. Come, Fire Qilin. Let's end this quickly. I don't want to be entangled by this fellow for too long. Jiangchen faintly said. The Fire Qilin tore through the sky and shot out from the Zulong Tower. Its fiery figure appeared above Han Xiaoqian's head. At this moment, Han Xiaoqian felt as if he was facing a great enemy. A peak god king Fire Qilin? Han Xiaoqian sucked in a cold breath of air. Even he might not be able to fight against such a divine beast. Although he was extremely confident in himself, the dignity of a divine beast couldn't be violated. Divine beasts of the same level were practically invincible. The title of divine beast wasn't groundless. Is that what you're relying on? Han Xiaoqian squinted his eyes and stared at Jiangchen. Most of his attention was focused on the Fire Qilin. In his opinion, Jiangchen was easy to deal with, but the Fire Qilin wasn't easy to deal with. What else do you think? Jiangchen's body shuddered. He executed the dragon transformation once again. His powerful dragon-human body approached Han Xiaoqian. Even with the help of the Fire Qilin, you still won't be able to defeat me. Han Xiaoqian was extremely confident. As the young sect leader of the Lihuan sect, if he had outstanding talent, why would he reject the invitation of the Tongshan Mansion? 5 Elemental Divine Dragon Seal. Jiangchen used all his killing moves as soon as he made his move. The 5 Elemental Divine Dragon Seal was executed forcefully. However, it was still a lot weaker than the 5 Elemental Divine Dragon Seal after executing the ancient Soaring Dragon technique. Even so, Han Xiaoqian didn't dare to be careless. As he retreated, he focused his attention on the Fire Qilin. Roar! The Fire Qilin let out a furious roar. Flames spewed out and spread across the sky. Han Xiaoqian's expression turned solemn. The Fire Qilin charged forward with an overwhelming aura. He didn't dare to face it head-on. The attacks from Jiangchen and the Fire Qilin made Han Xiaoqian's expression turn extremely grave. He switched from offense to defense. In an instant, the Fire Qilin's ferocity was fully displayed. Han Xiaoqian also suffered greatly as he was completely suppressed by Jiangchen. Damn you! If it weren't for the Fire Qilin, I would have killed you hundreds or thousands of times. Han Xiaoqian was extremely furious. However, under the suppression of the Fire Qilin, Jiangchen advanced cautiously and gained the upper hand. Although he wasn't able to defeat Jiangchen, his attacks weren't to be underestimated either. The 5 Elemental Divine Dragon Seal had made him feel a little apprehensive. I'll let you have a taste of my 3000 Burning Sky Seal. You're the first person to have a taste of the 3000 Burning Sky Seal. Jiangchen smiled faintly. It was the upgraded version of the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. After the transformation of the 5 Elemental True Fire and the fusion of the 5 Elemental Divine Fire, the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal had undergone a tremendous change. The flames could devour the heavens and crush the surroundings. The seal was more than 100 times stronger than before. Soul extinguishing 3 consecutive strikes. The 3,000 burning sky seal formed by the fusion of the 5-elemental divine fire was even more powerful than the 5-elemental divine dragon seal. 3,000 blazing flames burned the sky. The seal rotated 9 times and imprinted the heavens. Before Xianxia could even launch an attack, the 3,000 burning sky seal swept through the sky and pressed towards him. Xianxia's countenance changed drastically and he quickly retreated. However, the 3,000 burning sky seal had already landed on him. The soul-extinguishing triple strike was instantly destroyed. The 3,000 burning sky seal burned the void and the fire Qilin's flames swept across the void. Xianxia was forced to retreat step by step. The 3,000 burning sky seal landed on his chest, burning his clothes and leaving a bloody mark on his body. Xianxia's face became extremely pale. Xianxia was just a mid-divine king, but he was injured. "You're courting death. You forced me to do this." Xianxia's expression was ferocious. He pointed at Xianxia and clenched his fists. 16 blood-red flags danced in the sky. Xianxia's pupils constricted. Divine burying flag. Ha ha ha, you're pretty knowledgeable. You can actually recognize the divine burying flag. Today, I'll show you my divine burying soul locking formation. I'll use you as a sacrifice to my divine burying flag. I'll use the fresh blood of the fire Qilin to remember the humiliation I've suffered today. Xianxia looked at the sky with disdain. The 16 divine burying flags fluttered in the wind, causing everyone's heart to tremble. A chilly wind howled and a soul-devouring sound reverberated in the sky. The 16 divine burying flags were all origin divine weapons. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could afford. If it wasn't the young sect master of the Lihuan sect, even Xianxia wouldn't be able to afford it. I'm so scared. 16 divine burying flags, how domineering. Unfortunately, I have one more than you. Xianxia sneered. With a flash of his hand, the 17 divine burying flags landed right behind Xianxia, not one more, not one less. Impossible. In order to collect these 16 divine burying flags, his father had traveled across the entire northern cold divine region to collect all 16 divine burying flags as his natal divine weapon. Not long ago, he had begged his father to give him 16 divine burying flags. The power of 16 divine burying flags was enough for him to kill a half-step ultimate god. However, he was just a divine king. How could he have so many divine burying flags? Although he was unwilling, Xianxia became extremely greedy. His eyes flickered with greed and coldness. He wanted to take all 17 divine burying flags from Xianxia. Then, his strength would multiply. The 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion would no longer be a threat to him. Treasures delivered to my doorstep. Looks like it's God's arrangement. Xianxia activated the 16 divine burying flags. A gust of wind blew and a hurricane swept across. Thousands of souls wreaked havoc. The divine burying soul locking formation was formed, locking Xianxia and the fire Qilin. Xianxia was not afraid at all as he controlled the 17 divine burying flags to stir up the void. It was easy for the 16 divine burying flags to fall into the formation. In Xianxia's eyes, this formation couldn't be more simple. Most importantly, the 16 divine burying flags that were origin divine tools played a crucial role. Thousands of souls were wreaking havoc and evil ghosts were everywhere. Xianxia was surrounded by wailing evil ghosts. Each of the divine burying flags released tens of thousands of evil ghosts. This fella has done a lot of evil ghosts. No matter how you attack, I will not budge. Xianxia was as steady as a mountain. The 17 divine burying flags helped him disperse the evil ghosts. However, the evil ghosts roared and even the fire Qilin was greatly agitated. He kept roaring and retreating. 12 fire god guards. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. The 12 fire god guards immediately surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed once again. 12 peak mid-divine king puppets were not something that anyone could control. Not only did it require a great amount of spiritual energy, the puppets were even more terrifying than mid-divine kings. The 12 fire god guards attacked fiercely while the fire Qilin charged forward. The battle of life and death happened again. Buddha light illumination. Xianxia struck out with his palm. Divine light appeared again. Although he managed to force Han Xiaoqian back, his opponent was too strong. Furthermore, he had 16 divine burying flags. Therefore, Xianxia was unable to heavily injure Han Xiaoqian. Although he was a peak divine king, Xianxia did not have such courage when he killed Chu Tianzhou, a half-step ultimate god. Facing the counterattack of the 17 divine burying flags, in addition to the pressure from the 12 fire god guards and the fire Qilin, Han Xiaoqian was forced to retreat step by step. His face turned ashen. In the end, he was unable to resist Xianxia. However, the killing intent in his eyes remained. Han Xiaoqian's strength could not be said to be weak. However, Xianxia's attack made it difficult for him to reverse the situation. Prepare to die. Your 16 divine burying flags are mine. Xianxia smiled. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You're not qualified to take my divine burying flags. However, you should be proud that you've forced me to use the soul-stealing divine technique. Han Xiaoqian's lips curled into a murderous smile. At this moment, he was no longer in the mood to continue playing with Xianxia. It was more important for him to finish the battle quickly and obtain the ethereal flower and the soul-building elixir. Soul-stealing technique. Han Xiaoqian used his strongest attack, which was also the strongest technique of the Lihuan sect. The reason why the Lihuan sect was able to stand tall around the blissful city and the Tongxian mansion for millions of years was because of his father's soul-stealing divine technique. Xianxia's expression was solemn as he defended his divine soul. At this moment, he felt that the entire void seemed to have become dimmer. The fire Qilin was forced to retreat after being severely injured. The 12 fire god guards were unscathed because they did not have a soul. The surrounding heavens and earth suddenly became dim. All living beings within 1,000 li were annihilated at this moment. Their souls were annihilated, never to be reincarnated. However, Xianxia's soul was an Emperor Realm soul. Even though he had only recovered less than 70% of it, it was still an Emperor Realm soul. Although Han Xiaoqian's soul-stealing technique was terrifying and could even kill a half-step Hierarch Realm expert, his soul force was also extraordinary. It had reached the peak of the half-step Hierarch Realm and was only a step away from reaching the Hierarch Realm. Unfortunately, he had never thought that Xianxia possessed an Emperor Realm soul. God's plans were always better than his own. At that moment, the backlash from the Emperor Realm soul was enough to kill Han Xiaoqian's soul. Piss off! Xianxia shouted. Han Xiaoqian's face instantly turned pale. His mind went blank and his divine soul became dispirited. His soul energy was almost wiped out in an instant. Xianxia's roar was heard by Han Xiaoqian. Plop, Han Xiaoqian knelt on the ground. His eyes were unfocused and lifeless. His aura was near the end of his life. He looked at Xianxia, who was standing proudly with fear and disbelief in his eyes. How could this be? How could this be? When one's divine soul was strong to a certain extent, there was no longer any taboo. However, Han Xiaoqian's divine soul, which was far beyond an ordinary expert, was easily killed by Xianxia. It wasn't even Xianxia's doing. It was just an involuntary reaction from Xianxia. Xianxia's soul resisted for a moment, causing Han Xiaoqian's divine soul to suffer a fatal injury. An Emperor Realm soul was not to be violated. Xianxia's soul force was not damaged, but Han Xiaoqian had shot himself in the foot. Not to mention a peak divine king like him, even a Hierarch Realm expert would not fare any better from the backlash of an Emperor Realm soul. Is this what you're relying on? Xianxia snorted disdainfully, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Although the Sovereign Realm soul might not be of much use to him now, the formless might it gave him was already very beneficial to him. Xianxia did not show any mercy as he looked at Han Xiaoqian's dying body and soul. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the law of survival. Han Xiaoqian had wanted to kill Xianxia, but he still died a violent death in the end. This was true karma. Xianxia was also very excited. He had obtained the 16 divine burying flags, which were all origin divine weapons. Now that he had 33 flags, Xianxia could finally set up the divine burying formation. I'm not willing, Han Xiaoqian fell to the ground. His soul was destroyed. At this moment, his life had come to an end. Withered Soul Mountain, Lihuan sect, a skinny old man with a head full of white hair and a hunched back stood at the top of the mountain. His roar was like thunder, shattering the sky. His sorrowful roar seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul. Hun Wanshan roared in rage. More than a dozen mountains of bones around him crumbled and collapsed. Mountains collapsed and rivers flowed in reverse. The disciples of the Lihuan sect had all returned. The entire Lihuan sect was filled with an unconcealable sorrow and coldness. Han Xiaoqian's death was a joyous occasion for Jiangchen. 16 divine burying flags were terrifying. All of them were primordial divine tools. Jiangchen already had 17 flags. Now that they were combined, it would be even more terrifying. The young master of the Lihuan sect should have a lot of treasures on him. Jiangchen smiled. He took Han Xiaoqian's interspatial ring and erased his soul imprint. Jiangchen's expression changed. This young master of the Lihuan sect is really rich. For primordial divine tools, 5,000 supreme-grade divine origin stones and so many soul-nourishing pills. TSK TSK TSK. Jiangchen couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of the young master of the Lihuan sect. His wealth was so great that no one dared to look down on him. 3 Soul Saint Ganoderma, Life Grain Grass, Soul Eroding Bone Flower, these are all herbs for the soul-building pill. Looks like this fella has already prepared for this. He must have known that the recipe of the soul-building pill would be auctioned in this grand auction. Unfortunately, I got it first. Ha ha ha, these medicinal herbs are enough to refine over 100 soul-building pills. Han Xiaoqian, Han Xiaoqian, you never would have imagined that you would be working so hard for me. Jiangchen laughed. He was extremely excited. 3 Soul Saint Ganoderma, Life Grain Grass, Soul Eroding Bone Flower, any one of them was worth 1,000 gold. Most importantly, he might not be able to find so many of them. Without 50,000 supreme-grade divine origin stones, it was impossible to gather all of these herbs. Even if he managed to find all of them, who knows how long it would take. Previously, Jiangchen was also worried about the ingredients for the soul-building pill. He didn't expect Han Xiaoqian to give him so many herbs so quickly. This is the soul-stealing divine art that Han Xiaoqian used before? Jiangchen's expression slightly changed. According to him, the soul-stealing divine art was the foundation of his father and the Lihuan sect. To think that it was a rare soul attack. No wonder the Lihuan sect could stand alone in the blissful city and Fengyin County. The most basic requirement for the soul-stealing divine art is to have a divine king realm soul. There are 3 styles in total. The first style is the soul-stealing art, the second style is to have a divine king realm soul, and the third style is to have a soul-stealing art. The soul-stealing divine art is to have a hierarch realm soul. The first style is to have a divine king art. The second style is to have a king-stealing soul. The third style, the soul-stealing art. It first absorbs a person's soul, then mercilessly kills them, and finally the most powerful possession and control, turning them into its own. What a terrifying soul attack, it really makes one's hair stand on end. Jiangchen was shocked. This soul-seizing divine art was indeed a technique that was tailor-made for him. With his Emperor Realm soul, he could definitely give it a try. Chen to say. Chen is. Li, although the Tian King is divine art, Li Jiangchen never claimed to be a righteous person. The soul-stealing divine art is the best way to deal with evil people. Jiangchen knew that he shouldn't stay here for long. Otherwise, the Lihuan sect would find him and he would be doomed. With Jiangchen's current skills, he might have a chance to survive against those below the hierarch realm. However, if he were to encounter a powerful hierarch realm master, he could only avoid them. Jiangchen found an extremely quiet and secluded cave and entered the Zulong Tower to refine the last effect of the soul-building pill. 3 months passed by quietly. Jiangchen's soul power had recovered to its peak. It was time to set off to Tangshan Mansion. At this time, only 3 days had passed in the outside world. Tangshan Mansion, here I come. Jiangchen stepped on the mountain and his eyes shone. At that moment, he stepped on the peak of the void and went straight to Tangshan Mansion. At the border of Fengyin County, the mountains were steep. The mountain range was endless and the aura was like that of a tiger. Hundreds of thousands of li of gray mountain range stretched on endlessly. What was left was a vast expanse of land. The rivers flowed rapidly, suddenly losing their surging momentum. Birds and beasts were flying on the mountain. The birds were chirping and the flowers were fragrant. The spiritual aura was so dense that it was even better than the heavenly earth. At the top of the mountain, there was a 19-story tower that towered above the clouds. It was 900 zhang tall and was surrounded by clouds and mist. It was calm and imposing and stood side by side with the other peaks. At the border of the 100,000 mountain range, there were 4 peaks that pierced through the clouds. On each peak were 4 big words: Tong, Xian, Spirit, Mansion. Is this Tong Xian Mansion? The spiritual aura is so dense. If I cultivate here, I'm afraid I'll be able to make great progress. Yeah, I've never seen a place with such dense spiritual aura. It's like a vast ocean of spiritual aura. Tongxian Mansion, I'm finally here. Ha ha ha. Tongxian Mansion can't fly in the air. There must be a formation barrier. More and more people began to enter the outer area of Tongxian Mansion. Some of them had even arrived half a year ago, waiting for the opportunity to enter Tongxian Mansion. However, the gate of Tongxian Mansion had never been opened. Everyone could only raise their heads and look forward to it. They set up camp outside the 100,000 mountain range and cultivated. Although they were all top-notch experts and geniuses of their sex, in Tongxian Mansion, a concentration camp for geniuses, no one was given preferential treatment. To them, geniuses were just SOSO. However, today, a skinny white-robed expert appeared in front of Tongxian Mansion. He flew in the air and stood in front of the gate of Tongxian Mansion and said, "Today is the opening day of Tongxian Mansion. I'm the chief instructor of the first batch of students. You can call me Master Tai. Every 100,000 years, Tongxian Mansion will recruit geniuses from outside. You're all the pillars of the northern cold divine region, but it's not easy to become one. You're no different from trash now." Sir Tai said coldly. It had to be said that his words made hundreds of new students feel extremely uncomfortable. No matter what, they were all carefully selected geniuses. They were the best of the best in the Lone Dragon County or other regions. However, in front of Sir Tai, they were all worthless. No matter who it was difficult for them to get over this hurdle in their hearts. Hundreds of Divine King Realm experts were being belittled like this. Perhaps only Tongxian Mansion could do such a thing. There's only a total of 200 people, not bad. I hope you'll be able to pass this transformation smoothly. Each county has its own instructor. There's a total of 4 counties. Your respective instructors will be here to pick you up soon. I hope you'll be the true students of Tongxian Mansion. Master Tai said calmly. His tone was filled with pride. However, the hundreds of Divine King Realm experts did not dare to say anything because this was not an ordinary place. Tongxian Mansion only accepted experts, not trash. This was a well-known fact. Such powerful strength. Lord Tai is many times stronger than the Profound Connection Divine Envoy. Yeah, Lord Tai's strength is not something we can guess. Looks like Lord Tai's words are not without reason. Yeah, we were like frogs at the bottom of a well in the past. We were far from being a true expert. Tongxian Mansion is the best stage for us to display our talents. This time, I must become the brightest star in Tongxian Mansion. The prodigies from the 4 great counties were rubbing their fists as if this stage was specially designed for them. This was the dream of every prodigy, to become the prodigy of the Profound Connection Divine Palace, to become the most dazzling star. After Lord Tai left, 4 experts appeared from the void. There were 3 males and 1 female. Behind each ultimate god expert stood a powerful expert. They should be the seniors of Tongxian Mansion. Students from Fengdu Prefecture, come here. A young man with a cold expression said in a deep voice. Students from Qiling Prefecture, come here. Students from Tan Prefecture, come here. The last person said in a deep voice. Students from Lone Dragon Prefecture, come here. More than 200 disciples were divided into 4 teams and stood in front of the seniors. Each team had more than 50 disciples. From now on, you will need to undergo the baptism of Tongxian Mansion. That's the lightning gathering peak. Whoever can stay there for 10 days will be officially accepted as a disciple of Tongxian Mansion. Of course, if you can't endure it, you can choose to give up and go back to where you came from. The only female mentor said faintly. She had an outstanding temperament and was as beautiful as a flower. Her cold and arrogant aura seemed to push people 1,000 miles away. There was only coldness in her serious eyes. More than 200 Divine King Realm experts looked at the lightning-gathering peak that was 1,000 miles away. They were doubtful, but they were more excited. They would not stop even if there was a mountain of swords or a sea of fire in front of them. They only had one goal: to stand in the Profound Connection Divine Palace and become the center of attention. From now on, whoever doesn't enter the Profound Connection Divine Palace will be stripped of their qualifications as a student. The female mentor, Lung Lung, said in an imposing manner. No one dared to look at her. Teacher, can't we wait a little longer? Maybe some students are still on their way. It's such a pity to strip them of their qualifications just like that. Gumalu said worriedly. His eyes were filled with sorrow. He was the senior who stood beside the female teacher. A few days ago, he and Baiying had already returned to the Profound Connection Divine Palace. However, there was no sign of Xianxia among the 200 students. I don't need you to teach me. The female mentor glanced at Gumalu and said indifferently. Gumalu shrunk his neck. He did not know what to say. He was just a student after all. This was the rule of Tongxian Mansion. No one could change it. However, if Xianxia did not return, there was only one answer. He had already been killed by Hun Shaoqian. Gumalu knew very well that he and Baiying fell silent when the two experts of the Lihuan sect retreated. Xianxia would definitely die if he fought against Hun Shaoqian. Even if there was only a slight chance of survival, it would be insignificant. Could he really escape from Hun Shaoqian? In Gumalu's eyes, it was like a fantasy. Where's Xianxia? Why didn't he come? Luo Ping said with a solemn expression. There were only 200 plus people from the Lone Dragon County and there were less than 60 of them. However, Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. Luo Ping couldn't help but feel a little worried. Could something have happened to him? There are only 60 people in the entire Lone Dragon County who could enter Tongxian Mansion. There are 53 people left. Xianxia is not the only one who came. But logically speaking, Xianxia shouldn't miss it. Mo Sanpao frowned. Xianxia was his savior. He was worried that Xianxia did not come to Tongxian Mansion. Xianxia did not come with you guys? Luo Ping looked at Dong Huang Taie and the others. At this moment, the three people from the Eastern Emperor sect, Dong Huang Taiji and Morong Yener, had also arrived. Xianxia is not in the Eastern Emperor sect. We are also looking for him. If he did not come, he might miss the entrance test of Tongxian Mansion. Dong Huang Taiji shook his head and said solemnly. It's been 10 years. Xianxia has already disappeared from the Qilian region. Even the spies of the City Lord Mansion that are scattered all over the Qilian region did not manage to get any news about Xianxia. Zishi shook his head secretly. Everyone had a bad premonition at this moment. According to Xianxia's character, he would definitely appear here if nothing happened to him. Boss Jiang should not die so easily, right? I believe he will come. Imo Qihan said. He was confident in Xianxia. Brother Qihan, is Boss Jiang coming to Tongxian Mansion? Suddenly, a hand was placed on Imo Qihan's shoulder. Imo Qihan turned around and saw Lu Dong. Why? You don't recognize me? Let me introduce myself. Chongqing World, Lu Dong. Ha ha ha. Lu Dong gave Imo Qihan a bear hug. You and I can come to Tongxian Mansion. Do you think Boss Jiang is not qualified? But he has yet to appear, we are worried about his safety. Imo Qihan sighed and said. Lu Dong frowned and said with a gloomy expression, did something happen to Boss Jiang? I don't know. I hope he will appear in time. Imo Qihan prayed in his heart. At this moment, everyone in the Qilian region hoped that Xianxia would appear. Because they were closely related to Xianxia. Everyone's face was filled with worry and melancholy. Enter Tongxian Mansion. The lightning-gathering peak is your starting point, but it might also be your ending point. Gumalu said with a desolate expression. He sighed and gazed into the distance. He did not want to give up even if there's only a sliver of hope. He hoped that Xianxia was still alive and not killed by Han Xiaoqian. He hoped that Xianxia would appear by his side once again. At this moment, a black ray of light pierced through the void and landed in front of the entrance of the Profound Connection Divine Palace. Gumalu's eyes lit up at this moment. "Sorry, I'm late." Xianxia smiled. "I finally made it at the last moment." "Shit, you're still alive." Gumalu was incomparably excited. His eyes were sparkling. Right now, he just wanted to know how Xianxia managed to survive. To Gumalu, how did Xianxia escape from Han Xiaoqian, the guy who gave you Chenglong a headache? "Boss Jiang, I told you. He'll definitely come." Lu Dong's eyes lit up and his lips curled into a smile. The others were also silently looking at Xianxia, who was flying towards them from afar. "Xianxia. You're finally here." Xianxia smiled faintly and gestured to everyone. When he saw Yan Qingqing again, she was still as beautiful as a fairy, but her eyes were as unfamiliar as before. Shen Lianxiao and the others didn't dare to go against Xianxia anymore. This fella actually knew the leader of the seniors in Tongxian Mansion. He's not simple. Since that's the case, let's start the test to enter Tongxian Mansion. The female mentor and the other 3 mentors turned around. Gumalu and the other 3 seniors were left behind. Gumalu took the lead and brought 200 people into Tongxian Mansion. Everyone on the lightning gathering peak had a solemn expression because the lightning that struck down was heavenly lightning. It was definitely stronger than the heavenly lightning when they broke through. The lightning gathering peak is naturally formed, there are 2 huge valleys on both sides. The lightning gathering peak is filled with lightning all year round. Tempering your body with heavenly lightning is the first step you must take. If you can stay on the lightning gathering peak for 10 days, you will pass the test of Tongxian Mansion and become a member of Tongxian Mansion. Of course, if you fail, you will have to go back to where you came from. Gumalu said faintly, his face was filled with arrogance. He looked very majestic in front of the new students. Of course, he also winked at Xianxia. Xianxia was speechless. This fellow was obviously in a good mood. After all, Gumalu didn't expect him to be able to escape from Han Xiaoqian. Heavenly lightning, it's a heavenly lightning source that was sealed. Xianxia's heart trembled. His first thought was to take this heavenly lightning for himself because it was much stronger than the Dawn Sky Golden Lightning and 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning. Xianxia didn't know the name of this heavenly lightning, but he was sure that this heavenly lightning was something he couldn't imagine. To be able to seal the heavenly lightning here, how capable is that person? Xianxia's heart was once again hit by a storm. It wasn't easy for him to obtain the heavenly lightning. The one who was truly powerful was the one who sealed the heavenly lightning here, the one who was unparalleled in the world. Not everyone can survive the heavenly lightning. Remember, you have a choice, or you can persevere until you die. Of course, I have another piece of news for you. The last person to walk out of the Thunder Gathering Peak will receive 3 days of cultivation time in the Ghost Valley. As for the Ghost Valley, when you become the disciples of Tongxian Mansion, you will naturally understand what those 11 places are. Gumalu's words caused the new geniuses to turn solemn once again. Although they were all experts in their own fields and had peerless talents, they were just freshmen in Tongxian Mansion. There was no preferential treatment for them. This first step was destined to stop a lot of people from entering. What kind of lightning is this? What a terrifying sight. Staying on Thunder Gathering Peak for 10 days is really like hell. Yeah, but if we can't even pass this test, I'm afraid we won't be able to become disciples of Tongxian Mansion. I have to stay even if I have to risk my life. That's right, I'm a peerless genius from Mitsubishi Boundary. A mere baptism of heavenly lightning is nothing to me. Humph humph. Everyone gathered their courage and were ready to step onto the Thunder Gathering Peak. Gumalu then transmitted his voice to Xianxia. If you can do it, you must persevere till the end. The Spirit Valley is one of the 4 great sacred realms of the Profound Connection Divine Palace. If you can cultivate in the Spirit Valley, your body and soul will improve by leaps and bounds. The benefits of cultivating in the Spirit Valley are not worth mentioning. Gumalu's firm words caused Xianxia to nod his head in silence. If it was any other test, he might be a little afraid, but the baptism of heavenly lightning was as easy as eating a meal. Xianxia? A pale-faced, scholarly-looking young man walked past Xianxia. He smiled slightly, but there was a hint of playfulness in his smile. "What's the matter?" Xianxia said indifferently. This man was quite powerful. He had already reached the peak of the mid-divine king realm. His eyes were filled with pride. Even among the hundreds of new geniuses, he could be considered as one of the best. Tianxing Boundary, Divine Puppet Sect, Yang Yuan. I've long heard of your name. If there's a chance, I'll defeat you. Yang Yuan said indifferently. He was calm and full of pride. I'll be waiting. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. He had too many opponents, but those who tried to go against him were all trampled under his feet. I hope you won't disappoint me. The Tianxing Boundary is your legend. I hope you won't fall short of your fame. Yang Yuan turned around and went straight to the thunder-gathering peak. Gu Maolu and the others stared at the 200 Divine King experts. He was one of them 100,000 years ago. Today, seeing Xianxia and the others stepping onto the lightning-gathering peak, he felt quite emotional. Brother Mao, if you're tired, you can go and rest. We'll stay here and watch. That's right, Brother Mao. We feel bad for letting you do this job. Haha. Brother Mao, do you know that freshman? Gu Maolu was the leader of the 3 senior students. Although his strength was not at the top among the senior students, his reputation was extremely resounding. People called him the righteous and generous little Meng Chong. To put it bluntly, as long as one had money and divine origin stones, he would be a big shot no matter where he went. No need. Oh right, keep your eyes open in the future. He's my brother. If anyone dares to do anything to him, remember to tell me. Gu Maolu said. Of course. Since Brother Mao has instructed me, I definitely won't disappoint you. Gu Maolu and the others stared at the thunder-gathering peak. 3 days passed by silently. However, no one came down from the peak. Thunderbolts pierced through the mountain. In the valley, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The origin energy of the heavenly lightning continued to wreak havoc. Within the thunderbolts, there seemed to be anger and resentment, as if it wanted to devour the heavens. On the 7th day, finally, 3 people could not hold on any longer. However, none of them retreated. Even when facing such a violent heavenly lightning, they still clenched their teeth and endured. Strange, why is the heavenly lightning so weak? It must be weakened. If it were to release its own heavenly lightning, I'm afraid not many people would be able to resist it. Xianxia frowned and murmured to himself. If these words were heard by others, they would probably spurt out a mouthful of blood. All of us are trying our best to resist the power of the heavenly lightning baptism, and you said that the heavenly lightning baptism is a little weak. In reality, it was true. Xianxia felt that the heavenly lightning was different. However, to a freak like him, the true power of the heavenly lightning was like a tickle. On the 8th day, the 3 people could not hold on any longer. However, none of them left the thunder-gathering peak. They were all top geniuses from the 4 provinces, why should they be weaker than others? However, stubbornness would sometimes harm them. The 3 people were completely destroyed by the heavenly lightning, their souls dispersed. To them, the heavenly lightning was a life and death struggle. The deaths of the 3 people caused everyone to be even more vigilant. Therefore, the 3 of them would rather die and struggle till the last moment than to leave the lightning-gathering peak. If that's the case, they would not be able to raise their heads even if they left the Tongxian mansion. This was a belief and a persistent pursuit. If one were to retreat on the path of becoming an expert, it would be as difficult as ascending the heavens. Their deaths were glorious. No one laughed at them, because it was very likely that there would be others among them who would follow in their footsteps. At the same time, another 7 people could not hold on any longer. It was normal for them to be unable to bear the pressure of the heavenly lightning. The quality of this batch of new students is not bad. Only 3 of them died. Look, those few are about to die too. I think they might not be able to hold on for 10 days. The 2 seniors stood with their arms crossed, silently watching. They had gone through the same journey, the pain they had to go through back then was imaginable. Therefore, there was no mockery in their eyes, only respect. Every cultivator who had crossed the gathering thunder peak was destined to be extraordinary. In the future, when they grew up, they would be quite terrifying. Gumalu gazed at Xianxia. He still had the same indifferent expression on his face. He wasn't worried that Xianxia wouldn't be able to get through this. With his strength, even some of the seniors might not be able to defeat him. But, if he wanted to fight for first place, the difficulty would be much higher. On the 9th day, those 7 people's lives were hanging by a thread. The other 30 people were also struggling to hold on. Fu Di and Morongyaner were the same. Fu Di's strength was not top-notch. It was not surprising for him to see such a scene. On the 10th day, the 7 of them lost all signs of life. However, the rumbling of thunder never ceased. Lightning flickered, and the energy seemed to devour mountains and rivers. Morongyaner, Fu Di, and the others struggled to hold on. The sun was setting. After the 2 of them had endured for 10 days, their bodies had reached their limits. Donghuang Taiji was the same. On the 10th day, Morongyaner, Donghuang Taiji, Fu Di, and the others left the peak. However, they managed to hold on through the most difficult period. On the 11th day, another 50 people left the lightning-gathering peak. On the 12th day, 70 people left. The 13th day, on the 15th day, there were only 11 people left on Thunder-Gathering Peak. I can't take it anymore, Xianxia. However, I still want to fight you. I've already reached my limit with the baptism of heavenly lightning. Donghuang Tai shook his head and left the lightning-gathering peak. The divine puppet sex Yang Yuan's face was getting uglier and uglier. However, Xianxia was still calm and composed, which made him extremely depressed. Xianxia, one day, I will fight with you. Humph. Yang Yuan snorted coldly. His face was pale and his blood was boiling. Under the baptism of the lightning, he had reached his limit. If he stayed any longer, he would be destroyed by the lightning. Anytime. I hope you won't be as weak as you are today. Xianxia smiled indifferently. Yang Yuan was burning with rage, but Xianxia stood proudly without fear. You. All right. I will remember this. Xianxia, my only opponent in Lone Dragon County is you. After Yang Yuan left, a skinny and short young man beside him also revealed an expression of great difficulty. Clearly, he was also unable to endure any longer. Qi Transformation Sect, Zhao Wuji. Brother Jiang, I've heard of your name. Now that I've met you, you're indeed worthy of your name. I'll definitely spar with you another day. Zhao Wuji said with a smile. Xianxia also smiled back. Now, only Xianxia, Yan Qingqing, and 3 others were left on the lightning-gathering peak. Let me introduce myself. Fengdu County, Wang Qing. Tan County, Qin Feng. Qiling County, Feng Yidao. Lone Dragon County, Xianxia. Only Yan Qingqing remained silent. However, at this moment, she was already standing proudly in front of everyone. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Gumalu said what the hell 3 times. He was extremely shocked. He was not here because of Xianxia. At this moment, he actually saw such a beautiful lady. She looked like a fairy. Perhaps only the 2 goddesses in the entire Tongxian mansion could be compared to her. Such a goddess is really hard to find in the heavens and hard to find in the earth. Sigh. Xianxia, that look in his eyes. What the hell? Don't tell me they're having an affair? Gumalu's heart was filled with excitement. A goddess like her would definitely become the target of countless genius disciples in the Profound Connection Divine Palace. Xianxia's eyes were filled with infatuation, making Gumalu beat his chest and stamp his feet. One should not bully one's brother's wife. Hopefully, they don't have a secret story. It's over, it's over, it's over, Gumalu murmured. Because he heard Xianxia calling her Qingqing. There must be something fishy going on between these 2. This lady is as beautiful as a fairy. He, I wonder where you're from? Qin Feng said with a smile. His eyes were filled with covetousness. There were very few men who wouldn't be moved by Yan Qingqing's peerless beauty. Who would be like an old monk meditating in front of such a rare beauty? What does it have to do with you? Yan Qingqing said indifferently. Obviously, she did not intend to pay attention to this guy. I'm pleasantly surprised when I see that you're as pretty as a flower. That's why I want to be friends with you. I, Qin Feng, am considered one of the best in Tan County. If you don't mind, why don't we spend the night together? Among the new students in Tongshan Mansion, there aren't many who are good enough. Qin Feng shook his head and said ambiguously. His white face and elegant face gave people a feeling of being frivolous. Watch your mouth. Otherwise, I don't mind throwing you out of here. Jiangchen looked at Qin Feng coldly. Who do you think you are? Lone Dragon County's boy, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Do you think that you can do whatever you want in Tongshan Mansion just because you're popular in Lone Dragon County? This is not your remote place. If you're a dragon, you'll have to wait for me. If you're a tiger, you'll have to lie down. Do you understand? Qin Feng looked at Jiangchen with a cold smile. He had already reached the late Divine King realm. Although he had just broken through recently, he was still a true late Divine King. He was fearless when facing Jiangchen. Moreover, Qin Feng was one of the top 10 experts in the Tan County. Tan County, Jiling County, and Fengdu County were all stronger than the Lone Dragon County. Therefore, Qin Feng's arrogance was natural. I'm neither a dragon nor a tiger. I'm just me. Remember my name, Jiangchen. Jiangchen smiled faintly. No one would have thought that he would actually start bombarding Qin Feng in the next second. His ferocious stance caused Qin Feng to be momentarily dumbfounded. He even found it a little difficult to defend. Qin Feng took a deep breath. He had never expected this guy to be so terrifying. His attacks were like a storm, catching Qin Feng off guard. Wang Qing and Feng Yidao were slightly shocked. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiangchen, as if she had already expected this. Getting angry for a beauty. Well done. Ha ha ha. Brother Mao, this is the first time I've heard of people fighting in the lightning gathering peak. What should we do? A senior said in a low voice. Indeed, in the lightning gathering peak assessment, almost everyone gave their all to resist the heavenly lightning baptism. Even Qin Feng, Wang Qing and the rest were already like arrows at the end of their flight. Although they seemed to be joking on the surface, in reality, they were almost at the end of their rope. They were pushing themselves to their limits, fighting for glory. However, Jiangchen was different. He had yet to unleash his full strength. Even at this moment, the pressure of the heavenly lightning did not force him to use his full strength to resist it. Unless the heavenly lightning was completely unleashed, only then would he be able to face it seriously. Jiangchen attacked without any warning, shocking everyone. They were already at the end of their rope, including Qin Feng. But why was Jiangchen still so vigorous? With Qin Feng's current strength, even a late divine king would not be able to do anything. He had already used up too much of his divine origin energy to resist the heavenly lightning. Jiangchen's attack was unstoppable. Bang! 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 Jiangchen threw out 3 punches, using only 70% of his strength. Qin Feng's face was already pale as he retreated. His chest had already caved in, at least 10 of his ribs were broken. Qin Feng roared in anger. He was caught off guard by Jiangchen's attack, but he would not give up just like that. Brat, you're courting death. Qin Feng growled. Instead of retreating, he advanced. If he remained indifferent at this moment, then he wouldn't be Qin Feng. Not only him, but Tan Juantian's face would also be ruthlessly slapped. Kill him, Brother Qin, this brat is too arrogant. Yeah, Brother Qin, we support you. Daring to go against Brother Qin, I think he must be tired of living. Sneak attack, humph. The Tan County's people were cheering for Qin Feng. Qin Feng's blood was boiling. How can a man's pride be trampled on? Qin Feng dashed forward, but his strength was not even a tenth of his original strength. Jiangchen sneered. This fella still has not understood his situation, and still dared to fight back. If it wasn't for the fact that he did not know the rules of Tongshan Mansion, Jiangchen would have killed him personally. In order to not put Gu Maolu in a difficult situation, Jiangchen did not kill him, but he did not show any mercy. He threw out a series of terrifying punches. Qin Feng was unable to dodge it, and he suffered another heavy injury. Blood kept flowing out from his wound, and his face was also punched twice by Xianxia. His face was swollen and bruised. Qin Feng was terrified. He had never thought that Xianxia's strength would be this terrifying. What made him afraid the most was that Xianxia's strength did not seem to be affected at all. This was the scariest thing. Wang Qing and Feng Yidao looked at each other in shock. Xianxia's strength was too terrifying. One should know that they had stayed at Lightning Gathering Peak for more than 20 days, but Xianxia was still able to suppress Qin Feng so quickly. It was unbelievable. This fella is too terrifying, Wang Qing said solemnly. He did not dare to look down on Lone Dragon County anymore, and he did not dare to look down on Xianxia. I'm afraid he will become a formidable opponent in the future. Feng Yidao smiled faintly, but he was extremely cautious in his heart. This battle had left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. Xianxia's name would surely spread throughout the new students' area. Get lost! Xianxia shouted, using his powerful aura to push Qin Feng back. Qin Feng tumbled down the peak of Lightning Gathering Peak. The crowd was in an uproar. Dead silence. Brother, awesome. Gumalu gave a thumbs up to Xianxia. This fella was not easy to deal with, but he and Xianxia got along well. Isn't this fella too monstrous? Yeah, I have never seen such a powerful fella before. Don't tell me that the lightning didn't affect him? Otherwise, how could this fella be so monstrous? Qin Feng has lost all his face this time. Many people were discussing. Xianxia's name would be spread among the freshmen from today onwards, and Qin Feng's name would be completely lost. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and raised his head, looking at Xianxia. His cold gaze turned into deep hatred. He will take revenge for this sooner or later. Xianxia looked at Qin Feng indifferently. Leng Ling said, "You only have yourself to blame." Yan Qingqing's expression was calm, as if she was not attracted by Xianxia at all. It's just a spar, no need to make a fuss. Calm down, calm down. Gumalu said with a smile. 3 days later, Wang Qing, Feng Yidao, and even Yan Qingqing could not take it anymore and left the Lightning Gathering Peak. From then on, Xianxia looked up to everyone, and he was the only one left on the Lightning Gathering Peak. At this moment, Xianxia struck fear into everyone's heart, because everyone else had fallen down, and he was the only one standing proudly on the peak of the mountain. Although the heavenly lightning baptism of the Lightning Gathering Peak did not mean anything, Xianxia's strength was undeniable. Good job, Boss Jiang. You're the pride of our Lone Dragon County. Haha. Ayamokihan said excitedly. Brother Jiang, we're proud of you. Luo Ping's face was filled with excitement. With Xianxia's strength, he had already become a leader. He had been like this since the Divine Tomb. His brilliance was unparalleled. This is the real Xianxia. Dong Huang Tai's eyes were filled with battle intent. Although he might not be Xianxia's opponent now, this battle was bound to happen sooner or later. Good, good, good. You didn't disappoint me. Ha ha ha, Xianxia, you're pretty good. Gumalu crossed his arms and said. Xianxia smiled and slowly walked down from the Lightning Gathering Peak. The Tongxian Mansion's assessment had come to an end. Follow your senior brothers and cultivate for 10 days. Gather at the Heavenly Dragon Pagoda after 10 days. Gumalu dismissed the other 3 counties and brought Xianxia and the rest into the Tongxian Mansion's student area. Remember, this is the 30,000 li student area. There's a cave residence every 10 li for you to cultivate. The spiritual energy here is much denser than where you usually cultivate. If there's nothing important, try not to go out and cause trouble. Tongxian Mansion does not lack geniuses. That Qin Feng was extremely arrogant, but didn't he get beaten down by Xianxia? So, remember your purpose for coming to Tongxian Mansion. Cultivation is your only way out, only true experts can stand at the peak. Don't look down on anyone in the Profound Connection Divine Palace. Even an insignificant person who isn't as strong as you can beat you up. You guys will learn about this saying, don't judge a book by its cover. Senior brother, how do we cultivate normally? Don't tell me we just hide in a cave and cultivate? Someone asked. Even if you just meditate and cultivate for 10,000 years, it's enough for you. Not everyone can enjoy the profound connection Divine Palace's spirit gathering formation. However, the real places to cultivate are the Heaven Dragon Prison and the Thundercloud Space. The Heaven Dragon Prison is under the Heaven Dragon Tower, and the Thundercloud Space is on the Lightning Gathering Peak. There are no restrictions on the Lightning Gathering Peak and the Heaven Dragon Tower. You can cultivate for a long time and refine divine origin chi. Of course, the reason why Tongxian Mansion could become a place that countless geniuses and experts yearned for was because of the Heaven Dragon Prison and the Thundercloud Space. You can refine the origin crystals of heavenly fire, which are also known as heavenly fire crystals and heavenly thunder crystals, in the Heaven Dragon Tower and the Thundercloud Space. To put it bluntly, the heavenly fire crystals are the key to enter the Heaven Dragon Prison and the hard currency of Tongxian Mansion. The same goes for the heavenly thunder crystals and the Thundercloud Space. Therefore, you can only enter the Heaven Dragon Prison and the Thundercloud Space by continuously refining the heavenly fire crystals and Thundercloud Space, the two best places to cultivate. Gumalu said in a deep voice. Many of the new students stared curiously at Gumalu. Gumalu's words were extremely important to them. I see. If you want to cultivate successfully, you have to pay the price. Don't think that the heavenly thunder crystals and heavenly fire crystals are easy to obtain. Even if you refine the heavenly thunder crystals on the Lightning Gathering Peak day and night, you can only refine 2 or 3 crystals in a month. However, you need 10 crystals to cultivate in the Thundercloud Space for a day. Gumalu's words shocked everyone. Their expressions changed slightly. Isn't this too abnormal? Refining 3 heavenly thunder crystals in a month means that you need at least 4 months to refine 10 heavenly fire crystals and cultivate in the Thundercloud Space for a day. This is too shabby. That's right, senior brother. Is there no way to quickly condense the heavenly fire crystal? If this goes on, it'll be too painful. Many people shook their heads and complained. Without accumulating small steps, how can one travel 1,000 miles? Without accumulating small streams, how can one form a river? You're not even willing to take this little bit of hardship. I really wonder how you guys managed to cultivate to this level. There was no such thing as an opportunistic method. Remember, the moment you truly enter the Thundercloud Space to cultivate, you will know what it means to be an expert. I've said everything I need to say. That's all I have to say. Let's meet again at the Heaven Dragon Pagoda 10 days later. Gumalu turned around and left. He transmitted his voice to Jiangchen. I can't wait to know how you escaped from Han Xiaoqian's clutches. Ha ha ha. I'll look for you at 10 o'clock tonight. Gumalu glanced back at Jiangchen and smiled, causing goosebumps to rise all over Jiangchen's body. A bitter smile appeared on his face. This fellow's curiosity was really too strong. The less than 200 experts each searched for their own cave abodes. Everyone, let's meet again in 10 days. Everyone left, but Jiangchen followed behind Yan Qingqing. I don't blame you. Jiangchen looked at Yan Qingqing's back and said. In the future, please don't waste your time on me. We are strangers, there's no need to pester me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yan Qingqing left without looking back. Jiangchen's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Although he knew that Yan Qingqing didn't say those words out of her heart, her soul was still being controlled, and he was powerless to do anything about it. In the evening, Gumalu appeared in Jiangchen's cave abode. His heart was already itching. Jiangchen being able to escape from Han Xiaoqian's clutches was definitely a great miracle. You brat, you're making me anxious. Ha ha ha, quickly tell me, how did you escape from Han Xiaoqian's clutches? Gumalu looked at Jiangchen with an impatient expression. Why are you so impatient? It's not like I can run away. I was able to escape from Han Xiaoqian's clutches because of a Hierarch Realm expert. However, I didn't see his face. Even if I wanted to repay him, I don't know who to look for. If it wasn't for that Hierarch Realm expert, I'm afraid I would have already died. Jiangchen said. Hierarch Realm expert? Are you sure you're not lying to me? Why do I feel that something is wrong? Gumalu looked at Jiangchen suspiciously. Why would I lie to you? It's absolutely true. Even Han Xiaoqian was killed by him. Jiangchen said indifferently. Gumalu's expression suddenly changed. He subconsciously took a step back with a solemn expression. You said that Han Xiaoqian is dead? Gu Maolu never expected Han Xiaoqian to be dead. This was a huge matter. Perhaps the entire blissful city would be in chaos soon. Who was Han Xiaoqian? He was the young lord of the Lihuan sect. His status and strength were incomparably powerful. This was a huge blow to the blissful city. Was he really killed by that hierarch realm expert? What else? Do you think I can kill Han Xiaoqian? It's not like you don't know how terrifying that guy is. I'm not his match at all, but I'm luckier than him. Heaven helps the worthy. Haha. Jiangchen said with a smile. Gu Maolu thought about it carefully. Jiangchen's strength was only at the mid-divine king realm. Even if he was talented, it was impossible for him to be Han Xiaoqian's match. Han Xiaoqian was someone who could go against the 3 dragon heads of Tongxian Mansion. How could he be someone that Jiangchen could deal with? Moreover, he and Baiying had witnessed how Jiangchen was defeated. Dead, he's actually dead. Hehe, it's good that he's dead. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing here talking to me today. Brother, remember to be careful of the Lihuan sect after you leave Tongxian Mansion. Those guys are not good people. Although Gu Maolu was shocked, he was concerned that Jiangchen could come back unscathed. It meant that Jiangchen's life was tough. Even Han Xiaoqian, the young lord of the Lihuan sect, was defeated by Jiangchen. To be exact, he was defeated by a hierarch realm expert. Senior brother, what are the 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion that you and senior brother Bai mentioned? Jiangchen asked. It's just a title. Tongxian Mansion is divided into the inner mansion and the outer mansion. Brother Yu Chenglong is one of the 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion. In other words, he's one of the best in the outer mansion. As for the inner mansion, one must reach the half-step hierarch realm to be qualified to enter the inner mansion to cultivate and become an inner mansion disciple. In fact, Yu Chenglong's strength was not any weaker than some of the inner mansion disciples. However, he had not reached the half-step hierarch realm, so he did not enter the inner mansion. Ordinary half-step hierarch realm experts might not be able to last long against him. The 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion could at least fight 100 people alone. They're really 1 in a million super geniuses. It's impossible for me to catch up to Brother Yu in this lifetime. Sigh. There's actually such a difference. It seems like there's a huge difference between the outer mansion and the inner mansion. Jiangchen nodded silently. Of course, the people of the outer mansion are the outer disciples and core disciples of the Tongxian Mansion. Joining the Tongxian Mansion, the treatment they receive is naturally different. We have to be clear about this. The students are divided into 3 ranks. Rank 1 students are usually new students while Rank 2 students need to be assessed. There's a special place for assessment. Passing the assessment will also give you 3 origin crystals. There shouldn't be more than 100 Rank 3 students. The outer mansion has the 3 dragon heads and the 8 great Vajras. The 8 great Vajras are second only to the 3 dragon heads. The 8 great Vajras are all at the peak divine king realm. Do not provoke them. However, it's not easy to break through to the half-step hierarch realm. It's not strange for some people to not be able to reach the venerable realm after 100,000 years, 200,000 years, or even 3 to 500,000 years. Also, you must not slack on condensing the heavenly fire crystals. Only by entering the Heaven Dragon Prison and the Thundercloud space will you be able to improve by leaps and bounds. You will need more origin crystals in order to improve greatly. You will need to cultivate in the Heaven Dragon Prison and the Thundercloud space for a long time. Gu Maolu told Jiangchen everything he knew. Jiangchen was very grateful. Although Gu Maolu seemed to be frivolous, Jiangchen could see that he was an extremely prideful person. Other than condensing the origin crystals, is there no other way to obtain the origin crystals? Jiangchen frowned and asked. There is, the heaven ranking. Before the heaven ranking, only 500 students' names are shown. The top 30 are all from the inner mansion. Even Brother Yu Chenglong is only ranked 34th. Gu Maolu said with a serious expression. Don't even think about it. The heaven ranking is not something that anyone can covet. Those on the ranking are all peerless geniuses. Among the new students, there are only a few who can enter the top 500 after cultivating for 10,000 years. Gu Maolu didn't forget to mock Xianxia when he saw the eagerness in his eyes. What about you, senior brother? Xianxia smiled as he looked at Gu Maolu. Don't mention it. I barely made it into the top 500. Gu Maolu's face sank, and he curled his lips. Haha, looks like I said something wrong. Forget it, I can't be bothered to bicker with you. I won't disturb your cultivation. In 10 or 20 years, when you want to enter the Thundercloud space or the Heaven Dragon prison, call me and I'll take you there. I'm sure I'll be able to pick a good place. Gu Maolu patted his chest and said. All right. Xianxia smiled. After bidding farewell to Gu Maolu, he also entered into cultivation. 10 days later, there was a sea of people in front of the Heavenly Dragon Tower. Even Xianxia did not expect there to be more than 3,000 people. In other words, there were more than 3,000 divine kings. Who wouldn't be scared by such a force? Weren't there less than 200 new students? How could there be so many? Apart from being shocked, Xianxia gradually calmed down. The chance to enter the Tongxian mansion once every 100,000 years. With so many people, it would take at least 2 million years. So many Divine King Realm experts, it's spectacular. There are so many Divine King Realm experts, no wonder the Profound Connection Divine Palace is so powerful. Any other force would do the same. That's right. There are so many Divine King Realm experts, but there are only a few who could surpass the Hierarch Realm. Among the new students, countless of them were amazed by the scene in front of them. At the same time, they felt extremely depressed. They had to stand out from the crowd and become a Hierarch Realm expert in order to become a star in the limelight. Everyone could not help but think of a sentence: cultivation is harder than ascending to the heavens. Follow me. Enter the Heavenly Dragon Tower to cultivate and condense the Origin Crystal. You'll know how magical the Heavenly Dragon Tower is. Gu Maolu was still standing at the front as he led the new students of the Lone Dragon County into the Heavenly Dragon Tower. As soon as they entered the Heavenly Dragon Tower, Xianxia felt a blazing flame as if it was burning in his heart. The flame rose and the surrounding temperature became extremely terrifying, as if it was going to refine him. This flame, why is it so familiar? Xianxia frowned his brows. However, the domineering flame did not affect him at all. However, the aura was a little familiar. It's so hot. The Heavenly Dragon Tower is like an alchemy furnace. Yeah, it's not much better than the lightning gathering peak. I feel like I'm suffocating. The flame spiritual energy in the Heavenly Dragon Tower is too thick. The group of new students were in extreme torment. On the other side, the over 3,000 older students did not show any hesitation, nor did they have anyone to lead them as they directly entered into their training. There were a total of 4 teachers in the Heavenly Dragon Tower. One of them was the teacher that Xianxia and the rest had seen before. Every teacher was resting with their eyes closed. From today onwards, you're all students of the Tongxian Mansion. Your mission is to condense your origin crystal in the Heavenly Dragon Tower for 10 days. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask your senior brother. The female teacher, Lung Lung, soon entered a meditative state and closed her eyes to rest. Within the Heavenly Dragon Tower, there will be a blazing flame in your heart. If any of you can condense an origin crystal within 10 days, you'll have succeeded. If you can't, don't be discouraged. As long as your body allows it, try to condense the Heavenly Fire Crystal. As Gu Maolu's voice faded, countless disciples entered a meditative state and began to condense the origin crystal. Xianxia began to condense the origin crystal. The surrounding flames burned fiercely as Xianxia continuously transformed, compressed, transformed, and compressed the flames again. After repeated tempering, he finally condensed the first origin crystal. At this moment, only an hour had passed. Xianxia's brows were tightly knitted together. The fiery red origin crystal was extremely violent. It didn't seem like it was particularly useful. Was it just for tempering the students' willpower? Xianxia didn't think too much about it. After all, he would only be qualified to enter the Heavenly Dragon Prison to cultivate if he condensed more origin crystals. During these 10 days, Xianxia didn't rest or sleep, wholeheartedly condensing the Heavenly Fire Crystals. He had condensed a total of 50 Heavenly Fire Crystals. However, Jiangchen still wasn't satisfied, because he felt that his speed could be a little faster. During these 10 days, out of the 200 new disciples, only around 100 had condensed a heavenly fire crystal. When you have condensed a heavenly fire crystal, you can leave and recuperate for 10 days before condensing again. Repeat this cycle, but don't be too hasty. Otherwise, you will only hurt yourself. If the fire poison attacks your heart, no one will be able to save you. In the past, many people have died from the fire poison attacking their hearts. You must all learn from the mistakes of others. Gumalu said in a low voice. Jiangchen, have you condensed a heavenly fire crystal? Gumalu looked at Jiangchen. Yes, just a little bit more. Jiangchen said. Trash, I've already condensed it. Qin Feng said with a proud expression. He was disdainful of Jiangchen. Jiangchen had only been able to defeat him previously because his strength had been damaged. Now, it seemed like Jiangchen was no longer a match for him. Just a little bit more to condense the 51st heavenly fire crystal. So condensing a heavenly fire crystal is actually this easy? Jiangchen smiled faintly, but Qin Feng's smile froze. He actually managed to condense more than 50 heavenly fire crystals in 10 days. How many years has it been? The female mentor murmured, but her heart was in turmoil. To be able to condense 51 heavenly fire crystals in 10 days was an unprecedented achievement. With such talent, his control of flames must have reached the peak of perfection. Moreover, she had never heard of such a terrifying thing happening in such a short period of time. Even those half-step hierarch realm or even hierarch realm experts might not be able to achieve such a speed. It should be known that the condensation of the heavenly fire crystal wasn't that easy. One had to endure the roasting of the heavenly fire, become one with the mind, and complete the condensation of the heavenly fire within the heavenly dragon pagoda. Only then would one be able to obtain the origin crystal of the heavenly fire. Especially for new students. What shocked her the most was that Jiangchen's speed of condensing the heavenly fire crystals in 10 days was comparable to some of the top senior students. It was indeed shocking. Damn. Aren't you too amazing? Jiangchen, this speed has already surpassed the outer mansion's 3 dragon heads. Gumalu's face was filled with shock. He was also shocked by Jiangchen's technique. Although the condensation of the heavenly fire crystal wasn't directly related to one's strength, it was impossible for one's control of the heavenly fire to reach a perfect stage if one's strength wasn't enough. Therefore, it would be very difficult for one to condense a perfect heavenly fire crystal. It's just so. Jiangchen shrugged his shoulders and said with a faint smile. He really didn't think that this speed was a big deal. With his current level of control over flames, he could only be considered as a beginner. Although this heavenly flame was fierce and overbearing, it had a great resistance to Jiangchen. Once he completely merged with this flame, his speed would increase once again. At that time it would be truly terrifying. Qin Feng's face was incomparably gloomy. Just a moment ago, he was still feeling proud of himself, but now, the smile on his face had completely disappeared. Not only had Jiangchen condensed the heavenly fire crystals, he had also condensed 51 of them in a row. This couldn't be described with the word terrifying, it was simply too abnormal. The surrounding people were also shocked. Who would have thought that Jiangchen had already condensed more than 50 heavenly fire crystals while they were still struggling to condense 1 heavenly fire crystal? The difference was like heaven and earth. How did he do it? It's so terrifying. I still haven't condensed any heavenly fire crystals. Is this the difference between geniuses? Yes, but I'm a little bit stronger than you. I've already condensed the heavenly fire crystals. We can't even catch up to Jiangchen's terrifying strength. Heavenly fire crystals. After a series of exclamations, all that was left were sighs. Of course, there was no lack of people like Qin Feng who were unwilling to accept the fact that Jiangchen was able to condense so many heavenly fire crystals. What was so great about condensing heavenly fire crystals? So what? Strength is everything. How would you know who's stronger and who's weaker if you don't fight with them? There were some who were envious and some who were jealous of him. Which boundary in Lone Dragon County are you from? The female teacher asked faintly. Linha Boundary, Profound Feng Sect. Xianxia said. An unknown sect actually has such an outstanding genius. It's really gratifying. The younger generation will surpass us in time. I hope you can continue to work hard. It's indeed a good thing that you have condensed so many heavenly fire crystals. You should be the one who obtained the first place in the lightning gathering peak, right? Xiao Gu, bring him to the Spirit Valley tomorrow. Allow him to stay for one more day. After that, the female teacher turned around and left. But she gave Xianxia a meaningful glance. Gu Maolu was dumbfounded. The freshman might not know, but he knew very well what kind of place the Spirit Valley was. Originally, the freshman could only stay in the Spirit Valley for one day at most during the assessment. However, a single sentence from the teacher allowed her to stay for one more day. This made Gu Maolu extremely envious. Spirit Valley? Is it really that magical? Xianxia asked. More than that. Sigh. You really don't know how lucky you are. Even I would feel heartache if I wanted to stay in the Spirit Valley for one day. To enter the Heaven Dragon prison, you need to pay 10 heavenly fire crystals or heavenly lightning crystals. If you want to enter the space of thunderclouds, you will need 100 essence crystals, and to enter the Spirit Valley, you will need 1,000 essence crystals. Think about it carefully. According to an ordinary person's ability, if they condense one essence crystal in 10 days, they will only be able to condense 30-something in a year, and they will have to work tirelessly to condense the essence crystals. If you want to cultivate one day in the Spirit Valley, you will need 30 years to be able to cultivate one day in the Spirit Valley, and there is nothing in the Spirit Valley. Sigh, it is a long story. The most terrifying thing is the Broken Sword Cliff. 10,000 origin crystals are required to cultivate there for one day. But it's said that the great sage once stayed there. It's a place where the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon gathered. Not many of the seniors have been to the Broken Sword Cliff before. Gu Maolu said enviously. Xianxia was already used to it. But he felt that there was nothing to be proud of. After all, he had played with fire for a long time. The 5 elemental true fire, the 5 elemental divine fire, and the red lotus karmic fire were nothing to Xianxia. Because of the origin fire of the red lotus karmic fire, Xianxia could also use the red lotus karmic fire. Although the heavenly fire was domineering, the red lotus karmic fire and the 5 elemental divine fire in Xianxia's hands were not weak either. So what? In Tongxian Mansion, strength is everything. No one is an exception. Qin Feng said unwillingly. However, everyone could see that Qin Feng was jealous of Xianxia. Xianxia had obtained the first position in the lightning gathering peak and Qin Feng had been holding a grudge against Xianxia. Now, Xianxia had become a thorn in his side, a thorn in his flesh. Look, that woman has condensed 24 heavenly fire crystals. Yeah. Is it that easy to condense the heavenly fire crystals? I realized that those who said that I'm a genius were just flattering me. In this Tongxian mansion, my intelligence seems to be greatly insulted. Ha ha ha. Haven't you heard of this saying? Comparisons are odious, and comparisons are odious. It seems that the title of genius is not destined to belong to someone like me. The size and desolation of countless geniuses were deeply engraved in people's hearts. Although they were unwilling to admit it, they had to admit that no matter how terrifying a genius was, they were still relatively weak. In front of Xianxia, all of them were instantly crushed. It's Yan Qingqing. She's from the Lone Dragon County again. Looks like there are quite a lot of geniuses in the Lone Dragon County. Haha, such a beautiful genius is really rare in this world. Looks like there are some people who are worthy of respect among the new students. A loud laughter resounded in the freshmen's area. A man with an imposing appearance and an arrogant expression came from afar. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Yan Qingqing. Junior sister, it seems like you're the genius among the freshmen. It's really enviable. Even I, your senior brother, am very jealous of you. The purple-clothed youth stood in front of Yan Qingqing with his arms crossed and said with a smile. He had a slender figure and a handsome face. His aura was vigorous and elegant. I don't know you. Yan Qingqing turned around and wanted to leave after saying that. However, she was stopped by the purple-clothed youth. Junior sister, why are you doing this? People start from not knowing each other. You don't know me and I don't know you. However, if we don't know each other, we won't know each other for the rest of our lives. Today, your senior brother wants to bring you along to cultivate. What do you think? The purple-clothed youth said with a smile. Not interested. Yan Qingqing said Lung Lung. She didn't give the purple-clothed youth any face. As soon as Yan Qingqing finished her words, the purple-clothed youth felt embarrassed. This freshman didn't give him any face at all. If it wasn't for her good looks, how could she be appreciated by him? In Tongxian Mansion, strength was everything. If one didn't have the ability, one would be despised and despised by others. An outstanding beauty could only be considered as a good condition. In the eyes of a true cultivator, strength was more important than anything else. There were only a few female cultivators in the Profound Connection Divine Palace. If they couldn't find a good backer, they would be pushed aside easily. Beautiful faces were all the same. When one's cultivation reached a certain realm, one could even change his or her appearance. Therefore, beauty didn't mean everything. In the eyes of the true experts, most of the women were just beautiful skeletons. They were no different from men. At this moment, more than 10 mid-divine king realm experts behind the purple-clothed youth stood beside Yan Qingqing and blocked her way. No one dared to say a word. Compared to the seniors, the freshmen were much quieter. Damn it. It's him. Gu Maolu said with a deep voice. His expression became serious. Obviously, this guy was not someone who was easy to deal with. Jiangchen, she's my woman. Jiangchen said seriously. Really? But I see that she seems to be indifferent to you. Gu Maolu looked at Jiangchen in confusion. However, his words were extremely serious and firm. Gu Maolu knew that Jiangchen wasn't someone who liked to joke around. I will definitely make those who have designs on her die a horrible death. Jiangchen said with a faint smile. His smile was so cold and awe-inspiring. Do you know who he is? Jiangchen, you have to be careful. Gu Maolu said solemnly. Lu Yingfeng, what are you doing? Could it be that you want to bully the freshman? How could you do such a useless thing? When Gu Maolu saw Jiangchen's cold expression, he immediately stood up. He was afraid that Jiangchen would be impulsive. Once he tangled with Lu Yingfeng, he would definitely suffer. Humph, it's not your place to speak here. Gu Maolu, Lu Yingfeng, don't need you to tell me what to do. Lu Yingfeng said solemnly. Hee, your words are pretty, but your actions are somewhat despicable. What kind of hero are you to make things difficult for a girl? Gu Maolu said. Then what do you want? Do you think that you can control me? Don't make a mistake. Lu Yingfeng and Gu Maolu stood against each other. Don't you like me? I don't like these guys. Throw them all out. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiangchen and said with a fiery gaze. All right. Jiangchen nodded. Although it was only a single word, it made Lu Yingfeng's expression even more unsightly. He could understand if Gu Maolu wanted to stand up for himself. But who was this guy? Now, even cats and dogs dared to challenge him? Are all freshmen so arrogant now? Who do you think you are? Little doll? Trying to be a hero and save a damsel in distress? Are you that good? Lu Yingfeng's gaze once again fell onto Jiangchen as he spoke in a sinister manner. I'm your ancestor. Jiangchen said with a deadpan expression. The faces of the dozen or so seniors behind Lu Yingfeng all changed. I think you're tired of living. You want to be a hero and save a damsel in distress? Today, I will teach you how to do what a freshman should do. Lu Yingfeng said fiercely. Jiangchen is not weaker than me. Moreover, his brother is an expert on the sky ranking. Is it worth it for a woman? Gu Maolu said with a bitter smile. This is the first time you're saying this. I hope it's the last time. Everyone has their own goal. My goal is to protect her. To protect her for the rest of my life. Jiangchen said calmly. Gu Maolu could sense a hint of anger in Jiangchen's words. Gu Maolu was slightly startled. In his opinion, women were fleeting, but Jiangchen valued them so much. This was a great taboo on the path of cultivation. However, he insisted on doing so, which meant that he was deeply in love with this woman. Yet, she ignored him. Gumalu felt that Xianxia was only doing it on his own. This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant freshman. How about we have a spar? A young man with a sneer said while glaring at Xianxia. You're not worthy to fight me. To be precise, none of you are worthy to fight me. Xianxia's expression was calm, but Lu Yingfeng and the others were dumbfounded. They then burst out laughing. Yang Kuan, teach him a lesson. Lu Yingfeng said. Alright, brother Feng, just wait and see. Yang Kuan said with a smile. When he turned around, his eyes met with Xianxia's, but his expression was already dark. How many punches do you think you can endure? Yang Kuan clenched his fist and unleashed his aura, attracting the attention of many people in the Heavenly Dragon Pagoda. Insolent and arrogant. Serves you right. Qin Feng sneered. More than 10 seniors surrounded him. Xianxia would definitely pay for his actions today. He didn't know what it meant to be low-key. He dared to be so arrogant in front of a group of seniors. He was simply courting death. If I'm not conceited, how can I be called a genius? Xianxia said indifferently. He stood there like a mountain, not moving an inch. Go to hell. Yang Kuan roared in anger. His fist was filled with killing intent. His terrifying fist aura shocked many freshmen. Although there were some who had reached the mid-divine king realm, there was still a huge gap between them and the seniors. Xianxia's expression was calm. Yang Kuan's fist came whistling towards him, but Xianxia did not hesitate to throw out a punch. Their fists collided, and in the next second, Yang Kuan was instantly sent flying away. It was a one-hit battle to decide the winner. Xianxia had won the battle in one move. His aura was like a dragon and his aura was like a tiger. His cold eyes emitted a chilling light, causing many people to tremble in fear. Such a domineering method caused people to tremble in fear. Those who could stand here for 300 years were not cowards. They were all geniuses. However, Xianxia had defeated Yang Kuan in one move. No one had expected such a terrifying strength. After all, both of them were mid-divine kings. However, Yang Kuan was a senior who had cultivated for 100,000 years more than Xianxia. The freshman area was in an uproar. This fella is so terrifying? He dared to challenge a senior and defeated him in one move. It's really shocking. Yeah. Who would have thought that this freshman would be so terrifying? No wonder he's so arrogant. He has the right to be arrogant. This fellow will definitely be the first among the freshmen. Not necessarily. Tongxian Mansion has never lacked geniuses. Every genius will be surpassed by a new genius. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Yang Kuan was defeated. Gumalu had a new understanding of Xianxia's strength. This fella's strength was able to withstand the attack of the Jiang brothers. He should not be underestimated. However, he was still shocked when he defeated Yang Kuan in one move. Good fella. No wonder you're so arrogant. Looks like you want to be the best among the freshmen. Today, I, Lu Yingfeng, will teach you a lesson. Lu Yingfeng harumphed and said solemnly. Brother Feng, you must take revenge for me. Yang Kuan's face turned pale as he said fiercely. If he couldn't regain his face, how could he establish himself in Tongxian Mansion in the future? He's indeed a genius. However, Lu Yingfeng and the others won't let this matter go. Even so, he's strong. He might not have a good ending after offending Lu Yingfeng. That's right. A freshman challenging a senior is destined to be taught a lesson. Lu Yingfeng isn't like Yang Kuan. He's a late divine king. He's not a joke. Many seniors also looked in Lu Yingfeng's direction. If he were to make a move, the situation would definitely be irreversible. The master of trash is still trash. Xianxia shook his head. He was not afraid of Lu Yingfeng at all. Arrogant fellow, today I will let you understand that you are not worthy of the word genius. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Yingfeng rushed towards Xianxia. Since things had come to this, he had to teach Xianxia a lesson. The dignity of a senior student could not be violated. He was considered a reputable figure among the seniors. If he couldn't even handle this troublesome freshman, he would become the laughingstock of Tongxian Mansion. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yingfeng unleashed his strength as a late divine king. His aura was even more ferocious than Yang Kuan's. Terrifying palm strikes were unleashed, but Jiangchen remained unmoved. "You're still not good enough." Jiangchen shook his head and threw out 3 punches. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. The ground trembled violently as if it was going to shatter. The crowd's expression changed drastically. Lu Yingfeng stared at Jiangchen in disbelief and his pupils contracted. This kind of combat strength was not something that a mid-divine king should have. Lu Yingfeng retreated in order to advance. After the 3 punches, he had no way to retreat. Jiangchen's last punch had given him great respect. Jiangchen had used 90% of his strength in that punch. It was not a problem for him to kill Jiangchen. "This is impossible." Lu Yingfeng's breath stagnated. Although he managed to block the punch, the aftershock of the punch had caused him to be heavily injured. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Yingfeng remained silent for a moment. In the end, he couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. The difference in strength between the two was obvious. Although Jiangchen hadn't used too many methods, and Lu Yingfeng hadn't necessarily revealed everything, there were too many new and old students who were filled with shock at this moment. This man was destined to stir up a storm of blood amongst the old students. The crowd was in an uproar again. Jiangchen's strength was invincible. His 3 punches had also stunned the freshmen and seniors. "Why are you still here? What are you waiting for?" Jiangchen gazed at Lu Yingfeng coldly and said with an indifferent tone. Gumalu's blood was boiling. At this moment, he didn't expect Jiangchen to end the battle in such a way. Although Lu Yingfeng was at the bottom of the Heaven Ascension ranking, he could be considered as one of the top experts in Tongxian Mansion. However, in front of Jiangchen, he couldn't even withstand 3 moves. "Brother, you're awesome." Gumalu gave Jiangchen a thumbs up. This kind of glory was enough to kill anyone among the freshmen in an instant. "I, Lu Yingfeng, will remember today's humiliation. We'll meet again in the future." Lu Yingfeng was still angry. He snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He turned around and left. After all, he was quite prestigious among the seniors. Now that he had lost all his face, he naturally couldn't stay here anymore. "Jiangchen." Qin Feng clenched his fist. He was also eyeing Jiangchen covetously. However, the strength that Jiangchen had displayed today shocked even him. If he wanted to make a move against Jiangchen, he would have to think twice. However, he was also not afraid of Jiangchen. He was only waiting for an opportunity. He would definitely pull Jiangchen down from his high horse. "Brother Jiang, you've really given us a lot of face." "Haha." Luo Ping and the others laughed. Jiangchen had defeated the seniors, causing the group of geniuses to be speechless. "Yeah, this group of people can bully others, but since they dare to bully Brother Jiang, they will definitely return the favor." Zishi smiled. "It's good to lean against a big tree." Jiangchen was now their big tree. Along the way from Lone Dragon County, Jiangchen had suppressed countless geniuses with his talent. They had witnessed it with their own eyes. Jiangchen slightly nodded and did not say anything. He looked at Yan Qingqing's back and sighed. "So what if I have defeated all the seniors?" He still had a cold expression in front of her. He didn't know how to get Yan Qingqing's peace of mind back. "Don't let me know who you are. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces." Jiangchen hated the person who controlled Yan Qingqing's soul. However, he was powerless to do anything at the moment. "If you want to enter the Heaven Dragon prison, you'd better gather enough heavenly fire crystals. Cultivating in the Heaven Dragon prison will take at least a month. Moreover, the effect will be very obvious. Your strength and divine origin qi will become stronger after being tempered in the Heaven Dragon prison." Jiangchen had to listen to Gumalu's advice. After all, Gumalu had spent a lot more time in Tongxian Mansion than Jiangchen. Gumalu was able to avoid many detours. "Alright, then I'll condense enough heavenly fire crystals first." 6 months passed quietly. At first, Gumalu was worried that Jiangchen wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of the heavenly flames in the Heavenly Dragon Pagoda. However, he soon realized that he was gravely mistaken, because Jiangchen seemed to completely ignore the heavenly flames. Ordinary freshmen, even those who were slightly more powerful, could only stay in the Heavenly Dragon Pagoda for about a month at most. Some seniors who had cultivated for 100,000 years could only stay for 4 to 5 months. It should be known that cultivating in the Heavenly Dragon Pagoda and condensing the Heavenly Flame crystal was multitasking. Furthermore, the pressure of the Heavenly Flame on the cultivators was unimaginable. Many geniuses had died while cultivating in the Heavenly Dragon Pagoda. Some people who were eager for quick success were fated to end up in tragedy. During this period, many freshmen and seniors admired Xianxia. Xianxia stayed still in the Heavenly Dragon Pagoda and cultivated in peace. Baiying came to see Xianxia twice, but he didn't wake up. Gumalu spent most of the time by Xianxia's side. Xianxia condensed over 50 heavenly fire crystals in the first 10 days, then 50 heavenly fire crystals a day after that. In 6 months, he had condensed a total of 20,000 heavenly fire crystals. This number even startled him, because it was too easy for him to condense these heavenly fire crystals after he had familiarized himself with them. However, the more heavenly fire crystals he condensed, the more he felt curious about the usefulness of these heavenly fire crystals. Could it be that the profound connection Divine Palace needed these heavenly fire crystals for their own use? However, Xianxia knew that this wasn't something he should be thinking about right now. You're finally awake. You scared me to death. You've been meditating for 6 months. I was really afraid that you would be burned to ashes one day. Haha. Gumalu heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile. How was it? How was the harvest? How many heavenly flame crystals did you condense? Gumalu looked at Xianxia curiously. About 20,000. Xianxia scratched his head and stretched his body. Gumalu was dumbfounded, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He didn't believe Xianxia at all. How much? Gumalu swallowed his saliva and wanted to confirm it again. About 20,000. It should be enough for me to stay in the Heaven Dragon prison for a few years. Now that you've mentioned it, I'm rather curious about the Heaven Dragon prison. Holy shit. Seriously? Are you trying to scare me? Over 20,000 heavenly fire crystals, I'll need at least 50 years, and I won't sleep or rest. You're not joking with me, are you? Gumalu felt a headache coming on. Although Xianxia was monstrous and had condensed more than 50 divine origin stones in 10 days, Gumalu's speed was only about 30% of Xianxia's. However, condensing more than 20,000 heavenly fire crystals in half a year's time. Even the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace did not have such an ability, right? I don't believe it. Gumalu's head was like a rattle drum. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Let's go. Bring me to the Heaven Dragon prison. I have indeed gained more from cultivating here than outside. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and said. If he told Gumalu that he had spent half the time researching the use of heavenly fire crystals, would Gumalu spurt out blood and die? Alright, let's go to the Heaven Dragon prison first. It's been a long time since I've gone to cultivate. I'll definitely help you pick a good place. Gumalu said doubtfully. Even in his pocket, he had less than 20,000 heavenly fire crystals. The Heaven Dragon prison is under the Heaven Dragon Tower. It's said that the origin of heavenly fire is buried in the dragon vein under the ground. That's why the Heaven Dragon prison and the Heaven Dragon Tower were formed. However, this is just a legend. The Heaven Dragon Tower has existed for millions of years, and the Heaven Dragon prison is the same. No one knows what's underneath. Anyway, it's good that we can achieve twice the result with half the effort. The 18 floors of the Earth Fire Purgatory are stronger than the previous one, and each floor is more expensive than the previous one. I've only entered the 4th floor, and I can't endure the flames of the 5th floor anymore. However, it's said that the strongest genius of the outer palace can only enter the 9th floor. Brother Yu Changlong is able to enter the 9th floor to cultivate. That's an existence that I can't reach even in 100,000 years. Gumalu explained to Xianxia seriously. With such a knowledgeable person, Xianxia was able to relax. The 18 floors of the Heaven Flame Purgatory, each floor was equivalent to ascending the heavens. Looks like this Heaven Dragon prison is indeed extraordinary. Xianxia said. When he entered the gate of the Heaven Dragon prison, he could feel the scorching fire that was completely different from the Heaven Dragon Pagoda. Even with the help of the 5 elemental divine fire, Xianxia still had to be careful. This is only the lowest cultivation ground of our Tongxian mansion. The Heaven Dragon Prison, the Thundercloud Space, the Ghost Valley, the Broken Sword Cliff, which one of them isn't a mysterious place? Otherwise, why do you think the Tongxian Mansion is able to stand on top of the northern cold divine region? In the long history of the divine world, many powerful sects have been eliminated and replaced in the great waves of history. As for the profound connection divine palace, it is said that it has existed for a very, very long time. Anyway, I don't know when it existed, Gumalu said solemnly. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the Heaven Dragon Prison. The Heaven Dragon Prison was under the Heaven Dragon Tower, and there was a huge door. A gray-clothed old man with a head full of white hair was sitting in the door, resting with his eyes closed. The old man had a lazy expression on his face, and he looked like a dying tree. However, when he woke up from his sleep and opened his eyes, Xianxia immediately felt a tremendous pressure. Elder Yang, we're going to enter the Heaven Dragon Prison. Gumalu's face was full of smiles and respect. This is one of the elders guarding the Heaven Dragon Prison. His strength has reached the hierarch realm. Even our female teacher doesn't dare to act rashly in front of him. Gumalu transmitted his voice to Xianxia. It's a new face. This year's freshmen aren't that great. Hee hee. Elder Yang yawned and said while shaking his head. 50 heavenly fire crystals as a deposit. Kid, the Heaven Dragon Prison isn't a place where freshmen like you can come. 20,000. The moment Xianxia took out the heavenly fire crystals, not only Gumalu, but the elder's expression also changed. You gave it to him? Such a huge amount of heavenly fire crystals, you're quite generous, kid from the Gu clan. Elder Yang shook his head with a smile. If it was me, it would be terrible. I didn't give it to him. He refined it himself. Gumalu said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Old Yang's face was filled with astonishment. His heart was in turmoil. However, Xianxia and Gumalu had already entered the Heaven Dragon Prison. It's only been 6 or 7 months since he joined the sect. Is it really possible for a freshman like him to refine 20,000 heavenly fire crystals? Elder Yang murmured and squinted his eyes. Xianxia's figure once again appeared in his mind. How is it? The spiritual energy in the Heaven Dragon Prison is much denser than in the Heaven Dragon Pagoda, isn't it? However, this was not the most powerful thing in the Heaven Dragon Prison. It was the compression of the divine origin chi by the Heaven Fire. This was the unique advantage of the profound connection divine palace. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't understand the stakes involved. However, this was the simplest step in the Tongxian mansion. The Heaven Dragon Prison is huge, and each level has close to 1,000 cultivation seats. Let me bring you to a good place, Gumalu said as he headed towards the edge of the second level of the Earth Fire Purgatory with Xianxia. After finding a good spot, the heavenly flames here surged even more violently and tyrannically. The tempering of the divine origin energy also became purer and purer. This place doesn't belong to you. Just as Gumalu and Xianxia were about to enter a meditative state, a cold voice rang out, causing Gumalu and Xianxia to frown at the same time. Luja. What's the meaning of this? Gumalu said in a deep voice. This fellow was none other than Lu Yingfeng's elder brother, who was also on the sky ranking. You should know better than me what I mean, Luja said calmly. Luja said faintly. Although his stature wasn't tall and sturdy, his pair of ice-cold eyes were extremely awe-inspiring, giving off a great oppressive feeling. Snatching a spot was a small matter, as he was here to pick a fight. Humph, I told you, Xianxia, this matter between us isn't over. Lu Yingfeng turned around and walked out from Luja's side, glaring at Xianxia with a dark expression. If it wasn't for the rule of the Tongxian mansion that forbids sneak attacks on fellow disciples, you would have died many times over. Lu Yingfeng said proudly. Oh, you beat me up and now you're here to support me? I can't deny that you're strong, but do you really want to challenge a new student? Aren't you afraid that the older students will laugh their heads off? Gumalu said in a deep voice. All I know is that my younger brother has been beaten up. As his older brother, I naturally have to stand out and seek justice for my younger brother. Otherwise, wouldn't my younger brother be bullied and humiliated by others in the future? Lu Zhi coldly spoke. Lu Yingfeng's arrogant attitude caused Jiang Chen to dismiss it with a smile. Such a person was destined to not be able to go far. How could a narrow-minded and unkind person be able to comprehend the great Tao? Then you'll have to get past me first. Humph. Gu Maolu immediately stood in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could defeat Lu Yingfeng, but Jiang Chen was definitely not Lu Zhi's opponent. Among the older students, this fellow was extremely difficult to deal with. You're no match for me, so why bother asking for trouble? Gu Maozu, if you don't move aside, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Zhi's eyes turned cold. On the Heaven Ascension ranking, I'm ranked 492nd, while you're ranked 468. How much stronger can you be compared to me? Without a real battle, how do you know that I'm no match for you? Gu Maozu was also extremely proud. After all, Jiang Chen was his friend. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was an outstanding genius among the new students, but compared to the older students, he had no advantage at all. If he didn't cultivate for 10 or 20,000 years, how would he be able to settle down in the Tongxian mansion? Although the experts in the Tongxian mansion were also late divine kings, they couldn't be compared to the late divine kings outside. Cultivating in the Heaven Dragon prison allowed them to constantly compress and refine their divine origin qi, allowing their strength to constantly improve. Even if they couldn't break through to the Venerable Realm, they were already outstanding amongst their peers. Let me do it. I also want to see if the experts on the Heaven Ascension ranking are the real deal. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew that Gu Maozu had good intentions, but Lu Zhi wasn't easy to deal with. Although it was a battle, Jiang Chen could feel that Lu Zhi's strength was definitely higher than Gu Maozu's. Jiang Chen, don't make a mistake. You're no match for him. Our Tongxian mansion doesn't prohibit life and death battles. The loser can only be eliminated by history. You're just a new student. If you avoid a battle, he won't insist on fighting. Gu Maozu transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. I really don't care about a guy who's ranked last on the Heaven Ascension ranking. Jiang Chen said to Gu Maozu in a serious tone. Lu Zhi's expression suddenly changed. This guy actually didn't care about him? Who did he think he was? He was just a new student, how could he be so arrogant and conceited? Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he defeated one or two seniors? Gu Maozu cursed in his heart. Do you think it's so easy to get on the Heaven Ascension ranking? They were all true experts, and all of them were elites. From the mid-divine king realm to the hierarch realm, it was just third brother's cultivation realm. However, there were more than 500 people who were strong and weak. It was enough to show how terrifying the Heaven Ascension ranking was. There were thousands of experts in the Tongxian mansion, but only a few could make it onto the Heaven Ascension ranking. Those who made it onto the Heaven Ascension ranking all had their own methods. It was impossible for them to be ordinary people. Hee, good. Looks like your strength isn't bad. Then, I have nothing to worry about. If others say that I'm bullying a new student, I, Lu Zhi, will not be able to bear it. Brat, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Originally, my big brother only wanted to teach you a lesson. Since you're so stubborn, then I can only send you to hell. Lu Yingfeng's heart was already blooming with joy. His big brother did not want to kill him. After all, he was a senior and an expert on the Heaven Ascension ranking. If he killed a new student, he would definitely be laughed at. However, this guy was courting death, so there was no reason for him to let him go. Jiang Chen, you're really too reckless. Gu Maozu smiled bitterly. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already offended Lu Zhi. This battle of life and death was unavoidable. Some of the seniors in the surroundings also looked over. Although Lu Zhi was not a peak expert in the Tongxian mansion, he was not to be underestimated. How could a genius on the Heaven Ascension ranking be a coward? An arrogant guy actually dared to ask an expert on the Heaven Ascension ranking to take action. This new student would definitely die. Jiang Chen let out a smile and said to Gu Maozu. In my, Jiang Chen's life, there's only death or victory. I've never avoided a battle. Make your move, I'm in a hurry to cultivate. Jiang Chen and Lu Zhi stared at each other. Lu Zhi was so angry that he burst out laughing. He kept shaking his head with a lecturing look on his face. There are always some arrogant guys who think they're better than others. You're one of them. Noisy, you've already made me lose my patience. Jiang Chen's gaze turned cold. Lu Zhi let out a cold laugh and mercilessly raised his hand, emitting a golden ray that approached Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. Every time a new student enters the Tongxian mansion, there would always be someone who doesn't know what's good for them, wanting to challenge the seniors to establish their prestige. But every time, they are destined to fail. No one has ever defeated a senior student. No matter how talented the new students are, they are still hotheads after all. They have shouldered too much glory, naturally they don't want to be inferior to others. Their reputation as geniuses has been praised for too long, causing them to lose their sense of self and become arrogant. In the end, they are destined to die miserably. The reputation of a genius cannot be doubted, the glory of the seniors is also inviolable. The seniors shook their heads inwardly. Even ordinary seniors were not easy to deal with, let alone a peerless expert in the top 500 of the Heaven Ascension ranking. If you are a genius, do you think I'm a coward? Lu Zhixing had cultivated for more than 100,000 years more than Jiang Chen. Although he was only a late divine king, he could definitely fight against 5 experts of the same level outside the Tongxian mansion. This was the source of his confidence. Since you insist on seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. In an instant, the two of them clashed with each other. Each of their attacks was deadly and ruthless. Lu Zhi didn't show any mercy, but Jiang Chen wasn't afraid either. His punches created a deafening sound, whistling through the air like a hot knife through butter. Needless to say, Lu Zhi's strength was extraordinary. His powerful attacks caused people's hearts to palpitate. His iron palms seemed to be able to split the void. 5 thunder palms. Lu Zhi approached Lu Yingfeng step by step, exerting his full strength as a late divine king. Lu Zhi did not underestimate Lu Yingfeng at all because he knew that Lu Yingfeng must have his own strength to be defeated by Jiang Chen in just 3 moves. If Lu Yingfeng underestimated Jiang Chen, it would be shameful if they were to fight evenly. Therefore, Lu Zhi aimed to kill with a single strike. His powerful strike was like the rumbling of 5 thunders. Thunder rumbled as the 5 thunder palms generated lightning from the center of his palm. Jiang Chen was as unmoving as a mountain. He threw a punch across the air without any fancy moves. His body of flesh and blood was comparable to King Kong. The 5 thunder palms struck out 3 times in a row, all of which were blocked by Jiang Chen. Furthermore, neither of them managed to gain the slightest advantage. Gu Maolu trembled with fear as he watched, while Jiang Chen was completely at ease. It seemed as if he was dealing with Lu Zhi with ease. Startling feather sword. When Lu Zhi saw that he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen, he took out his primordial divine weapon. The sword rain was like hooks, the qi was like hanging silk, and the falling petals and flying feathers were unstoppable. True Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's gaze was like a torch, and his eyes were as cold as frost. He did not have the mood to continue being entangled with this fellow. So what if he was in the top 500 of the heaven roll? In my eyes, Jiang Chen, geniuses can't even withstand a single blow. I'm going to trample over all the geniuses and soar into the sky. This is the attitude an expert should have. After the transformation of the true dragon palm, Jiang Chen's control over the true dragon seal had become even more proficient. The roar of the dragon was like thunder, and as the seal rotated, it tore through the void. A tyrannical intent soared into the 9 heavens. When Jiang Chen's true dragon seal faced the startling feather sword, it was like a violent dragon that could devour the heavens and earth, easily shattering Lu Zhi's primordial divine weapon. At that instant, Jiang Chen's seal rotated, unleashing a heaven-shaking might. Many seniors' expressions changed drastically. Who would have thought that a freshman would be able to shatter Lu Zhi's primordial divine weapon with a single palm strike? Lu Zhi also retreated with an unsightly expression. Not only did Jiang Chen's true dragon seal effortlessly shatter the primordial divine weapon that he was so proud of, it even caused his body to suffer great pressure. This fellow is too terrifying. I can't defeat him. Lu Zhi's heart trembled as he retreated again and again. Those with discerning eyes could see that Jiang Chen's attack was like a flood that broke the dam. I admit defeat. Lu Zhi raised his hand and said. His face was ashen as he staggered backwards. His momentum was almost completely destroyed by Jiang Chen's consecutive punches. Since he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen, there was no reason for him to continue fighting. Where there's life, there's hope. It's too late. From the moment you attacked, you're already dead, Jiang Chen said coldly. His killing intent was like a rainbow, causing Lu Yingfeng to tremble in fear. No, fear rose in Lu's heart. Not only did Jiang Chen not retreat, he became even more domineering. After 9 punches, all the meridians in Lu's body were shattered, his bones were crushed, and even his soul suffered great damage. He was on the verge of death. I'll kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Although Jiang Chen's words were spoken calmly, in Lu's heart, it was a death sentence. Jiang Chen was a man of his word. Before Lu Zhi could react, Jiang Chen's 5 elemental divine fire had already turned into a ray of fiery light and landed on Lu Zhi's body. Everyone gasped. Among the older students, many of their faces turned pale. They couldn't believe that Lu Zhi, who was ranked in the top 500 of the heaven ranking, could not even withstand a single blow from this new student, and was even killed mercilessly. The flames burned away. Lu Zhi let out a furious roar. Both his soul and body had turned into ashes. Gumalu was shocked. He didn't expect Jiang Chen's strength to reach such a level. He was indeed a guy who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Lu Yingfeng was also dumbfounded. His brother was his backer in the Tongxian mansion. Now that his brother was dead, the people he had offended in the Tongxian mansion would most likely cause trouble for him. His days in the Tongxian mansion would be extremely difficult. Big brother. Big brother, Lu Yingfeng murmured. However, Lu Zhi had already vanished into thin air. If you don't leave now, you'll be the next one to die. Jiang Chen did not kill Lu Yingfeng. He only said coldly. He needed to spread this news to more older students, to let them know that he, Jiang Chen, was not someone to be trifled with. Lu Yingfeng was so scared that he wet his pants. His face was pale, and his heart was trembling. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he escaped from the Heaven Dragon prison as if he had been granted amnesty. This new student is not ordinary. Yeah, Lu Zhi is already dead. It seems like this new student is a genius that only appears once in hundreds of thousands of years. This batch of freshmen is indeed quite shocking. The older students sighed. Although Lu Zhi's death might not cause a huge commotion in the outer mansion of the Tongxian mansion, many people were fearful of Jiang Chen's battle. He had killed the chicken to warn the monkey, so that no one would disturb their cultivation. Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen, I've really underestimated you. I'm afraid I'll have to call you senior brother in the future. Your strength should be comparable to brother Bai's, right? Gumalu finally let out a long sigh of relief. The worry in his heart had completely dissipated. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. The two of them went back to their own cultivation. However, Gumalu was unable to calm his heart for a long time. He was curious about Jiang Chen. Did Hun Xiaoqian's death really have nothing to do with him? In the Heaven Dragon prison, Jiang Chen had been cultivating for more than a year, but it was still very peaceful. Gumalu had already woken up. Jiang Chen had been cultivating for a year, which was something that many of the older students couldn't achieve. Jiang Chen felt like he was in a dream through the layers of the Heaven Dragon prison. It was as if he had seen a person, a figure as tough as steel, with a rock-like aura. His back was as straight as a mountain, but his back was chained by 9 scorching red steel chains, locking onto his shoulder blades. It was excruciating. Jiang Chen could even feel the despair, anger, and pain. The unyielding will and indestructible divine soul were attacking the shackles of death. Why is my heart aching? At the top of the gate of Tongxian, on top of the green mountain, a figure was standing gracefully. She was as ethereal as an immortal. She danced in the air, aloof from the world, clear waters, green ponds, gurgling water, secluded valleys, at the end of the greenery, wind alone on a boat, green willows as thin as silk, not to mention the beauty of the past, a sad song, intoxicated the mortal heart, only 100 years of wind and rain like dust. The woman was as graceful as a swallow, her clothes fluttering in the wind, her long hair dancing in the wind, moving one's heart like a fairy, untainted by the mortal world. Her eyes were like the ripples of autumn water. Although she was absent-minded, she still had the temperament of an owl. In front of her, a white cloud covered her eyes, the mist was enchanting, dripping between the mountains and rivers. Her heart was like a raging fire, 100 years old, lonely, with no one to rely on, her heart like a god. The great rivers and mountains, thousands of miles, could not compare to the touch of anticipation in her heart. More than 100 years had passed, but there was still no news of him. The woman was on a boat above the clear water, her white dress fluttering in the wind. Misty rain fell from the sky, making it seem more peaceful than the fire of the world. An azure dragon soared into the sky, lightly trampling over the surface of the crimson water. It was soundless, like a swimming dragon playing in the water. Only boundless ripples were left behind, the wind leaving no trace behind. On the azure dragon's side, a young man with a jade-like face appeared. He stood behind the woman with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was worried, his eyes filled with pain. "You have been standing here for 7 years." After a long while, the man said in a low voice, his expression extremely grave. He was worried that her frail body would not be able to endure the chi of the glacial jade lake. Although there was some displeasure between his brows, there was no vexation, only endless concern. The woman's expression was still as calm as water, light as the sky. She smiled. Although her face was slightly pale, she was still calm and unmoving. Cough cough, cough cough, if one day I sink into the icy green pond, I wonder if he will know. The woman coughed softly and smiled sadly. Countless ripples once again appeared in her heart that was as calm as an ancient well. The man frowned, but he did not know how to answer. He only had endless concern, but he did not have the heart to express it. The sole power of the three-tailed spirit fox isn't enough to extend your life. The man's eyes were filled with loneliness as he murmured. His heart ached as he clenched his fists tightly. His face was filled with coldness and helplessness. If life is only like the first time we met, why does the autumn wind grieve the painting fan? It is easy to change the hearts of old friends, but it is difficult to change the hearts of old friends. The empty mountain ends in the middle of the clear night, the rain of tears lingers in the end without resentment. How could it be better to wear embroidered robes, to live together like a pair of wings and branches? It's a pity that I'm not a pair of birds flying together. What is love in the world? It is only a promise of life and death. If he is not here, I will accompany you. 10 years like this, 100 years like before, 1,000 years without regrets, 10,000 years to become true. I believe that one day, you will be willing to stand by my side and look at the great mountains and rivers with me. The man said faintly with deep emotions. The woman shook her head and said in a low voice, "Senior Brother Long, I understand your feelings. However, my heart is already tightly connected with his. You are like a rock, I am like a reed. The reed is like silk, the rock cannot be moved. I will wait for him. 1 year is not too late, 10 years is the same, 100 years. I don't know if I will have another 100 years." The woman said sadly. Her lips were filled with bitterness and longing. She knew that she did not have long to live, but he did not appear. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid that she would never see him again. What did he do to deserve your eternal love? The man who was called Senior Brother Long smiled bitterly and shook his head. He felt helpless. I hate the heavens for taking away my 10,000 years. If we had met earlier, we would not have been fated to be together. I know that Senior Brother Long is deeply in love with me, and I understand your feelings, but please don't be like this in the future. Sister Zhu's heart can no longer contain anyone else. Senior Brother Long's great kindness, Sister Zhu is unable to repay it, so please don't mention it again. Sister Zhu shook her head and said. All right. I will not mention it again. But don't worry, I will not let you die. I definitely won't. Now that he is not by your side, I will protect you. If he is gone forever, I will protect you forever. Senior Brother Long said in a low voice. He was Yu Chenglong, one of the 3 dragon heads of the Outer Palace. He was one of the top 50 in the Sky Roll. Even he could not do anything about her illness. Senior Brother Long's cultivation cannot be delayed. I am a person who is about to die, it is not worth it for Senior Brother Long to do this for me. Sister Zhu said in a low voice. I know whether it is worth it or not. I will look for Elder Danshan again. I don't believe that even he cannot do anything. Seeing your brother long. Sigh. Sister Zhu sighed. Her face was pale and she felt guilty. She had already caused Yu Chenglong to be unable to enter the inner sect. Now, she had to work so hard for her. She really could not bear to do this. Most importantly, she did not have much time left, but he had never given up. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, he still wanted to go deep into the tiger's den. Previously, she had left Tongxian Mansion to help her get the three-tailed fox spirit to cross the calamity, but she still could not completely cure her illness. In fact, for the past 100 years, her condition had been getting worse. She did not know when she would leave this boundless big world. This world does not belong to me. Sister Zhu sighed. Little Sister Zhu muttered to herself. If it wasn't for the fact that he was supporting her willpower to continue living, she might not have been able to hold on much longer. Yu Chenglong flew towards Tongxian Mansion's elder courtyard. In front of Elder Dan Chen's cave, Yu Chenglong sincerely and respectfully knelt in front of the door. Outer sect disciple, Yu Chenglong, requests to see Elder Dan. Elder Dan Chen was one of the 3 great alchemy elders of Tongxian Mansion. His alchemy skills were extremely powerful. He was also the kindest person among all the mentors and elders in the entire Tongxian Mansion. Yu Chenglong had helped Elder Dan Chen many times to search for medicine in the mountains. Hence, he had a good relationship with him and treated him as an elder. Come in. A calm voice reverberated in the air. Yu Chenglong's face was filled with joy. He quickly entered Elder Dan Chen's cave. Elder Dan, Yu Chenglong asks you to save Sister Zhu. Chenglong is willing to do anything for you for the rest of my life. I hope Elder Dan agrees. Yu Chenglong lowered his head and said with a solemn face. Chenglong, oh Chenglong. What should I say to you? Elder Dan Chen said in a deep voice. He sat cross-legged on the stone platform. His voice was a little cold, making Yu Chenglong feel extremely pressured. Elder Dan Chen was a genuine hierarch expert. Even in the elder courtyard, he was an extremely powerful existence. Elder Dan, please help me. In Tongxian Mansion, you are my teacher and elder. A man's ambition is everywhere, live as a hero and die as a hero. For this girl, you've neglected your cultivation for 100 years, you should have entered the inner mansion long ago, but you've even suppressed your chance to enter the venerable realm. Do you know how many people dream of this chance but you don't know how to cherish it? For a girl who doesn't like you, is it really worth it? I've watched you grow. You're invincible in the outer sect now. If it wasn't for you suppressing your strength, you would have entered the inner mansion long ago. Plus, once you enter the half-step venerable realm, you'll definitely become a venerable. Thousands of years later, you'll become a teacher of Tongxian Mansion. Your talent is something I've never seen in my life, but you've wasted it. Haze, I'm really heartbroken. Elder Dan Chen had a feeling of hating iron for not becoming steel. But Yu Chenglong was bewitched by that vixen and had long lost his initial heart of an expert. This was a huge taboo in cultivation. Elder Dan Chen was concerned about Chenglong, but this fellow was still thick-headed and thick-headed. Elder Wan Dan, you must help Chenglong. Yu Chenglong said while clenching his teeth. His heart was already restless. How could he not know what Elder Dan Chen had said? But for the sake of his love, he felt that everything was worth it. Since you insist, I won't say anything else. You should know what I'm thinking. It's not impossible to save her, but you need at least a Divine Emperor to do it. How many Divine Emperor experts are there in Tongxian Mansion or even the entire northern cold divine region? Even if there are, who would be willing to help you? That kind of expert is not someone we can look up to. Even though our mansion lord is a Divine Emperor expert, he's very secretive. Only the second and third mansion lords are half-step Divine Emperor experts. But even if they help, they would be heavily injured and suffer a backlash. If it's not someone close to them, no matter how great the temptation is, it might not be able to move the second and third mansion lords. Not to mention you, even I might not be able to take out something that could move the 2 mansion lords. Elder Dan Chen said in a deep voice. To Yu Chenglong, these words were like a bolt from the blue. Divine Emperor Realm. What a powerful existence that was. Such an expert was destined to be looked up to. Since ancient times, there were only a few Divine Emperors from Tongxian Mansion. As for the two manor heads, Yu Chenglong could only smile bitterly in his heart. He was merely an outer palace disciple, how could he be compared to the manor heads? Is there really no other way? Yu Chenglong's complexion was deathly pale as he said dejectedly. Danchen looked at his face that looked like he had nothing left to live for. She was even angrier in her heart. But trapped by love, who could explain it clearly? It's not like there's no way at all. What is it? Yu Chenglong's eyes lit up, and a glimmer of hope was reignited in his heart. Back then, when I asked you to find the three-tailed fox spirit, you might have been able to save her life. However, it was a drop in the bucket. There's only one way left, and that's Soul Fairy. Elder Danchen said. What's Soul Fairy? Yu Chenglong asked. Using one's own soul to ferry another's soul. The result would be a light injury, a heavy injury would result in the soul dissipating. Moreover, it might not be able to save her. Elder Danchen said in a deep voice. His eyes stared at Yu Chenglong, but he didn't care at all. Alright, I'll use this method to help her soul fairy. Yu Chenglong smiled as if he was relieved of a huge burden. Having a method was always better than having no method. Elder Danchen said that although the chances were slim, it wasn't that there was no chance at all. You. You're really infuriating me. Scram. Elder Danchen sent out a palm wind, and Yu Chenglong was blasted out of his cave. However, the latter's face was filled with joy as he turned around and left. In the Heaven Dragon prison, Xianxia cultivated silently. There was no joy or sorrow in his heart, and he had nothing to worry about. During this period of time, his dragon transformation skill circulated countless times, and his strength improved tremendously. Moreover, during this period of time, the heavenly fire seemed to have no effect on Xianxia at all. Therefore, ordinary people would have to leave after cultivating here for a year and a half. But for him, once he cultivated, time passed silently. In his dream, Xianxia saw a man whose entire body was tied up with steel chains. His bones were all broken, and he was chained to a pipa. As for who that man was, Xianxia couldn't see clearly. Because it was too blurry, he seemed to hear that man calling out to him, but he couldn't hear it clearly. Xianxia didn't know if it was a dream or reality. If it was real, who was that man? Unexpectedly, his heart also ached dully along with it. Gumelu had been guarding this place for 100 years. In this 100 years, Xianxia had completely emptied Gumelu, and he had even borrowed all his friends to gamble on Xianxia's empty cultivation space in the Heaven Dragon prison. 20,000 heavenly fire crystals was only enough for 5 years of cultivation. 100 years of cultivation had cost him more than 300,000 heavenly fire crystals. If Gumelu hadn't used his wealth to exchange for and borrow a lot, Xianxia would have been thrown out of the Heaven Dragon prison long ago. At this time, what he feared the most was that someone would disturb him. If that happened, all his previous cultivation would be in vain. Brat, it's time to pay this year's tribute, right? Haha, yeah. Do you really need our big brother Qin to collect it personally for such a small matter? I let you off last year, but there won't be such a good thing this year. More than 10 people looked at the person in front of them mockingly and arrogantly. Brother Qin, this is this year's heavenly fire crystals. Amo Kihan said with a smile. His expression was somewhat unnatural, but he had no choice but to lower his head. For the past 100 years, they had been bullied by Qin Feng. Now that Tan County was getting stronger and stronger, and Qin Feng had the support of someone else, even Qiling County and Fengdu County did not dare to fight against Qin Feng. They paid their tributes and could only let Qin Feng do whatever he wanted. In the Profound Connection Divine Palace, there were also different factions. Fengdu County and Qiling County were not weak, with Wangqing and Feng Yidao there, Qin Feng did not go overboard. However, the person behind Qin Feng was very powerful and was also from the Tan County. He was a great help to Qin Feng. This also allowed Qin Feng to have a good time among the new students. He had the aura of a new overlord. Wangqing and Feng Yidao had also fought with Qin Feng before, but they could only admit defeat. Yan Qingqing did not care about worldly affairs, as if she did not come from the Lone Dragon County. She cultivated alone. Lu Dong and Dong Huangtai were the strongest in the Lone Dragon County. However, both of them had fought against Qin Feng before and lost. Since then, the Lone Dragon County had lost its leader and was being bullied. It's different this year. 50 is not enough, you have to pay 80 heavenly fire crystals. What? 80 pieces of heavenly flame crystal? Why don't you rob us? Qin Feng, don't go overboard. Lu Dong said. I'm going overboard? Hee, I'm not the one who asked for it. Why don't you go and argue with the Jiang brothers? These heavenly flame crystals are not for me to take. They are for the Jiang brothers, the eldest brother of Tan County. Qin Feng sneered. We can only refine 100 pieces of heavenly flame crystal in a year, these guys are too greedy. Yeah, even the fastest among us could only refine 200 pieces of heavenly flame crystal. How are we going to cultivate now that they're asking for half of it? They're robbers. Luo Ping and the others were indignant, but they could only swallow their anger. Previously, they were still able to sit still and accept 50 pieces of heavenly flame crystals. But this time, they were asking for 80 pieces of heavenly flame crystals. They had painstakingly condensed the heavenly flame crystals in the heavenly dragon tower, but in the end, it was all given to them. Qin Feng, don't go overboard. Amo Qihan also felt greatly insulted. Previously, Lone Dragon County was declining, but he still gave enough face to the Jiang brothers. Qin Feng's offerings were already much more than the other two counties, but now, he suddenly had so much more. He was like a vampire. If you're not convinced, then come. Isn't Xianxia very powerful? Now that you've become a coward, you bunch of motley crew, do you still want to rebel? I've already done my best for you. 80 pieces of heavenly flame crystal for each of you. I, Qin Feng, will not let you go. Of course, what you have to face is not me, but the wrath of the Jiang brothers. Qin Feng's words made Mo Qihan relax his clenched fists. They knew how strong the Jiang brothers were. The fourth brother of the Jiang family had once defeated Lu Dong with a single palm because Lu Dong had taken the lead to protest. But in the end, he was suppressed by Qin Feng alone. The eldest brother, the second brother and the third brother of the Jiang family had yet to make a move. It should be known that these two brothers were the top experts of the Outer Mansion, second only to the 3 dragon heads of the Outer Mansion. They had cultivated for more than 100,000 years more than them. In the Tongxian Mansion, they were well known and had even entered the top 100 experts of the Heaven Ascension list. The people of the Lone Dragon County could only choose to submit in the end. It's all that damned Jiangchen's fault. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a miserable state. That's right. If it wasn't for Jiangchen offending Qin Feng, how could we be implicated by him? Where was the awe-inspiring presence of the new students? Now, I don't know where he is hiding to cultivate. He doesn't even dare to fart. What a coward. That's really bad luck. It's all Jiangchen's fault. Some of the people of the Lone Dragon County who were not familiar with Jiangchen started to complain about the enmity between Jiangchen and Qin Feng. Obviously, Qin Feng was vengeful. He vented his anger towards Jiangchen on them, making them scapegoats. Where there are people, there will be conflicts. Even if they were the chosen ones among the geniuses, there was no exception. Qin Feng's face was full of arrogance, but no one dared to offend him. Especially after he put out the name of the Jiang brothers, there was no one who dared to oppose him. Jiangchen, oh Jiangchen, don't come out if you have the guts. I will make you a sinner for eternity. If you dare to go against me, I will kill all the people of the Lone Dragon County. Qin Feng sneered in his heart. He had not seen Jiangchen for 100 years. He did not know where that fellow was hiding to cultivate. Other than Gu Maolu and Bai Ying, no one else knew about it. Dong Huang Tai's face was gloomy. Qin Feng had forced them to pay the tribute time and time again. Now, they were forced into a dead end. Although they were filled with hatred and fear, if they did not fight back, they would be completely crushed by Qin Feng. Moreover, the gap between them and the others would become bigger and bigger. Others could enter the Heavenly Dragon prison with the help of the Heavenly Flame crystals, but they could only be treated like cattle, ordered around by Qin Feng and the people behind Qin Feng. This kind of humiliation was slowly distorting their hearts. I, Dong Huang Tai, will never pay 80 Heavenly Flame crystals. Dong Huang Tai said. I, Lu Dong, will not either. Dong Huang Taie and Lu Dong looked at each other. After all, they were friends from the Lone Dragon County and they were familiar with Jiang Chen. Their relationship was definitely better than Qin Feng's. Oh? Are the two of you really thinking of rebelling? You want to go against me with just the likes of you? What wishful thinking. Not to mention the Jiang brothers, you can't even get past me. You want to fight against me? You're not even qualified. Qin Feng said Leng Leng. How would I know if I don't try? I, Dong Huang Tai, have never seen eye to eye with you. I would rather die in battle than to be your slave. Dong Huang Tai stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng sneered. Seems like they're going to rebel if I don't kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Brother Dong Huang is right. We entered the Tongxian mansion to become the strongest of our generation, not to be your slave. I will fight until the end. Lu Dong said fiercely. He was not afraid of Qin Feng at all. All right. The two of you can come together. I, Qin Feng, will take both of your heads to show my might. Let's see who can stop me. Qin Feng said domineeringly. Brother Qin, if we don't teach them a lesson, they will never know how powerful you are. Yeah. A bunch of reckless fools. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will think that they're geniuses. Geniuses, do you think you're worthy? Ha ha ha. Geniuses, we have to step on the heads of geniuses to become strong. The people behind Qin Feng laughed and said. They completely ignored the 50 people from the Lone Dragon County. Although these 50 people were filled with anger and unwillingness, they could only cultivate for 5 to 7 days in the Heavenly Dragon prison every year. They would never forget that kind of humiliation. Although Qin Feng was despicable and arrogant, his strength was extremely strong. Even Wang Qing from Fengdu County and Feng Yidao from Qiling County had to admit defeat to him. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. Lu Dong coldly harumphed. His expression was grave and stern as he instinctively rushed forward, directly towards Qin Feng. Dong Huang Tai was also overbearing. Both of them were at the peak mid-Divine King realm. Qin Feng had already reached the late Divine King realm. The battle between the three of them attracted everyone's attention. The Heavenly Dragon prison instantly turned into a battlefield. Undeniably, Qin Feng's strength was much stronger than Dong Huang Tai and Lu Dong. The two's frenzied attacks posed no threat to Qin Feng at all. Terrifying qi waves forced the surrounding people to retreat, but they could not move Qin Feng at all. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, lightning flashed, and its imposing manner soared into the heavens. It was unstoppable. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Divine Golden Bell. Dong Huang Taiji's strength was much stronger than before, but Qin Feng was even stronger than him. Like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water, Lu Dong's sword chi swept across the void, shocking countless people. Except for Qin Feng, everyone's expression changed drastically. This fella's strength is so terrifying. Lu Dong and Dong Huang Tai's strength is on par, but it's still unknown if they can defeat Qin Feng. You're right. Even Feng Yidao of Qiling County and Wang Qing of Fengdu County were defeated by Qin Feng. It won't be easy for them to turn this around. Lu Dong's sword was like a meteor shower, rays of cold light shot up like a rain of swords. Qin Feng was calm and composed, he easily shattered Lu Dong's sword rain with a single strike. Lu Dong also retreated. Dong Huang Tai and Lu Dong joined hands but they could not even shake Qin Feng. At this moment, their expressions were extremely solemn. Both of you are not my match. As disciples of Tongxian Mansion, I do not want to kill you. Of course, you need to understand your own situation first. Qin Feng said faintly. Lu Dong and Dong Huang Tai couldn't gain any advantage from him. Qin Feng did not want to fight to the death. Otherwise, he would be heavily injured even if he managed to defeat the two of them. Qin Feng would not do something like that. He liked to look down on others. But I'm a stubborn person. I won't give up until I see my coffin. Lu Dong sneered. This was their last chance. He also knew that Qin Feng wanted to preserve his strength and prestige. However, at this time, they had already been forced into a desperate situation. If they didn't fight back, they might be crushed to the point that they couldn't breathe. Since things had come to this, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. If they surrendered so easily, then they would be even more miserable than before. Under Qin Feng's oppression, they would find it hard to breathe. Stubborn fool. Don't blame me for being merciless. Qin Feng harumphed. His expression turned cold. His eyes were as cold as ice. Again. Dong Huangtaie and Lu Dong looked at each other. Their battle was not only about their own glory, it was also about the survival of the entire Lone Dragon County's genius disciples. Otherwise, they would forever be trampled by others, forever at the bottom of the pyramid. The determination of the two moved the people of the Lone Dragon County. However, since it had come to this, they had to fight to the death. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Qin Feng grasped the ice-silver spear in his hand and pierced through the void. The spear pierced through the air, flickering with a cold light. Dong Huangtaie retreated for the sake of advancing. His expression was solemn as he circulated the Eastern Emperor limitless art to its limit. His strength was the most solid and profound. God-sealing prohibition. A ray of green light descended from the sky. Qin Feng swept his silver spear and forced Dong Huangtaie to retreat. Lu Dong seized the chance and chased after Dong Huangtaie, sword and spear intertwined, light and shadow intertwined. Qin Feng remained calm, fighting 1 against 2 without showing any signs of losing. The two of you are still not my match. Qin Feng roared. His silver spear turned into rays of silver light, sealing Dong Huangtaie's path of retreat. The silver light pierced through Tai's body and sent him flying. Lu Dong's sword rained down. The two of them fought with their lives on the line. Qin Feng sneered, displaying the might of a late divine king. A cold light pierced through the sky. The two of them were shaken by the impact. Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He looked down on everyone. In this battle, he had practically cut through the Gordian knot, but he had also consumed a lot of energy. Although he was not injured, he did not want to fight the two of them to the death. His aim was not to kill them, he would suffer great losses if he killed them as a warning. He wanted the heavenly fire crystals so that he could teach them a lesson in the future. These people were his treasures. If they died, no one would be able to give him the heavenly fire crystals anymore. Forget it. Aokihan pulled Lu Dong's shoulder and said. Qin Feng had the upper hand in this battle. Although the two of them still had the strength to fight, the outcome was not optimistic. Aokihan and the others knew this very well. Qin Feng did not kill them, he had his own plans. However, Dong Huangtaie and Lu Dong were furious. However, they calmed down after being stopped by Aokihan. Qin Feng did not kill them not because he pitied them, but because he was worried that they would not be able to serve him in the future. Humph. Lu Dong harumphed as he clenched the heavenly fire crystals in his hand. He had spent a lot of effort to condense them. He could only condense 200 heavenly fire crystals in a year. He could only cultivate in the Heaven Dragon prison for 20 days. Yet, he still had to give Qin Feng 80 heavenly fire crystals. What's the difference between him and a vampire? Dong Huangtaie felt the same. Although they were unwilling, Aokihan stopped them for their own good. If this battle was a choice of life and death, they would definitely lose miserably. He and Dong Huangtaie had to choose life and death. The people of the Lone Dragon County could only silently endure the humiliation. No one was willing to hand over their hard-earned money as it was equivalent to asking for their lives. Some of them could only condense 120 to 130 heavenly fire crystals in a year. They gave 60 to 70% of their earnings to Qin Feng. However, they were from the Lone Dragon County. Jiling County and Fengdu County gave each of them 30 heavenly fire crystals. They did not have any conflict with Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng did not treat the people of the Lone Dragon County as human beings. If they resisted, he would kill them without mercy. I will take my revenge sooner or later. Lu Dong gritted his teeth. He wanted to eat Qin Feng's flesh. Wasn't this the reason why their cultivation realm could not keep up with Qin Feng's for 100 years? Under such circumstances, the genius disciples of the Lone Dragon County who entered the Tongxian mansion were greatly restricted. They could only cultivate in the Heaven Dragon prison for less than 1/10 of the time of the others. How could they fight against Qin Feng? Everyone was unhappy. They had placed their hopes on Dong Huangtaie and Lu Dong, but the result was the same. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Qin Feng seemed to enjoy their furious expressions. That arrogant attitude, that feeling of trampling on others' dignity made him stand above everyone else. I like it when you guys hate me but can't get rid of me, Qin Feng said with a cold smile. His attitude towards everyone was the same as disdain. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and hand it over. What are you talking about? Hurry up, I want to cultivate as soon as possible. A bunch of cowards, you guys deserve to be bullied. Cultivate if you're not strong enough, trash. Not only Qin Feng, even the people behind Qin Feng sneered at the people from Lone Dragon County. However, they were now in the outer palace of Profound Connection Divine Palace. They were the lowest existences among the freshmen. The glory of the past had long left them. You must endure great humiliation if you want to be above everyone else. I've never heard that when the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility upon a man, it must first torture his will and exhaust his muscles and bones. One day, when you have the strength to surpass me, I, Qin Feng, am willing to be your stepping stone. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and smiled leisurely. At this moment, more than 50 people from the Lone Dragon County took out their heavenly fire crystals reluctantly. This was their year's worth of hard work. This was their motivation. But now, they had to give it away. You said it yourself. From today onwards, you guys are my, Xianxia slaves. Only when I'm satisfied will you be able to raise your head and talk to me. Xianxia's cold voice sounded beside Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng suddenly turned around and looked at Xianxia. The guy who used to step on Qin Feng to get to the top had finally appeared. Xianxia? It's really him. Xianxia, where have you been for the past 100 years? Brother Jiang has finally appeared. With him here, our Lone Dragon County will not be bullied anymore. Lu Dong said while gritting his teeth. Fresh blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with a fearless aura. Xianxia. You still dare to appear in my eyes? Ha ha ha, it seems like you really don't know what's good for you. For the past 100 years, I thought you had become a coward. Qin Feng laughed as he stared fixedly at Xianxia. Not too long ago, 100 years ago, his brilliance could be said to be number one among the freshmen. No one could compete with him. However, he had disappeared for 100 years, and his strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. At this time, how could Qin Feng let go of Xianxia? Unfortunately, Xianxia did not show up, which made him extremely annoyed. He could only vent his anger on the people from the Lone Dragon County. However, at this moment, Xianxia appeared. The anger in his heart gathered again and was directed at Xianxia. I didn't want to kill you, but you have gone too far. I'm afraid the people of the Lone Dragon County have been bullied by you. Xianxia looked at Amokihan. Amokihan and the others nodded silently. Although it was embarrassing, it was an undeniable fact. You? Kid, don't think that I'm afraid of you. Who do you think you are? Back then at the top of the thunder-gathering peak, it was only because of your good luck that you lasted until the end. But what does that mean? Now, I will use you as an example to show you who's the number one freshman. Right now, both Feng Yidao and Wang Qing have already been defeated by me. If you choose to submit to me, then kneel on the ground and kowtow to me 3 times. If you refuse, I will let you off. Haha. Qin Feng said with a smile, but his words were filled with mockery towards Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. People like you will not shed a tear until you see the coffin. You always think that you're invincible in the world. You don't know that you're a frog in a well. Number one freshman? Is it really that important to you? Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cold light as his aura surged. His goal had never been to be number one among the new students. His goal was to dominate the universe, to surpass the people of the God world, and to surpass them all. Those who stand in my way shall die. Qin Feng's countenance slightly changed. This fella's aura made him feel solemn. It's useless to say more. Strength is everything. Only the strong have the right to speak. Otherwise, the loser will only be a dog. Qin Feng pointed his spear at Xianxia. He was full of arrogance and fearlessness. As you wish. Xianxia Lungling said. At this moment, his strength had reached the late divine king realm. He was many times stronger than before. After 100 years of cultivation, the aura within Xianxia's body was extremely terrifying. When he woke up from his dream, Gumelu was shocked. They were both at the late divine king realm and Xianxia had just broken through. But in his eyes, Xianxia was like an ancient ferocious beast, unstoppable and overbearing. After killing Xianxia, he would no longer have any resentment or obsession in his heart. For the past 100 years, whenever he cultivated to his peak state, there would always be a demon in his heart that he couldn't get rid of. Qin Feng knew that it was Xianxia. As long as he could defeat Xianxia, there would be no more hesitation, and he would be the #1 freshman. Senior brother Gu, do you think that Xianxia is competent? Luo Ping asked in a low voice. Many people from the Lone Dragon County looked at Xianxia curiously. Although he had obtained the first place in the Lightning Gathering Peak and was able to condense the Heavenly Fire Crystal, it did not mean that he was the strongest. Compared to Qin Feng, Xianxia's strength seemed to be just a title. It was just a title. I only want to know how many rounds this new student will last in Xianxia's hands. Gumalu said with a smile. When Xianxia was a mid-divine king, he could defeat his enemies, kill Lu Jia and fight against the Jiang brothers. The current Xianxia would only be stronger than before. Although it was just a title, Gumalu believed that Xianxia could defeat Qin Feng. 100 years. That's 100 years. In the history of Tongxian Mansion, how many people could cultivate in the Heaven Dragon prison for 100 years? None, at least not in Gumalu's knowledge. Everyone else was working hard to condense the Heavenly Fire Crystal, but Xianxia managed to break through to the late Divine King realm in just 100 years. Go to hell. Deep Freeze Silver Dragon. Qin Feng roared in rage. The silver spear in his hand flickered and a thunderous roar resounded. That roar seemed like it came from the silver spear. On top of the silver spear, there was a silver dragon that danced wildly, devouring the heavens and oppressing towards Xianxia. Everyone took a deep breath and mourned for Xianxia. Qin Feng's performance just now was powerful enough. Lu Dong and Dong Huangtai were shocked by this move. If Qin Feng used this deep freeze silver dragon, neither of them would be able to withstand it. It was truly incomparably terrifying. At least in their understanding, it was not easy to receive the spear. If it were to hit them, they would most likely die. There were even people who thought that Xianxia would give up resisting, because Xianxia did not move at all. Like a huge dragon crashing into him, the silver dragon roared, swallowing thousands of miles. The corner of Xianxia's mouth slightly hooked up into an undetectable arc at this moment. Nobody would have thought that he would actually want to receive the spear with just a single hand. The silver spear transformed into a dragon, its aura was unparalleled. Xianxia's hands moved, grabbing onto the silver spear. It was as if that arrogant dragon's head was twisted by Xianxia. Xianxia stretched out his hand and smashed it. The aura of the silver dragon was instantly shattered. The origin divine tool, the silver spear, was directly bent by Xianxia. It was completely twisted, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Everyone's breathing froze at this moment. Xianxia's methods were truly unbelievable, shocking to them. Even Qin Feng was dumbfounded. His strongest attack was like a child's toy in Xianxia's hands. The origin divine tool was instantly destroyed, turning into scrap metal. And Xianxia's sudden punch had already pierced through the air. There were no fancy methods, just a punch. With a single punch, the mountains and rivers were shattered, the wind was blown away. Run! Xianxia's aura was truly too strong. When he used his hand to destroy the silver spear, Qin Feng's complexion had already changed. However, it was already too late to escape. Xianxia's fist had already arrived. It seemed ordinary, but it directly caused Qin Feng's complexion to become extremely pale. Qin Feng used all of his strength to defend. Qin Feng was sent flying backwards, his chest had completely caved in. The bones in his body were already broken to the point where they couldn't be broken anymore. His meridians were all broken, he was no different from a cripple. Qin Feng's 7 apertures were bleeding, his face was pale white as he knelt on the ground, silently staring at Xianxia. The fear in his heart rose involuntarily. Why did I offend this malefic star? Amokihan was speechless. They were both at the late Divine King realm and were both regarded as peerless prodigies. However, the arrogant Qin Feng was defeated by Jiang Chen in a single move and was almost killed. The people behind Qin Feng were dumbfounded. Dong Huang Taie and the others were also shocked. They thought that it would be an evenly matched battle. But now, it seemed like it was a one-sided battle. Qin Feng could not even retaliate. This is Jiang Chen, he's worthy of being called a genius, Lu Dong and the others were excited. Their faces were flushed red. Jiang Chen's return was like the heaven and earth to them. None of them needed to look at Qin Feng's face anymore. Jiang Chen was like a god when he attacked. Qin Feng was no match for him. Everyone in the Lone Dragon County was incomparably happy. For more than 100 years, they had been oppressed by Qin Feng to the point that they did not even dare to raise their heads. Now, Jiang Chen had defeated Qin Feng with a single strike and turned the tables around. They had had enough of that humiliation and oppression. Jiang Chen had regained their dignity with his own strength. This was more worth celebrating than anything else. PFFF, Qin Feng coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. This time, he almost lost his life on the spot. At the last moment, he knew that Jiang Chen had held back his strength. Otherwise, he would have died for sure. This battle was as easy as crushing dry weeds. There was no hesitation, no sloppiness. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not even have the chance to catch his breath. He's stronger than I have imagined. Gu Malu's eyes flashed. Even he was shocked. If he were to fight with Jiang Chen, his chances of winning would not be high. Brother Jiang is still Brother Jiang. Although Luo Ping was used to Jiang Chen's strength, it was unbelievable that Jiang Chen was able to suppress Qin Feng in a battle of the same level. Our Lone Dragon County will never be bullied like this again. Amo Qihan finally let out a sigh of relief. On the other hand, the dozen or so people behind Qin Feng all had ugly expressions on their faces. They subconsciously took a few steps back, afraid that Jiang Chen would use them as targets and beat them up. Now, do you have anything else to say? Trash. Jiang Chen looked at Qin Feng and said. The people behind him were dumbfounded and did not dare to take a step forward. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with fear. He kept shaking his head because he couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen did it. Just a single strike was enough to make him lose his will to fight. He had already become a cripple. He wouldn't be able to recover even after 100 years. Now, he finally tasted the taste of pain. Hand over all the heavenly fire crystals. Even if you hide one, I will send you all to Avicii hell. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Qin Feng's people were shocked. Jiang Chen's gaze was as sharp as a sword. They did not dare to look at him directly. How would they dare to hide it? This is mine, it's all here. Mine, that's all I have. It's all with Qin Feng. The people handed over 20,000 heavenly fire crystals. Qin Feng was no exception. He alone had 40,000 heavenly fire crystals. He did not have the time to give the Jiang brothers the majority of the heavenly fire crystals. A total of 60,000 heavenly fire crystals. Jiang Chen handed them over to Amo Qihan. Distribute them. These were all looted by them. Jiang Chen said. As soon as his words fell, the 50 people of Lone Dragon County were shocked and overjoyed. They had never thought that Jiang Chen would give them all 60,000 heavenly fire crystals. It was a windfall from the sky. Not only was Jiang Chen not tempted by it, he even gave them the crystals out of mercy. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your generosity. Brother Jiang is a role model for us. We swear to follow Brother Jiang until death. Those who complained about Jiang Chen were now grateful to Jiang Chen. Amo Qihan wanted to say something but Jiang Chen waved his hand to stop him. He understood what they were trying to say but he did not want to argue with them. A total of 60,000 heavenly fire crystals were distributed to everyone. Jiang Chen's generosity made them feel a sense of shame. Those who were filled with hatred towards Jiang Chen were completely speechless. Xianxia shook his head with an ugly expression. He said in a deep voice, Brother Jiang's benevolence is something that I, Xianxia, cannot compare to. I thought that Brother Jiang would take revenge on us, your former enemies. However, you repaid evil with kindness. I, Xianxia, am ashamed. If Brother Jiang needs anything, I will do it. I won't kill you, but you'll have to hand over half of the heavenly fire crystals in the Tan County for 100 years. After 100 years, we'll have nothing to do with each other and cultivate properly. Despicable means are not the way to go. Jiang Chen looked at Qin Feng silently. Qin Feng could only nod while gritting his teeth. However, he would not let this matter go. All right. I understand. Qin Feng nodded silently. He no longer had the elegance he had in the past. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight, he did not dare to say anything. However, the people behind him would never let this matter go. Qin Feng was able to reach where he was today without the support of the Jiang brothers. If the Jiang brothers knew about this, they would definitely look for Jiang Chen. Alright, get lost now. Do you want me to treat you to a cup of tea? Jiang Chen said coldly. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. He was humiliated by Jiang Chen, but he could only swallow his anger. His skill was not as good as Jiang Chen's, he had nothing to say. But if you don't kill me, the Jiang brothers might not let you go. After Qin Feng and the others left, Dong Huangtai looked at Jiang Chen with a profound gaze. The gap between him and Jiang Chen was unbridgeable. At least for now, he felt inferior to Jiang Chen. It was not an exaggeration to say that Jiang Chen could never catch up to him. You've given me all the heavenly fire crystals. Do you know that you still owe me 300,000? Ha ha ha. Gu Maolu pointed at Jiang Chen and laughed. Everyone was dumbfounded. What? Jiang Chen owes Gu Maolu 300,000 heavenly fire crystals? How the hell did he owe Gu Maolu 300,000 heavenly fire crystals? I know. Look at how stingy you are. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'll give it to you now. Jiang Chen said jokingly. If it wasn't for Gu Maolu's protection, Jiang Chen might have been disturbed and woken up from his cultivation for the past 100 years. After 100 years of cultivation, his cultivation had reached the late Divine King realm. Jiang Chen's combat strength was no longer the same as before. Gu Maolu's contribution was great. Moreover, even he might not be able to take out those heavenly fire crystals. He must have borrowed them from various sources, but Gu Maolu didn't mention it. With a flip of his hand, Jiang Chen gave 400,000 heavenly fire crystals to Gu Maolu. Gu Maolu was slightly stunned and his heart was in turmoil. Amo Qihan, Lu Dong, and the others were dumbfounded. They could only condense hundreds of heavenly fire crystals in a year. How did Jiang Chen do it? How did he condense so many heavenly fire crystals in 100 years? These were all condensed while you were cultivating? Gu Maolu stuttered. Not much, about 3.5 million left. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to Gu Maolu. Gu Maolu was completely dumbfounded. He knew that Jiang Chen wasn't lying because he didn't want to deal a blow to these so-called geniuses. Little did he know, the instant he revealed 400,000 heavenly flame crystals, they were already shocked to the extreme. Bastard, pervert, devil, Gu Maolu didn't know how to describe Jiang Chen anymore. He immediately kept Jiang Chen's heavenly flame crystals. Dong Huangtai sighed in his heart. No wonder you're not moved by those 60,000 heavenly flame crystals. Compared to those 400,000 heavenly flame crystals, 60,000 heavenly flame crystals are nothing. Jiang Chen, Qin Feng is easy to deal with, but you must be wary of the person behind him. Amo Qihan said with a serious expression. That's right. The Jiang brothers are ranked in the top 100 of the Celestial Ascension ranking. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, you've also seen the methods of the Jiang brothers. Qin Feng has done countless atrocities with them. Not only was the Lone Dragon County bullied, even the Qiling County and Fengdu County were not spared. But because you're in the Lone Dragon County, Qin Feng's oppression towards the Lone Dragon County was the most severe. Gu Maolu nodded and said. The Jiang brothers? I hope they don't provoke me. Jiang Chen said, but his battle intent was unparalleled. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. So what if they're the 4 Jiang brothers? Those who haven't broken through to the hierarch realm are trash in Jiang Chen's eyes. It's time to go to the 2nd floor. Jiang Chen said. Alright, I'll go with you. However, the second floor requires 20 heavenly fire crystals, and the third floor requires 30 heavenly fire crystals, and so on. The 10th floor requires almost the same amount of heavenly fire crystals as the thundercloud space, but it should be a drop in the bucket for you. Gumalu said. Xianxia and Gumalu looked at each other and smiled, then walked towards the second floor. Xianxia cultivated for a year on the second floor, the third floor, the fourth floor, and the fifth floor. I can't go on anymore. I can't go to the sixth floor anymore. I can't endure the terrifying pressure from the heavenly flame space. Gumalu waved his hand at Xianxia, indicating that he wouldn't be able to go to the sixth floor anymore. You really don't want to go with me? Xianxia said with a smile. You're actually immune to the pressure from the heavenly flame. I really don't know what you're made of. I can't take it anymore, please spare my life. But let me tell you, if you go beyond the 10th floor, you'll find people from the inner mansion. Remember, don't cause any trouble and keep a low profile. Gumalu warned. I'm not a troublemaker. Don't you know that? Xianxia said with a smile. Yes, you're not a troublemaker. If someone dares to provoke you, you'll have to fight them to the death. Gumalu understood Xianxia too well. This fella was definitely capable of doing something like that. Even when he was facing the Lihuan sect's young sect master, Han Shaoqian, Xianxia still refused to let go of the treasure and would rather die than let it go. However, Xianxia was really lucky to have survived Han Shaoqian's attack. Xianxia entered the 6th floor all the way to the 10th floor alone. He cultivated for a year on each floor. There were only 3 people on the 10th floor, so Xianxia didn't stay for long. After a year, Xianxia headed towards the 11th floor once again. To Xianxia, the Heaven Dragon prison didn't pose much of an obstacle. Xianxia could completely ignore the terrifying heavenly flame, but he couldn't ignore the figure that would appear every time he entered a state of cultivation. He wanted to get to the bottom of it and see who exactly that figure was. Every time he went down a floor, Xianxia's feeling became stronger. The cries of the person in his dream became clearer and clearer. There was no one on the 12th floor and the 13th floor. On the 14th floor, there were 2 people with extraordinary strength. They were half-step hierarch realm experts. Xianxia was deeply touched. The 15th floor. What's this guy's background? A late divine king managed to break through to the 15th floor after cultivating here for a year. Interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen such a strong guy. Except for that lunatic. The 2 young men, one in black and the other in white, both had terrifying auras. Half-step hierarch realm. They were already at the doorstep of the hierarch realm and could step into the hierarch realm at any time. Their strength was undeniable. Even Yu Changlong had to address them as senior brother. Xianxia didn't pay any attention to their gazes. On the 15th floor, he saw a beautiful figure. In the center of the floor, there was a young girl wearing green clothes. She was in a meditative state, her eyes were closed. The girl had a slender figure and a calm expression. Her eyes were bright and kind. Although she wasn't a peerless beauty, she was incomparably enchanting. Even though she hadn't fully grown up yet, her figure was quite voluptuous. She was the kind of face that would be deeply engraved in one's mind. Her pretty face was rosy and brimming with youthfulness. Xianxia sat not far from the young lady and cultivated for a year. The young lady did not move at all. Xianxia was still calm. Although the heavenly fire's pressure was extremely strong, it did not resist much after Xianxia used the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Xianxia stepped into the 16th floor. At that moment, the young lady slowly opened her eyes and said, "Are you sure you want to enter the 16th floor? Can't I enter the 16th floor?" Xianxia frowned and asked. Without the strength of a hierarch realm expert, entering the 16th floor will only result in death. The young lady was still calm and collected. Oh. Xianxia nodded his head, but he didn't mind it at all. He turned around and walked towards the 16th floor, because the voice in his dream was getting clearer and clearer. Xianxia's chest was aching. Therefore, he must go down floor by floor to find out what was going on. The young lady was stunned. She did not expect Xianxia to ignore her warning and went straight to the 16th floor. Courting death. The girl sneered. She didn't bother about Xianxia and closed her eyes. Without the strength of a hierarch, stepping onto the 16th floor was akin to drawing fire. On the 16th floor, Xianxia's expression finally turned serious. He knew why the young girl would say such words. She was indeed advising him out of goodwill. The 16th floor was completely different from the 15th floor. It was not as peaceful as before. Instead, it was replaced by a series of terrifying earth fire that spurted out from the ground everywhere. The intensity of the flames was shocking. Ordinary experts would die instantly if they touched it. Without the strength of a hierarch, it was impossible to resist the terrifying earth fire. Moreover, under the tens of millions of holes, there was no telling when the earth fire would spurt out. It was terrifying. This earth fire, why does it feel so familiar to me? Xianxia's expression was solemn. There was no one in the 16th floor, but the earth fire couldn't do anything to him because he had the karmic fire of the Red Lotus to protect him. Although the earth fire was powerful, it couldn't harm him at all. Another year passed, and Xianxia rushed to the 17th floor. But at this moment, he was blocked by two powerful experts. Seniors, is it forbidden to enter the 17th floor? Xianxia asked. How could you enter the 16th floor? Kid, it seems like you're a monster. Our Tongxian mansion is full of monsters. Haha. However, no one can enter the 17th floor without the mansion master's order. One of the white-bearded old men smiled and looked at Xianxia as if he wanted to see through Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. He did not dare to act rashly. After all, the person in front of him was a hierarch expert. Their strength was much stronger than Ziqing Tian. Even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to fight against the two of them. I know. Why are you still here? This is not a place you can come to. It's already a great fortune to be able to enter the 16th floor. If you're still stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. Humph. The other skinny old man harumphed coldly. Obviously, he was not in the mood to talk to Xianxia. There's someone guarding the 17th floor. Is there a secret in the 17th floor? Xianxia thought. However, it was impossible for him to force his way in with two middle hierarch experts guarding the place. The person in his dream seemed to be getting closer, but Xianxia was stopped at the 16th floor. I see. Sorry to disturb you two seniors. Xianxia smiled and turned to leave. However, the person in his dream had become a knot in his heart. Sigh. I can only go back first. This Heaven Dragon prison is really a place full of dangers and secrets. Xianxia shook his head. When he walked out of the 16th floor, the young lady was shocked and in disbelief. You're able to walk out alive? The young lady looked at Xianxia in shock. It's not a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. What's there to be surprised about? Xianxia said disapprovingly. You. Don't you know that you're too arrogant? The young lady suddenly stood up and said with her hands on her waist. Her big round eyes stared at Xianxia. She was quite angry. Even she could not enter the 16th floor. How could he be so dismissive? Wasn't this a blow to her confidence? I told you there's danger out of goodwill, but you're so dismissive. Kid, I'm angry. Apologize to me. The young lady said fiercely, pretending to be fierce. However, she did not look like a bad person at all. On the contrary, she looked cute with her pair of canine teeth. Xianxia could not help but laugh. This little girl was quite interesting. However, Xianxia was not stupid. Could this young lady be an ordinary person since she could cultivate on the 15th floor? Obviously, it was impossible. What's there to apologize for? I didn't do anything to you. Why should I apologize? Could it be that you're interested in me? Ha ha ha. Xianxia said with a smile. A half-step ultimate god. The young lady was not someone to be trifled with. However, Xianxia was not afraid of a half-step ultimate god expert. Hee, you're the first person who dares to talk to me like this. I'm trying to persuade you out of goodwill, but you don't know what's good for you. The young lady said angrily. I'll beat you up, but I won't beat you to death. The young lady said in a domineering manner and glanced at Xianxia. You want to beat me to death? Do you think you can do that? The more you talk, the harder I'll beat you up. The girl waved her fist and said with disdain. Why don't we have a fight? Whoever loses will be my little brother. Xianxia said with a smile. I'm not afraid of you. You're also a peerless genius, to be able to enter the 16th floor with your strength as a late divine king. I'd like to see what you're capable of. But if you lose, you'll have to be my little brother. By then, you'll have to tell me how you managed to enter the 16th floor. The young girl said with a stern face. She seemed to be acting like an elder. All right, I'll have you as my little brother for sure. Xianxia was full of confidence. After breaking through to the late divine king realm, he'd like to see how strong he was. That Qin Feng was definitely not a match for him. This girl was more like it, a half-step hierarch. She shouldn't disappoint me, right? You're pretty good at bragging. Aren't you afraid that you'll cut your tongue? The girl waved her fist and charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression froze. He would not be fooled by her innocent expression. This girl was definitely an expert. The girl's fist landed on Xianxia's body. At that moment, Xianxia's body trembled as he was struck by the girl. He was forced to take a dozen steps back. Although the fist was small, it was earth-shattering. Motherf **Ker, this fist is too hard, Xianxia couldn't help but curse. This girl's fist was like a primal origin treasure. Even though he had broken through to the late divine king realm, he still couldn't withstand her fist. After suffering a setback, he immediately unleashed his dragon transformation without any hesitation. Little girl, looks like I've underestimated you. The corner of Xianxia's lips curled up. Under the dragon transformation, the girl was slightly stunned. The half-human, half-dragon body had given her quite a shock. Interesting. You're from the dragon clan? What do you mean? Xianxia frowned. Dragons are the most resistant to beatings. The little girl giggled. However, she did not show any mercy at all. Her aura was as heavy as 1,000 caddies, and an explosive sound rang out in the air. With a single punch, the entire 15th level seemed to shake the earth and mountains. After unleashing the draconification transformation, Xianxia was no longer afraid of the young woman's frenzied attacks. The toughness of his body once again shocked the young woman. When her fists landed on Xianxia's body, they were actually cancelled out by more than half. Even so, it was still terrifying. However, Xianxia's expression didn't change at all. The two of them fought to their heart's content, neither able to do anything to the other. Pa. Xianxia found an opportunity and ruthlessly slapped the girl's buttocks 3 times. The girl's expression changed greatly, and she quickly pulled away. She was so angry that her whole body trembled, and she stared at Xianxia with tears in her eyes. You bastard! The girl fiercely stomped her foot. If I'm really a bastard, your buttocks would have bloomed just now. Xianxia said faintly. The girl's expression changed slightly. Indeed, those 3 palms of his earlier did not contain any strength, and could only be considered as slaps. You're shameless. The girl's tears fell as she spoke. Xianxia was stunned and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Grandaunt, you can't cry even if you can't win, right? Fine. I'm shameless, you win. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Yeah. I lied to you. Ha, you've lost. From now on, you're my little brother. The girl instantly wiped her tears and stared at Xianxia with a smile. Xianxia secretly shook his head. The emotions of a girl really made one speechless. Crying when she couldn't win. What was this? You brat, crying when you can't win. What kind of ability is that? Xianxia frowned. A loss is a loss. Do you really think that I can't win against you? I'm just afraid that you won't be able to withstand my attacks. It's not easy to find someone who can withstand my attacks. I'm very happy to have you as my little brother. Not bad. The girl was not shy at all. She actually reached out her hand and patted Xianxia's head. From now on, you're my boss. Xianxia smiled without saying a word. This little fellow is quite interesting. He couldn't help but think of Yuer. But where is she in this vast world? She thought that he was already dead. That was why she left the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. That's right. Tiny One, do you know why the 17th floor doesn't allow anyone to enter? Xianxia asked curiously. Who are you calling Tiny One? I know, but I'm not going to tell you. The girl had a proud look on her face as she stuck her hands into her hands. Are you going to tell me or not? If you continue to pretend, I'm going to beat you up. Xianxia said. Come on, you think I'm afraid of you? 2 hours later, you're an adult, but you only know how to bully kids. You adults are all good people. The girl said pitifully. Her eyes were filled with grievance, but she didn't cry this time. Hurry up and tell me, Tiny One. Xianxia smiled. The 17th floor seems to be imprisoning someone, but I'm not too sure. More than 100 years ago, the second mansion master suppressed someone and trapped him on the 17th floor. Since no one could enter the 17th floor, the matter was left unsettled. Not many people know about this. You've asked the right person. The girl said thoughtfully. What does that person look like? Have you seen him before? I don't know. Anyway, he's not very handsome. He's not my type. The girl curled her lips. A black line flashed across Xianxia's forehead. Why are you so fierce? He's not my type. Why should I pay attention to him? You don't know anything else? Xianxia felt helpless, but he couldn't lose his temper. After all, he still needed her to explain to him. However, he seems to have suffered an extremely heavy injury. That's why he's been imprisoned on the 17th floor. As for the rest, I don't know. However, he seems to be unwilling to submit. Every 10 years, the second mansion master will come to visit him. The girl told Xianxia everything she knew in full detail. Xianxia frowned. He still didn't know what kind of existence was under the Heaven Dragon prison. Why did he feel heartache? Since he couldn't find anything, Xianxia had no choice but to leave the Heaven Dragon prison. Hey, little brother, what's your name? I'm Baiyun. The girl yelled as she looked at Xianxia's back. Under the great river, the earth returns to dust. Xianxia said to himself as he strode away in a carefree and unrestrained manner. What's that? Black soil? The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. He staggered and almost tripped. A dignified Divine King Realm powerhouse almost tripped while walking. If word of this got out, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Black soil. What a lame name. Dong Huang Tai, where is Xianxia? Ask him to come out right now, otherwise, don't blame our boss Jiang for being impolite. You guys are going to suffer. Qin Feng said with a cold smile as he looked at Dong Huang Tai and the others with disdain. His injuries had healed a little, but he still rushed here to defend himself. Xianxia was merciful and spared his life, but in Qin Feng's eyes, Xianxia just didn't dare to kill him because he was afraid that things would get out of hand. How could Xianxia fight the Jiang brothers with his strength? Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. He was careless just now, and that was why Xianxia was able to take advantage of him. But now, he would never do anything. No matter how strong he was, he would still have to submit to the Jiang brothers. After all, there weren't many people in the outer palace who could suppress the Jiang brothers. Excluding the 3 dragon heads, the number of people who could do so could be counted on one hand. Qin Feng, you shameless bastard. Why didn't you dare to speak like this when Xianxia was here? Now, you're just a fox pretending to be a tiger. What do you want? Lu Dong shouted in a deep voice. What do I want? Humph. Those are Boss Zhang's heavenly flame crystals, but they were divided equally by you guys. What do you think we should do? Isn't Xianxia very capable? Now that Boss Jiang is here, why is he acting like a coward? Qin Feng smiled. He couldn't wait for Xianxia to come out and be killed by the Jiang brothers. That way, he would be able to vent his anger. Where is Xianxia? Those who dare to look down on the Jiang brothers will never have a good ending. Jiang Qing shouted. Dong Huang Tai and the others held their breaths as they could not resist him. The 4th brother of the Jiang brothers was already so ruthless, what about the other 3? No wonder the Jiang brothers could do whatever they wanted in the outer prefecture of the Tongxian mansion. Strength reigns supreme, that's the truth. You're quite arrogant. Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng, looks like you don't know what to do when I saved your life. Not only are you not grateful, you even want to attack me. Looks like I can't let you live. Xianxia took a step forward and walked out of the heavenly dragon prison. Since you dare to come out, don't even think about going back alive today. Qin Feng said. He had to act like a fox pretending to be a tiger. Otherwise, the others would think that he was really afraid of Xianxia. After all, he was not the same as before, he had nothing to be afraid of now. Ha ha ha, it's really a small world. I didn't expect us to meet again. Jiangqing stared at Xianxia, his eyes were filled with killing intent. If it wasn't for Xianxia, they wouldn't have failed to attack Yu Chenglong and the others. They even almost failed. He was still thinking about how to settle this score, but he didn't expect to meet Xianxia here. Fourth brother, looks like it's time for us to take our revenge. Jiang Dan sneered. After returning to the Tongxian mansion, Yu Chenglong and the others did not dare to provoke them. Bai Ying and Gu Maolu had a complicated relationship in the outer prefecture, it was not easy to deal with them. But now that Jiangqin took the initiative to come to them, they couldn't blame anyone. I still like the saying enemies are bound to meet. Looks like you guys are jackals of the same tribe. Jiangqin shook his head. Since Qin Feng relied on the Jiang brothers, it seemed like this battle was going to be tough. However, the moment he reached the late Divine King realm, he didn't put the Jiang brothers in his eyes. Compared to Qin Feng, they were just slightly stronger targets. They were not qualified to show off in front of him. That's good. If you kneel on the ground and kowtow now, I might leave you with a complete corpse. Jiangqing curled his lips and smiled. Dream on, it's your bad luck to meet me. Jiangqin said with a smile. You sure talk big. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Today, we'll settle old and new grudges together. Let's see who can protect you. Jiangqing's eyes were sharp and filled with killing intent. He went straight for Jiangchen. Fourth brother, be careful. Jiang Dan said in a low voice. It's a piece of cake to deal with him. Haha. Jiangqing said proudly. His figure moved like lightning and collided with Jiangchen. This time, I wonder if Boss Jiang will be able to turn the tide. Luo Ping murmured. The four Jiang brothers were the old generation experts of the Tongxian mansion. They were extremely powerful even among the older generation. Although Jiangchen had defeated Qin Feng, it didn't mean that he could defeat the older generation. The Tongxian mansion was the cradle of geniuses. There was no lack of geniuses here. Compared to the Jiang brothers, Jiangchen was only lacking in cultivation time. Jiangchen, you won't be able to escape today. With eldest brother Jiang here, don't even think about escaping. Qin Feng was cheering for the Jiang brothers. Jiangchen sneered and glanced at Qin Feng. Today, Jiangchen was going to start a massacre, he was going to teach these 5 men a bloody lesson, and no one could stop him. Kid, you had Bai Ying by your side last time. Let's see who can support you today. Jiangqing's moves were ruthless and dangerous. The dignity of the older generation couldn't be violated. Jiangqing's strength was much stronger than Qin Feng's. After all, there was a difference of 100,000 years between the two of them in the Tongxian mansion. Breaking through to the venerable realm was often just a thought away. However, this difference of a thought made countless people unable to catch up in their lifetime. Jiangqing's silver snake sword pierced through the void, attacking left and right. Jiangchen advanced by retreating. His expression was calm as he strolled leisurely. Blindly dodging will only put you in danger. Jiangqing said disdainfully. Jiangqing forced Jiangchen to retreat again and again. In their opinion, Jiangchen's situation was quite dangerous. His life could be in danger at any time. It's not a good idea to continue like this. Yeah, although brother Jiang's strength is not bad, compared to the 4 Jiang brothers, I'm afraid that he's still lacking. It's hard to say. I don't believe that Jiangchen will be defeated so easily. Sigh, life is unpredictable. It's only been a dozen years, looks like our Lone Dragon County's good days are coming to an end. The difficulty of cultivation is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Just when most of the people thought that Xianxia had exhausted all of his tricks and couldn't fight Xianxia's aura suddenly changed. He struck out with his palm, and it was as if he had descended from the heavens. The wind created by the palm strike was unstoppable, and it was even stronger than the attack he had used against Qin Feng. "Fourth brother, be careful!" Jiang Tian, Jiang Di, and Jiang Dan exclaimed at the same time. However, it was already too late. Jiang Qing's face instantly turned pale. Not only did Xianxia destroy the silver serpent soft sword in his hand, his palm had also pierced through his chest. Jiang Qing couldn't believe what he was seeing, but the distance between them was too close and too fast. In just a blink of an eye, Xianxia had defeated his enemy with a single strike. It was a battle of life and death, as fast as a swan, but as swift as the rain. Jiang Qing was not killed by Xianxia without hesitation. His soul was destroyed and he was sucked into the great soul-forming light by Xianxia. Those who were killed by Xianxia would not have a second chance to be reborn. "Damn it, Xianxia, I will kill you." Jiang Tian and the other two were filled with anger. Qin Feng was also stunned. Xianxia was pretending to be weak. His last palm had pierced through Jiang Qing's body with absolute strength, catching him off guard. Jiang Qing had killed a late divine king in a split second, shocking the people of the Lone Dragon County. Qin Feng could not help but swallow his saliva. The scene of Xianxia defeating him with a single move appeared in his mind again. It was like a miracle. "Xianxia, give me back my fourth brother's life." Jiang Dan charged forward and was determined to kill Xianxia. "I will definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes to comfort my fourth brother's soul in heaven." Jiang Di's anger soared to the sky. The three of them were enraged. Jiang Qing's death had made them hate Xianxia to the core. No one had thought that Xianxia would be so cruel and merciless. Before they could even react, Xianxia had killed their fourth brother. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. "Today, none of you will be able to escape," Xianxia said indifferently. "You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die." Jiang Tian ignored Xianxia. The strength of a peak divine king was obviously more powerful. The three of them advanced and retreated at the same time. The people of the Lone Dragon County were shocked. Could Xianxia really withstand such an attack? Alas, Xianxia is in danger. Some people sighed, and had already begun to mourn for Xianxia. After all, the three people in front of them were the Jiang brothers, who were extremely famous in the outer palace. Although they were all very strong, they always advanced and retreated together, which led to no one daring to provoke them. However, who would have thought that a new student like Xianxia would actually dare to challenge the supreme power of the Jiang brothers? Xianxia was fighting 1 against 3, but his expression did not change. At this time, it was time to see his true strength. Xianxia did not even use dragon transformation, because it was enough to deal with these three conceited fellows. Xianxia's punches were ferocious and he did not fear the attacks of the three at all. As the weapons clashed, the shockwaves surged. Under the powerful attacks of the three, Xianxia did not retreat at all. Instead, he faced them head-on. "Interlocking prison formation!" Jiang Tian shouted out angrily. Xianxia didn't fear the three of them at all, and this made him even angrier. He thought Xianxia had only killed his fourth brother with a sneak attack, but after fighting him for real, he finally felt a huge pressure. Xianxia was like a peerless devil king, and every attack he made was extremely ferocious. He never retreated, and his attacking style was completely different from before. Formation. Jiang Di and Jiang Dan looked at each other and did not dare to be negligent. After all, their big brother had already said that they must pay for their fourth brother's death with blood. Insignificant skill. Xianxia sneered. His terrifying strength had already crushed the three of them. Any formation was useless in front of him. Xianxia flew up to the sky with lightning speed, suppressing the three of them with his strength. He shattered the interlocking prison formation that the three of them were so proud of with a single punch. Xianxia's eyes lit up. 3,000 burning sky seal. The divine fire of 5 elements filled the void. The three of them were shocked. Even the people of the Lone Dragon County looked pale. The divine fire of 5 elements gathered and the 3,000 burning sky seal was transformed. The dragon's shadow was unparalleled and covered the sky and earth. The black flame turned into a giant fire dragon and turned into a seal. It was unstoppable. Retreat! Jiang Tian shouted in a low voice. However, Jiang Di and Jiang Dan weren't able to avoid it in time. In practically an instant, they were completely devoured by the 3,000 flame seal and transformed into ash. Even Jiang Tian was affected by it, and he was heavily injured and fell to the ground. Puff, Jiang Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. He knelt on one knee and slowly raised his head. Everyone was shocked. No one dared to look at Jiang Chen's cold eyes. He defeated the Jiang brothers with one move. This power was frightening. The name of Jiang Chen was bound to spread quickly among the outer mansion of Tongxian Mansion. His power was unstoppable. His aura was unstoppable. Qin Feng was so scared that his entire body trembled. Of the 4 Jiang brothers, 3 had already died, leaving only Jiang Tian, who was struggling at death's door. At this moment, Qin Feng's reliance had completely disappeared. Qin Feng knew that his time of death had come. Plop! Qin Feng knelt down in front of Jiang Chen. No one would have thought that the once high-spirited genius would be so weak in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Tian's face turned pale. He and his brother were defeated in a pitiful way. They did not even have the strength to fight back. A late divine king fellow was so terrifying. Lu Dong, Dong Huang Tai and the others looked at each other. They could not believe what they saw. One should know that the Jiang brothers were famous. No one dared to offend them. However, they were killed by Jiang Chen in an instant. They could not imagine that a freshman like Jiang Chen could be so terrifying. Jiang Chen is too powerful. A freshman like him could probably challenge the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace. Although I can't believe it, it's the truth. Sigh. When will we be able to reach such a realm? The gap between geniuses is that we will never know where the limit of a genius is. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Tian and said faintly. Your brothers are dead. Do you want to live alone? Jiang Chen. You can't kill me. My master is an inner palace elder. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. Jiang Tian's face turned pale as he said in fear. 3 of his brothers were killed by Jiang Chen. He must not die. He must take revenge for his brothers. The Jade Emperor doesn't believe that no one can save the person that I, Jiang Chen, want to kill. Jiang Chen showed no hesitation. He turned around and struck out with his palm. Jiang Tian's expression instantly changed, but he no longer had the strength to fight back. He was instantly turned into a blood mist by Jiang Chen's attack, dispersing between the heavens and earth. No. Don't kill me. Brother Jiang, we're the same kind of person. We're all freshmen. I was blinded by greed. I beg you. Please give me a chance. I will change for the better. I've given you a chance but you didn't know how to cherish it. Don't blame me, you brought this upon yourself. Jiang Chen's cold eyes glanced at Qin Feng. He turned his palm and struck out a palm wind. Qin Feng did not have the strength to fight back. The current Qin Feng was still far from his peak state. Jiang Chen, you'll regret this. You're a madman, killing the innocent. Before Qin Feng could finish his words, he was already killed by Jiang Chen. The whole place became silent, no one dared to utter a word. The faces of the new and old disciples of the Jiang brothers turned pale, not daring to utter a single word. They stood there silently, unable to advance or retreat. From now on, if anyone dares to bully the people of Lone Dragon County, I, Jiang Chen, will not show mercy. I'll kill every single one of them. Jiang Chen's voice was like a morning bell, striking deep into everyone's heart. No one dared to oppose him. Long live Jiang Chen. Haha. Jiang Chen is invincible. In the future, we'll be invincible in Tongxian Mansion with Brother Jiang around. Brother Jiang's strength is peerless, you're our role model. The people of Lone Dragon County bowed down to Jiang Chen. Dong Huang Tai-A's battle intent had already vanished. He and Jiang Chen were no longer on the same level. He was also strong, but it's a pity that Jiang Chen was stronger than him. How dare you kill the innocent in Tongxian Mansion? A loud voice resounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen frowned. Suddenly, a silhouette broke through the sky and arrived at him. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He turned around and struck out a palm strike, colliding with the incoming young man's palm strike. Both of them took 3 steps back. Jiang Chen's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. "You're the first one who dares to meddle in my business," Jiang Chen said coldly. Although this fella's strength was only at the peak of the Divine King realm, he was afraid that even a half-step venerable might not be able to compete with him. What a shameless braggart. "I didn't expect that you would actually kill the Jiang brothers. Even so, you can still be so arrogant. What a joke. In Tongxian Mansion, it's not your turn to behave atrociously," the green-robed man said coldly. "What kind of hero is bullying a freshman? Xiao Qinglong, it seems like you're not growing up." Behind Xiao Qinglong, Yu Chenglong stepped through the air and landed beside Jiang Chen. Leng Leng stared at him. "Are you okay?" Yu Chenglong shot a glance at Jiang Chen, only for Jiang Chen to shake his head. Yu Chenglong's appearance caused quite a few people to relax. After all, he was one of the 3 dragon heads of the Outer Palace, and there weren't many who could contend against him. "So what? If I don't grow up, can I still be compared to you? For a woman, you've even delayed your cultivation for so many years. I even feel that it's a disgrace to be in the same group as you." Xiao Qinglong shook his head and said. At this moment, someone among the crowd finally recognized his existence. "Xiao Qinglong. I know who he is. Just like Yu Chenglong, he's also one of the 3 dragon heads of the Outer Palace. It's really shocking to see 2 top-notch experts of the Outer Palace appear at the same time. Xiao Qinglong, Yu Chenglong. 2 dragon heads of the Outer Palace. TSK, it's really an eye-opener for us today. They are not much stronger than us, but I feel a strong pressure. Even the half-step hierarch old ancestor in the clan did not feel this way." "That's right. You're right. You're right." Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Qinglong silently. Since he was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yu Chenglong, he was afraid that this bastard wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Both of them didn't exert their full strength in that palm strike just now, but they were still quite surprised. Jiang Chen and Xiao Qinglong were shocked. "I, Yu Chenglong, do not allow you to make irresponsible remarks. You can insult me, but you can't insult Sister Zhou," Yu Chenglong said in a deep voice. "Such an infatuated man. You and I have not fought for 100 years. I'd like to see how much you've improved in the past 100 years." Xiao Qinglong held his blade horizontally and raised his green robe. He smiled coldly and went straight for Yu Chenglong. "As you wish." Yu Chenglong did not show any weakness and snorted coldly. Both of their strengths were at the peak of Divine King realm and had been there for more than 100,000 years. They were waiting for an opportunity to directly step into the hierarch realm. Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong's strengths were the best among the Divine King realm. They could even fight against a half-step hierarch realm expert. However, they had not broken through to the half-step hierarch realm in 100,000 years because they were accumulating their strength and waiting for an excellent opportunity. Only with that slight understanding could they skip the half-step hierarch realm and directly step into the hierarch realm. However, almost no one dared to cross over to the hierarch realm. Once they failed, it would be a waste of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of effort. Not to mention the delay of tens of thousands of years of cultivation, there would also be a huge obstacle in their future cultivation. However, Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong were both peerless geniuses. They did not take the ordinary path, which was why they could stand out among the geniuses. The battle between Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong attracted everyone's attention. It was even more intense than the battle between Jiang Chen and the Jiang brothers. Both of their attacks were fatal, merciless, and ruthless. There was not even a little bit of leeway. Jiang Chen was extremely shocked to see such a life-and-death battle. They were indeed the 3 dragon heads of the Outer Palace. It would be extremely difficult for him to deal with these 2 guys. It was not without reason that Yu Chenglong could still force the Jiang brothers to retreat when he was seriously injured. However, the initiative of the battle was taken by Xiao Qinglong after 100 moves. Perhaps it was not too obvious to others, but Jiang Chen could clearly feel that Yu Chenglong's strength was not as strong as his will. If the 2 of them continued to be entangled, then Yu Changlong would undoubtedly be defeated. The battle between the two seemed terrifying and extraordinary. However, it was only a superficial battle, like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water. Gradually, Yu Changlong's might fell into a disadvantage. However, in the eyes of outsiders, the two were still evenly matched. Looks like Yu Changlong, one of the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace, will be ranked last. Xianxia thought in his heart. In an instant, the two of them took 2 steps back with calm expressions. Unfortunately, Yu Changlong was not as calm as Xiao Qinglong and appeared extremely grave. The outcome of the battle had already been decided. Although the injuries were not obvious, it was enough for Yu Changlong to recuperate for a period of time. Your strength is still at the same place. You have really disappointed me in these 100 years. Xiao Qinglong said with a beaming smile. You don't have to worry about that. It will depend on our luck as to who can step into the inner palace first. Yu Changlong said coldly. Brat, I will spare you today. Don't let me see you again. You will definitely pay the price for the Jiang brothers' death. Xiao Qinglong looked at Jiangchen with eyes filled with killing intent. Anytime. Thank you. However, your injuries are very serious. It's better for you to cultivate for the time being. Jiangchen said. Yu Changlong was a little surprised. You can actually see through my injuries. However, your strength has really improved at a godly speed. Even the Jiang brothers died at your hands. I was just lucky. Jiangchen shook his head and chuckled. You can't kill the Jiang brothers by luck. However, you have to be careful of Xiao Qinglong. The Jiang brothers are his men. You won't be able to escape his censure after killing them. Although the Tongxian mansion doesn't prohibit killing, it's rare to kill someone during a spar. In other words, Xiao Qinglong has the intention to kill you after you killed the Jiang brothers. I'm afraid no one will stop him. Therefore, you have to be extra careful. Yu Changlong kindly advised. I'll remember it. There will be a ranking battle in the outer palace 3 years later. It's a competition between the new students and the old students. Apart from the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace, there are a total of 5,000 people in the outer palace who will all participate. There's no doubt about your strength since you were able to kill the Jiang brothers. Even among the old students, you can be considered as an outstanding talent. If you're ranked at the top, it'll be beneficial to your cultivation. The Tongxian mansion has never been stingy with resources for powerful geniuses. It's said that the reward this time will be the biggest innovation in 1,000,000 years. Of course, the 3 dragon heads will also participate in the outer palace ranking battle. However, I'm afraid I won't be participating this time. I hope you can achieve a good result. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't fight against Xiao Qinglong head-on. That guy's strength is already a level higher than mine. Yu Changlong said in a low voice. Jiangchen could be considered to be fated with him. Previously, outside of the Tongxian mansion, they had joined hands to fight against the enemy. It could be said that they had gone through thick and thin together. After entering the Tongxian mansion, his strength had also improved rapidly. Now, even Bai Ying might not be a match for him. Why would I give up such a good opportunity? Jiangchen frowned. Because I have my own choice. Someone needs me. Yu Changlong said. Brother Yu, if you have any difficulties, feel free to tell me. As long as I can help, I will definitely not be stingy. Jiangchen said. It's not a big deal. Sigh, forget it. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to help. Yu Changlong smiled bitterly and shook his head. He bid farewell to Jiangchen and turned to leave. Jiangchen did not force him. After all, everyone had their own secrets. He did not want to pry into Yu Changlong's thoughts. The next day, Jiangchen and Gu Maolu went to the secluded Spirit Valley. 1,000 heavenly fire crystals could only be used to cultivate for a day. It was extremely extravagant. For example, Dong Huang Tai and the others might not be willing to cultivate in the secluded Spirit Valley even if they cultivated in the Heaven Dragon prison for 10 years. The Spirit Valley was shrouded in fog for 1,000 miles, and a spirit spring flowed to the east. It was silent, and the entire place was filled with an ethereal feeling. Although they had not entered the valley yet, the refreshing feeling of the Spirit Valley had already seeped into their bodies. This is truly a spirit realm that seizes the fortune of the heavens and earth. Cultivating here, one will be able to comprehend things with a calm mind. It will definitely be very beneficial. Xianxia nodded and praised. 1,000 heavenly fire crystals for a day of cultivation. This price is ridiculously high. Even I am not willing to come here to cultivate. Moreover, I might not be able to comprehend anything even if I cultivate for 30 to 50 days. It would take at least 8 to 10 years. That's a few million heavenly fire crystals. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Gumalu said with a pained expression. My heavenly fire crystals are only enough for me to cultivate for 10 years. I will cultivate until the ranking battle 3 years later. Let's see if I can comprehend something. Xianxia said. That's right, in the ranking tournament 3 years later, you will definitely have some gains. Haha, even the Jiang brothers died in your hands, I now concede defeat. Entering the top 500 of the heaven roll, you should ask about entering the top 100. But you have to be more careful in the ranking battle this time. That Xiaoqinglong has already said that he will definitely make you pay with your blood. Xiaoqinglong? If he really provoked me, I think I will not be lenient. Jiangchen said with a smile. The only pity is brother Yu Chenglong. He should have shown his skills in the ranking battle this time. Moreover, it is said that the rewards of the ranking battle this time are very generous. But he still resolutely gave it up. Gumalu said with a sigh. Even he felt sorry for Yu Chenglong. Could it be that he has some difficulties that he cannot speak of? Jiangchen frowned. That's not it. But 100 years ago, brother Yu saved a lady in the mountains outside of Tongxian Mansion. This lady was born with an exceptional beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. But there were very few people who have seen her. Some people said that Yu Chenglong kept a mistress in a golden house. But the bitterness of this cannot be told to outsiders. After brother Yu saved her, he was infatuated with her. For 100 years, he did not concentrate on cultivating. This is also one of the reasons why he did not step into the inner mansion and did not succeed in his cultivation. That lady was said to be an exceptional talent. But unfortunately, her fate was full of misfortune. In order to save her, Yu Chenglong could be said to have put in a lot of effort. But that lady's heart belongs to someone. Everyone knows that. But only brother Yu refused to give up. I have seen that lady before. Her name is Jiangzhu. She is really an exceptional beauty. In this lifetime, I am afraid that I will not be able to see such a devastatingly beautiful lady anymore. I also do not know who is the man that could make this lady fall in love with him. Gumalu said with a serious face. Jiangzhu, Jiangchen murmured. His eyes revealed a hint of seriousness, but his heart was filled with thoughts. I hope so. In this world, there are lovers who can be together. A melon that is forcefully picked will not be sweet. I hope that Yu Chenglong can understand this. Jiangchen shook his head and threw away his previous thoughts. He did not think too much about it. Some people are just stubborn. Yu Chenglong's talent in cultivation is unparalleled. Among the 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion, he is on par with the other 2. But last time when he fought with Xiaoqinglong, he suffered some injuries and could not do 2 things at the same time. This time, without brother Yu, there will only be 2 out of the 3 dragon heads left in the outer mansion ranking tournament. It will not be as interesting. After all, the champion of the ranking tournament will definitely be born from the remaining 2 dragon heads. Gumalu said. If I am here, then it will not be certain. Jiangchen smiled confidently and glanced at Gumalu. If you can get rid of the 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion, I will definitely support you. Ha ha ha. The Ghost Valley was one of the 4 cultivation treasures of Tongxian Mansion. Even the mentors were extremely fond of it. However, not many of them were willing to spend a lot of money to cultivate there for a year. Gumalu and Jiangchen only cultivated for 10 days in the Ghost Valley before leaving with great heartache. The Spirit Valley was huge. Within 100 miles, the divine origin energy in the air was abnormally dense. It was even stronger than the heavenly fire-tempering body. It was not an exaggeration to say that one's cultivation progress was 1,000 miles in a day. The low cries of countless divine birds and the breaths of tens of thousands of beasts caused the Ghost Valley to become a blessed place for cultivation. The Ghost Valley was filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, making one feel relaxed and happy. Cultivating there for a year was indeed much longer than cultivating outside for 100 years. Moreover, it was different from cultivating in the Zulong Tower where time flowed faster. It was a true transformation of one's realm. Cultivating in such a situation was what many people dreamed of. The secluded valley was ethereal and had a lingering charm. It was quiet and distant, and spiritual thoughts fluttered about. In the Ghost Valley, Xianxia only saw a total of 5 people. All of them were far stronger than him. Even if they were not Hierarch Realm experts, they were at least half-step Hierarch Realm experts. Moreover, Xianxia also saw one person, the female mentor whom he had only met twice. After finding a wonderful place, Xianxia once again entered into cultivation. During this period of time, Xianxia could take the opportunity to cultivate the soul-stealing divine technique. However, he could not let others know about the soul-stealing divine technique. If others knew about it, they would confess to killing Han Xiaoqian. Therefore, Xianxia would not use it unless he had no other choice. The soul-stealing divine technique was a soul attack technique. Xianxia had seen how terrifying it was. An expert who could seize the soul of an Emperor Realm expert in 3 moves was very powerful. It was not by luck that the Lihuan sect could rely on the soul-stealing divine technique to stand firm between Blissful City and Tongxian Mansion. It's time to cultivate this soul-stealing divine technique. Xianxia thought to himself as he wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivation. The cultivation in Spectre Valley was very beneficial to Xianxia. Although it would be extremely difficult for him to improve his soul realm, the constant nourishment and strengthening of his Emperor Realm soul was very beneficial to Xianxia. His previous Emperor Realm soul was too weak and he would be severely injured if he were to use any life or death techniques. This was all due to the fact that Xianxia's soul realm was unstable due to his lack of strength. Cultivating peacefully in Spectre Valley without any external disturbances was indeed very comfortable. Xianxia gradually entered into a meditative state. His body became ethereal and his Emperor Realm soul was constantly deducing the soul-stealing divine technique. Xianxia was confident that he could kill all experts below the divine Emperor Realm at the critical moment, but the price he had to pay was extremely huge. Xianxia's spiritual realm had already reached the sovereign realm. He could cultivate the soul-snatching divine art with half the effort and twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, the first 2 styles of the soul-snatching divine art and the departed soul extermination divine art were mastered by Xianxia in no time. However, the 3rd style of the soul-snatching divine art wasn't that easy to master. Xianxia had been cultivating it for a long time but he still couldn't understand the profound theory behind it. Now that he had mastered the first 2 styles, they were absolutely terrifying. 2 years passed by quietly. Xianxia had never stopped cultivating in Spectre Valley. His biggest gain was the stability of his soul realm. Rumble, Xianxia suddenly felt a great tremor in his mind. The terrifying tremor did not come from Spectre Valley, but from his soul. Xianxia took a deep breath. But his Emperor Realm soul was incomparably sharp. In the Ghost Valley, a monster spiritual storm was stirred up. Invisible giant waves were stirred up one after another, as if it was the end of the world. The spiritual storm made Xianxia's heart palpitate. But he still woke up from his cultivation as soon as possible. If he was one step slower, he would have been crushed by the spiritual storm. But with his Emperor Realm soul, he was confident that he could protect himself, but he would certainly suffer a heavy injury. How could this be? How could such a terrifying soul storm blow up silently in my mind? No, there must be something fishy. Xianxia's face was solemn. However, the entire Ghost Valley remained calm and tranquil, with birds chirping and flowers blooming. However, Xianxia was bold. After all, he was an Emperor Realm soul. Therefore, he decided to meditate again to find out the reason. When Xianxia once again entered into a state of cultivation, the terrifying soul storm had completely crushed half of Spectre Valley. Xianxia saw that the 5 figures who were meditating were like trapped beasts in a swamp. The female mentor who was closest to him was also pale and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Although Xianxia could not see what she had experienced, he guessed that she must have been crushed by the terrifying soul storm just like him. Moreover, their soul realm was far from his. The female mentor spurted out a mouthful of blood and her expression became even uglier. Xianxia took a deep breath and withdrew the chaotic soulstorm. He jumped out of it calmly. However, those who were meditating were not so lucky. When Xianxia's Emperor Realm soul swept past the five, they were all trapped and could not extricate themselves. If this continued, they would definitely be devoured by the soulstorm. As for where the soulstorm came from, even Xianxia did not know. Wake up! Xianxia's soul voice roared and all five of them woke up from their cultivation. The female mentor was the first to wake up. Looking at Xianxia, her expression became increasingly solemn and her heart was filled with lingering fear. Are you the one who woke me up from my cultivation? The female mentor looked at Xianxia and asked in a low voice. You can say that. Thank you very much. The female mentor nodded and expressed her gratitude. If it was not for Xianxia, she would not have been able to wake up. That terrifying soul storm seemed to have endless magical power. Anyone who was sucked in and crushed by it would not be able to escape. However, Xianxia had used his terrifying soul power to wake all five of them up. Needless to say, he had completely saved their lives. Just now, she felt an extremely terrifying soul storm sweeping through her mind. She could not resist the soul storm at all. Even her hierarch realm strength could not withstand the soul storm. It was as if death had come. At that moment, she really felt that she was going to die under the soul storm. Xianxia, do you know what happened just now? The soul storm devours the world. Wherever it goes, there will be nothing left. That's right. That was really dangerous. Could it be that there is some existence in the Ghost Valley that cannot be resisted? The Ghost Valley is still calm and peaceful. However, once we enter the cultivation area, it's like hell on earth. It's really terrifying. The four of them looked solemn and did not even know what had happened just now. If it was not for him, we would have been devoured by the soul storm. It can't be? Could it be that he was the one who saved us? One of the hierarch realm experts said in disbelief. That's right. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. He saved your life. Xianxia said, Lung Lung. Looking at your strength, you should be an outer palace disciple. It's not easy for you to have such skills. The five of us almost failed miserably at such an easy task, but you actually saved us, hee. Interesting. If anyone dares to bully you in the outer palace in the future, just tell them my name, Chi Haifei. I will make them tremble in fear. If anyone dares to make things difficult for you, you can look for me in the inner palace. I am the inner palace elder, Yan Shiquan. Inner palace disciple, Xing Kuan. Inner palace disciple, Xing Bing. Although the four of them didn't say much, the kindness of saving one's life was greater than the heavens. Their words were undoubtedly a great comfort to Xianxia. Outer palace disciple, Xianxia. Xianxia said calmly. Facing the inner palace elders and half-step hierarch disciples, he was not afraid at all. It was admirable. They quickly left the Spectre Valley as it was not wise to stay in such a dangerous place. They had to report this matter to the palace lord first. You're Xianxia? Xianxia looked at Xianxia in surprise. You know me? Xianxia raised her eyebrows and looked at Xianxia curiously. I've heard about you before. Xianxia trembled as she looked deeply at Xianxia. Who? Ziqing Tian. He asked me to send you his regards. Xianxia said. Thousands of years have passed, you can't escape for a while, but can you escape for a lifetime? You'll definitely be condemned by your conscience. Xianxia said with a cold smile. However, Xianxia could see the desolation and loneliness on her face. Xianxia and Ziqing Tian might not be just a simple teacher-student relationship. You should leave this place quickly. If I'm not wrong, the two palace lords will be here soon. Xianxia did not continue to pester him as she had lost her lover. What was that soul storm just now? Xianxia frowned and asked in a deep voice. I shouldn't have told you this, but since you saved my life and are his friend, I won't hide it from you. The Spectre Valley was transformed from an ancient divine beast. Its name was the Nine Nether Void Beast. It was said that it could go anywhere and ignore the void. It was suppressed by the Emperor Realm expert of the Tongshan Mansion and turned into a valley. Unfortunately, although the 9 nether void beast has been sealed, it would wreak havoc every once in a while. Once, more than 10 people had died under such a spiritual storm. However, the cultivation in the Spectre Valley was too tempting. Even so, the Tongshan mansion did not completely close this place. Void beast of the netherworld, Xianxia mused. From this, one could see how powerful this 9 nether void beast was. Only immortal emperors could seal it, and they had no way to kill it. Is the void beast of the netherworld dead or alive? Countless years have passed. Even if it's still alive, it's just a lingering spirit. However, a centipede dies but never falls down. We almost died here. After all, no matter how weak an Emperor Realm expert is, it's not something that we can fight against. Xianxia shook her head and said with a dignified look in her eyes. At this moment, several figures broke through the air and entered the Spectre Valley. Master Ji, you're here too? This place needs to be sealed again. You should leave quickly. A tall figure stood above the void and said in a deep voice. His terrifying aura made Xianxia feel extremely pressured. With just a glance, he felt that he could not resist. A monarch realm expert? This Supreme Emperor realm aura is really domineering. Xianxia's heart trembled. He also saw 2 figures. One was Lord Lin when he first entered the Tongshan mansion, and the other was a white-haired old man who he did not recognize. His strength was on par with Lord Lin. Although he gave Xianxia a lot of pressure, he was obviously not as strong as the green-robed man in front of him. Yes, second mansion master. Xianxia said softly and nodded. Second mansion master? I wonder what he's suppressing in the 18th level of the Earth-Fire Purgatory. Xianxia glanced at the second mansion master. The second mansion master also looked at Xianxia coldly. Get out of here quickly. The second mansion master showed his cold and domineering side. However, Xianxia frowned and his face turned ugly. An Emperor Realm expert's aura was inviolable. When Xianxia looked at him fearlessly, the anger in the second mansion master's heart surged. With just a single glance, Xianxia felt like the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. This guy was just too strong. Second mansion master, please calm down. I'll bring him out of here. Xianxia pulled Xianxia and quickly left the Spectre Valley. Second mansion master, it's rare for you to be so emotional. He's just a divine king realm disciple, why are you so angry? Lord Lin laughed. I don't like the look in his eyes. Such a person is definitely rebellious. If it wasn't for Master Ji, I might have already killed him. The second mansion master said coldly. The aura of an Emperor Realm expert, controlling the universe, wielding great power, wanting to kill, in front of the Valley of Spirits, Xianxia looked back, and it was as if he had traveled back in time. What he saw was the second lord's murderous gaze. One day, I'll make you submit to me. Xianxia said Lung. Xianxia frowned and said in a deep voice. Don't talk nonsense. The second mansion master is a powerful Emperor Realm expert. Even among the peerless geniuses of the Tongshan mansion, how many of them could surpass the mansion master? Don't talk nonsense, you'll get yourself into trouble. Xianxia understood that Xianxia's warning was a kind one. However, he couldn't ignore the second master's eyes that were filled with killing intent. This kind of person was always jealous of others, he couldn't even look into their eyes. Oh right, Master Ji, do you know what the reward for this ranking battle is? If there's nothing good, I won't fight for it. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. You're smart, you know how to ask me. Xianxia said with a smile. She was graceful and elegant. It's a medicinal herb, an extremely powerful one. Even us teachers are envious of it. However, it's Lord Lin's decision. What kind of herb? Purple magical taro. It can be used to increase one's soul realm. Xianxia said. Xianxia took a deep breath. To think that he was able to obtain the purple devil taro in the Profound Connection Divine Palace, it was truly a great fortune. Xianxia was confident that he could concoct the 9 Supreme Divine Bone Elixir after obtaining the purple magical taro. However, he dared not say that the success rate was 100%. After all, although the 9 Supreme Divine Bone Elixir was a peak immortal grade elixir, it was extremely close to a divine grade elixir. That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you, Teacher Ji. Jiangchen was overjoyed. Even Qianrenji could see that this guy was really happy. Don't be arrogant and conceited. There are also crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the outer palace. Although I know that it's impossible for you to only have this little ability on the surface, it's precisely because of this that you need to be more cautious. There's always someone stronger than you. You're a genius, but others aren't cowards either. The battle between monstrous geniuses is often just a difference of a single thought. None of the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace are easy to deal with. Qianrenji said in a low voice, pouring a bucket of cold water on Jiangchen. She also wanted him to concentrate on cultivation and avoid arrogance and rashness. I've learned a lot, Teacher Ji. Jiangchen bid farewell to Qianrenji and started to prepare for the ranking tournament. He was determined to get the purple fragrance konjac. This time, Jiangchen directly entered the Zulong Tower and started to forge frantically. The corpse of the fire mastiff beast came in handy at this moment. This time, Jiangchen wanted to forge 108 heavenly god tools. If these 108 heavenly god tools were forged into primordial divine tools, Jiangchen couldn't imagine how terrifying the little Ashura sword formation would be. But how could it be that easy to forge a primordial divine tool? Even with the primordial divine tool as a supplement, adding the corpse of the fire mastiff beast, wanting to forge 108 primordial divine tools as soon as possible was harder than reaching the sky. I'll take it one step at a time. I'll forge as many as I can. Jiangchen didn't plan to forge all 108 heavenly god tools into primordial divine tools. It would take tens or even hundreds of years. Even if the Zulong Tower slowed down the flow of time by tens of times, it was still not something that could be completed in a day. Jiangchen was neither arrogant nor rash. He was extremely serious about each heavenly god tool. With the addition of the corpse of the fire mastiff beast, forging heavenly god tools into primordial divine tools was difficult, but it wasn't too difficult for Jiangchen. It was just that it would take a lot more time because the heavenly god tools had reached their peak in Jiangchen's hands. Without the addition of any other rare ores and metals, it would be difficult to improve. Otherwise, if he forcefully increased the rank of the heavenly god tools, those heavenly god tools that had reached perfection would be completely useless. Jiangchen was careful. Under the refinement of the karmic fire of the red lotus, the corpse of the fire mastiff beast gradually melted and was refined into a heavenly god tool. For more than half a year, Jiangchen spent all of his time in the Zulong Tower. In this half a year, he had completely transformed 36 heavenly god tools into primordial divine tools. They were extremely terrifying. Even so, 36 primordial divine tools and 72 heavenly god tools, once they were gathered together to form the Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation, it would be extremely terrifying. In the ranking battle, Jiangchen's eyes were sharp and dazzling. His domineering aura was frightening. First in the outer mansion, if not me, then who else? Purple fragrant konjac, I must get it. The martial arts field of the outer mansion of Tongxian Mansion was already filled with humans at this moment. There were more than 4,000 people. More than 4,000 Divine King experts. That kind of formation could be seen. No matter which force it was, they would feel their scalp tingling when they saw these Divine King geniuses. This was also the power of a true great force. Although the Lihuan sect was powerful and they could stand around the blissful city, it was already extremely terrifying to have dozens of Divine King experts. However, compared to Tongxian Mansion, it was still like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Ranking battle. Haha. I heard that the top 100 will be rewarded. This time's ranking battle is the biggest competition in the past 10,000 years. Yeah. Now, many experts are ready to make a move. Those who have been cultivating in the dark are waiting for this moment to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion are obviously the most popular to win this time. However, I heard that one of the 3 dragon heads, Yu Chenglong, has withdrawn from this ranking battle. It's such a pity. That's right. However, I think those dark horses who have been accumulating their strength will not disappoint us. Haha. Although the entire martial arts practice square was filled with people, not everyone was participating in the ranking tournament this time. There were a total of over 2,000 people who had signed up, more than half of them. Some of them felt that their strength was not enough, or they were still in the midst of training, accumulating strength, and accumulating strength. There were also quite a few of them. Among the freshmen, there were many who had signed up for this ranking battle. Feng Yidao, Wang Qing, Dong Huang Taie, Lu Dong, all of them had joined this ranking battle. Even Yan Qingqing was there. When Jiangchen saw Yan Qingqing again, he could not calm himself down. However, Jiangchen had another thought in his mind. His soul detachment technique might be able to wake Yan Qingqing up. Jiangchen was extremely excited when he thought about this. However, it was impossible for her to listen to him obediently. He hoped that she could meet him in this ranking battle. At that time, Jiangchen hoped that he could use the soul detachment technique to wake her up. Bai Ying and Gu Maolu appeared beside Jiangchen. Bai Ying's strength had improved again. It's been a long time. To think that you've killed the Jiang brothers. Looks like I'm not your match now. Bai Ying said with a smile. I was just lucky. Brother Bai, I hope that we won't meet too soon. Jiangchen smiled faintly. Brother Bai's target is the top 50 this time. My target is the top 100. Jiangchen, what's your target? Gu Maolu looked at Jiangchen with a smile. First. Jiangchen said in an indifferent tone. Bai Ying and Gu Maolu exchanged a glance with each other. Both of them were slightly startled. Although they knew that Jiangchen's strength was extraordinary, and he was able to kill the Jiang brothers, he definitely had the strength to be in the top 50 of the outer prefecture. Even if it wasn't the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace, there were still some dark horses that wanted to show off their strength. The first place in the outer palace was not that easy to obtain. Brother Yu has given up on this ranking battle. The people you need to be careful of are Xiao Qinglong and Chen Long, Bai Ying said with a serious expression. Who said that I'm not participating? A hearty laughter was heard. It was Yu Changlong who appeared beside Jiang Chen and the others. Brother Yu, have you changed your mind? Bai Ying said with surprise. Yu Changlong nodded and glanced at Jiang Chen. He knew that Jiang Chen's target was also the first place. However, no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he might not be a match for the 3 dragon heads. However, his courage was commendable. The prize for the first place is the purple aromatic konjac. It will be extremely beneficial to Sister Zhu's body. That's my target. Looks like we're going to be opponents, Brother Yu. Jiangchen said with a smile. You want the purple aromatic konjac too? Do your best. I hope you can enter the top 10 in the final battle. Yu Changlong did not say much. He nodded and said to Jiang Chen. Ha ha ha, that's beautiful. My target is the top 100. 10,000 heavenly fire crystals is also a great fortune. Brother Bai, if you can enter the top 50, 30,000 heavenly fire crystals will be a piece of cake. I hope I don't bump into you, Brother Jiang. Wang Qing looked at Jiang Chen and the others with a bitter smile. None of them were easy to deal with. He felt lucky that he didn't bump into them in the first round, or else, he would have been eliminated. We're just trying our luck. Do you think that the freshmen can enter the top 100? Do you think 10,000 heavenly fire crystals is that easy to obtain? Feng Yidao curled his lips. Wang Qing's ambition wasn't small. He only wanted to treat this as a form of training. After all, it wasn't easy to stand out amongst thousands of geniuses. The others had cultivated for over 100,000 years. How many days had he cultivated? They were already at a disadvantage in terms of foundation. To him, the most important thing was to participate in the tournament. Lu Dong, Dong Huang Taie and Zishi were the same. The most important thing was to participate in the tournament. Whether they could get a good name or not would depend on their luck. Lord Lin is here. A voice resounded through the sky. Lord Lin stepped through the air and floated in the void. His expression was calm and kind as he said with a faint smile, I'm not afraid of you all. Every Outer Palace disciple has the chance to participate in the tournament. The reward for first place is the purple fragrance konjac. It's a supreme grade spiritual herb that can help in raising one's soul realm. Second place received 200,000 skyfire crystals, third place 150,000 skyfire crystals, fourth place 120,000 skyfire crystals, fifth place 120,000 skyfire crystals, sixth place 80,000 skyfire crystals, 7th place 70,000 Skyfire crystals, 8th place 60,000 Skyfire crystals, 9th place 50,000 Skyfire crystals, and 10th place 40,000 Skyfire crystals. Everyone knows that the heavenly fire crystals are the best currency in our Xianxia mansion. The longer one cultivates in the 4 great cultivation grounds, the more insights one could gain, and the faster one could improve. The ranking tournament that happens once every 10,000 years is upon us. I hope that you guys won't disappoint me. Lord Lin's words made the thousands of disciples extremely excited. Purple fragrance konjac, 200,000 heavenly fire crystals. This was a huge amount of wealth. Heavens! It's actually 200,000 heaven flame crystals. This is crazy. Imo Kihan and the others shook their heads and sighed in their hearts. They did not want to participate in the ranking battle as they were new students. Feng Yidao, Wang Qing, Dong Huangtai, Lu Dong and the others were just trying their luck. Although they were confident in their strength, it was not easy to stand out among the thousands of monstrous geniuses. The only thing they could do now was to cultivate quietly. I must get the purple fragrance konjac. Yu Chenglong said in a deep voice, his eyes burning. Hee, Yu Chenglong, you've finally come. However, if you want the purple aromatic konjac, perhaps you'll have to go through me first. Xiao Qinglong held a folding fan in his hand as he slowly walked over with light steps. His calm demeanor was extremely annoying. However, aside from Jiang Chen and Yu Chenglong, everyone else's expressions remained unchanged. After all, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. One of the 3 heads of the outer palace definitely did not have an undeserved reputation. I hope you won't be eliminated early. Yu Chenglong said in a deep voice. You don't have to worry about this. Boy, don't ever meet me. Otherwise, you won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Xiao Qinglong's gaze was like an arrow as he looked at Jiang Chen. He must take revenge for the Jiang brothers with his own hands. Otherwise, how could he establish himself in Tongxian Mansion in the future? If you're lucky enough to meet me, I hope you'll still be this happy. Jiang Chen said faintly. Ha, arrogant and conceited. I like this kind of person. Trampling on geniuses, I like it the most. Xiao Qinglong was extremely confident. He flicked his sleeves and left. The ranking battle was just around the corner. There are a total of 2,348 people participating in the ranking battle. 10 people to a group. A total of 235 people will advance. 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 10 people will advance. These 10 people will advance to the top 10. Remember, in a life and death battle, death and injuries are unavoidable. Those who surrender will be spared from death. Those who break the rules will be severely punished. Lord Lin smiled as he spoke. His eyes were filled with hope. There would always be geniuses appearing in every generation. What he felt most gratified about was that he had witnessed geniuses fighting for supremacy, heroes rising up together. Finally, there would be someone who could step into the clouds and soar into the sky. Teacher Ji, arrange for them to draw lots. Lord Lin said with a smile as he hid above the clouds. Xianrenji held 1,000 bamboo lots and scattered them in the air. 235 people, each marked on the martial arts field. I hope you won't let Lord Lin down. As soon as Xianrenji's voice faded, 2,000 people took their bamboo lots. 10 people to a group. It would definitely be a terrifying elimination competition. 90% of the participants would be eliminated in an instant. This was the cruelty of the battle between geniuses. Jiang Chen held the bamboo lot and walked to the martial arts field. 172 people, Jiang Chen didn't know any of the 10 people. However, they were all late Divine King experts. 2 of them were even on the verge of breaking through. Step down now. You still have a chance to cultivate. A tall and mighty man said coldly. He looked at Jiang Chen and the others with disdain. You're too arrogant and conceited. You want the 9 of us to kneel and beg for mercy by yourself? You're daydreaming. 10 people to a group was the cruelest elimination competition. It was 1 against 9. It was not only a test of strength, but also a test of meticulousness. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. He did not show any mercy when the other 9 people attacked him. Each of his attacks was ruthless and ruthless. Each of his punches was able to send one of them flying. The 9 late Divine King experts were sent out of the arena by Jiang Chen in a split second. This scene attracted many people's attention. Jiang Chen's strength was undeniable. It was difficult for the 9 of them to deal with a single person. Jiang Chen is still Jiang Chen. He's the pride of our Lone Dragon County, Luo Ping said with a deep voice. His face was filled with joy. Although there was a huge gap between him and Jiang Chen's rise had made them feel proud. After all, it was good to have a strong backing. Otherwise, they would be bullied miserably by Qin Feng without daring to resist. Nobody in the Lone Dragon County wanted to live like that anymore. Among the freshmen, Wang Qing, Feng Yidao, Dong Huang Taie, Lu Dong and Zishi were defeated. Nobody advanced to the next round. Only Jiang Chen advanced to the next round. He's indeed the pride of us freshmen. Brother Jiang is indeed powerful. Isn't that obvious? Ha ha ha. Brother Jiang could kill the Jiang brothers, that's enough to prove his strength. The Jiang brothers are existences who are able to enter the top 50 in the Outer Palace. They are not ordinary people. Now that Jiang Chen's strength has become more and more stable, and he has a deep foundation, at least if nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to secure the top 50 and fight for the top 10. It's amazing to be able to reach this realm among the freshmen. Who said that freshmen can't get a good ranking in the ranking competition? Haha. Those who have cultivated for 100,000 years, 200,000 years or even 300,000 years might not be better than Jiang Chen. What's a genius? That's a genius. As expected, Yu Qinglong advanced and Gu Maolu made it into the top 200. However, the most surprising thing was that Bai Ying was defeated. It's my bad luck to meet a strong opponent from the past. Bai Ying shook his head with a bitter smile. He could only blame the poor grouping. Bai Ying, who originally had the chance to make it into the top 50, was eliminated in the first round. In the second round, Jiang Chen did not feel any pressure at all. Gu Maolu followed closely behind him and both of them made it into the top 100. In the third round, Gu Maolu was defeated, but he still had the chance to make it into the top 100. He just needed to fight another battle. In the fourth round, Jiang Chen's opponent became stronger. He was a peak late Divine King, not any weaker than the Jiang brothers. You're a freshman? The man who was fighting Jiang Chen frowned and said in a deep voice. You know me? Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. You're actually indifferent to me, the Thunderbolt Hand Shui Yan. In other words, you don't even know of my existence. There's only one explanation. You're a freshman. Shui Yan sneered. I'm ranked 66th on the heaven ranking. I'm the Thunderbolt Hand Shui Yan. I don't know you. Jiang Chen shook his head. Shui Yan's expression became uglier and uglier. This guy doesn't give me any face at all. Being ranked 66th on the heaven ranking, that's a powerful existence. Even Yu Qinglong is only 20 to 30 places behind him. You're just a freshman. Do you think you can do whatever you want after winning a few rounds? I'll teach you a lesson today. I hope you won't say the word surrender in front of me. Shui Yan said with a deep voice. How many of the top 100 on the heaven ranking were easy to deal with? If he didn't teach Bai Ying a lesson today, what would happen to his reputation as the Thunderbolt Hand? I'm afraid Jiang Chen's next round won't be easy. Bai Ying said. That's right, the Thunderbolt Hand Shui Yan. This person is even more ruthless than the Jiang brothers. I hope that Jiang Chen can hold on. If he really can't hold on, then he can only settle for the next best thing. As long as there's life, there's hope. Gu Maolu also had a grave expression on his face. Although Jiang Chen had killed the Jiang brothers, there were many people more powerful than the Jiang brothers. In the outer sect, there were many people who liked to cultivate in seclusion, and although some of them might not be able to enter the Heaven Ascension rankings, their strength wasn't weak at all. Given Shui Yan's strength, I will need to defeat him within 50 moves at the very least. Yu Qinglong said indifferently. Obviously, he had an extremely high evaluation of Cui Yan. How could he be an ordinary person if he could make Yu Qinglong treat him like this? It's not that easy to enter the top 10. Many experts chose to avoid it, hoping to shock the world with a single feat among the people I faced before. There were a few whose strength was inferior to Jiang Tian. Yu Qinglong shook his head. With so many experts gathered, it was fine if they didn't make a move, but they would shock the world with a single feat. Many geniuses understood the Tao of forbearance, and unless they had no other choice, they would not make a move. The rewards this time around were extremely generous, and it had also attracted many geniuses to come out of seclusion. Make your move. Jiangchen calmly said, completely not putting Cui Yan in his eyes. Arrogant and conceited junior. In today's battle, I, the Thunderbolt Hand Cui Yan, will definitely take your dog life. Cui Yan roared in rage. He was already used to the feeling of being high and mighty. Now that he was being slighted by a freshman, one could very well imagine the rage in his heart. Noisy. Jiang Chen's brows were tightly furrowed. He took a step forward, and lightning coiled around him. The wind and clouds rose, and his aura was like that of a dragon. As Jiang Chen's fists and palms moved about, the wind howled and the waves of qi surged, giving Cui Yan an extremely great pressure. Come at me. Cui Yan's eyes lit up, and he shouted with a deep voice. Wielding the 9-qi mountain-splitting blade, his long beard swayed like the wind, and his long blade was like a rainbow, cutting off Jiang Chen's path of retreat. Jiang Chen's methods were extraordinary. At this moment, no one had thought that he would fight Cui Yan barehanded without even taking out a god artifact. Isn't Jiang Chen a little too arrogant? Yu Qinglong frowned. Cui Yan was not some nobody. For Jiang Chen to treat him like this, did he really have the ability? Or was he too full of himself? In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen advanced by retreating. The wind from his palm swept out, and the force of his fist forced Cui Yan back. An inch shorter meant an inch of danger, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, Cui Yan's fist was even more terrifying than any treasured weapon. Neon seizing the moon. Cui Yan brandished his long blade in an imposing manner. Qi waves rolled out from the place where his long blade was pointing. The momentum of his blade was ferocious, not giving Jiang Chen any chance to retreat at all. With this breath, Cui Yan's blade light disappeared without a trace. Many people were looking at this scene. After all, Cui Yan's reputation was quite high. Although he might not be able to enter the top 10 in the outer sect, he could easily enter the top 20. Jiang Chen has lost. Yu Qinglong shook his head, because Cui Yan's force of his blade had already appeared. It was as violent as a dragon, and its momentum could devour the mountains and rivers. It was invincible. Once this blade slashed out, the world would change color. Cui Yan's strength is too terrifying. Yeah, the name of the Thunderclap Hand is not for nothing. If this guy takes this blade head-on, he might be heavily injured, or even die. Some people could not help but worry for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Gu Maolu gritted his teeth. Was this guy really going to lose? If he really lost, it would not be a shameful thing, but if he died, it would be too much of a waste. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat for Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen's expression was calm, without the slightest hint of fear. He stretched out his hand, and the blade light in his hand pierced through the wood. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, and the golden blade light almost instantly distorted. The 9 feet sharp blade shattered inch by inch, and splashed everywhere, causing a burst of exclamations. Jiang Chen's expression was dark and calm. He turned his palm into a fist, and directly pierced through the void. Cui Yan was completely dumbfounded. His strongest blade was easily neutralized by Jiang Chen. Even his 9 feet sharp blade, a primordial spirit weapon, was completely shattered by Jiang Chen. How hard was his fist? How strong was it? Cui Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiang Chen's fist landed 0.01 centimeters in front of him, and instantly stopped. However, Cui Yan's expression had already changed completely. Sweat poured down like rain, and the god of death flashed in front of him in an instant. I've lost. Cui Yan found it hard to believe, but he was very clear that this fist of Jiang Chen could definitely take his life. However, Jiang Chen actually stopped, and retracted it freely. Other than being strong and fierce, his control over his strength was also shocking. Thank you, Cui Yan's face was flushed, but it was not because of anger, but because of rejoicing. It was a fear that lingered in his heart. Jiang Chen's strength was too terrifying, and he was definitely not his opponent. Moreover, it was as if he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and he had no strength to resist. This time, it could be said that he had suffered a double loss, and even his primordial spirit weapon was destroyed by Jiang Chen. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that Jiang Chen showed mercy and let him go, and his little life was saved. Cultivation is not easy, take care. Jiang Chen had defeated the Thunderbolt Han Shui Yan with lightning speed. At this moment, he had become the focus of everyone's attention. Although he had only entered the top 30, he had defeated the Thunderbolt Han Shui Yan. His strength had been recognized by everyone. It wasn't easy for a freshman to reach such a level. I have misjudged. He will definitely be in the top 10. Yu Chenglong said quietly. It seemed that he could not underestimate Jiang Chen. This guy already had the strength to challenge the older students. The defeat of Cui Yan had caused many people to notice Jiang Chen's existence. Interesting. But this will be more exciting. Jiang Chen, I hope you will not disappoint me. Xiao Qinglong said with a smile. He seemed to be quite excited. If Jiang Chen's strength was too weak, he would not be so interested. Bai Ying and Gu Maolu also inhaled a breath of cold air. A moment ago, they were still worried about Jiang Chen. In the next second, he had turned defeat into victory. The thrilling battle made them incomparably excited. Good job, Jiang Chen. Gu Maolu could only cheer for Jiang Chen now. After all, he had already been eliminated. The elimination of the top 30 was the cruelest. The battle between the three of them was a psychological battle, but it was also a battle of strength. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was because one of the people he had met in the elimination battle was Yan Qingqing. Qingqing, let's fight together. How about it? Between you and me, we can decide. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing and said. Yan Qingqing's expression was calm. She glanced at Jiang Chen and silently nodded, agreeing to Jiang Chen's suggestion. I am not your match. The other person glanced at Jiang Chen, shook his head and took the initiative to give up. His strength was not as good as Cui Yan's. He was lucky enough to enter the top 30. If this battle continued and the opponent did not hold back, he would definitely not be able to gain any advantage. Although Jiang Chen was only a freshman, the battle just now had undoubtedly become the focus of the entire crowd. Thank you. Jiang Chen smiled kindly and turned his gaze to Yan Qingqing. Do you want to leave on your own, or do you want me to send you off? Yan Qingqing Lingling said. The one who should be saying this should be me, right? I don't know who you are, but Yan Qingqing is my woman. Since you dared to treat her like this, I already wanted to take action. Unfortunately, I never had the chance to do so. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing and said. Old lover, you are truly loyal. However, I've already fused together with her. If you have the ability, kill me. If that's the case, your Qingqing is destined to vanish into thin air. Yan Qingqing smiled devilishly. Her eyes were filled with contempt. You asked for it. The smile on Jiang Chen's face grew brighter. Life and death, possession, all depended on this moment. It was time for the soul-snatching divine art to be put to use. Kill me. Hurry up and kill me if you have the ability. He he he. Yan Qingqing's smile became more charming and feminine. The devilishly glint in her eyes made Jiang Chen's heart ache. He didn't know what would happen under the soul-snatching divine art. However, he would protect Qingqing at all costs. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he wouldn't hesitate. Soul-snatching divine art, soul-snatching soul. Jiang Chen's soul penetrated through the soul-snatching divine art. The soul-snatching divine art made Yan Qingqing defenseless. In an instant, Jiang Chen's soul-snatching soul invaded her soul. The dreadful might of the soul-snatching soul instantly exposed the guy that had invaded Yan Qingqing's soul. Under Jiang Chen's pressure, the guy revealed his true form. Why you? This is impossible. Yan Qingqing's eyes were still filled with disbelief. However, her soul was already under Jiang Chen's control. How could the soul-snatching soul appear in a late divine king's body? This was simply unheard of. All his hard work was going to go down the drain at this moment. The two of them stared at each other silently. Everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be that the two of them were playing some new tricks? Nothing is impossible. Tell me, who are you? Xianxia entered Yan Qingqing's soul. He was holding a ball of dense black qi in his hand. That was the intruder's soul remembrance. Initially, I thought that Princess Duwan had eliminated you. I didn't expect you to make a comeback. You caused me and Qingqing to meet, but I couldn't recognize each other. Who are you? What's your motive? If you don't tell me, I will make your soul scatter. Xianxia hated that ball of black soul remembrance to the bone. He had eliminated Yan Qingqing's soul completely. He. So what? I admit defeat today. Brat, don't let me find you in the future. Otherwise, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Xianxia, I will remember you. The ball of black soul remembrance sneered and ignored Xianxia's threat. Really? This is your true soul remembrance. Even if I can't kill you, I can still severely injure your soul. Brat, how dare you? The black soul remembrance roared furiously. Great you soul-forming light. I don't know if you have heard of it. I will refine your soul remembrance completely. If that happens, your body will suffer great damage. Xianxia said word by word. Great you soul-forming light? That thing is still here? Let me go. Otherwise, you will regret it. No, don't. The black soul remembrance begged. Xianxia could feel its fear. However, it had tortured Yan Qingqing for so long. They could not recognize each other. How could Xianxia let it go? Begging now? It's useless. Great you soul-forming light, ignite his soul. Xianxia shouted furiously. The great you soul-forming light shrouded the black soul remembrance. The black soul remembrance begged for mercy. Under Xianxia's refinement, the soul remembrance finally turned into ashes. Central Region Divine Land. In a dark hall with a swastika symbol, a black-robed man with a pale face spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body was weak and his breathing was rapid. Xianxia. Damn you, Xianxia. One day, I will crush your bones and scatter them into ashes. Great you soul-forming light, I must get it. The black-robed man clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were as bright as obsidian, as sharp as a blade. The man's anger made the two hierarch realm guards shiver in fear. Xianxia smiled faintly. Both of them still stood there without moving an inch. Yan Qingqing's eyes were tightly closed. Xianxia looked at her. She was as pure as jade. Her eyes were as beautiful as flowers. Her smile was so beautiful that it could topple a city. When Yan Qingqing slowly opened her eyes, her long eyelashes blinked. Yan Qingqing's expression had completely changed. She was like a completely different person from before. The original coldness was replaced by gentleness. She could no longer hold back her tears as they rolled down her cheeks. Yan Qingqing threw herself into Xianxia's arms. She was sobbing uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Qingqing. I made you suffer. This. Is this AF * king ranking tournament or a public display of affection? This guy has actually conquered the goddess in his mind. He is indeed not simple. No wonder. This newborn goddess is not only powerful, she is also beautiful. God knows how many people are yearning for her. This time, this guy will definitely become the public enemy of all the geniuses in Tongxian Mansion. Many people were blaming Xianxia. No one had expected that Xianxia and Yan Qingqing would actually hug each other at this moment. Only those who had gone through trials and tribulations with Xianxia knew that the two of them had already pledged their hearts to each other. If it wasn't because of various reasons that prevented them from getting together, the two of them would have already become a couple. Little Chinzi, I'm so scared. I'm so scared that I won't be able to see you again. Yan Qingqing's beautiful face was covered in tears. She bit her red lips tightly and was emotionally moved. Silly girl, how can that be? I won't allow anyone to snatch you away from me. Xianxia hugged Yan Qingqing tightly. The guilt he felt towards Yan Qingqing made Xianxia swear to treat her well in the future. When my soul was suppressed in the dark corner, I thought I was going to die. I thought I won't be able to see you again. Little Xianxia, promise me, from now on, no matter what happens, don't ever leave me, okay? Yan Qingqing had been unwilling to let go of Xianxia, because she was afraid that this was just a dream. The moment she let go of him, Xianxia would disappear from her eyes and vanish into thin air. Okay. Xianxia nodded silently and agreed. Let go of me first. So many people are watching us. Yan Qingqing's face turned scarlet and said awkwardly. At this moment, the two of them had undoubtedly become the focus of everyone's attention. They originally thought that it would be a battle of swords and blades, but who would have thought that it would be a romantic affair? In the end, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. This ending had caught them unprepared. What is love in the world? It's called living and dying together. Some people silently sighed. Xianxia was really a great fortune. He was so blessed that he was able to gain the favor of the goddess. Moreover, in the process of advancing from 30 to 10, Xianxia actually entered the top 10 in such a dramatic manner. It had to be said that in the eyes of those who were observant, Xianxia entering the top 10 was indeed too lucky. In the battle between the three of them, one of them took the initiative to withdraw, and the remaining one actually threw herself into his arms. Wasn't his luck a little too off the charts? Both on the battlefield and in love, Xianxia was envious. At the very least, Xianxia had entered the top 10. There was no doubt that he would get tens of thousands of heavenly flame crystals. However, what Xianxia really cared about wasn't the heavenly flame crystal. It might be important to others, but it wasn't of much use to him. After all, the speed at which he condensed the heavenly flame crystal was unparalleled. TSK, this guy must be lucky, right? He actually entered the top 10. That's too ridiculous. Anyway, I don't believe that he can advance further. This guy's luck is really too good. How could such a beautiful woman fall for him? Alas, it's a pity that I didn't meet her earlier. Many people sneered at Xianxia. They thought that Xianxia didn't have the qualifications to enter the top 10 and that he was completely lucky in the last round. However, not everyone in the top 10 could laugh proudly at the masses. If one wanted to establish a foothold in the top 10, it was impossible to do so without absolute strength. However, there were naturally people who believed it. The people of the Lone Dragon County were incomparably convinced of Xianxia. Now, among the freshmen, Wang Qing and Feng Yidao also gradually understood that Xianxia would undoubtedly be the leader of the freshmen. The two of them had good strength, but it was difficult for them to take on great responsibilities. This time, Xianxia had entered the top 10 of the outer residence ranking battle. His fame was naturally shocking, but how far he could go would depend on his luck. What's there to be unconvinced about? Luck is also a kind of strength. If you are capable, you should also rely on luck to enter the top 10. That's right. Xianxia relied on his own strength to enter the top 10. What right do you guys have to make irresponsible remarks? Saying that the grapes are sour when you can't eat it. What kind of genius are you? Really a group of arrogant guys. If you are unconvinced about the top 10 of the ranking battle, you can go and challenge Xianxia. Among the freshmen, there were many who stood up for Xianxia. After all, he was the pride of the freshmen and the only one who had entered the top 10. Now that the top 10 experts were all ready, they would definitely witness the rise of more people in this battle. Little Xianxia, this time's ranking battle, what rank can you get? Yan Qingqing smiled like a flower. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. She opened her red lips and said while covering her mouth. First. Xianxia said without any trace of politeness. He, I still like your confident look. The first rank will definitely belong to you. Yan Qingqing gave a trusting look to Xianxia. Other than Yan Qingqing, almost no one believed that Xianxia would be able to get the first rank. However, Yan Qingqing's unconditional trust towards Xianxia also made people envious and jealous. Such a beautiful and obedient girl, how did Xianxia find such a beautiful girl? Xiao Qinglong sneered at Xianxia and said sarcastically, stumbling into the top 10. Stumbling into the top 10, looks like your dog shit luck is pretty good. Looks like I really have to teach you a good lesson. It's still too early to say these words. It's not too late to say it after you've crushed my body. However, I'm afraid you won't have this chance because you'll definitely be beaten into a pig's head by me. Xianxia crossed his arms and stood there confidently. Now that Yan Qingqing had regained her freedom and that nameless soul had been expelled from her body, Xianxia was in a good mood. This battle was going smoothly and smoothly. Xianxia, I didn't expect that I've misjudged you. There are no ordinary people in the top 10. Don't be careless. However, if I meet you, I won't show any mercy. Yu Changlong said. Xianxia dismissed it with a smile. The 10 of them were now in position. This battle was the battle of the strongest in the outer palace. The one who could become the number 1 in the outer palace depended on today. When the tiger is away, the monkey is king. Yu Changlong, Xiao Qinglong, have the two of you forgotten my existence? Suddenly, a deep voice sounded in everyone's ears. A long-haired young man in black armor laughed boorishly. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised. He had a loose stubble and an unruly smile. He didn't care about his appearance, but his aura was like that of a dragon. Chen Long. Yu Changlong and Xiao Qinglong clenched their teeth and said at the same time. Although this guy was one of the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace, Chen Long's strength was obviously stronger than Yu Changlong and Xiao Qinglong. This also made Chen Long to be the dragon head of the outer palace. If one wanted to enter the inner sect, they would first have to pass through Chen Long. Chen Long? I don't care what kind of dragon you are. No one can stop me from getting what I want. Even the 9 Heavens Dragon Emperor is no exception. The top 10 of the ranking battle has already been decided. Now, it's time for the final battle. 2 against 1. The loser will be eliminated. Don't complain about the unfairness of the world. Luck is also a part of strength. Xianrenji Lingling said. Her voice could be heard from 1,000 li away. She was as cold as frost, looking down at the sky. Most people were afraid of this cold and arrogant female mentor. After all, Xianrenji's strength made them feel extremely pressured. I hope you won't draw me. Xiao Qinglong looked at Xianxia. In the final battle, he would definitely give this guy a head-on blow. As for the word surrender, he would never let him say it. Your good days are coming to an end. Xianxia said faintly. This guy seemed to want to kill him. However, Xianxia had already made up his mind to kill Xiao Qinglong. This battle would definitely be a battle of life and death. Xianxia, Xiao Qinglong, Yu Changlong and Chen Long did not draw the same group. All 4 of them advanced to the next round. There was another person who could not be underestimated. He was a senior student who entered Tongxian Mansion earlier than Yu Changlong. He was also at the peak of Divine King Realm. This guy is not simple. If you meet him, you must be careful. Back then, I had exchanged blows with him and we were evenly matched. However, that person disappeared without a trace and I never heard anything about him again. After so many years, it is likely that he has been quietly training. From the looks of it now, it is indeed true. Yu Changlong said to Xianxia. Thank you for reminding me. Xianxia looked at the skinny white-clothed young man. His strength was so strong that no one dared to underestimate him. He was also the most dazzling star in the ranking battle, even more dazzling than Xianxia. He would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, and this was vividly displayed by him. Among the 5 of you, 1 of you will be selected to participate in the final battle. Xianrenji's words startled everyone. Indeed, luck was also a part of strength. If they could get the qualification to enter the finals, wouldn't it mean that they would get 200,000 heaven fire crystals? No one objected because everyone wanted to be the one to enter the finals. In the end, Chen Long obtained the lot, but no one objected. The people of the outer palace also understood that with Chen Long's strength, he indeed had the qualifications to contend for first place. Although the 3 heads of the outer palace had not fought for many years, there was no doubt that Chen Long had obtained first place. With regards to Chen Long obtaining the opportunity to enter the finals, all 4 of them chose to tacitly accept it. In the end, only the 4 of them were left to fight. Xianxia drew the dark horse that had overcome all the obstacles along the way, while Yu Changlong and Xiao Qinglong drew the same opponent. Yu Changlong, it looks like we'll have to decide who's stronger this time around. Xiao Qinglong sneered. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. I'm determined to get the purple fragrance konjac. Yu Chenglong said proudly. It's easy for you to say. I'm afraid you'll suffer in this battle. You still want to enter the finals? You're dreaming. Xiao Qinglong's face was filled with gentleness. Since he had encountered Yu Chenglong first, he would kill him first before dealing with Jiang Chen. I've been waiting for this battle for a long time. Yu Chenglong said faintly. The crowd cheered. The battle between the three heads of the outer palace was a rare sight. The battle between the top geniuses would definitely be intense. Ha ha ha, I've long wanted to see who's stronger among the three heads of the outer palace. Yeah, the last time I saw the three heads of the outer palace fight was more than 30,000 years ago. Many people missed it. This time around, it'll definitely be more exciting. Although I didn't manage to enter the top 100, this time's ranking war made my blood boil. Haha. This time around, the two dark horses won't be outdone either. A devil appeared from the freshmen and an unknown fellow appeared from the older students. It'll definitely be exceptionally exciting. Although it might not be as interesting as the battle between the two heads, they're definitely top experts. How can they be cowards if they're able to enter the top 5? The battle between Xiao Qinglong and Yu Chenglong had caused mountains and seas to roar. Countless outer palace disciples were cheering loudly. Following wave after wave, Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong were pushed to the heart of the struggle. This battle would definitely be an all-out battle between the two of them. In comparison, the battle between Jiang Chen and the dark horse of the older students was insignificant. Very few people paid attention to them. After all, the two of them were too inferior in terms of reputation. However, there was no need to doubt their strength. It's him. I've seen him before. Back then, he fought against Brother Yu and they were evenly matched. However, he disappeared without a trace in the end. This fella must not be underestimated. Bai Ying frowned and said in a deep voice. Really? To be able to fight against Brother Yu, he's definitely not an ordinary person. Gu Maola nodded. But that was something that happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. However, I believe that he must be aiming for first place this time when he came out of closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, such a patient person would definitely not easily reveal himself unless his strength had reached a level that could shock everyone. People who can endure loneliness and endure trials are the most frightening people. I'm sure that this person's strength is not any weaker than the three heads of the outer palace. Bai Ying continued. Then, isn't Brother Jiang in a dangerous situation? Amo Qihan said. Not necessarily. Jiang Chen's strength is not to be underestimated. Although he's a freshman, don't forget, has Jiang Chen really lost before? Dong Huangtai said faintly. His words made everyone reflect. Has he really lost before? I don't think so. After thinking about it, they realized that Jiang Chen had never been defeated before. Qin Qinglang. The skinny youth said faintly. Jiang Chen. You're not my match. Qin Qinglang shook his head and said to Jiang Chen. Why do you say so? Jiang Chen smiled. I've observed you. You're really lucky to be able to enter the top 10. However, you're still a freshman, your cultivation time is too short. A late divine king is not enough. I can even kill a half-step hierarch in front of me. Although your realm doesn't mean anything, you'll never be able to imagine my realm. Entering the top 5 means that you have a chance of survival. What do you think of the three heads of the outer palace? I only have one goal, the purple fragrant konjac. Qin Qinglang said confidently. Blind confidence, you're not bad either. Even if I relied on luck to get here, there should be a chance to challenge you, right? I'm giving you a chance now. Surrender. Don't make a mistake. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. The three dragon heads of the outer palace are not easy to deal with. You might not have such a chance in their hands. Qin Qinglang snorted. I've been in seclusion for more than 180,000 years. My divine origin energy has reached its peak. Although I'm only at the peak of divine king realm, I have the power of a half-step hierarch realm expert. I want that purple aromatic konjac to help me break through to the hierarch realm. To break through the shackles of the half-step hierarch realm. Qing Lang did not hide his strength at all. At this moment, Xianxia was quite shocked. This fella has great perseverance. He cultivated for 180,000 years. He wanted to make a name for himself. Moreover, he wanted to get the purple aromatic konjac to help him break through to the hierarch realm. This was what shocked Xianxia the most. This fella's strength seemed to have reached its peak. What he lacked was a breakthrough in his soul realm. As for the purple aromatic konjac, a spiritual herb that could greatly benefit the cultivation of one's soul, it naturally became the target of the 3 dragon heads and Qing Lang. As long as they get the purple aromatic konjac, the 4 of them would have the confidence to break through to the hierarch realm. Your chance is hard to come by. However, you should keep it for yourself. My goal is the same as yours. Whoever stops me from getting the purple aromatic konjac, I'll fight to my death. Xianxia said faintly. This Qing Lang's strength was not bad, but his tone was not small either. His target was the purple aromatic konjac. Unfortunately, he met Xianxia. Xianxia must defeat him in this battle. He hoped that Yu Changlong could also defeat Xiao Qinglong. Yan Qingqing silently looked at Xianxia, who was standing on the square. She felt extremely happy in her heart. So what if you guys don't like little Chenzi? In the end, he would have the last laugh. In her heart, Xianxia was the strongest existence, no one could compare to him. I've already said everything I need to say, but you're still so thick-headed. Looks like I can only widen your horizons. Swords and sabers are heartless, while fists and kicks are heartless. If I really kill you with a single move, don't beg for mercy. Humph, Qing Lang sneered. The curtains to the battle for the top 3 had begun. Yu Changlong and Xiao Qinglong had already begun their life and death battle. As one of the 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion, their battle could be said to be the focus of everyone's attention. Lord Lin looked at this scene and smiled. It's hard to say who will win between Yu Changlong and Xiao Qinglong. However, this new student is a little interesting. That Qing Lang is also very patient. He is well prepared and can take on great responsibilities. Master Ji, who do you think is better? Xianrenji's countenance slightly changed. She frowned. Of course, she hoped that Xianxia would be more powerful and stand out from the rest. However, Qing Lang's strength was not weaker than Yu Changlong and the others. She was afraid that Qing Lang would be in danger in this battle. It would be enough if Xianxia could stay alive. It's hard to say, but I'm afraid Xianxia will stop here. Xianrenji said. I feel that this little guy might have something different. Not just anyone could enter the top 5. Shenlong and the others were within expectations, and Qing Lang's sudden rise as a dark horse was also within reason. Only this fellow was able to stand side by side with the outer palace's 3 dragon heads. I was looking forward to it. He even dares to look straight at the second mansion master. This kid has an unruly arrogance in his bones. He is willing to be cut into pieces and dare to pull down the emperor. Xianrenji did not expect Lord Lin to have such a high opinion of him. No matter what the result is, bring him along for the trip to the hidden treasure. It's also a training for him. This kid is not someone to be trifled with. Lord Lin said. Xianrenji was slightly shocked. However, his strength was only at the late Divine King realm. The weakest person in the trip to the hidden treasure was a half-step hierarch realm expert. They were all peerless experts of the inner mansion. It seemed that Lord Lin had a high opinion of him. All right. Oh right, Lord Lin, is that 9U nether void beast suppressed? Xianrenji asked in a low voice. It's barely suppressed. However, Tongshan Mansion is in troubled times recently. Sigh, the thundercloud space and the heaven dragon prison were shaken. I don't know when the mansion master will return. Lord Lin sighed and shook his head. His face was filled with helplessness. His strength had reached the late hierarch realm, but his face was still filled with helplessness. One could see that the profound connection divine palace was facing a dire situation. I only hope that the second mansion master can refine that beast to solve the current crisis of Tongshan Mansion. The seal is getting looser and looser, but the mansion master has not returned yet. It's really a troubled time. However, it won't be a problem for the time being. Although it's impossible for the second mansion master, third mansion master, and us old fellows to completely seal it, suppressing the seal shouldn't be a problem. However, this isn't a long-term solution. What kind of beast is that? How could it be so terrifying? Xianxia asked curiously. I can't say. Lord Lin's face suddenly became solemn. Xianxia knew that she should not ask too many questions, so she kept her mouth shut. At this moment, the battle between Yu Changlong and Xiao Qinglong was getting more and more eye-catching. After all, it was the Battle of the Dragon's Head. Such a scene was rarely seen in 10,000 years. Every outer mansion disciple was thinking of watching carefully to see what would happen in the future. Yu Changlong's strength was definitely not any weaker than Xiao Qinglong. Moreover, his obsession for the purple fragrance konjac was extremely strong. He was determined to get it. A person's obsession was very strong. A trace of it could move mountains and fill the sea. It could even destroy the world. Sometimes, obsession was more terrifying than strength. Yu Changlong had completely demonstrated this point. In this battle, he was not suppressed by Xiao Qinglong at all. Instead, every move he made was ruthless, and he did not hold back when it came to taking Xiao Qinglong's life. Xiao Qinglong was also quite depressed. The strength of the two of them was almost the same. Moreover, he could see that Xiao Qinglong had not made any progress in the past 100 years. However, the gap between them was not big. Yu Changlong's obsession was too deep. He must get the purple fragrance konjac. You forced me to do this, Yu Changlong. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiao Qinglong roared angrily. He was continuously suppressed by Yu Changlong. The intensity of the battle was dazzling, but it was indeed exciting enough. Such great perseverance was 1 in a million. Moreover, it must be a talented person who had cultivated for a long time to achieve such an opportunity. It was not easy to break through to the hierarch realm. So what? Bring it on. I am determined to win today's battle. Yu Changlong's domineering manner made everyone cheer. The prestige of the dragon head made the new and old disciples gasp in amazement. It was originally prepared for Chen Tianlong, but since you're so persistent, I'll send you off first. Xiao Qinglong formed a seal with both of his hands. His aura was unparalleled. Azure Dragon Flipping Sky Seal. Xiao Qinglong was like a storm as he madly attacked. The Azure Dragon Flipping Sky Seal was his specialty. However, his Azure Dragon Flipping Sky Seal had been improved by him this time. Its strength was much more terrifying than before. Xiao Qinglong's seal caused the sky to change color. Yu Changlong's expression became solemn. Is the winner finally going to be decided? The battle between the two dragon heads is so exciting. Ha ha ha. This feels great. When will I be able to have this kind of strength? This scene shocked everyone in the outer palace, and even the inner court disciples that were watching from the shadow side with emotion and felt that they were inferior. The Azure Dragon Sky Flipping imprint covered the sky. The imprint was heaven-defying. Yu Changlong's expression changed greatly. He did not expect Xiao Qinglong to be able to modify his life skill, the Azure Dragon Sky Flipping imprint, to such a terrifying level. Soaring Dragon in the Abyss. Yu Changlong's palm whistled as he faced the attack. He had to face it head-on. If he took a step back, it would mean that he would be completely suppressed by Xiao Qinglong. Fight head-on? You're not qualified. Xiao Qinglong sneered. One seal and one palm, one gray and one green, two dragon shadows flew in the sky and collided with each other. Xiao Qinglong took a step back with a solemn expression. However, he was not pushed back by the palm. On the other hand, Yu Changlong was heavily injured by Xiao Qinglong. Blood spurted out from his mouth as his aura fluctuated. It was already quite difficult for him to support himself in this battle. Let's see how you're qualified to stop my path to the hierarch realm. Xiao Qinglong bellowed and his aura surged once again. His hand seals rotated and his aura was like a rainbow. Yu Changlong was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If he continued to fight, his life would be hanging by a thread. However, there was another person in his heart. That person was Sister Zhu, whom he missed dearly. However, when Xiao Qinglong's attack came again, he felt the danger of death. In his heart, another figure appeared. It was his mother, the one who had no strength to truss a chicken but climbed a mountain tens of thousands of feet high to send him to the sect. However, she died of exhaustion and fell off a cliff. Although he was only 3 or 4 years old, he still remembered his mother's eyes that were filled with hope and smile. She told him to live well and that life was more important than anything else. I admit defeat. Yu Chenglong finally said those words. Although he was unwilling, he would only die in the hands of his opponent if he continued to fight. Xiao Qinglong's strength had surpassed him. Qianrenji took action in time to stop Xiao Qinglong's fatal blow. Xiao Qinglong sneered. At that moment, he had finally defeated Yu Chenglong. The next person he would challenge was Chenlong. As for Jiang Chen and Qin Qinglang, he did not care about them at all. I'm sorry, Sister Zhu. I still can't get the purple aromatic konjac for you. I can't forget my mother's hopeful eyes. I'm not afraid of death, but I can't die. Yu Chenglong murmured. At this moment, Yu Chenglong had been defeated. The entire martial arts practice ground became incomparably shocked. The battle between the two dragon heads had ultimately ended with Yu Chenglong's defeat. Xiao Qinglong's reputation was well-deserved. After defeating Yu Chenglong, he had stepped onto his own path of being an expert. At this moment, the ranking battle had truly entered a white-hot stage. On the other hand, the battle between Jiang Chen and Qin Qinglang seemed a little boring. Both of them were equally matched. Jiang Chen had defeated Qin Qinglang with the strength of a late divine king. He had received a lot of support from the crowd. Even if he lost, no one would think that he was weak. After all, he was just a freshman who had just entered Tongxian Mansion for more than 100 years. Even if he lost, it was still a glorious defeat. Qin Qinglong's every step was filled with killing intent. Jiang Chen also used his full strength. He did not dare to be careless. However, he did not use his dragon transformation because he wanted to see how powerful his real body was. Qin Qinglang could be said to have the upper hand. The battle was very intense. Jiang Chen was more than capable of defending, but his offense was not strong enough. It was a little frustrating to watch. Looks like this freshman won't last long. Yeah. He's still a freshman after all. He has only cultivated in Tongxian Mansion for more than 100 years, but he has already reached such a level. He's not someone that we can compare with. His future is limitless. That's right. This time, I reckon that he only wants to test the waters. It's not so easy to surpass the older students in one go. Since the ancient times, there has never been a new student who was able to enter the top 10, let alone the top 5. This freshman is in the limelight. Even if he loses, it's still honorable. At this moment, everyone was optimistic about Qin Qinglang. After all, he had endured for 180,000 years and attacked with great force. He was like a dark horse, galloping unhindered. He did not even put the 3 dragon heads in his eyes. After the battle between Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong, they finally realized how terrifying Qin Qinglang was. No wonder he was called a dark horse. If you continue to persist, I won't be so merciful to you. Qin Qinglang looked at Jiang Chen and said with a cold smile. The momentum of the fist in his hand did not change. He charged forward with a force that could shake the heavens. I also don't have the mood to continue playing with you. Let's end this quickly. Jiang Chen smiled calmly. Under the dragon transformation, no one could stop him. Roar! Jiang Chen roared. Under the dragon transformation, even Lord Lin's expression did not change. He did not expect this guy to have such a terrifying side. This was not the beast transformation, but in his bloodline, there was actually a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. I said that this kid's strength should not be underestimated. Lord Lin was obviously very confident. Qianrenji was a little solemn as she looked at this scene silently. It might not be easy for Qin Qinglang to defeat Jiang Chen. Thousands of people exclaimed. Jiang Chen fought Qin Qinglang in the form of a half-human half-dragon. At this moment, Jiang Chen's strength had increased immeasurably. His strength and speed were more than 100 times. You are indeed surprising, but I, Qin Qinglang, am not someone to be trifled with. Qin Qinglang held the 8 zhang long soaring cloud spear in his hand. The spear light was sharp and buzzed endlessly. Qin Qingling has started to get serious. His 8-zhang-long soaring cloud spear seems to be a middle-grade origin god tool. Not simple. Piercing clouds and splitting space. Qin Qingling roared furiously. The azure flower and white shadow of the spear suddenly changed, piercing through the void and slashing towards Jiangchen. Jiangchen was calm and composed. His punches suddenly changed direction and landed on the soaring cloud spear. The sound of his punches was deafening. Jiangchen was fighting Qin Qingling with his body of flesh and blood. This had shocked everyone. The iridescent flower spear was able to turn the heavens, it could split mountains and rocks, it could destroy everything, but it could not break through Jiangchen's fists. Jiangchen did not use any fancy moves. His fist shook the sky and the azure dragon's 5 steps soared into the sky with irresistible force, sweeping everything in its path. The soaring cloud spear in Qin Qinglong's hands constantly changed. Jiangchen was still fearless. He had the strength to pick up mountains and his aura was unparalleled. He forced Qin Qingling back with his fists. The scene caused the outer palace disciples' expressions to change greatly. The situation changed in an instant. Qin Qinglong's initial strength was disrupted by Jiangchen. The might of the soaring cloud spear was also completely suppressed by Jiangchen. The might of a punch forced Qin Qingling back again. Jiangchen's hands changed and the true dragon seal broke through the sky like a giant hand, destroying everything. No. Qin Qinglong's expression changed as he roared furiously. His heart was filled with boundless rage and unwillingness. However, Jiangchen's true dragon seal directly crushed Qin Qinglong's primordial spirit weapon. The soaring cloud spear was instantly turned into scrap metal. Qin Qingling was forced back by the seal, but he did not know that Jiangchen's other hand had already descended from the sky. The wind from the palm landed, forcing Qin Qingling back. His bones and tendons were all broken and his aura weakened. One seal, one palm, dealt with Qin Qingling, everyone was dumbfounded. How could this new student be so terrifying? Although Qin Qingling was burning with rage, a loss was a loss. He was not someone who could not afford to lose. He said a lot of ruthless words, but in the end, he was blasted out of the square by Jiangchen, losing all his face. Too strong. Lu Dong couldn't help but exclaim. Even if there were 10 of him, he still wouldn't be a match for Jiangchen. That kind of terrifying aura that seemed to be able to control the heavens wasn't something he could compare to. Dong Huang Taie and Lu Dong looked at each other. Jiangchen was no longer their target as his footsteps were too fast. When they raised their heads, Jiangchen was already far away. That kind of domineering attitude was something that they could never learn. Little Chenzi, you can do it. I believe you're the best. Yan Qingqing's smile could topple a city, and her smile could topple a country. Even Jiangchen melted in her smile. With you here, we can fight anyone in this world. The corners of Jiangchen's lips curled up slightly. Qin Qingling was nothing more than a stumbling block under his feet. There were thousands and thousands of Qin Qinglings that he wanted to trip over. But only the smile that could topple cities was the love of his life. Freshman? Who said that a freshman can't do it? Ha ha ha, so what if he's a freshman? Didn't Jiangchen enter the top 3? I think Jiangchen has a chance to defeat Xiao Qinglong. Me too. I think Jiangchen will win. That fella is too ferocious, he's like a wild beast. I suddenly have an idea. If a freshman gets the first place in the Outer Mansion's ranking battle, won't he be the first in Tongxian Mansion? Haha. That's right. A freshman has never achieved such a good result in the ranking battle. It's extremely difficult to enter the top 200. It's almost impossible to enter the top 100. But it's indeed unprecedented for someone like him to achieve such a result. Jiangchen's talent had already become the expectation of the freshmen and seniors. If he could defeat Xiao Qinglong, then Jiangchen's name would definitely spread throughout the outer mansion of Tongxian Mansion. Even the inner mansion would probably be in an uproar. After all, he was only a freshman who entered Tongxian Mansion for 100 years. This honor had already surpassed his current result. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Yu Qinglong silently looked at Jiangchen. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Once upon a time, the young man who was just a freshman in his eyes had surpassed him in 100 years. In this battle, if he were to fight against Qing Lang, the result would be unknown. However, if he were to fight against Xianxia, he would definitely lose. It's up to you whether you can defeat Xiao Qinglong or not. Yu Qinglong sighed in his heart. He did not lose unjustly in this ranking battle. The strong would always improve. There was no reason for him to lose. It was just that his skills were not as good as others. Boy, you have some skills. I just don't know if you can withstand my Azure Dragon sky-flipping seal. Xiao Qinglong sneered. The battle between him and Jiang was very close. Currently, Jiang had already risen to the point that even he had to face him. It seemed that this freshman could no longer be judged by common sense. Your dream has finally come true. Today's battle is also the time to put an end to it. Jiang and Xiao Qinglong looked at each other. The sharpness between the two of them did not give way to each other. It was still unknown who would be able to dominate the divine mansion. Qianlong also silently looked at Jiang. He was even more eager to fight against Jiang because he felt that Jiang's strength did not seem to stop there. I hope that you can defeat Xiao Qinglong. Otherwise, I really don't have much hope in defeating him. Qianlong said faintly as he stared at Jiang from afar. After the fierce battle, the battle between Xiao Qinglong and Jiang was about to begin. The Tanhua of the ranking battle would also be born at this time. This kid is unpredictable. I'm afraid it won't be easy for Xiao Qinglong to win this battle. Lord Lin said with a smile. Xiao Qinglong is easy to win, but it's impossible for Qianlong to win. I heard that this guy could withstand more than 50 attacks from an Hierarch Realm Inner Mansion disciple. He can easily trample on a half-step Hierarch Realm Inner Mansion disciple. Xianxia said with a serious expression. Qianlong should have entered the Inner Mansion long ago. However, he had been waiting for the opportunity to break through. Once he broke through to the Hierarch realm, there would not be more than a handful of people in the Inner Mansion who could be his opponent. This guy was a natural overlord. It's not easy to be in the top 3. It will be difficult to win against Qianlong. Lord Lin smiled and shook his head. Obviously, he and Xianxia were very confident in Qianlong. After all, Jiang's strength was still too weak. When his strength reached the peak Divine King realm or the half-step Hierarch realm, he might be able to fight against Qianlong. However, Qianlong might have already entered the Hierarch realm by then. Now, you have 2 choices. Rest for 10 days to recuperate, or fight now. The choice is in your hands. Xianxia looked at Jiang and Xiao Qinglong and said. This battle is not a waste of energy. If you want to fight, then fight. Why wait for 10 days? Xiao Qinglong shook his head and said. As you wish. Jiang said. Alright, since both of you have agreed, then let the battle begin. Jiang, the glory of us new students will depend on you. Ha ha ha. Among the new students, he is the first one since ancient times. To be able to squeeze into the top 3 in the Outer Palace ranking tournament, he is really too proud. The current Jiang has already achieved an unprecedented glory. If he can become the champion of the ranking tournament, then his name will definitely become history in the future. He will forever be remembered in the long river of history of Tongshan Mansion. Protect the second and fight for the first. Haha, anyway, I am optimistic about Jiang. In this battle, if the 3 leaders of the Outer Palace are all defeated by Jiang, then Tongshan Mansion will be shocked. Countless people raised their heads in anticipation. There was no doubt about how strong Jiang was. Now, it all depended on whether he could defeat Xiao Qinglong. This threshold was not that easy to cross. After all, Xiao Qinglong was strong and was even stronger than Yu Qinglong. Nowadays, there were more and more people who wanted to see the rise of Jiang. This was the case for the new students and the old students. After all, Xiao Qinglong had been strong for too long. If someone suddenly defeated him, then it would definitely be quite interesting. However, the arrogance of the old students was undoubtedly suppressed by the new students at this time. However, it was only because of Jiang alone. After all, there were only 200 new students and their cultivation time was short. Even if they were arrogant, it was impossible for them to threaten the position of the old students in Tongshan Mansion. Therefore, there were so many people who hoped to see a fierce battle between Jiangchen and Xiaoqinglong. You have a lot of supporters. However, I don't know if you can laugh until the end. Xiaoqinglong said with a smile. This battle would definitely be recorded in history. Currently, the support for Jiangchen was getting higher and higher. The hearts of the people. It seems that you will definitely lose today. Jiangchen said with a smile. At least in terms of aura, the current Xiaoqinglong was completely inferior to him. Humph, I'm afraid that you don't have the ability. Xiaoqinglong said in a deep voice. He squinted his eyes and the battle started. As Xiaoqinglong turned around, a 9-foot-long silver blade appeared in his hand. It was extremely imposing and even surpassed the soaring cloud spear in Xianxia's hand. Azure Dragon Bright Moon Saber. This is my life divine weapon. This is my respect for you. Xiaoqinglong Lingling said. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. This fellow gave him a rather strong feeling. Especially after his battle with Qin Qingling, he felt that this freshman was different from the rest. However, it would not be easy for him to obtain first place. At the very least, he would have to pass through him first. Jiangchen flicked his finger, and the golden light was extremely dazzling. Heavenly Dragon Sword, forged from the Dragon's soul, unparalleled in the world. Jiangchen said with a faint smile. At this moment, even Lord Lin's gaze fell onto Jiangchen's Heavenly Dragon Sword. His face suddenly changed and a storm was set off in his heart. This is a primal origin treasure? Lord Lin's expression became extremely solemn. However, Jiangchen's Heavenly Dragon Sword did not have the splendor that a primal origin treasure should have. Every primal origin treasure must have its own soul, which was the spirit of the divine weapon. However, Jiangchen's Heavenly Dragon Sword did not seem to have a sword soul, but it gave off a majestic aura that could swallow the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. However, could a sword without a sword soul really become a primal origin treasure? Lin Yukong did not know. At least when he saw the Heavenly Dragon Sword in Jiangchen's hand, he did not know whether it was a primal origin treasure or not. If it was, then he was very curious about Jiangchen's identity. A primal origin treasure. Even he only had a damaged primal origin treasure. Even so, many Hierarch Realm experts were envious of it. An ordinary Hierarch Realm expert would at most have a high-grade primal origin treasure, and it was already considered a great fortune. As for a peak-grade primal origin treasure, it would depend on one's fortune. Lin Yukong's expression became solemn. At this moment, even he became short of breath. There was even a hint of covetousness in his eyes. However, it was Jiangchen's item after all. As the boss of Tongxian Mansion, he naturally would not lower himself to snatch Jiangchen's item. However, if Jiangchen had a primal origin treasure in his hand, it would be quite difficult for Xiaoqinglong to win. Primal origin treasure? It's impossible. He's only at the late Divine King realm. How could he have a primal origin treasure? Qianrenji knitted her eyebrows in disbelief. She naturally knew what a primal origin treasure was. The reason why the second Mansion Master and third Mansion Master could meet their match in the half-step Divine Emperor realm and control the Tongxian Mansion was because they each had a primal origin treasure. Although the grade of the primal origin treasure was not high, it was still not to be underestimated. With a primal origin treasure in their hands, ordinary hierarch experts would not be able to get close to them. This was the power of a primal origin treasure. Jiangchen was just a student. How could he have a primal origin treasure? Even the prodigies from the big clans might not be given a primal origin treasure at this level. Moreover, a primal origin treasure was not something that could be obtained by anyone. It seems like it, but I'm not sure. Lin Yukong said in a deep voice. I hope it's not the case. Otherwise, as the saying goes, a gentleman is innocent, treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. His situation would become extremely dangerous. Even if he was not tempted in the Profound Connection Divine Palace, there's no guarantee that others would not be tempted to snatch Jiangchen's divine weapons or treasures. Not bad. Looks like you're quite confident. In this battle, I will let you know that the dignity of a senior is inviolable. Also, you have to pay with your life if you kill someone. Without the Jiang brothers working for me, I will lose a lot of heavenly fire crystals. You're the first person who dares to stand in my way. Xiaoqinglong's long saber swept across like a mountain-splitting blade. The 9-chi green dragon saber changed its shape and slashed the sky. Jiang Chen's expression was calm as usual. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. His draconic aura was rippling. Little guy, don't appear in this battle. I'm afraid that someone will recognize you. You have a primal origin treasure. I'm really afraid of getting into trouble. Jiang Chen murmured in his mind. He flicked his finger and the heavenly dragon sword let out a strong buzzing sound, as if to show his dissatisfaction. Jiang Chen smiled. He did not expect this sword spirit to be so human-like. Green Dragon Absolute Shadow. Xiaoqinglong roared. The saber light swept across the sky. Jiang Chen's sword shadow was illusory as he fought and retreated at the same time. Although Jiang Chen was not afraid of Xiaoqinglong's horrifying oppression, he did not need to fight with Xiaoqinglong with force. Instead, he fought with force. Under the saber light and sword shadow, the qi shook the universe. Jiang Chen's sword was like a shadow following the body while Xiaoqinglong's saber was wide open. The heavy saber shadow was like a green dragon tearing through the void. The green dragon flickered and pounced forward. Roar! Jiang Chen roared angrily. His aura was like a divine soldier descending from the sky, unstoppable. Xiaoqinglong's dragon shadows might actually turned into a wave of air under his roar, repelling it. Xiaoqinglong's attack also vanished like smoke. Everyone was shocked. Jiang Chen's might could even easily repel the might of the Azure Dragon. Xiaoqinglong originally wanted to use the dragon's might to suppress Jiang Chen, but he did not expect Jiang Chen's might to be even stronger than his. Xiaoqinglong did not dare to underestimate Jiang Chen at all. Good move. Xiaoqinglong's eyes turned cold. Jiang Chen's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. One man and one sword completely merged into one, blocking almost all of his attacks. Violent Prison Lock Saber. Xiaoqinglong closed in on Jiang Chen once again. Both of their attacks became more and more dreadful. Even the spectators could feel the dreadful vibration. It was not something that an ordinary person could create. Seventh Sword. Jiang Chen swept his sword horizontally. The sword will was awe-inspiring. The unrivaled limitless sword was displayed at this moment. The seventh sword had already passed. The sword shadow was leisurely. The 100-zhang long saber was cut in half by Jiang Chen's sword. The powerful pressure instantly disappeared without a trace. Xiaoqinglong's attack was blocked once again, causing the crowd to tremble in fear. Jiang Chen's sword was too terrifying. No one had expected that his seemingly light sword could shake the heavens and earth, causing the gods and ghosts to weep. No one could fathom what Jiang Chen was doing. Jiang Chen's sword was like a silver snake dancing on the mountain. It swept horizontally, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble. Xiaoqinglong gradually felt a sense of pressure. Jiang Chen's sword was really too terrifying. Not only was it fast, but it also had the artistic conception of piercing through the void. It made people tremble in fear. Wherever the sword pointed, it was invincible. To be able to force me to use this move, you should be proud of yourself. I really want to see how you are going to block my path to ascension. Xiaoqinglong roared and the saber fell down from the sky. The wind whistled and the sun and moon dimmed. No one could have imagined that there would be such a terrifying saber technique in this world. The 9-foot-long saber covered the sky like a dragon swallowing the sun and moon, cutting down the mortal world. Green Dragon beheading the moon. Everyone held their breaths in rapt attention as they inwardly exclaimed in admiration. Xiaoqinglong was able to defeat Yu Chenglong not only because of luck. Each of the 3 dragon heads had their own strengths and none of them could be underestimated. That's terrifying. Even a half-step ultimate god might not be able to withstand that attack. Isn't that right? It's too terrifying. This Xiaoqinglong really lives up to his name. If I was struck by this blade, I'm afraid that I would instantly turn into ashes. After all, Xiaoqinglong is a senior who has cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. He is definitely not someone that a new student can compare to. Let's see if Jiang Chen can withstand this blade. The sky and earth changed color, the sun and moon lost their luster. The Azure Dragon appeared and cut off the moon's brilliance. Domineering, really domineering. The entire martial arts square was filled with different opinions. However, most of the people had already begun to mourn for Xianxia. After all, that blade was too terrifying. From the moment Xiao Qinglong made his move, Xianxia should have already lost. This guy, why hasn't he admitted defeat? Qianrenji's expression slightly changed. No one could be sure if Xianxia could still be standing there alive after that strike. Xianxia's expression was still calm and impermanence in the face of the oncoming terrifying deterrence. The destructive blade shadows were present from start to finish. There were thousands of blade shadows overlapping each other. Xianxia could not avoid it. This was a situation where he would definitely die. At that moment, Xianxia actually closed his eyes. Who could imagine that Xianxia could be so calm in the face of death? Moreover, he seemed to be showing a disdainful attitude. Qianrenji couldn't help but want to take action. After all, Xianxia had saved her life before. She couldn't just watch Xianxia die at this moment. Even if she forced herself to take action, she was willing to accept the punishment of Tongxian Mansion. Let's wait and see. If he can't stop it, I will take action to save his life. Lin Yukong said in a deep voice, stopping Qianrenji. Just when everyone thought that Xianxia was going to be defeated and they didn't even dare to look at what would happen next, Xianxia's silhouette disappeared in the void. Except for Lin Yukong, not even Qianrenji could see where Xianxia had disappeared to in an instant. The limitless sword is invisible and shadowless. The body moves with the sword. Eighth sword. Xianxia finally mastered the eighth sword that sword sage Feng Bai had taught him. The eighth sword was thousands of times more powerful than what Feng Bai had displayed. The terror of the eighth sword was that it could appear and disappear like a ghost. The body moved with the sword, and it could take the opponent's life without any shadow. Don't, Lin Yukong's pupil shrank. Before he could finish his words, Xianxia's sword shadow had already fallen. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the scene in front of them. Xianxia and Xiao Qinglong ran in opposite directions. The saber radiance dissipated and the sword shadow returned to the void. However, the two of them stood there silently with their backs facing each other. What happened? Why can't they hit each other? What's going on? Why aren't they moving? Yeah, Xianxia will definitely lose under the terrifying power just now. Why aren't they moving now? Everyone was watching this scene with their eyes wide open. Sigh, Lin Yukong sighed. His face was a little ugly. Even Qianrenji reacted in a split second. No. Xianxia, he. Xiao Qinglong lost? Qianrenji finally regained her senses and muttered. Lin Yukong couldn't finish his words. He wanted to take action, but it was too late. Xianxia had already used the eighth sword. The sword shadow had already changed unpredictably. Lin Yukong didn't expect that Xianxia would kill Xiao Qinglong with one slash. As Qianrenji's words fell, Xiao Qinglong knelt on the ground with one hand covering his neck. He slowly turned around, but he couldn't turn around no matter how hard he tried. What a terrifying sword, boom, Xiao Qinglong's body fell straight down, but it made a loud sound. The entire square was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one had expected that the battle between Xianxia and Xiao Qinglong would end like this. Xianxia ended the battle with one slash. Even Lin Yukong couldn't save Xiao Qinglong. Lin Yukong's sigh made Qianrenji realize how terrifying Xianxia was. He killed someone in front of Lord Lin, and even he couldn't save Xiao Qinglong? If Xiao Qinglong could be saved, Lord Lin would definitely save him. After all, he was one of the top experts in the outer mansion. Moreover, Xianxia's attack speed was too fast. The eighth sword was a merciless killing move. No one could survive once the blade passed by. Furthermore, it was Xiao Qinglong's soul that was destroyed. Even his soul was destroyed. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Hiss, even Qianrenji gasped. The speed of Xianxia's attack was too fast and it was hard for anyone to react. Even if it was her, it would be extremely difficult for her to completely block the sword. Although her strength was much stronger and she could suppress Xianxia with her strength, even she was greatly shocked by this sword. The most terrifying thing was that Xianxia was not a senior but a new student. A new student who had just entered Tongxian Mansion for less than 100 years was actually so terrifying. Who would dare to believe it? Although Lin Yokan's evaluation of Jiang Chen was already very high, at this moment, he still found it hard to believe that Jiang Chen could actually easily kill Xiao Qinglong. This was also a great loss to the outer palace. However, it was already too late even if he wanted to take action against Jiang Chen's sword. After 3 seconds of silence, the entire martial arts practice square was completely boiling. They continuously cheered and roared for Jiang Chen. This was something that had never happened before in the ranking battle. The new student faced difficulties and broke through layers upon layers of obstacles. Now, he was only one step away from standing on the peak. Jiang Chen had changed from being looked down upon in the beginning to being able to kill gods and Buddhas in his way. His aura had become stronger and stronger, even to the point of showing off his ability, and no one could compete with him. 2F** King Strong. This is what a ranking battle is, this is what it means to be hot-blooded. Jiang Chen is really too terrifying. It seems like there is no one in the entire outer palace who can suppress him. This sword is really too amazing. There is no one in the past and no one in the future who can surpass him. Ha ha ha, to be able to see such an exciting battle, it is really worth it for me to come out of seclusion for 100 years. Jiang Chen's name instantly spread throughout the outer sect. The man standing in the middle of the square with a long sword in his hand was like a god, standing there without any wind or waves, his aura was like a rainbow. Not many people discussed Xiao Qinglong's death. The winner was king and the loser was always in the wrong. With so many experts gathering, there would inevitably be people who would rise up and replace him. Jiang Chen was the best proof. The era of the 3 heads of the outer palace had passed. Now, besides Qianlong, no one could stop Jiang Chen's footsteps. Everyone's gazes were focused on Qianlong. Only he was the last dignity of the outer palace ranking tournament. Not long ago, the 3 heads of the outer palace were all powerful for tens of thousands of years and no one could surpass them. Now, it seemed that Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong had been defeated by Jiang Chen. 2 of the 3 heads had been killed, and only Qianlong was left. At this moment, Yu Chenglong was completely convinced by Jiang Chen. He was not even Xiao Qinglong's opponent, but Jiang Chen was able to kill Xiao Qinglong silently. It was obvious that he was in Jiang Chen's hands. He was glad that the person he met was not Jiang Chen. This guy is really so strong that it makes people's hair stand on end. Gumalu exclaimed in surprise. His eyes were filled with excitement because Jiang Chen had overcome all the difficulties along the way. Now, only Qianlong was left. Once he broke through Qianlong, he would be the number 1 in the outer palace and the leader. Yes, Jiang Chen's current achievements should not be limited to the results of his cultivation in Tongxian Mansion. Bai Ying said in a deep voice. That's right. When he fought with us against the Jiang brothers, he did not show his full strength. Perhaps, he already had the strength to fight with me at that time. Yu Chenglong said with a solemn expression. Bai Ying and Gu Maolu looked at each other with astonishment on their faces, and they spoke almost at the same time. It can't be? There's a kind of person who is more dazzling than geniuses. His existence is destined to put countless monstrous geniuses to shame. He's that kind of person. I saw a terrifying domineering intent in his eyes. Without unparalleled skills, it's impossible to have that kind of gaze. With just a wave of his hand, the ores would be turned into ashes. If I don't enter the hierarch realm, I'll never be his opponent. Yu Chenglong's words made Bai Ying and Gu Maolu even more shocked. His talent, achievements, hard work, and perseverance had already made countless people gasp in amazement. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, he was still weak. That was the gap between them. Now, the only person who can defeat Jiang Chen is Qianlong, Yu Chenglong said faintly. He was relieved now. However, his biggest hope was to break through to the hierarch realm. In that case, it would be reasonable for him to surpass Jiang Chen. However, defeating Xiao Qinglong might not be too terrifying because he's only a peak late divine king. However, I heard that Qianlong seems to have reached the threshold of the hierarch realm. Not long ago, he challenged 3 half-step hierarch inner mansion disciples in order to break through to the hierarch realm. The outcome of that battle was still undecided. You can see how strong Qianlong is now. Bai Ying said in a deep voice with a serious expression. Although the battle between Jiang Chen and Qianlong was full of glory, it was still full of danger. How can it be as easy as you think to be the outer mansion's number one? In the past, I only managed to withstand more than 20 attacks from Qianlong. However, I didn't expect the gap between us to become bigger and bigger. Yu Changlong shook his head and sighed. The weak were destined to be eliminated by the times. Only the strong could stand at the top of the 9 heavens and look down on all living beings. Qianlong silently stared at Jiang Chen. His eyes were sharp as if he wanted to see through Jiang Chen's body and mind. You've really surprised me. Xiao Qinglong is just a piece of trash. If you can really break through me, then you'll be the outer mansion's number one. Qianlong seemed to be very interested in Jiang Chen, because the moment their eyes met, an inexhaustible battle intent burst out. This brave and unflinching new student made Qianlong see a strong battle intent. Then I'll win against you. Jiang Chen said casually with a faint smile. He was confident and calm without the slightest fear, as if the person in front of him was not a threat at all. You're arrogant, but your arrogance can only go so far. Although I don't like Xiao Qinglong, I dislike you even more. I hate people like you who ignore everything. So, I'll crush you. Qianlong said calmly. As the emperor of the outer sect, Qianlong naturally had his own pride. At this time, if Jiang Chen wanted to be the champion, then he must step on his own glory. He would never let Jiang Chen get what he wanted. As long as he could get the purple aromatic konjac, his breakthrough to the hierarch realm would basically be a done deal. Although Jiang Chen is unstoppable, Qianlong isn't as strong as the others. Even the other 2 dragon heads of the outer prefecture are not as strong as him. Yeah, let's see if Qianlong can successfully counterattack. Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect this battle to be the most anticipated. Jiang Chen's strength has exceeded all of our expectations. This final battle will be the most classic. No matter who wins or loses, it will surely become a legend in the outer prefecture of the Profound Connection Divine Palace. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. The new student is invincible, aiming for the crown. If he can defeat the Willow, he will definitely become a legend. Jiang Chen, you can choose to stop fighting and rest for 10 days before fighting again. You can also choose to continue fighting. Qianrenji said in a deep voice. She wanted Jiang Chen to cultivate and recover to his peak condition before fighting Qianlong again. After all, Qianlong was not like Xiao Qinglong. Rumor had it that he had touched the threshold of the hierarch realm. No one knew how terrifying he was. Qianlong's power should not be underestimated. Take care. Qianrenji transmitted her voice to Jiang Chen. Thank you for the reminder, Master Ji. Jiang Chen glanced at Qianrenji. After defeating him, I still need to cultivate. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Jiang Chen shook his head and refused Qianrenji's advice. His words shocked the audience. The former number 1 of the outer sect, the head of the 3 dragon heads, dared to say such words. Qianlong's face slightly twitched. This guy is really arrogant. Since you like to be in the limelight so much, then I will make you lose face in front of everyone. Alright, then don't blame me for bullying you. Let's begin. You will pay for your arrogance. Qianlong and Jiang Chen's eyes met. Both of them were not willing to give in. Their gazes were locked in a deadly battle. I don't care about being number 1 in the outer sect, but I must get the purple fragrance konjac. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. What he wanted was the purple fragrance konjac. Once the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was refined, his strength would increase a lot. However, the current Jiang Chen could not guarantee that he would be able to refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. The chance was less than 30%. However, Jiang Chen must get the purple fragrance konjac. You're dreaming. You don't have the qualification to get the purple fragrance konjac. Do you think it's so easy to be number 1 in the outer sect? Jiang Chen and Qianlong instantly turned into 2 streams of light and soared into the sky. The heavenly dragon sword did not hold back and slashed horizontally. The sword momentum was astonishing. Qianlong fought and retreated at the same time, avoiding the sharp edge. The 2 of them fought back and forth. Even those who were watching the battle were enjoying it. With the advantage of the heavenly dragon sword, Jiang Chen's attacks were swift and fierce. He did not hesitate, and every move was fatal. However, Qianlong was not in a hurry. He sneered as his fist and palm collided with the heavenly dragon sword. However, he was constantly pushed back by the might of the sword, making him feel a little troubled. Suddenly, Qianlong clenched his hands and a huge blood-colored sword appeared in his hand. The sword was 10 feet long and 3 feet wide. It was incomparably huge and brimming with blood aura. It was as heavy as 1,000 caddies, as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down. The heavy sword does not have a sharp edge. A divine weapon forged from the peak-grade blood essence stone is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Chen's expression was grave. This heavy sword had already reached the level of a superior grade origin god tool. Moreover, the peak-grade blood essence stone within it had not been completely refined to its essence. This was because the power of the blood essence in the heavy sword could burst out. It went without saying that this heavy sword had already reached the level of a peak-grade origin god tool. You have a good eye. This blood shadow sword has tasted countless blood. Today, I'll use you as a sacrifice. Qianlong shouted angrily. The sword rose and fell, and the wind whistled. He wielded the heavy sword as if it was light. The huge sword was unstoppable. Although the heavenly dragon sword was strong, under the huge pressure of the blood shadow sword, it also became a little stretched. After all, Jiang Chen did not let the heavenly dragon sword's sword spirit out of its scabbard. Otherwise, it would not be suppressed by the blood shadow sword. The blood shadow sword was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. When it clashed with the heavenly dragon sword, it gained the upper hand. Qianlong also started to counterattack under Jiang Chen's attack. The two swords kept clashing with each other. The sword light was extremely sharp. The sword shadows rotated and descended from the sky. Under his control, Qianlong's blood shadow sword became more and more powerful. Although the heavenly dragon sword was suppressed, it did not show any signs of losing. It retreated in order to advance. The heavenly dragon sword hummed and its sword chi was awe-inspiring. It seemed to be a little unhappy being suppressed by the blood shadow sword. The heavenly dragon sword broke through its shackles and clashed with the blood shadow sword. It did not lose at all. Instead, it became more and more powerful. Jiang Chen suppressed the might of the heavenly dragon sword because he was afraid that experts like Lord Lin or the second mansion master would notice the extraordinariness of the heavenly dragon sword and want to kill him. Right now, it was difficult for him to fight against such super existences. Qianlong is indeed stronger. It seems that this guy is going to lose. That's hard to say. I think that Jiang Chen is just testing Qianlong. The battle between them has just begun. Jiang Chen could easily kill Xiao Qinglong. How could he only have this little ability? That's not necessarily true. You also have to look at who he is facing. I think no one dares to say a word about Qianlong's reputation. Even in the inner mansion, his name is known. He often enters the inner mansion to spar with those half-step hierarch realm experts. This battle is really exciting. Haha, I hope it won't end so early. Facing Qianlong's strength, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to make a move. Qianlong was also waiting for Jiang Chen to make the first move. 3,000 Li freeze. Jiang Chen's sword swept across, and the 1,000 Li freeze froze. The blood shadow sword in Qianlong's hand became heavier and a strong freezing power swept out. Even his blood shadow sword was covered with a thick layer of frost. Streams of ice swords shot across the sky. Qianlong was not afraid at all. He slapped with his sword and the ice swords shattered. However, neither of them gained the upper hand. Blood essence as the guide, blood shadow monstrous. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. This guy finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Using his blood essence as a guide, the blood essence within the blood shadow sword surged. The sword aura was terrifying, as if blood had filled the skies, leaving behind afterimages. Above the blood shadow, the giant sword was the guide, and the peak of the sky curtain turned into a heavy sword. Jiang Chen soared into the sky, but he was suppressed by the blood curtain. A terrifying sword aura was condensed in the sky along with a gigantic blood sword. Qianlong sneered. With blood essence as the guide, the sky curtain turned into a sword. This sword did not show the sharpness that could split the sky and the earth, but an unstoppable sword aura. Under the sword aura, Jiang Chen, who was holding the heavenly dragon sword, was suppressed step by step. Jiang Chen's face was extremely solemn. The endless sky curtain was full of blood-colored sword shadows overlapping. Even Qianrenji's face was solemn. Qianlong's power was unparalleled. Whether Jiangchen could withstand it or not, it really affected many people's hearts. This is too terrifying. I think Jiangchen may not be able to withstand it. Qianlong is indeed Qianlong. Even a hierarch realm expert would have to take this sword seriously. Jiangchen is still too inexperienced. Everyone stared at this scene. The blood-colored sword blade in the sky curtain was too terrifying. It had no sharpness, but it was breathtaking. It was as if the world would collapse if the sword pressed down. Let's see how you can escape from my blood shadow sky curtain. Qianlong shouted, and the heavy sword fiercely struck the void. Jiangchen suddenly raised his head, and the sword aura filled with blood shadows pressed down from all directions. The fifth sword, Starlight. Jiangchen and Zhou Long were evenly matched. No one had the upper hand. However, Zhou Long's eyes were extremely cold. Jiangchen's means made him feel that he had met a real opponent. Although both of them were evenly matched, under the bright starlight, everyone felt that Jiangchen had the upper hand. Compared to the blood-red canopy, they were more willing to stay under the starlight. Jiangchen, you have really made me angry. I must kill you today. Zhou Long once again stepped into the air and waved his heavy sword, cutting through the sky. Jiangchen's sword was also becoming more and more skillful. He could now display the fifth sword of the Sword of Solitude. As for the sixth sword, he had also touched the threshold. However, he needed to at least enter the hierarch realm to be able to use it. Obviously, it was almost impossible to defeat Zhou Long with the sixth sword. Blood essence as a guide, sword of destruction technique. Zhou Long's blood shadow sword once again underwent a huge change. His blood essence stone treasure sword actually became extremely enchanting at this moment. Zhou Long bit his finger and put a drop of blood on the blood shadow sword. The blood shadow sword once again became extremely tyrannical. The enchanting and terrifying feeling made people's hearts tremble. Countless people stared at this scene and felt their throats go dry from Zhou Long's horror. The sky was once again filled with the color of blood. Zhou Long's eyes also became colder. He raised his sword and the blood shadow sword carried the intent of destruction as it swept through the void. The overbearing blood shadow sword also made Jiangchen feel the burning pressure once again. Zhou Long's blood seemed to be burning. What was burning was not only his blood but also his fighting spirit, an inextinguishable fighting spirit. You should be proud to be able to force me to use the sword of destruction technique. Zhou Long's figure moved to the side as his body and sword moved together. The blood shadow descended and the sword momentum was wild like a dragon or a mountain. Jiangchen's expression was stern. Although Zhou Long's strength was strong, it was not enough to defeat him. Sixth sword. Seventh sword. Eighth sword. The heavenly dragon sword changed again and again. At this moment, even Zhou Long's figure was greatly restricted and the blood shadow could not move forward. It's that sword again. Qianrenji said in a deep voice, squinting her eyes. However, Qianlong was still able to resist the terror of the eighth sword. Furthermore, Qianlong's extinguishing sword art was rather terrifying as well. The blood shadow sword and the heavenly dragon sword clashed continuously, emitting a horrifying sword intent. Explosions rang out incessantly in the nine heavens. What a terrifying aura. These two people are indeed the biggest competitors for the Outer Palace's #1. To be able to reach Jiangchen's level of strength among the freshmen, it's 1 in a million years. Sigh, we're truly left in the dust. It's impossible for us to catch up to him. The blow that such a monster brings to us geniuses is unimaginable. After this battle, it is still a glorious defeat. Looks like the title of #1 in the Outer Palace is not so easy to obtain. There was almost no change in Jiangchen and Qianlong's battle. The battle between the two of them was quite exciting. Sword shadows filled the air everywhere. If it wasn't for the support of the formation, the void would have already collapsed under their battle. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Extinguishing sword art, crisscrossing sword intent. The blood-red sword in Qianlong's hand broke through the ages and extinguished the mortal world. This sword made Jiangchen extremely solemn. It seemed that this guy's technique was really powerful. Limitless sword. Xianxia displayed the Great Void technique and combined it with the sword intent of the Limitless Sword. Once again, he was on par with Qianlong. At this moment, the sword intent in Xianxia's heart rose again. His sword intent once again rose to a higher level. The void was shadowless and formless. The Limitless Sword, with the soundless sword intent that came from all directions, once again broke through the blood curtain in the sky. The extinguishing sword technique broke through the void, but it could not break through Xianxia's limitless sword. The storm-like sword intent constantly intertwined and collided. The aura of the two had also risen to the peak, but in the end, Xianxia still managed to break through Qianlong's extinguishing sword technique. At the moment when the two extremely terrifying sword intents collided, the void seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breaths in rapt attention as the two of them stared at each other with sharp gazes. "You're very strong, but that's all. I originally thought that the extinguishing sword technique was enough to kill you, but I didn't expect you to give me such a huge surprise. Your sword intent is indeed terrifying, but your strength is only so. Qianlong lightly smiled. He had to admit that the importance of Xianxia had risen by 120%. He had once defeated Shao Qinglong and Yu Chenglong because of the extinguishing sword technique, which was his strongest technique. Really? In my opinion, you're weaker than I thought. It said that your strength is enough to fight against a hierarch realm expert, but now it seems that it's not true. Xianxia smiled as he shook his head. Little brat, since you insist on seeking death, then I'll give you a chance. Originally, this move was reserved for the geniuses in the inner mansion, but since you're so eager, I'm afraid it won't be easy to defeat you if I don't let you have a taste of my true strength. Bring it on, I'll accompany you to the end. Xianxia stood with his head held high and pointed his sword at Qianlong. Xianxia had already unleashed his killing intent with this sword. Qianlong held the blood shadow sword with both of his hands. His hands, his body, and his eyes were constantly trembling at this moment. Everyone was shocked and did not understand what was happening. Xianxia's pupils shrank. This guy actually made the blood shadow sword, which was made of blood essence stone, continuously suck his blood. He wanted to become one with the sword. However, it didn't seem like it, because his sword had yet to produce a soul. Without reaching the level of a primal origin treasure, it was impossible for a soul to exist. At the same time, Qianlong's eyes were filled with a bloody light. His sword became more and more demonic, filled with a bloody intent. It was like a violent bloodthirsty dragon that was hibernating. The moment the blood shadow sword was raised, it was like a dragon raising its head. Sword extermination technique, sword sacrifice. Xianrenji glanced at Lord Lin and her face changed again. This guy is crazy. He doesn't have a soul, so he wants to forcefully merge with the sword. Using this sword sacrifice method is no different from a demon technique. It's very likely that he'll be possessed by the devil. Experts are all madmen. The corner of Lin Yokong's mouth curved into a slight smile. It was a little bitter, but it was also full of understanding. The posture of an expert was nothing more than a king descending to the world. When he stood at the peak, he would write history. What was a god? What was a demon? What was an immortal? What was a demon? It was no longer important. Xianxia's sword stood in the void and did not retreat. Even under the terrifying pressure of the blood curtain in the sky, it was still the same. This time, Qianlong was more than 100 times stronger than before. This was the power of the sword sacrifice. This is not a sword sacrifice, but a sword sacrifice. Xianxia's face was solemn. This kind of sword sacrifice was, after all, unorthodox and unrefined. However, at this moment, his sword sacrifice had indeed reached the domineering level of the hierarch realm. Even Xianxia himself felt a great deterrence and oppression. It was completely different from before. The eighth blade was also unbeatable. Whether it's sword sacrifice or sword sacrifice, ha ha ha, what can you do to me? I'll definitely kill you with this sword. Qianlong laughed crazily. His aura was like a bull's. The galaxy changed color and the sky was full of blood curtains. The blood shadow sword had merged with him. His face became extremely pale, but the power of the sword curtain in the sky was weakening. Sigh. Xianxia is defeated. Even a venerable might not be able to withstand this attack. Buying sucked in a breath of cold air. Even 100 of him might not be able to withstand this peerless blood sword, let alone 10 of him. The sword veil rippled, encompassing everything in its path. Jiang Chen's situation was extremely dangerous, and he had nowhere to retreat to. Jiang Chen, surrender. Gu Malu's body trembled, his expression was extremely solemn. Qianlong was unbeatable, Jiang Chen had lost the initiative, he couldn't contend against Qianlong at all, he would only die if he continued to fight. Jiang Chen, don't make a mistake. Dong Huang Tai and the others held their breath, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone could see that Qianlong's final sword sacrifice had sealed all of Jiang Chen's life force, the target of this attack was Jiang Chen. The people of Lone Dragon County were trembling in fear, they were worried for Jiang Chen. Only Yan Qingqing's eyes flickered, no one knew what she was thinking, she silently looked at Jiang Chen in the sky. Miss Yan, quickly persuade Brother Jiang. Gu Malu looked at Yan Qingqing. Everyone knew about the relationship between Yan Qingqing and Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing shook her head, her eyes were filled with determination and confidence. He won't risk his life if he doesn't have the confidence. I'll come after him if he dies. You, sigh. Gu Malu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There's such a silly girl in this world, she didn't even try to persuade him at this moment, he didn't know if she was naive or infatuated. Lord Lin, if you don't act now, Jiang Chen will die for sure. Qianrenji said anxiously. He should still have a trump card, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't be unwilling to surrender in such a terrifying situation. Lin Yukong said after pondering for a while. But, Qianrenji's heart moved slightly. At this moment, the horrifying blood curtain had begun to cover the blood shadow sword. The blood shadow sword was bright and blazing. It was so red that it could make people's hair stand on end. The sword seemed to be able to suppress the universe and all living beings. The airwaves were rolling and unstoppable. Under the sword's sacrifice, the mountains and rivers would collapse. You no longer have the chance to admit defeat. Qianlong sneered as he stared at Jiang Chen. In the end, he was going to win this battle. It's too early for you to be happy. Jiang Chen smiled and did not move at all. At this moment, the heavenly dragon sword flew up to the sky, Jiang Chen closed his eyes, and his spirit left his body. He held the heavenly dragon sword and faced the terrifying pressure from all directions. The power of the sacrificial sword art was displayed to the extreme at this moment. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and the heavenly dragon sword turned into a colorful rainbow, cutting through the void. The sword radiance changed dramatically, and golden light shot out in all directions. Limitless sword, ninth blade. Jiang Chen moved his mind, and the heavenly dragon sword turned into a golden dragon. It rushed up to the sky and collided with the blood shadow sword. In an instant, 108,000 swords burst out and gushed towards Qianlong. What a terrifying sword essence. He is only in the Divine King realm, but he can comprehend such a sword essence. Lin Yukong's expression changed greatly. Jiang Chen's sword essence was too terrifying. The ninth blade had reached a level that even he could not reach. Lin Yukong never expected that Jiang Chen could display this level that even Venerable Realm or Emperor Realm experts could not reach. The eighth blade from before had such a trend, but the sword essence was not strong enough. However, this sword had already made Lin Yukong's expression change. The golden dragon exploded, and tens of thousands of swords pierced through the body. Even the blood shadow sword turned into powder under the impact of the 108,000 swords. Qianlong's facial expression changed drastically. Lin Yukong took action in time to save Qianlong from death, but even he could feel the pressure from Jiang Chen's sword intent. Qianlong's expression changed drastically. Fortunately, when Jiang Chen was in trouble, he was already prepared and could take action at any time. With Xiao Qinglong as a precedent, even Lin Yukong did not dare to be negligent. After all, the battle of life and death between them was interesting, but for Tongxian Mansion, it would be a real pity if they lost such a peerless genius. Therefore, although Lin Yukong broke the rules, he still took action without hesitation. After all, he was the highest leader of this Outer Mansion ranking tournament. The blood curtain broke, and Qianlong spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as gold paper, and he knelt on one knee. His eyes had long lost their initial luster, as if life and death were only a matter of a thought. What a pity, what a pity. Jiangchen shook his head. Although he had comprehended the ninth saber, the realm of the heart and sword as one was still a level lower. Back then, Sword Saint Fangbai had reached the realm of the heart and sword as one. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough, so he could not continue to deduce the ninth saber. Brother Fang, the ninth saber has been completed. You can rest assured. Jiangchen raised his head and looked up. At the top of the void, there seemed to be a figure in white who was smiling at him. Everyone in the outer mansion was shocked to the extreme as they silently watched this scene. They had even forgotten to cheer for Lin Dong. He indeed deserves the title of number one in the outer mansion, Xianxia said with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Previously, she was worried about Jiangchen, but now it seemed like it was unnecessary. Jiangchen naturally had his own plan. Lin Yukong also smiled and nodded silently. There was no doubt that Jiangchen deserved the title. It's too early to talk about being number one. A thunderous roar reverberated in everyone's ears from the peak of the void. Second Mansion Master, Lin Yukong said with his hands cupped together. Jiangchen frowned. Wasn't the second Mansion Master supposed to be high and mighty? Why did he appear in the outer mansion ranking battle? Greetings, Mansion Master. Countless students silently bowed their heads and greeted the second Mansion Master. Even after defeating Qianlong, may I ask the second Mansion Master if there are any other changes? Jiangchen looked straight at the second Mansion Master fearlessly. His face was solemn. Someone like you dares to question me? With one look from the second Mansion Master, Jiangchen felt extremely oppressed. This shameless second Mansion Master was actually exerting his power on him. Jiangchen's face was extremely solemn, but he still looked at the second Mansion Master fearlessly. He was least afraid of this kind of pressure. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to make him take a step back. It's not a question, it's just a fact. The second Mansion Master's strength has reached the pinnacle. Naturally, you don't need to care about what we students think. However, are you going to distort the truth in front of everyone? Jiangchen's words slightly shocked Lin Yukong and Xianxia. This guy really doesn't care about his life. How dare he talk to the second Mansion Master like that? Ha 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 ha. I like your courage. However, how can you decide what I've decided? Qianlong is an outer mansion student, and so are you. How can you be sure that Qianlong has lost? As soon as the second Mansion Master's voice fell, everyone noticed that Qianlong seemed to have entered a meditative state to cultivate. He broke through? Xianxia was shocked. That's right. Qianlong broke through during the battle. He's a true monstrous genius. After breaking through to the hierarch realm, he can still fight. How can he admit defeat? The second Mansion Master said faintly. If it was a life and death battle, he would be dead by now. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. However, this is not a life and death battle. It's just a battle between outer mansion students. The second Mansion Master said with a gentle smile. Therefore, you have to wait until he breaks through to the hierarch realm before you fight. According to Jiangchen, if it was a battle of life and death, how could he give Jiangchen time to break through now that Qianlong was already dead? However, the second Mansion Master's words were reasonable. The internal battle of the outer mansion was not a battle of life and death. Even so, it could not be used as a reason for the two sides to call a truce before deciding the winner, right? Countless people were filled with righteous indignation, but they did not dare to say anything. After all, the person who said this was none other than the leader of the Profound Connection Divine Palace, the second Palace Lord. One could imagine the weight of his words. No one dared to refute him except for Jiangchen. Jiangchen was the leader of Profound Connection Divine Palace. This is ridiculous. How can there be such a thing in the world? This is the first time I've heard of someone wanting to let his opponent break through before fighting again. Yeah, the second Mansion Master's decision is a little too arbitrary. It's hard to convince the public. This Jiangchen is really unlucky. How did he offend the second Mansion Master? Although this guy is strong, once Qianlong breaks through to the hierarch realm, he will definitely not give Jiangchen any chance. Sigh, it's really worrying. I thought that Jiangchen was already the new king, the leader of the outer mansion. But now it seems like there are so many twists and turns. Countless people were crying out for Xianxia, but it was futile because the one who gave the order was none other than the prefecture lord. Even Lin Yukong didn't dare to say a word at this moment. At the critical moment, Fifth Dragon suddenly comprehended the profoundness of the hierarch realm and was on the verge of breaking through. No matter what, Xianxia could not kill Fifth Dragon at this moment. However, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. If they were to fight again, it would be very unfair to Xianxia. The second Manor Lord looked down at Xianxia with a condescending attitude. He looked at Xianxia coldly with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Xianxia, are you willing? In other words, you have another choice, and that is to forfeit. Despicable and shameless, the people of the Lone Dragon County felt unreconciled for Xianxia, but could they disobey the words of the deputy chief? Obviously not. So what if he was shameless? After all, he was the second mansion master of Tongxian Mansion. Everyone could see that the second mansion master was forcing Xianxia to submit. Once Qianlong broke through to the hierarch realm, would Xianxia still be his opponent? The answer was obvious. Not to mention a peerless genius like Qianlong, even a hierarch realm expert was no match for a late divine king realm expert. Qianlong, who had broken through to the hierarch realm, must be in existence like a dragon roaring through the 9 heavens. At that time, Xianxia would definitely die. The second mansion master's dilemma for Xianxia was to admit defeat or die. It was a dead end with no room for maneuver. There was actually such a shameless person in the world. Xianxia had experienced it firsthand. However, his current strength was too low, so he could only choose to lower his head. Ha ha ha. The second mansion master is fair and impartial. You're a good role model. Alright, I'll wait for Brother Chen to break through to the hierarch realm, then we'll decide who's the winner. Xianxia said with blazing eyes. Was this guy going to pick on him just because I looked at him a little too much? So what? I'll still make him wish he was dead when I break through. Xianxia agreed to it. However, many people's faces changed again. Xianxia was really reckless. The second mansion master was obviously trying to trick him, but he still did it. Was it really worth risking his life for the first place? Everyone was optimistic about Xianxia's chances, but there was a setback along the way. The second Manor Lord had interfered and helped Qianlong regain some lost ground. He had even turned the tables on Xianxia, putting him in a difficult situation. Xianxia's agreement was basically a death sentence for him. How could he resist Qianlong, a peerless genius who had broken through to the hierarch realm? Although many people knew that Xianxia's heart was full of unwillingness at that moment, he would have to bow down to the Grim Reaper if he did not bow down to fate. Good. You're indeed a disciple of my Tongxian Mansion. You're very magnanimous. The second mansion master smiled faintly. Since Xianxia had fallen into his trap, Qianlong would not let Xianxia continue to be arrogant when he broke through to the hierarch realm. He would definitely make Xianxia pay for what he did. So, it's reasonable for me to prepare for the battle, right? Xianxia said. That's only natural. I hope that your exciting battle will not disappoint us. The second mansion master said faintly. All right. Xianxia squinted his eyes and cast beans into soldiers. 72 peak heavenly divine tools surrounded Qianlong. You want to win with a formation? Hee hee. These little tricks are just small tricks in front of a real hierarch realm expert. A deathbed struggle. The second mansion master shook his head and sighed. He stood on the peak of the void and had already made up his mind. This is too unfair to Xianxia. Qianrenji looked at Lin Yukong, but Lin Yukong shook his head, gesturing her not to say anything. In front of absolute power, rules were meant to be broken. Now, the second master had a reason that wasn't really a reason to make Xianxia lower his head. Who could stop him? Xianxia had agreed to it. If he had bowed down to the second mansion master, perhaps there wouldn't be so many problems. However, Xianxia was stubborn. The 72 peak heavenly divine tools were in place. Xianxia activated the supreme grade divine origin stones. The little Ashura sword formation could explode at any time. He did not take out the 32 primordial divine tools at the same time because it would be too flashy. The second mansion master would definitely catch them and study them. This guy is not ordinary. 72 peak heavenly divine tools. However, does he think he can stop a hierarch realm expert? He's too naive. The second mansion master sneered. Time passed. Half a month had passed. At this moment, Qianlong's aura suddenly rose. He was about to break through to the hierarch realm. Xianxia is in danger. AI, he's just too headstrong. He clearly knows that he's no match for Qianlong, and now even the second palace master has come out. He clearly wants to support Qianlong, but he doesn't give the second palace master face. He still wants to have a showdown with Qianlong. The result might be unbearable for him. Yu Changlong said in a deep voice. The second mansion master had joined in and Jiang had agreed. No one could change the final result. Now, they could almost imagine Jiang defeat when Qianlong breaks through to the hierarch realm. You didn't disappoint me after all. The second palace master smiled. An incomparably terrifying thundercloud appeared in the sky, enveloping Qianlong. The terrifying thundercloud was so mighty that even divine kings could only look at it in the dust. Their expressions instantly changed. Is this the strength of a hierarch realm expert? Qianlong murmured and clenched his fist. At that moment, he had a domineering aura that could split mountains and split the earth as if everything was in his eyes. Meanwhile, Jiangchen was standing not far away from him. Qianlong firmly believed that Jiangchen might not be able to withstand his punch. Unfortunately, he had already lost. Qianlong, the second mansion master should not remain silent because of your meritorious cultivation. He will allow you and Jiangchen to have a truce and break through before deciding the winner. When Qianrenji said those words, she gritted her teeth. However, who would dare to disobey the second mansion master's order? Qianlong's eyes lit up with joy. How could there be such a good thing? Since he had broken through to the hierarch realm, Jiangchen would be a piece of cake for him. Jiangchen, do you dare to fight me in the lightning tribulation? When Qianlong said those words, many people despised him. Even if he won the battle, he would lose the hearts of the people. Jiangchen was only a late divine king while Qianlong was about to break through to the hierarch realm. Currently, he already had a part of the hierarch realm's strength. After the heavenly lightning, he would be able to shake the world. Moreover, how could a divine king like Jiangchen withstand the terror of the heavenly lightning? Why wouldn't I dare? Jiangchen let out a loud roar and went straight into the heavenly lightning. His eyes met Qianlong's. Their life and death battle had just begun. Jiangchen is digging his own grave. Yeah, let's not talk about whether he can defeat Qianlong. How could he withstand the hierarch realm's heavenly lightning tribulation? Jiangchen is talented, but he's too arrogant. He doesn't know when to stop. At this moment, there's nothing he can do. The moment Jiangchen rushed into the heavenly lightning tribulation, everyone sighed. A hero of a generation had fallen just like that. It was fixed. Rumble. Bolts of heavenly lightning descended from the sky. Jiangchen's expression was calm, allowing the heavenly lightning to strike his body. He was actually unscathed, shocking countless people. Even Lin Yukong and the second palace master's expressions changed. This guy actually ignored the existence of the heavenly lightning. Even Qianlong didn't dare to be negligent. The terrifying chi of the heavenly lightning made him feel a lot of pressure, but Jiangchen didn't care about it at all. What can mere heavenly lightning do to me? Jiangchen sneered. Then have a taste of my power. The hierarch realm is not something you can touch. Qianlong roared and threw a punch. The airwaves were deafening. Jiangchen's eyes narrowed. The little Ashura sword formation instantly rose from the ground and wrapped around Qianlong. Although the little Ashura sword formation only had 72 peak heavenly divine tools, it was still not to be underestimated. Its power was also shocking. At least, it was more than enough to trap Qianlong's sword. Shadows broke through the void. It was quite shocking. Interesting. I want to see if you can trap me. Qianlong sneered. He used the domineering aura of a hierarch realm to attack. 3 attacks ended in failure. However, a crack appeared in Jiangchen's little Ashura sword formation. Qianlong's eyes lit up. Although this guy's sword formation was strong, it was impossible to trap him. This is the moment. Qianlong's roar shook the sky. He wanted to break through Jiangchen's sword formation. It's too early to be happy. This is just the first line of defense. Dou formation technique, activate. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed and he shouted in a deep voice. The Dou formation technique instantly stabilized the little Ashura sword formation and its power doubled. Qianlong fell into a passive position in the little Ashura sword formation. Dou formation technique? How can this guy know the Dou formation technique of the Battle God clan? Is he related to the Battle God clan? The second mansion master squinted his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. Even he became serious when Jiang Chen used the Dou formation technique. However, his Tongxian mansion was not afraid of the Battle God clan. However, this guy's power was very shocking. Under the Dou formation technique, Qianlong completely lost his initial strength. However, he was still able to handle the little Ashura sword formation with ease. After all, the little Ashura sword formation formed by 72 peak heavenly divine tools was extremely difficult to kill an hierarch realm expert even with the help of the Dou formation technique. It's not that easy to kill me. Humph. Qianlong used his body as a sword and performed the extinguishing sword technique again. The violent power of the extinguishing sword technique continuously attacked Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation. The power of an hierarch realm expert was not to be underestimated. At this moment, Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the heavenly lightning in the void. His real target was not the little Ashura sword formation, but the heavenly lightning that Qianlong used to break through to the hierarch realm. With his current strength, killing Qianlong would be a piece of cake. The little Ashura sword formation gradually loosened. Everyone thought that Jiang Chen wanted to escape, but Jiang Chen rushed into the thunderclouds. Where are you going? Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. The sky lightning seemed to want to escape but Jiang Chen grabbed it tightly. Jiang Chen's sky lightning changed in the thunderclouds. Even the second mansion master could not figure out what Jiang Chen wanted to do. Bang, 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 Qianlong broke the little Ashura sword formation with the power of an hierarch realm expert. At this moment, he looked up and wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Even if you hide in the thunderclouds, you can't escape death. I will kill you no matter where I go. Qianlong was like a mad bull. Previously, he was defeated by Jiang Chen. That psychological shadow was still lingering in the bottom of his heart. If he did not kill Jiang Chen, he would never be able to escape from the shadow in his heart. The feeling of wanting to escape but not being able to do so must be terrible. The second mansion master stared at Jiang Chen in the thunderclouds and sneered. Qianlong's domineering aura even made Xianrenji's heart palpitate. Even if this guy's current strength was not as strong as her, he was probably one of the best early hierarch realm experts. Jiang Chen had no chance of winning against him. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Chen was hiding in the thunderclouds and did not dare to show himself, a red, green and gray lightning suddenly flashed out from the thunderclouds. Thunder roared and lightning shot out in all directions. The tricolored heavenly lightning converged and exploded the moment Qianlong rushed into Yunlei. Even if you are a hierarch, it's all in vain. Jiang Chen's loud roar shook the sky and the thunder roared continuously. The dazzling sky lightning exploded, forcing everyone to close their eyes. Only the second mansion master and Lin Yokong's eyes were still shining. However, both of them had never thought that the terrifying three-colored sky lightning would explode at this moment. An early hierarch realm expert would never be able to withstand such a terrifying explosive force. Even Xianrenji would be severely injured by the sky lightning's terrifying aura. No. Qianlong's body was engulfed by the heavenly lightning's mushroom cloud in an instant. Even the second palace master could not react in time, let alone a guy who had just broken through to the hierarch realm. The thunderclouds dispersed, and the sky returned to its tranquil state. Qianlong's body and soul were completely annihilated in the heavenly lightning's explosion, turning into ashes. Jiang Chen? No one dared to believe that Jiang Chen had borrowed the might of the heavenly lightning to counterattack at the last moment, putting himself on the brink of death and killing Qianlong. This turn of events was really hard for them to accept. After a few life and death twists and turns, Qianlong was finally defeated by Jiang Chen's attack. Not a single piece of him was left. Thousands of Divine King Realm experts cheered and applauded for Jiang Chen. It was too shocking, too exciting. This outer palace ranking battle was even more exciting than the inner palace competition. Jiang Chen. Jiangchen. Jiangchen. Invincible. 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 Jiangchen stood proudly in the void, his complexion was rosy and his expression was calm. The moment he turned around, his eyes met Yan Qingqing's and he smiled. That was the simplest way he could give her peace of mind. Yan Qingqing cried tears of joy. It was a lie to say that she wasn't worried, but she believed that Jiangchen wouldn't disappoint her. No matter when, her man would always give her a warm smile. What's the matter? Gu Maolu, Dong Huang Tai A and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Jiangchen's victory was full of danger. It was quite difficult for him to kill Qianlong and become the Outer Palace's champion. From now on, the era of the Outer Palace's 3 dragon heads was over. Except for Yu Chenglong, Qianlong and Xiao Qinglong had fallen in this battle. Jiangchen looked at the second palace master. At this moment, his expression was extremely ugly. Even though Qianlong had broken through to the hierarch realm, he still failed to defeat Jiangchen. Instead, he was killed by Jiangchen. This was undoubtedly a slap to his face. How could his expression be good? Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Second palace master, Jiangchen finally deserves to be the champion. Jiangchen's every word seemed to stab into his heart. Humph. Good, good, good. He's indeed a rising star, a peerless genius. As soon as he finished speaking, the second master turned and left, disappearing into the void. Lin Yukong smiled bitterly. This fellow was really reckless. He even dared to provoke the second master at this moment. He was too monstrous. No one had expected him to kill Qianlong in the end. Jiangchen's outstanding talent made Lin Yukong sigh in admiration. Jiangchen's outstanding talent was unparalleled throughout the ages. Jiangchen stared at the back of the second master and couldn't help but become solemn. This guy had lost all his face because of him. Although he was the master, he couldn't go against him. This time, Jiangchen had won by a narrow margin. Next time, he must not have any conflict with him. Otherwise, the second master would surely make things difficult for him. Master Lin, this purple fragrant konjac should be mine. Jiangchen said. He, you're right. This purple fragrant konjac is yours. The title of the Outer Palace's champion is also yours. Lin Yukong turned his hand and a purple konjac flower appeared in his hand. Jiangchen's eyes lit up. The purple fragrant konjac was really refreshing. It was indeed a peerless divine medicine. Lin Yukong stretched his hand and the purple fragrant konjac appeared in Jiangchen's hand. Finally, you're here. Jiangchen looked at the purple fragrant konjac and smiled. He kept it and turned his head to look at the Outer Palace disciples. Their eyes were filled with admiration and respect. Only Yan Qingqing's eyes were filled with deep affection. Jiangchen's figure became the focus of everyone's attention. He had set up a peerless monument for the entire outer sect. With the strength of a late divine king, he killed a hierarch expert. Such a glory had never happened in the history of Tongxian Mansion. Now, the Outer Palace ranking battle had ended. It was also a perfect ending for Jiangchen. With the purple fragrant konjac in his hand, the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pills concoction was just around the corner. Thousands of Outer Palace disciples retreated. Xianxia transmitted a message to Jiangchen. Before long, there will be a trip to the hidden treasure trove in the inner mansion that you can participate in. At that time, there will be 20 inner mansion disciples and 5 instructors going together. Lord Lin has given you special permission to participate in this trip. What hidden treasure expedition? Jiangchen looked at Xianxia in doubt. It's a relic of an Emperor Realm expert. You'll know when the time comes. This time, the second palace master was supposed to lead the team. However, he had something to attend to and couldn't go. Therefore, the elders of the Divine Palace will be leading the team. Is it because of the demonic beasts in the Heaven Dragon prison? Jiangchen asked. He was eager to explore the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison. Unfortunately, his curiosity was too strong. His strength was not enough to support him to explore the 17th floor. The relic of an Emperor Realm expert? All right. I'll definitely go. Jiangchen turned around and left. However, he bumped into Yu Chenglong. Yu Chenglong stood in front of Jiang Chen with a hint of awkwardness in his eyes. "What's the matter, brother Yu?" Jiang Chen said. "Brother Jiang, I have a request, but I don't know how to say it." Yu Chenglong sighed and said with a bitter smile. "Just say it." "Since brother Jiang is so frank, then I'll be frank. I want your purple fragrant konjac. Is brother Jiang willing to part with it? I'm willing to exchange anything for it." Yu Chenglong's voice was incomparably solemn. He seemed to have made up his mind. "Not exchanging," Jiang Chen said in a resolute manner. "I risked my life for the purple fragrant konjac. It's very useful to me. Is brother Yu really going to force me?" Jiang Chen said lightly. Yu Chenglong knew how much effort he had put in to obtain the purple fragrant konjac. He had even almost lost his Xing Ming. How could he give it to someone else? Yu Chenglong nodded silently. "If brother Yu has any difficulties, you can tell me. I'll definitely help you. However, I can't part with the purple fragrant konjac," Jiang Chen said. "Sigh, forget it. Although brother Jiang is strong, you might not be able to help me." Yu Chenglong shook his head and turned to leave. Although he was a little angry at Jiang Chen risked his life for it. It was reasonable for Jiang Chen not to exchange with him. Even Elder Dan Chen was helpless. How could he have a way? It was a pity that Yu Chenglong had refused Jiang Chen's kind advice and offered to help out twice. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones Dan. It wasn't easy for him to refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones Dan. Therefore, it was better for Jiang Chen not to try. Jiang Chen once again entered the 16th level of the Heaven Dragon prison to cultivate. This time, as expected, Jiang Chen dreamt of the person who was chained. The first time might have been a coincidence, but the second and third time, he would dream of that person every time he entered the Heaven Dragon prison. Jiang Chen's curiosity was piqued. "No matter what, I want to see who you are today." Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. He could not enter the 17th floor, so he could only rely on his soul power to explore. Jiang Chen focused his mind. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any obstruction to a sovereign realm soul. However, when his soul tried to explore the 17th and 18th floor, it was met with an extremely strong repulsive force. The repulsive force wasn't as strong as the sovereign realm soul, but it was still at the divine emperor realm. Jiang Chen tried to enter the 17th floor twice, but he didn't succeed. That invisible barrier completely blocked his thoughts of entering the 17th floor. Damn it. The person who left this barrier must be at least a divine emperor realm. Jiang Chen was incomparably furious. However, this barrier was something that even his emperor realm soul couldn't penetrate. In order to break through the barrier, one must at least reach the hierarch realm. However, at that moment, Jiang Chen felt two extremely strong forces entering the Heaven Dragon prison at a rapid speed. The 10th floor, the 11th floor, the 12th floor. With a thought, Jiang Chen instantly entered the ancestral dragon pagoda and turned into a speck of dust, floating at the border between the 16th and 17th floor. "Third brother, how's the thundercloud space?" the second mansion master said in a low voice. "It's still not enough. The heavenly lightning crystal is still lacking compared to the heavenly fire crystal. The heavenly fire crystal should be complete within 1,000 years, but the heavenly lightning crystal needs at least 3,000 to 5,000 years. The person called third brother said in a deep voice. If Lin Yukong was here, he would definitely recognize him. He was the third mansion master of Tongxian Mansion. That long? Can't you speed it up? Big brother doesn't have much time left. Big brother will return in at most 500 years. The second mansion master frowned and said in a deep voice. The third manor master smiled bitterly, shook his head and sighed. It's not like you don't know, second brother. I've never been lazy. For so many years, we've been locked in the Heavenly Dragon Pagoda and the Lightning Gathering Peak. It's impossible for us to cultivate. Otherwise, we would have entered the Divine Emperor realm like Big Brother. Sigh, there's nothing we can do about it. Big Brother's goal is the Heaven Dragon Prison, mine is the Lightning Gathering Peak, and yours is the Ghost Valley. As long as the three of us come to an agreement and replace each other, becoming a martial emperor is a sure thing. Otherwise, it'll be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to become a martial emperor. It's been millions of years and there hasn't been a single emperor realm expert. Maybe other places don't know about it, but our northern cold divine region is the same. Third Manor Lord gritted his teeth and nodded silently. Only those who experience hardship can rise to the top. I understand, second brother. Right now, our decisions are all to pave the way for the future. It's good that you understand. Ha ha ha, how can a mere Tongxian mansion cover our eyes? The second mansion lord said with a smile. Right, second brother, is this grand monster still not willing to submit? Speaking of this, I'm furious. This fellow has been tortured by me for 100 years, yet he still refuses to submit. If it weren't for the fact that his bloodline is strong enough, I would have killed him long ago. To think that it would be so difficult to make him submit to me. The second mansion master's expression gradually turned cold, and his face was covered with frost. Even the heavenly fire of the 18th level of purgatory can't do anything to him? The third mansion lord frowned. It still can't. Do you know what kind of beast this guy is? The second mansion lord smiled mysteriously and said quietly. The ancient divine beasts are the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, the qilin and the kuan peng. This guy is just a monkey, how powerful can he be? The third mansion lord looked at him suspiciously but he didn't agree with him. Third brother, you're wrong. These divine beasts were born after Pangu created the world. However, there are 4 types of divine beasts that are outside of the 3 realms. They don't belong to the 5 elements. They don't need to be punished by heaven or punished by lightning. There are such divine beasts in this world? The third mansion lord's face was full of shock. I found them in an ancient relic and learned about them by chance. One of them is the 6-eared macaque. It's good at listening, observant, knowing the cause and effect of everything. The second is the heavenly ape. It can control the sun and moon, shrink 1,000 mountains, argue, and manipulate the universe. The third is the red-bottomed horse monkey. It knows yin and yang and the 5 elements. It knows how to enter and leave, avoiding death and living a happy life. The fourth is the spiritual stone monkey. It knows changes, knows the weather, knows the geography, can move the stars, and can steal the sun. These 4 monkeys are called the chaotic 4 monkeys. They are outside of the 3 realms and are not part of the 5 elements. Compared to divine beasts, they are even rarer. Calling them phoenix feathers or unicorn horns would be an understatement. Since ancient times, there have only been 1 or 2 of them. It's really hard to find them. The second mansion lord said sternly. The third mansion lord's eyes brightened. He said excitedly, could this beast be one of the chaotic 4 monkeys? That's right. This beast is the spiritual stone monkey. The second mansion lord's eyes brightened and his lips curled into a smile. If he could get his hands on this spiritual stone monkey, he would be able to rule the heavens in the future. Breaking through the emperor realm wouldn't be a problem. Most importantly, if he could use the spiritual stone monkey and make it serve him, he would definitely be able to reach the next level. Second brother, you're really lucky. The third mansion lord said enviously. It's not that easy. It's still too early to talk about this. After all, this spiritual stone monkey isn't easy to deal with. Even at this moment, he is still extremely persistent. Even after 100 years of torture, he didn't even frown. This guy is definitely harder to deal with than you can imagine. The second mansion lord shook his head. Second brother, you're invincible. Ha ha ha, why would you care about a mere spiritual stone monkey? When you take down this spiritual stone monkey and enter the divine emperor realm, you'll be invincible. The third mansion lord said with a smile. It's hard to say. Sigh, let's see if this guy has given in first. How can ordinary divine beasts compare to the chaotic 4 monkeys? But now that he's in my hands, I'll definitely make him submit. The second mansion lord stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. His expression was cold. Not only was his face as gloomy as water, but his killing intent was also rising. The spiritual stone monkey? Xianxia frowned. He felt that he had heard these words somewhere before, or perhaps he had seen them before, but he had long forgotten about them. As they spoke, the second mansion lord and the third mansion lord opened the door to the 17th level of the Heaven Dragon prison. At that moment, Xianxia finally saw the back of the bloody figure in the dust. His eyes froze in that instant, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. It was just a side view, but that figure had been deeply imprinted in Xianxia's mind. He would never have imagined that the spiritual stone monkey that the second prefecture master mentioned, the demonic beast that he wanted to subdue, was actually Xianxia, who was also his dearest brother. At that moment, the rage in Xianxia's body gushed out in an instant, and his face was extremely gloomy. No wonder every time he entered the Heaven Dragon prison to cultivate, a person in his dream would always appear. It turned out that the person in his dream, whose shoulder blades were locked, was actually Xianxia. Xianxia kept suppressing the rage in his heart, but at this moment, the doors of the 16th and 17th levels of the Heaven Dragon prison had already closed quietly. Due to the existence of the barrier, even Xianxia, who was in the Zulong Tower, could not float into the 17th level of the Inferno of Earth Fire with the help of the dust. That tragic background was actually Xianxia. The painful wail in the dream was clearly a true portrayal of him. Xianxia finally understood why he was so heartbroken. It turned out that the person who was suffering the greatest pain in the 17th level of the Inferno of Earth Fire was actually Xianxia. Xianxia had imagined countless scenes of him and his brother charging forward, but he had never expected that he would actually discover the existence of Xianxia at this moment. One could imagine the rage in Xianxia's heart. It turned out that everything was caused by the second prefecture master. He had caught Xianxia, but he actually wanted Xianxia to submit to him. It was really too hateful. Xianxia's face turned ashen. He had never been so irritable before. Everything had started because of Xianxia. How could Xianxia feel at ease when his brother was suffering inhumane pain there? They had agreed to share weal and woe together, hand in hand in life and death. However, Xianxia realized that he actually could not do anything. It was not that he was indifferent, but it was really too difficult for him to do anything now. How could he go against the natural order when he was living under the eaves? Xianxia took a deep breath. For a moment, he even wanted to rush out and rush into the 17th level, but Xianxia eventually restrained himself. His rationality won over his impulsiveness. Although a moment of happiness was nothing, when he really broke into the 17th level, he might face death. He was not afraid of death, but if he died in vain and could not save Xianxia, then what was the point of his death? Xianxia hated the second mansion master to the core. Naturally, he did not have any sense of belonging to the Tongxian mansion. At this moment, the only thought in his heart was to rescue Xianxia as soon as possible. Even so, Xianxia knew that his current strength was not enough to complete the redemption. Therefore, he could only use his wits and not his strength. Otherwise, he might end up like Xianxia and be consigned to eternal damnation. Xianxia's heart was as cold as frost. Xianxia was suffering from the second mansion master's oppression. At this moment, his heart gradually turned cold. Xianxia was like a brother to him. He could not ignore him. Even if he had to put his life on the line, he would fight the second mansion master and the Tongxian mansion to the end. Second mansion master, what a great second mansion master. I, Xianxia, swear that I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Xianxia kept roaring in his heart. What he could do now was to wait and see. However, he was also burning with anxiety. Xianxia was suffering great pain in the Heaven Dragon prison. How could Xianxia cultivate in peace? However, he knew that impulsiveness would not solve any problem. He had to plan slowly. Now that the second mansion master wanted Xianxia to surrender, based on Xianxia's understanding of Xianxia, he would never lower his head. His arrogance was incomparable to anyone else. Xianxia could empathize with Xianxia's suffering for 100 years. His heart turned cold and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He would definitely repay this despicable second mansion master in the future. Xianxia had been thinking about how to break through the barrier and enter the 17th floor. Although he could break through the barrier by force, his strength was far from enough. At least, he might not be able to break through the two hierarch realm experts. Moreover, once he broke through the barrier of the Heaven Dragon prison, the experts of the Tongxian mansion would definitely swarm in. Not to mention too, there would definitely be 20 Hierarch realm experts. With Xianxia's current strength, he would not be able to escape from the Tongxian mansion even if he fled to the ends of the world. Xianxia's mind was racing. His current strength was far from enough. However, if he could refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill and refine all 108 Heavenly Divine Tools into Origin Divine Tools, then Xianxia might have a chance to fight. Even then, he might not be able to escape unscathed. However, Xianxia knew that it was his only chance. Monkey, remember, you must hold on and wait for me to come back. Xianxia gritted his teeth. The moment he turned around, his footsteps became incomparably heavy. Xianxia wanted to change Long Shersan's situation, but he could not do it. He could not go to his death. Knowing that there was a tiger on the mountain, it was the act of a fool. Xianxia must ensure that they could escape unscathed before he could take action. Beside the butterfly spring, Xianxia silently sat there, staring at the void for a long time without saying a word. You have not spoken for a day and a night, what happened? Little Chinzi. Yan Qingqing slightly opened her red lips, her complexion was slightly pale. She knew that Xianxia would not become like this for no reason. He must have a very big worry in his heart. I saw Monkey. Xianxia said. Long Shersan, huh? Where is he? Yan Qingqing said in surprise. I saw him being tortured, he was in unbearable pain in the Tongxian mansion, but I could not do anything. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Yan Qingqing hugged Xianxia tightly from behind. She finally understood why Xianxia would be so silent. The relationship between Xianxia and Long Shersan was a friendship of life and death, it was not any worse than hers. She would never judge who was more important between her and his brother, because she knew that it was not easy for her man. Xianxia was silent at this moment. Although he did not say a word, Yan Qingqing could feel the pressure and condemnation he was feeling. The loneliness and helplessness in his eyes was something that Yan Qingqing had never seen before. That kind of pain seemed to be imposed on him, even his breath seemed to be restricted, making it hard for him to move. Yan Qingqing leaned on Xianxia's shoulder and said softly, It's not your fault. It's not your fault. There are some things that even you can't do anything about, but I believe that my man is the best. Even if it's the stars and the moon in the sky, he won't take them seriously. If Long Shersan knew about this, he would not blame you. Because of this, you have to pull yourself together. I can't live without you. Long Shersan, I can't live without you. Yan Qingqing comforted Xianxia in a low voice, making him feel better. However, the self-blame in his heart was not reduced. From today onwards, I will enter the 16th level of Inferno Hell for closed-door training. Unless teacher Qianrenji invites me to the hidden treasure, don't disturb me. Xianxia stood up slowly, squinting his eyes. The setting sun was like blood. Xianxia felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. He must forge the 108 primordial divine tools as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not be able to fight against a powerful hierarch expert, let alone a half-step divine emperor second mansion master. Yan Qingqing did not try to comfort Xianxia because she knew that her man was not someone who would be defeated easily. He had his own choice and persistence. He needed to complete everything by himself. Right now, his heart was filled with helplessness and loneliness. More importantly, he felt remorseful towards his brother. Xianxia entered the Heaven Dragon prison and cultivated for 5 years. During these 5 years, Xianxia had spent more than 500 years in the Zulong Tower. Within these 500 years, 108 Origin Divine Tools were created and all of them had reached the level of middle-grade Origin Divine Tools. It was conceivable that Xianxia had spent almost all of these 500 years on forging weapons. The Fire Mastiff's corpse was also used up by Xianxia. The Ashura sword formation formed by 108 Origin Divine Tools, in addition to the Do formation technique, Xianxia was confident that he could kill Hierarch realm experts. Even Lord Lin Yukong might not be able to escape alive. However, Xianxia was not sure if he could control such a huge sword formation. Controlling 108 Origin Divine Tools at the same time would require a terrifying amount of strength and soul power. However, the moment the sword formation was formed, it would truly be worthy of the name Ashura sword formation. The Ashura hell was just SOSO. During this period of time, Xianxia's cultivation realm had reached the peak of the Divine King realm. Although he had yet to reach the hierarch realm after 500 years of cultivation, his strength had been greatly improved due to the accumulation of strength he had accumulated for the past 500 years. The biggest surprise was that the fire Qilin had broken through to the hierarch realm. When the fire Qilin broke through to the hierarch realm, Xianxia purposely brought the fire Qilin to the thundercloud space of the lightning gathering peak to prevent others from knowing about it. The fire Qilin's breakthrough to the hierarch realm was a great help to Xianxia. A hierarch realm fire Qilin had been reborn. Ordinary people would not dare to fight against it. The might of a divine beast was not to be underestimated. In the thundercloud space, Xianxia raised his head and looked at the void above. He could feel an unusually violent aura. Obtaining heavenly lightning crystals was a piece of cake for him. After 3 years, he had already obtained millions of heavenly lightning crystals. Xianxia took out a lot of lightning fire crystals to help Donghuang Taiye, Lu Dong and the others in their cultivation. Since they had only entered the profound connection divine palace for a short period of time, the gap between them and Xianxia was too huge. As time passed, their cultivation speed would fall behind Xianxia's. Unless they slowly accumulate their strength would explode after 10,000 years. However, with Xianxia's help, many of the people in the Lone Dragon County had improved a lot. This thundercloud space seems to be sealed. Xianxia frowned. He wanted to explore the thundercloud space, but his soul power was restricted. It was a terrifying barrier. It was difficult for Xianxia to break through it even if he used all his strength. Heavenly lightning crystal, heavenly fire crystal, what's the use of these 2 crystals? Xianxia held a heavenly lightning crystal and a heavenly fire crystal in each hand. He could not see anything special about them. However, it was obvious that the Tongxian mansion used these 2 origin crystals as their currency. Moreover, he knew from the second mansion master that the second mansion master wanted to do something in this thundercloud space. However, this heavenly lightning crystal didn't seem to be able to do much. Xianxia stared at the 2 origin crystals. After a while, Xianxia's pupils shrank as an abnormally terrifying thought appeared in his mind. The 2 types of origin energy crystals might seem pitifully small, but they are true origin energy crystals. Many a little makes an ocean. If all the origin energy crystals are gathered together, the origin energy contained within would be quite great. Without accumulating small streams, there would be no rivers. Xianxia murmured. When he raised his head again, he seemed to sense a locked, violent heavenly lightning above the canyon at the top of the lightning-gathering peak. It was buzzing and roaring. Thinking back to the second mansion master's words, Xianxia was even more shocked. Could there be an extremely terrifying heavenly lightning in this thundercloud space? If that was the case, the heavenly lightning origin crystals would explain why the second mansion master could not control the heavenly lightning and refine it for his own use. Therefore, he wanted to borrow the strength of countless students to refine the heavenly lightning origin crystals and finally gather it into true origin energy. Once a large amount of origin energy was extracted, the heavenly lightning would be extremely weak. Refining it with origin energy would yield twice the result with half the effort. So the heavenly fire crystals are refining the heavenly fire origin energy? At this thought, Xianxia seemed to have discovered a shocking secret. After listening to the conversation between the second mansion master and the third mansion master, Xianxia was even more certain that there was an extremely powerful heavenly fire and heavenly lightning hidden in the Heaven Dragon prison and the thundercloud space. There was no doubt about this. However, if even their Emperor realm strength was insufficient to refine them, then it could only be said that the heavenly lightning in the thundercloud space and the heavenly fire in the Heaven Dragon prison were too terrifying. Xianxia's heart shuddered. All of this was just his speculation, but it was not far from the truth. Thinking about it, it was indeed so. Otherwise, how powerful would the heavenly lightning origin crystals be to support the thundercloud space? How terrifying would the heavenly fire origin crystals be to support the 18 levels of the Heaven Dragon prison? Heavenly lightning. Heavenly fire. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He seemed to have seen a huge conspiracy. He had painstakingly searched for the heavenly lightning, but he did not expect to see it here. However, Jiangchen did not let his excitement get to his head. Even the second mansion master, who was a half-step divine emperor realm, could not refine the heavenly lightning, not to mention his strength. Millions of years of plotting and planning, constantly making genius students refine the origin energy crystals for them. It turned out that this was the truth. Although the rushing thunder diagram had been gathered, there was an extremely strong seal on it. If Jiangchen did not break through to the hierarch realm, he would not be able to break it. If he could obtain the nameless heavenly lightning in the Tongxian mansion, it would be a great fortune. Most importantly, the second mansion master was willing to guard this place for millions of years just for this heavenly lightning. Jiangchen's heart was already beating fast. Jiangchen looked at the thundercloud space and secretly made up his mind. He must obtain this nameless heavenly lightning. However, according to the second mansion master, even their current strength could not gain any advantage in the Heaven Dragon prison and the thundercloud space. Therefore, Jiangchen could only wait and see. Moreover, he needed to improve his strength as soon as possible. Only by entering the hierarch realm could he compete with those big shots. However, if he were to face a half-step divine emperor or a true emperor realm expert, he would be the most terrifying one. Time flew. 10 years had passed. Jiangchen's cultivation had also reached the peak of the Divine King realm. Everything was ready. Jiangchen only hoped that this trip to the secret treasure could help him make a breakthrough in his strength. Only then would he be qualified to compete with the experts. "Where's Jiangchen?" Xianxia's voice reverberated outside the thundercloud space. Jiangchen came out as he knew that the journey to the hidden treasure was just around the corner. "Greetings, Master Ji. Jiangchen is here." Jiangchen cupped his hands and said, "You don't have to be so courteous with me. Most of the people have gathered outside Tongxian Mansion. Once everyone is here, we can depart." Xianxia said. "All right." Jiangchen nodded and said, "But you have to be careful this time. The inner mansion disciples are all hierarch realm and half-step hierarch realm, as our journey to the hidden treasure is quite secretive. However, you know Mentor Liang Wei. He's Ji Haifei and Yan Shiquan, whom you've saved before. Moreover, Xing Kuan and Xing Bing, the two inner mansion disciples, are also indebted to you. This time, the two brothers can be considered as the main force." Xianxia repeatedly reminded Jiangchen that the journey to the hidden treasure was not going to be easy. More than 10 people had gathered in the inner mansion. However, Jiangchen did not see anyone he knew. Among the 13 people, 5 of them had reached the hierarch realm while the rest were half-step hierarch realm. It was an extremely powerful force. "Master Ji, since when did we have a divine king realm expert in our team?" An inner mansion youth sneered and said sarcastically. The weakest among them was a half-step hierarch realm expert. However, Jiangchen was only a divine king realm expert. Wasn't that lowering their overall strength? "Strength doesn't mean everything," Xianxia said faintly. "But a strong fist is the only thing that matters," the youth said coldly. With his hierarch realm strength, he was unrivaled in the inner mansion. Now that he had met Jiangchen, he naturally wanted to take a break. "He's the number 1 in the outer mansion. His name is very famous." "Ha ha ha. Really? Number 1 in the outer mansion? I'm quite curious. How did he do it? Is the number 1 in the outer palace very strong? So be it. In any case, the people in the inner mansion should be able to easily beat him up. Then what's there to be angry about? Number 1 in the outer palace is only SOSO." The few hierarch realm experts in the inner mansion sneered at Jiangchen with disdain. However, the half-step hierarch realm experts did not say much because Chen Long, whom Jiangchen defeated, used to be the best among the half-step hierarch realm experts in the inner mansion. Jiangchen naturally had his own capabilities as he was able to obtain first place in the outer mansion. Chen Long was killed by Jiangchen when he was about to break through to the hierarch realm. One could imagine that Jiangchen's strength was not just for show. However, in front of a real hierarch realm expert, Jiangchen was not that capable. He was only a divine king, how could he be so capable? Jiangchen was calm and unmoved in the face of those people's mockery. Xianxia was a little angry, but Jiangchen was still calm. He did not want to have a conflict with those people as it was meaningless. Jiang Chen had no other thoughts. He just wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible and reach the hierarch realm. Only then would he have the confidence to save Longshan. Why? You don't dare to speak? Ha ha ha, Master Ji, can such a person join our trip to the hidden treasure? I'm really disappointed. Yu Zhangji sneered and said. Since when could a divine king realm expert fight with them? The strong and the weak have their own opinions. It's not up to you to comment. This time's trip to the hidden treasure is not a small matter. Don't cause trouble for me. Xianxia knitted her brows tightly. She really couldn't suppress this group of people any longer. After all, each and every one of them was a peerless genius. There was only one way to make them submit, and that was to surpass them. Only by surpassing them could one obtain their respect. I don't need you to say anything about joining the trip to the hidden treasure. Who do you think you are? Hua, everyone looked at Jiang Chen. No one expected Jiang Chen to fight back at Yu Zhangji at this moment. At this moment, their eyes met. Yu Zhangji's eyes were filled with battle intent. An outer palace disciple dared to challenge his existence? How could he allow others to trample on his dignity as the 9th on the Sky Ascension list? Even Xianxia sighed slightly. It would be fine if Jiang Chen chose to remain silent, but now, he was opposing Yu Zhangji as an equal. That was a grave mistake, because there was no way for them to communicate with each other. They could only fight. Yu Zhangji, the 9th on the Sky Ascension list, had broken through the hierarch realm more than 10,000 years ago. Who dared to challenge him? Xianxia wanted to stop him, but it became difficult for her. No one could challenge the dignity of an expert. Yu Zhangji did not get angry. He looked at Xianxia and said in a deep voice, Master Ji, it's not that I want to fight with him. However, he looked down on the inner palace disciples and me. I have no choice but to teach him a lesson. A weakling should act like a weakling. Do you think you can fight against an inner palace expert just because you're the first in the outer palace? You're too naive. Who do I think I am? Ha ha ha, let me tell you now, who do I think I am? I'm Yu Zhangji of the inner palace, the 9th on the Sky Ascension list. I'm here to challenge you. Xianxia's expression changed. She could not control Yu Zhangji. After all, she was an outer palace mentor. Moreover, the glory of a genius was inviolable. Jiang Chen did say something that he shouldn't have, which made Yu Zhangji angry. Jiang Chen, you can't fight him. Xianxia transmitted her voice. If I don't fight him, I'm afraid his arrogance will follow me all the way. In order to reduce the number of annoying flies, I can only fight him reluctantly. Jiang Chen stood tall and stared at Yu Zhangji. He did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Xianxia was also helpless. Jiang Chen was really reckless. Although he was the first in the outer palace, he could not be compared to an inner palace disciple. There were only over 100 inner palace disciples, but each of them was strong. Hierarch realm experts were not something that Jiang Chen could imagine. At that time, Qianlong had yet to break through to the hierarch realm and he was injured. That's why he was defeated by Jiang Chen. However, from Xianxia's point of view, the current Jiang Chen had become more arrogant after the outer prefecture ranking battle. If you can take a palm strike from me, I will spare your life. Yu Zhangji said Leng. His palm strike was enough to kill a divine king realm expert. However, Yu Zhangji was stubborn and wanted to fight him. What a fool's dream. If you can take a palm strike from me, I will also spare your life. Jiang Chen said indifferently. If he did not show his power now, when would he? Otherwise, as the only outer palace disciple, wouldn't he be bullied by others because of his connections? Powerhouses had their own dignity, and that was understandable. However, if these fellows wanted to take a dump on him, then their calculations were wrong. Ha ha ha, good. You've really opened my eyes. Are all outer mansion disciples so arrogant? Do you really think you can do whatever you want in front of the inner mansion experts just because you've defeated Qianlong? Looks like my previous mockery of you is just right. With your current achievements, you might be complacent, but you're not arrogant yet. Yu Zhangji laughed and said. As you wish. Take a palm strike from me and see. Indeed, I'm not arrogant yet. However, one palm is enough to deal with a bastard like you. Jiang Chen and Yu Zhangji attacked at the same time. Even Xianrenji couldn't stop them. It wasn't that she didn't expect Jiang Chen to fight against an inner prefecture disciple, but she didn't think that it would be against Yu Zhangji. One should know that Yu Zhangji's strength was outstanding even in the inner prefecture. Which one of the top 10 in the Sky Ascension ranking was easy to deal with? Even Chen Long was only in the top 20 on the Sky ranking, not including those who did not want to be on the ranking list. Haha, brother Yu, looks like you need to teach this reckless guy a lesson. Yeah, let him know when he should learn to restrain himself. The number 1 in the outer mansion is not worth mentioning in front of us inner mansion disciples. Sai, another reckless guy. A peak divine king realm and a hierarch realm. There's no comparison between the two. Everyone in the inner mansion could not help but mourn for Jiang Chen. You're weak, so you should learn to keep a low profile. If you had just stayed behind Master Ji, things would not have turned out this way. However, he insisted on being in the limelight, so he could not blame anyone. Go to hell. Even Xianrenji did not expect Yu Zhangji to be so ruthless against an outer sect disciple. Even the half-step hierarch realm experts were slightly shocked and gasped. Yu Zhangji was not ashamed at all and attacked with all his might. Yu Zhangji was not afraid at all and attacked with all his might. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He snorted coldly and did not show any signs of weakness. Similarly, he struck out with his palm. It seemed like a light breeze, but unfortunately, when the two of them clashed, no one had expected that Jiang Chen would actually exchange a palm strike with Yu Zhangji. This palm strike was beyond everyone's expectations. Originally, they had thought that Jiang Chen would be quickly defeated, or even killed by a single palm strike. However, the two of them did not even bat an eyelid. Bang, when the palm landed, Jiang Chen's expression did not change. He stood there proudly while Yu Zhangji actually took 3 steps back. Everyone was speechless. How powerful was Jiang Chen? How strong was Yu Zhangji? The two palms collided, but the result was unexpected. An ultimate god was forced to retreat with a single palm strike. Yu Zhangji's face turned pale. He was not injured, but he had underestimated Jiang Chen and made him pay the price. He was forced to take 3 steps back. Although it seemed normal, his position in the inner palace would suffer a huge blow. An ultimate god was forced to retreat by a peak divine king. It was unbelievable. However, the truth was right in front of them. Even Yu Zhangji, who was the pride of the inner palace, looked at Jiang Chen silently and was completely dumbfounded. What a domineering palm strike. Yu Zhangji gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Jiang Chen's calm palm strike had made him feel extremely humiliated. Although no one mentioned it, he had already lost the battle. The others were not fools. To be exact, it was impossible for anyone from the inner palace to resist that palm strike so easily. How did Jiang Chen do it? Yu Zhangji was also extremely puzzled. Jiang Chen's 9 dragons and 10 elephants' strength had once again improved. It was no longer a problem for him to fight against an ultimate god with his bare hands. Jiang Chen was confident that he could kill a half-step ultimate god on the spot. That was his confidence. Jiang Chen was not afraid of an early god realm expert. Others might look down on him as an outer palace disciple, but he did not look up to those from the inner palace. I thought he was some peerless expert. Now it seems like he's just a bunch of weaklings. Jiang Chen sighed and shook his head. Yu Zhangji was so angry that he clenched his teeth and took a step forward towards Jiang Chen. Yu Zhangji, what do you want? Haven't you caused enough trouble? We've already agreed on a palm strike. Do you still want to bully the weak? As an ultimate god, don't you feel embarrassed? Do you want to fight a second time? You've lost all the inner palace's face. Xianrenji immediately shouted. Yu Zhangji finally stopped and took a deep breath. The enmity between them had been formed. Jiang Chen's palm strike had forced Yu Zhangji back, but it did not mean that Yu Zhangji was afraid of him. It was still unknown who would be the winner if they were to fight. You're really capable. Looks like the geniuses from the outer palace are not to be underestimated. Old Yu, since you've lost, don't cause any more trouble. Our mission this time is to explore the hidden treasure. We're all comrades. Don't hurt our relationship. Hee hee. Inner Palace, Huangbai. It was a short-haired young man in yellow tights. His eyes were sharp and he looked thin. However, his aura was even stronger than Yu Zhangji's. Huang Bai's eyes slightly squinted. His expression was a little feminine. He looked very kind when he smiled. However, Jiang Chen felt that compared to Yu Zhangji, he was more unwilling to face such a person. Huang Bai looked gentle, but if they were to compare ruthlessness, perhaps even Yu Zhangji would be defeated by him. Jiang Chen nodded and did not speak any more. Yu Zhangji harumphed coldly. His face was pale as he stared at Jiang Chen without saying a word. "Brother Jiang, how have you been?" "Outer Palace's #1, congratulations." "Ha ha ha," Xingbing said with a laugh. His eyes were filled with surprise. He did not expect to meet Jiang Chen here. "I was just lucky. Don't take it too seriously. I dare not act rashly in front of the Inner Palace's genius disciples." Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. His words had a double meaning. Yu Zhangji was so angry that his face turned green. "Brother Jiang." Shen Kuan was a man of few words, but he still nodded towards Jiang Chen. The words Brother Jiang caused the expressions of those in the Inner Palace to slightly change. What did Jiang Chen do to deserve Shen Kuan, who was ranked 5th on the Sky Ascension ranking, to call him Brother Jiang? Jiang Chen also smiled. Shen Kuan's strength had reached the hierarch realm. He was even stronger than Yu Zhangji. Xingbing was slightly weaker, but he was also an expert in the top 20 of the Sky ranking. A half-step hierarch realm was not to be underestimated. "He's acquainted with Shen Kuan," Yu Zhangji squinted his eyes. It seemed like he had to think carefully if he wanted to deal with Jiang Chen. Shen Kuan and Xingbing were not fond of interacting with outsiders, but they approved of Jiang Chen. No one dared to go against him after hearing him call him Brother Jiang. This Huang Bai is not simple. He looks kind but he's actually a venomous snake. Many people in the Inner Palace stay away from him. You must be careful. He's ranked 4th on the Heaven Ascension list, stronger than my brother. We haven't fought for 1,000 years, but his strength has already reached the hierarch realm. Xingbing said to Jiang Chen through telepathy. "I know." Jiang Chen replied. "Brother Shen Kuan, we haven't seen each other for many years. Hee, I'll have to rely on you for this trip," Huang Bai said with a smile. Brother Huang's strength is tyrannical. There are so many experts in the Inner Palace, it's not my turn to shine. Shen Kuan shook his head faintly. "Everyone's here." A deep voice resounded in everyone's ears. 4 middle-aged men slowly walked towards them. Jiang Chen knew 3 of them, Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei. The other one was the divine messenger of profound communication, Lianqing Yanyun, who had once entered the Qi-Lian boundary in the Lone Dragon County. The last one was a bald and slightly chubby man. On his shoulder, there was a 3-colored mouse sleeping soundly. It looked furry and very cute. "It's the 3rd elder. The 3rd elder is leading the team. It seems like the Tongxian mansion values the trip to the secret treasure highly." "Yeah, Lianqing Yanyun, Yang Shiquan, Qi Haifei, they're all the strongest instructors in the Inner Palace." Lianqing Yanyun was slightly surprised when he saw Jiang Chen. Wasn't this guy a new disciple 100 years ago? How could he be qualified to participate in this trip to the secret treasure? On the other hand, Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei both smiled at Jiang Chen. Many people noticed this. Was the #1 Outer Mansion disciple really so popular? Even the 2 great teachers, Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei, gave Jiang Chen a friendly smile. It seemed that this guy's relationship was not small. Only Xingbing and Shen Kuan knew that Jiang Chen was their savior. "Greetings, 3rd elder." "Greetings, teacher." More than 20 Inner Palace disciples said respectfully. However, there was no need to be overly courteous as some of the Inner Palace disciples had already reached the hierarch realm. In the future, they might not be weaker than these powerful teachers. There was no seniority in learning, only those who had reached the peak would be able to talk to them as equals. Even Jiang Chen was speechless. There were so many experts in the Inner Palace. 6 hierarch realm experts and 14 half-step hierarch realm experts. Such a force could easily wipe out half of the Lone Dragon County. "Now that everyone has gathered, let's depart," the 3rd elder said with a smile. He looked like the Maitreya Buddha. He was the only one who did not pay attention to Xianxia. It seemed like these disciples were no different from him. Elder Qi, may I know where we are going on this trip to the hidden treasure? Xianxia looked at Qi Haifei and asked. The northern cold extreme region, also known as the North Pole. The North Pole is covered with ice and snow for thousands of years. It is extremely cold and the temperature is below a few hundred degrees all year round. Those below the Divine King realm will only die if they enter that place. There are some natural disasters that even hierarch realm experts have to be extra careful. This time, we are going to find the tomb of a great emperor. It can be said to be extremely dangerous, so you must be careful. Qi Haifei said in a deep voice. Obviously, he was extremely cautious about the North Pole. North Pole? The legendary northernmost part of the northern cold divine region? The peak of the North Pole? That's a place where no one goes. Xing Bing's eyes lit up. The journey will take about 300 years. However, the third chief has already set up a teleportation formation. We will arrive there in 10 days. Yang Shiquan said in a serious tone. I've been studying this great emperor's incomplete diagram for thousands of years. Now, I've finally found a clue. I know that it's at the top of the North Pole. This time, there's no need to worry about life or death. After this trip, there will be rewards. The third elder said in a deep voice. A group of 26 people entered the teleportation formation and started their journey to the North Pole. Northern Cold Divine Region, the peak of the North Pole, North Pole, North Pole, North Pole Mountain. Thousands of miles were covered in ice and snow. It was a vast expanse of white without any signs of life. There were only 3,000 mountains that were connected to each other. When Xianxia and the others arrived at the North Pole Mountain, everything was white. The snowstorm did not stop. They could only see a limited amount of things. What is this place? North Pole Mountain? Is this the place? Yeah, there is nothing here except for the vast snowy mountains. Did we come to the wrong place? Many of the inner house disciples were shocked and disappointed at the same time. They could not see anything in this vast snowy mountain. The great sovereign's tomb that they were looking for, could it be buried in this place? How were they going to find it? Not only the inner house disciples, even Qianrenji and the others were at a loss. How were they going to find the so-called great sovereign's tomb? It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Looking for the dragon cave is like looking for 1,000 mountains. If there is a mountain gate with 9 peaks, it must be in front of the 5 elements flying dragon. This place is filled with dragon qi and snow, but it is unable to cover the majestic dragon vein qi. If I am not wrong, this should be the place where the dragon vein is located. The third elder said with a dignified face. Jiangchen also noticed this, but he didn't say it out loud. Even if he did, others would think that he was just trying to mystify things. Thousands of snowy mountains seemed to be messy and stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. However, it was quite strange in this hell. Moreover, the dragon qi was everywhere, making this place a perfect place for gathering dragons. However, the third elder was only able to see one part of the reason. Although this was a place where dragons gathered, it was also a place of great danger. There were mountains everywhere, covered by snow and ice. The gathering of dragons was a prophecy, a cage formed by the mountains. This was a dead end, but there was still a chance for survival within the dead end. However, life and death could be decided by a single thought. At least with Jiangchen's current attainment in formation, he still couldn't see where the omen was. From the outside, this was an excellent place to gather dragon qi, but the danger in it was not enough to let outsiders know. Although Jiangchen was nervous, he was not sure. However, these people were extremely excited after hearing the third elder's words. A place where dragon qi gathered, that meant that the great emperor's tomb was probably here, but the specific location was still up for discussion. Jiangchen looked dignified, looking at the rolling mountains around him. He always felt that this was a pit, a huge pit. If this place where dragon qi gathered suddenly changed, it was very likely to be a nightmare that devoured everything. However, this was just Jiangchen's idea, it could not be used as a reference. He did not want to be trapped in a trap. It was best that this was a place where dragon qi gathered, otherwise, he would not be able to find it in a while if he searched blindly. The dome of the White Mountain, the North Sea, the magnificence of the southern mountains, the divine power of the polar regions. This is an excellent place to gather dragon chi. The great emperor's tomb must be here. Look, what's that? Just a flash? It's too fast, I can't see it clearly. The snowstorm is too strong. Could it be a great demon? Quite a few people said with lingering fear in their hearts. After all, they were in the depths of the extreme North Peak. No one knew what would happen next. Furthermore, those elusive fellows were truly shocking. Their speed was as fast as a gust of wind, and they couldn't be caught. Although their formation was huge, it's better to be safe than sorry. It's the snow domain demonic spirit. I've read about it in the history books. The snow domain demonic spirit is very strange. It lives in the South Peak and the North Peak. It's a demonic beast from the polar region. It looks like a tiger, a leopard, a snake's head, and a jade-like face. It's a terrifying demonic beast from the snow domain. It has strong attack power and is good at charming people. The strongest snow domain demonic spirit can reach the emperor realm and is not weaker than a great emperor. We must be careful and not underestimate it. The third elder said in a deep voice. Even though they had a lot of hierarch experts, he dared not let his guard down. After all, they were not in the profound connection divine palace, they had to be cautious. Since they had found the great sovereign's tomb, they should try their best not to cause any trouble. The scariest thing was that the snow domain demonic spirit lived in groups. It was not just one or two of them that could move at any time. I've heard about the snow domain demonic spirit. It's a terrifying demonic beast. Try not to provoke them. Even we are afraid of their speed. Their strength should not be underestimated. As long as we don't provoke them, they should not go against us. Lianqing Yenyun said. I hope so. Xianxia said quietly. At that moment, everyone was following behind the third elder and Lianqing Yenyun. The entrance to the tomb of the great sovereign could be anywhere within 30,000 miles. I can't differentiate it completely. Remember, the 3 mountains are the symbol, the 5 elements are the supreme, the 7 stars chase after the moon, and the 9 dragons emerge from the water. This is the entrance to the tomb of the great sovereign. Let's split into 4 groups and search for it. Don't be impatient and go astray. Master Ji, you lead Huang Bai, Yu Zhangji, and the other 4. Master Qi, you and Master Yang lead the Xing brothers and the others. Shangguan, you lead 5, and I will lead 5. We will spread out and search for the entrance of the tomb. After the third elder made the arrangements, everyone began to prepare and await the battle. Jiangchen, you should follow Yangshi and Qishi. Yu Zhangji and Huang Bai will definitely not let this matter rest. If you follow me, they will definitely make things difficult for you. Qianrenji said. Jiangchen nodded silently and chose to follow Yang Shiquan, Qi Haifei, Xingkuan and Xingbing. The last person was a half-step hierarch expert. He was very friendly towards Jiangchen. After all, Jiangchen's skills were enough to win his respect. He had the upper hand against Yu Zhangji, how could an ordinary half-step hierarch compete with him? Remember, be careful in everything you do. The jade token is the signal. If the jade token breaks, it means that you found the entrance. If you're alive, the jade will live. If it breaks, you'll die. The third elder gave each leader a jade token. As long as they crushed the jade token, they would be able to know the location of the leader. Yes, third elder. Xianrenji and the others said in a deep voice. At this moment, no one dared to be careless. Although the third elder's strength was not as strong as the second mansion master, Jiangchen guessed that he should be at least a late hierarch realm expert. His strength was definitely not weaker than Lin Yukong, maybe even higher. Among these people, he was the strongest, followed by Shangguan Yenyun. Yang Shiquan, Qi Haifei and even Qianrenji's strength were almost the same. The 4 teams split up. 4 paths led to the east, south, west, and north. With a radius of 30,000 li as the boundary, they were looking for the entrance to the great emperor's tomb. Jiangchen and the others were in charge of the west. Unfortunately, their speed was greatly restricted by the violent snowstorm. According to the third elder's words, it was not easy to find the location of the great sovereign's tomb with the 3 mountains as the symbol, the 5 elements as the supreme, the 7 stars chasing after the moon, and the 9 dragons emerging from the water. It was not difficult, but it was not easy either. The great emperor's tomb should be under this land, but it's hard to say where the entrance is. Jiangchen frowned. Jiangchen had nothing to hide from Yang Shiquan, Xingbing, and the others. Oh? What do you mean? Did you see something? Qi Haifei looked at Jiangchen in surprise. The last half-step hierarch realm disciple did not dare to offend Jiangchen. After all, Xingbing, Xinkuan, and the 2 mentors were very concerned about Jiangchen. He naturally chose to listen. This area is not simple. It looks like a place where dragons gather, but it's also very dangerous. Jiangchen said solemnly. This is naturally within common sense. Didn't the 3rd elder say this before? How can the great emperor's tomb be found so easily? Even if we do find him, we have to be extra careful. After all, he's a great emperor expert. How could he be discovered so easily? Ha ha ha. Yang Shiquan said with a smile. Otherwise, in a place where dragons gather, one can live and one can die. The living will be rich while the dead will have their souls scattered. It's better to be careful. As for more, I can't say. Jiangchen said in a low voice. Jiangchen is right. No matter what, we must prioritize safety. A place where dragons gather is a place of great fortune, but it might be a place of great danger. Xingbing nodded and said. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Yang Shiquan smiled. However, Jiangchen could see that Yang Shiquan did not take Yang Shiquan's words to heart. Although Yang Shiquan respected Yang Shiquan for saving his life, Jiangchen's strength was still lacking compared to them. Teachers above the mid-divine king realm were not to be trifled with. Was Jiangchen's words that reliable? Yang Shiquan did not think so. Since Jiangchen had said so much, there was nothing else he could say. The group of 6 headed towards the west. There was no day or night in this extreme north peak. The weather was always gloomy, and no sunlight could be seen. There was only wind and snow in the surroundings. The hurricanes had already reached a terrifying level that could sweep up hundreds of kilograms of boulders. Flying snow and boulders swept up in the sky, causing people to feel fear. It took Jiangchen and the others half a month to travel 3,000 miles. It was clear that the speed of their journey couldn't be measured with common sense. Look, it's another snow domain demon spirit? Qi Haifei frowned. That fellow seemed to be coming for them. It's better to stay away from it. That thing has great destructive power. Try not to provoke it. Yang Shiquan said in a deep voice. The few of them quickly rushed forward, but the snow domain demon beasts kept appearing and disappearing around them at an incredible speed. In their territory, the speed of Jiangchen and the others seemed to be limited. Get out of here. Or die. An ear-deafening voice resounded in the snowstorm. However, it was quickly drowned out. For snow-white demonic beasts appeared in front of Jiangchen and the rest. Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei exchanged a glance. These snow domain demon spirits are here to block their way? We don't mean to offend our friends from the snow domain demonic spirit clan. We're just here to look for something. Qi Haifei shouted in a deep voice. Leave this place or die. The 4 Shuiyu demon spirits were still standing there, unmoving like mountains. In the snowstorm, they looked extremely tall and straight. Do these guys have any misunderstandings about us? Xingbing said. You're already at their doorstep and you still want to barge in. Do you think they'll be willing? Xinkuan said indifferently. That should be the case. We might have entered the territory of the snow domain demonic spirits. Jiangchen nodded and said. These guys don't look simple. The 4 snow domain demonic spirits were all late divine king realm experts. Although they're not as strong as them, the snow domain demonic spirits live in groups. It's like poking a hornet's nest if there are hundreds or thousands of snow domain demonic spirits. Haha. A few half-step hierarch realm monsters, why would we hesitate? Just kill them. A sneer was heard and a cold light flashed by. A silhouette appeared and his killing intent soared up to the sky. Jiangchen and the others' countenance changed. Before they could see the silhouette clearly, the 4 late Divine King demonic beasts were killed by the silhouette that appeared out of nowhere. Their blood splattered all over the snowy ground. Everyone was extremely shocked by the scene. The fresh blood was instantly devoured by the snowstorm and disappeared within the snow. The corpses of the 4 snow domain demon spirits were also engulfed by the snowstorm in the blink of an eye. "Who are you?" Xianxia said with a gloomy expression. He looked at the green-robed man and his heart was filled with anger. "Battle God Clan, Do Tianhuang. Your second mansion lord has asked me to help. Here's the token. This is the token of your second mansion lord. You guys should recognize it, right? Do you have any more questions?" Do Tianhuang said coldly. With a flip of his hand, he took out a token. "Since you're a helper invited by the second mansion lord, there's no problem. However, the snow domain demonic spirits live in groups. We don't want to offend them. We don't want to attract more snow domain demonic spirits. It'll be more difficult for us," Yang Shiquan said. "If he's killed, then so be it. Why are there so many problems? Now that I'm here to help you, you can rest easy." Heaven Do Huang spoke in a low voice while his brows knit together tightly, and he was completely indifferent. "Battle God Clan, Battle Heaven Desolation," Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. Those fellows from the Battle God Clan hated him to the core. He could be considered to have formed a deep grudge with the Battle God Clan. It seemed like he had to be even more careful this time around. Moreover, his strength seemed to be on par with Xianxia. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, but there was nothing he could do. "Since Brother Do is so powerful, we can save a lot of trouble with Brother Do joining us," Yang Shiquan said. "It's been so long, and you still haven't found the entrance to the Great Emperor's tomb?" Do Tianhuang said with a cold face. Xingbing was so angry that her face turned ashen. It was easy for her to say such things. "When you didn't come, were we idle? How can it be so easy to find the tomb of a great emperor? Haha, I've disappointed Brother Do on this point." Yang Shiquan shook his head. "Then why aren't we continuing to search?" Do Tianhuang coldly snorted and walked forward. "What's there to be arrogant about? Does he really think that he's the king? This guy might attract a group of snow domain demon spirits." Xingbing's face was extremely ugly as she cursed in her heart. "Can you shut your mouth?" Shunkuan's expression turned cold as he stared at Xingbing. Xingbing was also stunned for a moment. She raised her head and saw dozens of snow domain demon spirits appearing in front of them. "Just some snow domain demon spirits, what's there to be afraid of? If one comes, I'll kill one. If 2 comes, I'll kill a pair," Do Tianhuang said in disdain. However, as soon as he finished his words, Do Tianhuang immediately charged towards the snow domain demon spirits. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. Xingbing's words came true in the end. However, he couldn't be blamed. These snow domain demon spirits must have sensed the death of their companions. That's why they came out in full force. "Go all out. We can still deal with dozens of snow domain demon spirits," Xianxia said. However, when they were waiting for Battle Heaven Desolation to make his move, Battle Heaven Desolation had already rushed out of a gap and escaped, leaving Jiang Chen and the others behind. When they turned back, the dozens of snow domain demon spirits had become hundreds of them, which made their scalp tingle. "That expert from the Battle God Clan actually ran away?" Xingbing said in disbelief. Only now did she understand that they were tricked by that guy. Hundreds of late Divine King Realm snow domain demon spirits. "Looks like we have to go all out." Yang Shiquan and the rest did not say much. They knew in their hearts that that bastard had already run away and left this mess to them. A typical example of running away after getting into trouble. Initially, they thought that Do Tianhuang would show his prowess. However, who would have thought that Do Tianhuang would never return? Right now, they could only admit that they were unlucky. The second mansion master actually invited such a scammer. They cursed Do Tianhuang hundreds of times in their hearts. "Intruding into my clan and killing my clansmen. You despicable humans deserve to die." A guy whose body was much bigger than the rest of the snow domain demon spirits stood at the front and shouted while glaring at Jiang Chen and the rest. "What should we do now?" The half-step hierarch realm inner palace disciples' face darkened. Hundreds of late divine king realm experts might not be scary, but the leader was obviously an hierarch realm expert. Moreover, there were more than 30 half-step hierarch realm snow domain demonic spirits behind him. Such a force would make anyone's heart skip a beat. We did not kill your clansman. It was the one who ran away just now. Chi Haifei said in a deep voice. Shameless bastard, trying to shift the blame to others. Today, all of you will die. The snow domain demon spirit leader had already given the order to kill Xianxia and the rest. Hundreds of snow domain demon spirits were waiting for the right opportunity to attack. Now, we can only fight. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. No matter how despicable Do Tianhuang was, they could not do anything about it. After all, he had already run away. If they wanted to run away, they would have to ask the snow domain demon spirits first. They had already determined that they were the murderers of their clansmen. How could they escape? Let's fight to the death. Crush the jade token. Now, we can only pray for the third elder and the rest to come as soon as possible. Yang Shiquan and Chi Haifei looked at each other and said. Two of them were middle hierarch realm experts, one early hierarch realm expert, two half-step hierarch realm experts, and one peak divine king realm expert. Such a lineup was not weak. However, even a tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. The group of snow domain demonic spirits had hundreds of late divine king realm experts, 30 half-step hierarch realm experts, and one hierarch realm expert. Hurry up and rush out. We don't have much time left. Find their weak point and attack. Otherwise, we will not be able to hold them off. In the southernmost direction, Qianrenji and the others were heavily injured. Apart from Huang Bai, Yu Zhangji and Qianrenji, the other 4 half-step hierarch inner mansion disciples were all killed. Qianrenji's face was extremely gloomy. There were hundreds of snow domain demon spirits around her. She was alone. Even with Yu Zhangji and Huang Bai's support, it was still quite difficult for her. Among the 3 of them, Qianrenji had fought off many snow domain demon spirits. She was also badly injured. If this goes on, I'm afraid we'll all be in danger. Huang Bai said. Yeah, Master Ji, what should we do? Yu Zhangji's face was pale. If Qianrenji did not save him several times, he would have been devoured by the snow domain demon spirits. The jade tokens have been crushed. Let's hope the third elder can get here soon. Qianrenji wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She was like a rose crying blood, standing proudly. They had killed dozens of snow domain demon spirits, but the snow domain demon spirits' attacks were getting stronger. At the same time, the third elder looked at the hundreds of snow domain demon spirits behind him. His face was extremely ugly. At the same time, he felt that 3 jade tokens had been crushed. However, the third elder had been fighting against hundreds of snow domain demon spirits for a long time. He did not want to fight any longer. Coincidentally, he found the entrance to the great emperor's tomb behind him. Third elder, what should we do? That's right, third elder. All the jade tokens have been crushed. What should we do now? Why don't we go in first? I see that the snow domain demon spirits are slowing down. Are they doing something for you? The 5 inner palace students said. They didn't want to save anyone, because if they rushed out now, their lives would be in danger. Hundreds of peak divine king realm snow domain demonic spirits, they weren't a match for them. Even the third elder couldn't help them. With such a huge difference in strength, they couldn't even protect themselves. Now that they'd found a chance to enter the great sovereign's tomb, they naturally wouldn't give up so easily. Third elder's face turned pale. The 3 jade plates were crushed at the same time. It was very likely that they had found the entrance to the great sovereign's tomb. But now that the entrance to the tomb was here, it meant that they had encountered a disaster at the same time. This possibility was quite high. That's the only way. I can only hope that they're lucky, said the third elder as he clenched his teeth. If he could save them, he naturally wouldn't want to just stand by and watch. However, with hundreds of snow domain demon spirits surrounding them, there's no chance for them to escape. If he were to escape by himself, he'd undoubtedly be pushing the 5 inner palace students into the fire pit. Being in a dilemma, the third elder could only give up some things. If they could survive, then they'd be the last. If they died, then it could only be fate. Even he didn't expect that such a tragic situation would occur when they just entered the northern return mountain. The snow domain demon spirits were too hateful and terrifying. The current situation was already difficult for each of them, and it was difficult for them to be the master. Seeing this, the 5 of them were delighted. It seemed like the third elder didn't choose to risk his life to look for his companions who had crushed the jade plates. After all, they couldn't even protect themselves at this moment. This wasn't being selfish, but it was the best solution after weighing the pros and cons. Jiangchen, Xingbing, Xingkuan, and the half-step hierarch realm inner palace student were up against more than 300 snow domain demon spirits. Even though the 4 of them were strong, the number of snow domain demon spirits was too much. They were forced to retreat, losing the initiative. On the other side, Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei weren't having a good time either. The 2 of them were up against an hierarch realm snow domain demon spirit, more than 30 half-step hierarch realm snow domain demon spirits, and more than 100 late divine king realm fellows. Their situation was extremely dangerous. No one would have thought that Do Tian Huang was a jinx. After killing 4 snow domain demon spirits, he attracted an endless amount of snow domain demon spirits to fight back. Jiangchen retreated in order to advance. His attacks were extremely fierce. Even Xingbing and the inner palace disciple were shocked. With every punch from Jiangchen, a snow domain demon spirit would be heavily injured. Even Xingbing could only fight 40 to 50 snow domain demon spirits at the same time. Jiangchen was fighting against 100 snow domain demon spirits alone, just like Xingkuan. The other person was also fighting against more than 300 snow domain demon spirits. Their battle strength was not as simple as 10 late divine king realm experts. Gradually, the inner palace disciple couldn't take it anymore. His injuries were getting more and more serious. Xingbing clenched his teeth. Compared to that guy, he was much luckier. After all, his big brother could help him share some of the burden. However, it couldn't go on like this. Save me, Li Chuang's expression changed. Being attacked from both front and back, he was already somewhat exhausted. After all, there were so many demonic beasts coming one after another, and he didn't have a moment to rest. Stopping would mean death. Get lost. Jiangchen roared furiously. He pushed back dozens of snow domain demon spirits and pulled Li Chuang to his side. After all, there were 6 of them. It was something that Jiangchen could do. He couldn't just watch them die. Xingkuan looked at Jiangchen with a solemn expression. He was shocked in his heart. At that time, he was surrounded by hundreds of snow domain demon spirits. Even if he wanted to save Li Chuang, it would be extremely difficult. However, Jiangchen did it. Thank you. Li Chuang's face was pale. He had just survived a disaster. However, the danger was not over yet. Jiangchen gave him 10 energy recovery pills. Li Chuang was able to stabilize the situation. On the other side, the pressure on Xingbing and Xingkuan was increasing. Big brother, I can't take it anymore. Xingbing's face turned even uglier. Facing the attacks of the snow domain demon spirits, he also showed signs of exhaustion. Obviously, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. However, Xingkuan was the same. Facing over 100 snow domain demon spirits, he had already pushed himself to his limits. If he wanted to erupt, it would be impossible. No matter how powerful a tiger is, it would be completely defeated under the attacks of 100 hungry wolves. And Xingkuan was like that tiger. Hold on. Xingbing clenched his teeth. Jiangchen frowned. It seemed that he had to exert himself. 5 elemental trigram fire array. Come here. What a terrifying flame. This Jiangchen is indeed capable. Xingkuan couldn't help raising his evaluation of Jiangchen. Jiangchen protected the few of them within the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Every time the snow domain demon spirits attacked, they would be heavily injured by the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Jiangchen fought against 100 snow domain demon spirits alone. Over 300 snow domain demon spirits surrounded Jiangchen, but none of them could get close to Jiangchen. Jiangchen controlled the 5 elemental trigram fire formation calmly. Xianxia was secretly impressed. If it was him, he would have been defeated long ago. However, Xianxia was also under a lot of pressure. After all, there were so many late Divine King Realm experts charging at the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. The 5-elemental trigram fire formation was heavily damaged. Xianxia was also under a lot of pressure to maintain the formation. However, at least he managed to stabilize the situation. "Brother Jiang, how much longer can you last?" Xianxia asked. "It won't be a problem for a short period of time," Xianxia said. "All right. The three of us will go and support Teacher Yang and Teacher Qi. The two teachers are also in a difficult situation," Xianxia said as he exchanged a glance with Xianxia. Xianxia controlled the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. Pillars of flame soared into the sky. Nearly a third of the snow domain demon spirits were killed. Xianxia was panting heavily. The consumption of the 5-elemental trigram fire formation was too great. After all, he was facing the attack of hundreds of snow domain demon spirits. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to hold on for so long. Xianxia charged left and right. Finally, he created a space for Xianxia and the other two to break through. The three of them instantly flew up to support the two teachers. Xianxia had less than 300 snow domain demon spirits left on his stomach. A bunch of stubborn fellows. Xianxia squinted his eyes slightly. He did not use all of his strength just now. He only used one of the 5-elemental divine fire. However, it was enough to shock Xianxia and the others. This time, Xianxia used all 5 types of divine fire. The terrifying flame energy swept across the sky. The divine fire descended upon the snowy region and the demonic beasts were all annihilated without any chance to fight back. Xianxia's 5-elemental divine fire played a crucial role in this battle. If it wasn't for the demonic beasts from the polar region, Xianxia might not be able to unleash such a powerful might. "Master Qi, Teacher Yang. We're here to help you." Although Xianxia and the other two teachers might not be able to play a decisive role, they helped Qi Haifei and Yang Shiquan relieve a huge pressure. Both of them were overjoyed. However, they did not see Xianxia. However, when they turned around to look for Xianxia, they realized that Xianxia was standing on top of hundreds of snow domain demon spirits' corpses. The last snow domain demon spirit under his feet had completely fallen. The hierarch realm snow domain demon spirits did not have much change after Xianxia and the other two teachers came to help. However, they were even more furious now. "All of you must die." The snow domain demon spirits continued to charge forward. Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei managed to stabilize the situation with the help of the three teachers. The hierarch realm snow domain demon spirits were advancing step by step, unable to cause any damage to them. On the other side, Xianxia had already killed more than 300 snow domain demon spirits and stood proudly. This is impossible." The leader of the snow domain demon spirits trembled. However, the truth was right in front of them. Xianxia had indeed killed all of their clansmen. "Retreat!" The snow domain demon spirit shouted angrily and sounded the retreat signal. Qi Haifei and Yang Shiquan heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them were undoubtedly strong. However, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Previously, they were greatly restricted and could not display their true strength. In the end, they could not help but look at Xianxia in shock. More than 300 snow domain demon spirits were all killed by Xianxia. They were speechless. Even Xianxia had to admit his defeat. Outer Mansions number 1. He's well deserved. I finally know why he's so confident in going against you, Zhangji. Xingbing's face was solemn as he secretly said. Although his strength is at the peak Divine King realm, it won't be easy for me to defeat him in a battle of life and death. Xianxia also said in a low voice. He was full of admiration for Xianxia. If it wasn't for Xianxia's help, Li Chuang would have been dead by now. Now that he had a new lease on life, the two mentors were incomparably gratified. This time, it was all thanks to Xianxia that they could successfully repel the snow domain demon spirits. "We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's hurry up and leave," Qi Haifei said. Although they've managed to repel the snow domain demon spirits, it's hard to guarantee that they wouldn't come back and make a comeback. If they were to appear again, it would be an even more terrifying pursuit. Alright, but I'm not sure if the third elder will come after us after we crush the jade token. Xingbing said worriedly. We need to find a safe place to hide from the snow domain demon spirits. Otherwise, we won't be able to care so much when our enemies are right in front of us. Yang Shiquan said as he shook his head. There's no need to go. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. Why? Shun Kuan asked. If I'm not wrong, the entrance to the Great Emperor's tomb should be here. Jiangchen said as he pointed at a hill not far away. It can't be? Didn't the third elder say 3 mountains as the symbol, 5 elements as the supreme, 7 stars chasing the moon, 9 dragons emerging from the water? That's not just 3 mountains. It's 9 mountains. Chi Haifei said doubtfully. 3 mountains as the symbol refers to the life gate of the Great Emperor's tomb. This is the 9 dragons absorbing water, which is the death gate of the Great Emperor's tomb. Both the life gate and the death gate can be entered, but the paths are different. Jiangchen said. Death gate? Could it be that there's a death crisis left behind by the Great Emperor? Li Chuang said in a low voice with a worried expression. The death gate isn't referring to this. If we exit from here, it'll be the death gate. However, if we enter, it'll be the same as the life gate. Furthermore, I'm guessing that this Great Emperor's tomb doesn't just have 1 or 2 gates. There might be 9 gates, Jiangchen said with a serious expression. 9 gates? The Great Emperor's tomb naturally doesn't want outsiders to disturb it. Why would there be so many gates? Yang Shiquan obviously did not agree with Jiangchen. Just like what I said, it's a place where dragons gather, but it's also a place of great danger. However, since the entrance to the Great Emperor's tomb is here, why do we have to go further? Jiangchen said. You're right. It doesn't matter if the third elder isn't here, but if he is, he'll be able to find this place. Chi Haifei pondered for a moment and said. Lead the way. I'd like to see how the gate of death is weaker than the gate of life. I don't believe that the martial emperor wouldn't be able to tell that this is a place of great danger and bury his grave in this place. Yang Shiquan said with a smile. This great emperor must be a terrifying existence. Not only did it gather the dragon chi of the dragon vein, it also gathered the life chi of the creatures in the extreme north. No wonder in the entire extreme north, aside from the snow domain demon spirit, there were no other demon beasts. The valley was completely blocked by the snowstorm. There was no entrance or exit. Jiangchen relied on his observation of the terrain to discover this strange place. Jiangchen also didn't know why the Great Emperor's tomb would have such a layout. A place of gathering dragons and a place of great danger. The two strange terrains intertwined with each other, giving off a confusing feeling. This made Jiangchen unable to determine what was so strange about this Great Emperor's tomb. Jiangchen extended his hand and pointed. A fiery light soared into the sky. At this moment, the fiery light fell down. The snowstorm within 10 miles was completely evaporated. Under the rising mist, what Jiangchen and the rest saw was a huge cave. Snow water slowly flowed into the cave. The water flow was rapid, and in an instant, the cave devoured all the snow water within 10 miles. It's there. Jiangchen pointed at the pitch-black cave in front of him and said in a deep voice. The pitch-black cave entrance was like a black hole that could devour everything. No one knew what was hidden under the black hole. Everyone's expression turned cold, including Yang Shiquan and Chi Haifei. They subconsciously felt that the pitch-black cave entrance was unusual. I'll take the lead. Yang Shiquan said. As a teacher, if he were to retreat at this moment, he would be looked down upon. Furthermore, he didn't agree with Jiangchen's opinion. This was clearly the place of gathering dragons that the third elder mentioned, the place where the Great Emperor's tomb was located. How could it be a place of great danger? Yang Shiquan held a night-luminescent pearl in his hand and walked at the very front. The entrance of the cave was very wide, more than 20 meters wide. The traces left by the water seemed to have washed the cave again, making it abnormally fresh and clean. After Jiangchen and the others entered the cave, they walked for a few thousand meters but did not discover anything strange. However, the group of 6 had already entered the underground. The extreme cold was frightening. Even Li Chuang felt an enormous pressure. My blood feels like it's going to freeze. It's way too cold. It's at least 1,000 degrees below zero. I'm a half-step hierarch expert, am I going to freeze to death here? Li Chuang's face was pale as he said in a low voice. Why are you fine? Brother Jiang. Li Chuang was curious. Brother Jiang has the protection of the divine fire. Otherwise, how could you have killed over 300 snow domain's demonic spirits? Why can't you? Shen Kuan's words made Li Chuang's face turn red. Indeed, his question was too childish. Jiang Chen was not even afraid of hundreds of snow domain's demonic spirits. Why would he be afraid of this extreme cold? His strength was unfathomable and could not be measured with common sense. He was only a peak divine king, yet he was able to make a hierarch realm expert stop. This was his true strength. I also feel so cold. Brother, I can't take it anymore. This place is too scary. The temperature is so low that even my soul is going to be frozen. Xingbing was shivering from the cold and his face looked terrible. At this moment, they finally reached the end. There were a few rows of ancient and obscure hieroglyphs on the door. What are those words? Shen Kuan asked. I don't know either. Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei looked at each other and said with a bitter smile. It's just a place where some great emperors passed away. Trespassers will die. Li Chuang's body was shivering as he said. I have been an emperor for 3 years and defeated the ancient emperor of the northern Liang. I have suffered a lot and was sealed here. Heaven is not the way and I am not the way. Jiang Chen said in a low voice as he read out the words. Even he did not expect those words to be the ancient words of the 9 regions immortal world. No wonder they did not know about it. Could it be that this was an ancient great emperor from the 9 regions immortal world? Jiang Chen's heart was filled with doubts. However, no one knew about the hieroglyphs as it was a unique language of the 9 regions immortal world. Most importantly, what made Jiang Chen and the others excited was that this must be an extremely terrifying great emperor of the wildlands. The sentence I have been an emperor for 3 years and defeated the ancient emperor of the northern Liang was enough to make people sigh. What kind of terrifying great emperor could have such a peerless style? And the last sentence, heaven is not the way and I am not the way, was also enough to make people's imagination run wild. What kind of existence was this great emperor of the ancient era? It had to be said that the second mansion master and the third mansion master, and even the third elder himself, didn't expect that the incomplete map of the great emperor's tomb that they had inadvertently obtained would actually lead to such a terrifying existence. There were many ancient great emperors, but the ones that were truly terrifying and memorable could be counted on one's fingers. Teachers, do you know which great emperors of the northern Liang divine region are the most terrifying existences in the world? Jiang Chen said solemnly. Yang Shiquan shook his head and said, the primordial great emperors were born billions of years ago. There are many existences that we don't know about. According to what I know, after the primordial war, the divine world was on the verge of collapse. Even the last pure land of the divine world was on the verge of collapse. Everyone in the divine world was in danger. After the primordial war, it seemed like all the god emperors in the world had disappeared. The spiritual energy in the world was very thin. Compared to the primordial war, it is as difficult as ascending the heavens to become a great emperor. The number of great emperors in the divine world can be counted on one's fingers. That period of history is a secret that is hard to find out for us after the divine world reincarnated and expanded its territory billions of years later. Therefore, the existence that defeated the ancient emperor of the northern Liang is most likely a great emperor of the immemorial era. And great emperor of the ancient era billions of years ago. How long do we have to go back? Jiang Chen said. It was a very, very long time ago. At the very least, it's hard for us to imagine. I once heard people say that millions upon millions of years ago, there were many god emperors in the god world. Countless people fought over cultivation resources in an attempt to take control of the entire god world. Countless powers fought as equals, but after the Great War, almost all of them disappeared. Almost none of them managed to survive. After billions of years, the divine world is very different from the past. A force like the Tongxian mansion is almost not on the list. Only the super forces in the central region divine land might have the existence of a god emperor. Yang Shiquan said in a deep voice. He was extremely nervous as he said this. He didn't know when he would be able to become such an expert. However, in the current divine world, it was almost impossible to break through to the emperor realm. For millions of years, he had never heard of an expert who managed to break through to the emperor realm. It's been far, far too long. It's impossible for us to know anything at all. It's already not easy for us to know some bits and pieces of information left behind from the primordial age. If we can witness the ruins of this primordial emperor, it would be the best gift for us. Yang Shiquan's eyes shone brighter and brighter. Every one of them was filled with curiosity towards the ancient great emperors. If they could obtain even a tiny bit of the great emperor's inheritance, they would definitely benefit from it for the rest of their lives. If they could peek into the profound mysteries of the great emperor realm and become an emperor realm expert of the post-ancient era, their names would go down in the annals of history, forever suppressing the divine world. Only a god emperor could stand at the peak of the divine world. At this moment, they had to enter as soon as possible. Looks like we won't get the answer if we don't go in. Xianxia murmured. Let's go. I can't wait to see how powerful this great emperor of the barbarian land who defeated the ancient emperor of the northern Liang dynasty is. Qi Haifei's eyes were also full of excitement. Even as a mentor of the Tongxian mansion, he was also very curious about the great emperor of the ancient era. Most importantly, if there was a great opportunity, it was very likely that their strength would go further and reach the next level. Currently, their strength had reached a bottleneck. If there was no particularly great opportunity, it would be almost impossible to break through in a million years. Yeah, let's go in and have a look. Maybe it'll be better inside. I'm about to freeze to death. Xingbing's face was pale because the temperature was too low. If it wasn't for the divine origin qi that kept blocking the cold air from entering their bodies, a dignified half-step ultimate god like them might really freeze to death. The door opened itself, inviting the enemy to enter the trap. Everyone's expression changed slightly. However, they had no choice but to be cautious after witnessing everything that had just happened. Jiang Chen's expression also became serious. It seemed like his guess was right. The gate of life and the gate of death complemented each other. The gate of death was like a huge mouth that could devour everything. The door opened itself, and his heart started to beat like a drum. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. If they turned back, they might face a calamity that was 1,000 times more dangerous than this. The snow domain demon spirit might already be waiting for them. Those fellows would definitely not let it go. After so many of their kind were killed, they would definitely make a comeback. If they took a step forward, they would be in danger. If they took a step back, there would be nothing left but a bottomless abyss. If they took a step back, they might not necessarily die. The gate of death was dead, but people were alive. It's impossible to go back now. Let's go. As for what we'll encounter next, it's still unknown. Yang Shiquan sighed. As a teacher, his mental fortitude was naturally stronger than Xingbing and Xingkuan. After all, his strength was still there, so he still had some confidence. That's right. If we turn back now, the snow domain demon spirit might already be waiting for us. However, we don't know how the third elder is doing. Did he receive the signal? Qi Haifei said with a serious expression. No matter what, we have to go in and see what's going on. The newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger. Xingkuan's eyes were filled with excitement and hope. Just like Jiang Chen, he was not afraid. On the contrary, he wanted to find out more about the origin of the ancient emperor from millions or even billions of years ago. Who knows, he might be able to leave behind some divine treasures that could give them a chance to soar to the sky. Not everyone had the chance to fight for the inheritance of an emperor realm expert. They came here with the attitude of searching for treasures. As for what they could obtain in the end, it would depend on their own luck. Life and death are decided by a single thought. If we really die here, we won't have lived in vain after witnessing the glory of the ancient emperor. Li Chuang gritted his teeth and said. At the same time, he was like an ice sculpture, his entire body was cold. Even the divine origin qi couldn't completely resist this terrifying chill. You're right. Death is like an extinguished lamp. I might as well live freely and happily. Ha ha ha, I'm not even afraid of death. Why would I be afraid of the gate of life and death? Xingbing and Li Chuang, on the other hand, hit it off well. Both of them had the feeling of facing death with equanimity. At this time, it was their actions that shocked Xianxia. Indeed, if they were afraid of the slightest thing, it would be difficult for them to achieve great things. Their imposing manner was quite admirable. The group of 6 quickly entered the door. They held night pearls in their hands to illuminate their way forward. The surroundings were like an underground palace, crisscrossing with each other. It was like an underground palace. Everything was made of stone and ancient wood. It was obvious that the wood was from ancient times and was comparable to metal and stone. The surroundings were covered in pitch-black chains that were more than 3,000 zhang wide. The entire underground world was like a purgatory, filled with a dark and terrifying aura. A chilling aura rose from the ground. The chilling aura was so intense that one could not see the end of the underground world. It's too cold. Big brother, I can't stand it anymore. Xingbing fell down with a plop. His face was pale and bloodless. Li Chuang was the same. Facing such a terrifying cold air, even Xing Kuan found it hard to protect himself. Get up! Xing Kuan shouted angrily. If he wasn't a hierarch expert, even he wouldn't be able to endure the cold air here. This cold air wasn't just pure coldness. It was a cold air that erupted from the depths of one's heart and went straight to the depths of one's soul. Let's go! Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei each pulled one of them. Only then did their expressions start to ease up. Everyone, be careful. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Jiangchen couldn't tell what was wrong, but he felt a special pressure in his heart. Li Chuang was supported by Qi Haifei as they walked step by step across the iron chain bridge. However, he really couldn't hold on anymore. Both of his hands touched the iron chains on the iron chain bridge. His arms were instantly frozen by ice crystals. The blood flow in his body also became very slow. My hands, Li Chuang's face was filled with fear. The curiosity kept moving from his palms to his wrists until his arms were slowly covered by a layer of ice crystals. Jiangchen's countenance fell. He quickly pulled Li Chuang to the side and used the 5-elemental divine fire to expel the cold qi from Li Chuang's body. However, even Jiangchen's 5-elemental divine fire was having a hard time. Although he managed to save Li Chuang's life, both of Li Chuang's arms had already been frozen. The scariest thing was that both of his arms had already been frozen into popsicles. Everyone was shocked and no one dared to touch the chains on the iron chain bridge anymore. Being able to stay alive is already the best I can do. Jiangchen shook his head and said. Li Chuang had lost both of his arms and was no doubt a cripple. Who could withstand such a blow to a half-step hierarch expert? No, it's impossible, Li Chuang let out a heart-wrenching roar. He couldn't believe that the terrifying cold qi had entered his body in an instant. If it wasn't for Jiangchen, he would probably be dead by now. But to him, living was more painful than death. Regrowing a severed arm would require him to become an Emperor Realm expert. Only then would he have the ability to do so. Xingbing felt a lingering fear and swallowed his saliva. He also sympathized with Li Chuang, but there was nothing he could do. Both of his arms had been completely corroded by the cold air. No matter how strong an expert was, there was nothing he could do. After crossing the iron chain bridge, there was no end in sight. It was still the same kind of mountain ridge with iron chains. No one knew how dangerous it was, but it was already extremely difficult for Li Chuang. You stay here. Wait for us to come back, then we'll go out together. Yang Shiquan said. To them, Li Chuang was a burden. Moreover, he might not be able to protect himself anymore. This was the best choice. All right. Li Chuang gritted his teeth and said. He knew that he had no other choice. Although he felt like he was being abandoned, he would be closer to death if he continued on. Jiangchen silently looked at this scene. They just entered the great sovereign's tomb and such a thing happened. It was really depressing. At this moment, a sudden scream was heard. What followed was a black swarm of bats flying across the void. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, countless bats fluttered in the sky, and everyone's expression was ugly to the extreme. That scene made one's scalp tingle. Bloodthirsty ghost bats. Damn it. Why did we encounter these things? Qi Haifei said in a trembling voice. These bloodthirsty ghost bats weren't very big, they were only the size of a palm. They were similar to the snow domain demon spirits, they were social animals. Furthermore, every time they moved out, there would be tens of thousands of them. They only had one goal, and that was to suck blood. Once they clenched their fists, they would definitely suck all the blood. I'd rather meet 10 Hierarch Realm snow domain demon spirits than see this thing. Are these fellas really that terrifying? Xianxia asked. Let's retreat if we really can't do it. Chi Haifei actually had the intention to retreat. However, if they retreated now, it was very likely that they would have to face a situation that might not be better than the current situation. Fight with all you've got. These bloodthirsty ghost bats are not that powerful. The most powerful ones are only late divine kings at most. Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. They had to fight with their lives on the line. Bloodthirsty ghost bats? Are they really that powerful? Xianxia frowned. However, even ants could bite an elephant to death. Hundreds of thousands of divine kings and god realm bloodthirsty ghost bats were also a terrifying force. No one dared to underestimate them. They're here. They're all here. Prepare to fight to the death. Xianxia became more and more serious. At this moment, there was no way out, he could only face the difficulties head-on. There were actually so many bloodthirsty ghost bats in this damned place, these guys didn't move, but once they moved, there would be tens of thousands of them. Everywhere they passed, not even a blade of grass would grow, and all living things would be in misery and suffering. You must survive. Xianxia glanced at Xingbing. Xingbing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. She nodded heavily. No one cared about Li Chuang anymore. His expression was extremely terrible. Hundreds of thousands of bloodthirsty ghost bats. It was a terrifying force. Who dared to fight? In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of bloodthirsty ghost bats had already rushed over. The humming sounds caused one's hair to stand on end, making one's hair stand on end. Am I really going to die? Li Chuang knew that no one could protect him at this time. He could only rely on his own ability and leave his life to fate. Xianxia frowned. If there were only a few bloodthirsty ghost bats, it would still be manageable. However, there were hundreds of thousands of bloodthirsty ghost bats. They were so powerful that even he could not say that he could deal with them. All of them were instantly devoured by the bloodthirsty ghost bats. In such a desperate situation, none of them dared to be careless. This was especially true for Xianxia, because apart from that, he could also sense another soul force. It's him? Xianxia's heart sank. Wherever his soul passed, he found heaven defying Huang. I'll let you have a taste of these bloodthirsty ghost bats. Unless you're a divine emperor expert, you won't be able to escape even if there are 10 hierarch experts. Du Tianhuang coldly snorted, turned around, and left. Those terrifying bloodthirsty ghost bats were caused by him, and he had purposely lured them to obstruct Xianxia's group. His goal was naturally to capture all of them in one fell swoop. Back then, Du Tianhuang had never thought that a friendly invitation from the second palace master would lead to his success. He had never thought that this tomb of the great sovereign would have such a great background. If the second palace master knew about it, he would definitely risk his life to come here. Unfortunately, he didn't know about it and didn't put it in his heart. Now, as long as he could obtain the inheritance of the great sovereign, he would be able to achieve great things. Second palace master, I'm afraid that even you have never thought that this tomb of the great sovereign would belong to one of the top great sovereigns in the northern cold divine region. Ha ha ha, otherwise, why would you be willing to give me this lamb that is already in your mouth? Du Tianhuang sneered, turned around and left. Let them enjoy the bloodthirsty ghost bats. Damned fella. Xianxia's heart was incomparably solemn. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and the sword chi swept across the place. It was bloodthirsty and unstoppable. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already been defeated. However, Xianxia's sword was incomparably terrifying. Every strike of his sword could kill dozens of bloodthirsty ghost bats. Compared to the others, Xianxia was considered relatively calm. Even Xianxia and Chi Haifei weren't as relaxed as he was right now. However, that was only relative. Xianxia unleashed his sword chi and charged forward with unstoppable momentum. His sword chi was shocking and deadly. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xianxia had killed thousands of bloodthirsty ghost bats. On the other side, Xingbing and Li Chuang had finally reached the end. Shen Kuan's eyes were filled with tears, but he could not move an inch. Facing the endless number of bloodthirsty ghost bats, they could only barely protect themselves. The pungent smell of blood filled the surrounding space. Xingbing and Li Chuang had instead attracted more bloodthirsty ghost bats. At this moment, there was a feeling of rain falling on a roof. With so many bloodthirsty ghost bats, even Qi Haifei and Yang Shiquan would find it hard to protect themselves. Second brother. Shen Kuan wanted to break through the surrounding bloodthirsty ghost bats to save Xingbing, but the surrounding bloodthirsty ghost bats did not give him the chance. Other than Jiang Chen, the three of them had also suffered some injuries. Hierarch realm experts were no exception. 5 elemental trigram fire formation, it's up to you now. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and used the 5 elemental trigram fire to cast a large formation. It constantly expanded and forced back the surrounding bloodthirsty ghost bats. In the end, it enveloped Yang Shiquan, Qi Haifei, and Shen Kuan. The three of them could finally breathe, but Jiang Chen's face was extremely ugly. Although the 5 elemental trigram fire formation was extremely oppressive to the bloodthirsty ghost bats, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to repel hundreds of thousands of bloodthirsty ghost bats. You guys go first, I'll cover you guys. Jiang Chen controlled the 5 elemental trigram fire formation and kept moving forward. The bloodthirsty ghost bats' continuous attacks made Jiang Chen's 5 elemental trigram fire formation feel like it was about to collapse. But, can you do it? Qi Haifei was in a difficult position. After all, Jiang Chen had once saved his life. Compared to Li Chuang and Xingbing, Qi Haifei and Yang Shiquan would not easily give up on Jiang Chen unless it was a matter of life and death. I'll try my best to stop them. After you guys leave, I'll think of a way to escape. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation will not be broken for the time being. My flames are the bane of the bloodthirsty ghost bats. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He had also tried to save Xingbing and Li Chuang, but they were too weak. They could not even withstand the first wave of attacks from the bloodthirsty ghost bats. Instead, after being heavily injured by the bloodthirsty ghost bats, the smell of blood attracted more and more bloodthirsty ghost bats. Jiang Chen was powerless to save them. All right. You must come back alive. We'll wait for you at the entrance of the cave. Yang Shiquan said in a low voice, his eyes solemnly looking at Jiang Chen. All right. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He continued to move the 5 elemental trigram fire formation, sending the 3 out. However, he still had to face the attacks of countless bloodthirsty ghost bats. Karmic fire of the Red Lotus, burn for me. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus filled the air. The 100,000 bloodthirsty ghost bats were almost burned to ashes by Jiang Chen in an instant. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus was so terrifying that Jiang Chen did not want to show it in front of these people. Moreover, he had used up almost half of his strength to burn the bloodthirsty ghost bats. He needed to recover as soon as possible. Jiang Chen's eyes moved. He looked at the cold pond underground. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. He seemed to have sensed something unusual. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the bottom of the cold pond. It was even more terrifying than the cold air on the metal chains. However, there was an extremely terrifying demonic beast living in the cold pond. What a huge demonic beast. Where's Jiang Chen? Where did he go? Yang Shiquan's expression changed slightly. When they turned around to look for Jiang Chen had already disappeared. Yeah, where did Jiang Chen go? Where are the bloodthirsty ghost bats? Why are they all gone? Qi Haifei's face was full of solemnity. He exchanged a glance with Yang Shiquan, feeling a lingering fear. Jiang Chen couldn't have been eaten by those bloodthirsty ghost bats, could he? Although the possibility was very small, it did not mean that it was impossible. Shen Kuan's face was filled with pain. After all, he had just lost his loved one. However, it was a foregone conclusion and no one could change it. He could only blame himself for being weaker. A half-step hierarch expert dealing with hundreds of thousands of bloodthirsty ghost bats was simply courting death. Jiang Chen was able to stabilize the situation because of the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. Once the formation was broken, Jiang Chen's strength would not be able to do much. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to suffer such a disaster in order to save us. That's right. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would go missing after saving us from danger twice? Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei sighed. Jiang Chen had saved them twice, but this time, they were powerless and could only watch Jiang Chen disappear in front of them. The only thing we can do now is to leave first. I hope Jiang Chen can escape with his life. Qi Haifei said. It was not that they did not want to wait for Jiang Chen. If those bloodthirsty ghost bats came back, they would fall into despair again and Jiang Chen's efforts would be in vain. The three of them looked at the iron shackles under the ground, but they had already lost sight of Jiang Chen. They could only turn around and leave, heading deeper into the great sovereign's tomb. Under the cold pond, if it wasn't for the terrifying heat released by the 5-elemental divine fire, Jiang Chen would have been frozen by the cold qi. This was not something that could be described with just the word cold. This cold qi could invade one's body and freeze one's blood and vitality. It's a carp. How is this possible? Jiang Chen couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. This gigantic demon beast was just an ordinary carp, but it was able to cultivate to this level. It was really not easy. Jiang Chen had never heard of such a thing before. It didn't have any bloodline, but it was able to cultivate to this level in this cold pond. The most terrifying thing was that it could grow to such a gigantic size. Jiang Chen was speechless. A middle hierarch realm. Such strength was definitely not weaker than Yang Shiquan or Qi Haifei. The world is big and full of strange things. It's like a fairy tale. I have never seen such a carp in my inherited memory. Isn't this the most ordinary carp? At that moment, even the fire Qilin was shocked. Although he had broken through to the hierarch realm, he did not dare to show himself. The cold lake was a place of death for him. He did not even dare to fight against an early hierarch realm giant carp. Both of them countered each other, causing his thoughts of fighting against this demonic beast to be nipped in the bud. That's right. However, I think this fella is not simple. How can it be a simple demonic beast to survive in the cold lake of the great emperor's tomb for so many years? Jiang Chen shook his head and said. He was fully prepared to have a great battle with this giant carp because there was something in the giant carp's body that Jiang Chen desperately wanted. As for what it was, he couldn't explain it. I think you're taking too much of a risk. This fella is not easy to deal with. It's a middle hierarch realm. Although you can choose to fight with your life, this is its territory. Are you sure you can defeat it? You haven't even figured out its background. Aren't you a little too anxious? The fire Qilin's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. However, he did not want to miss the opportunity. The thing in the beast's body must be something he wanted. Despicable human. How dare you enter the great emperor's tomb and try to obtain the emperor's inheritance? Your sins are unforgivable. An extremely deep voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen's body shook and he escaped from the cold lake. At that moment, the carp swung its tail and the cold lake water rose a few hundred zhang high. Water splashed everywhere. Jiang Chen quickly retreated as the terrifying wave almost injured him. After stabilizing his body, Jiang Chen looked at the giant carp beast with lingering fear. If it was an ordinary hierarch realm expert, he would have been killed. Even Jiang Chen was almost killed. What a frightening fellow. I didn't expect that before I could find fault with you, you would make things difficult for me and cause trouble for me first. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and sneered. Entering the great emperor's tomb without permission. You want to obtain the great emperor's inheritance and become the northern cold divine region's peerless emperor. However, you're too weak. Humph, you're dreaming if you want to obtain the great emperor's inheritance. The giant carp beast spoke in human language. It spat out the cold lake water with cold air lingering around it. Jiang Chen's eyes were like fire as he dispelled the cold air. You're just an ordinary carp. Do you really think you can strut around in front of me? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen snorted disdainfully and looked at the giant carp with disdain. His eyes were filled with disdain, he just wanted to piss off this arrogant and self-righteous fellow. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, so what? Vermilion bird, black tortoise, so what? I'm an ice cloud carp raised by the great sovereign. Every day, I listen to the great sovereign's voice and comprehend the Tao of the great sovereign. Gradually, I became a great cultivator. Even those divine beasts might not have the opportunity like me to listen to the Tao of the great sovereign. It's a great fortune. Even if you cultivate for thousands of years, you might not be able to have my Tao accumulation. Listening to the Tao accumulation of the great sovereign, my physique has changed a long time ago. Even if I was the most ordinary carp in the past, I'm now an existence that divine beasts worship. The ice cloud carp said proudly. Xianxia was secretly shocked. Even an ordinary carp by the side of a great sovereign could become so terrifying. Looks like this great sovereign is really terrifying. So what? Aren't you still a rotten fish or a rotten shrimp? Haha, if the great emperor was really capable, he would have made you a great emperor long ago. I thought it was some great emperor. Defeating the northern cold ancient emperor in 3 years? Sigh. Xianxia sighed. You're not allowed to insult the 9 prefectures' ancient emperor. The fins of the frozen cloud carp moved slightly, and the water of the frigid pond surged. Xianxia could also feel that the frozen cloud carp had completely locked onto him. The anger that filled the air had already caused his mind to tremble. 9 prefectures' ancient emperor? 9 prefectures' ancient emperor is the name of this ancient emperor? Don't even think about getting information out of me. The 9 states ancient emperor is the 9 states ancient emperor. What does it have to do with you? The frozen cloud carp was very smart. It did not reveal the name of the ancient emperor as Xianxia expected. This 9 states ancient emperor might be the ancestor that I've been searching for. Because, I'm also from the 9 states immortal world. Xianxia said solemnly. You're also from the 9 states immortal world? I can also say that I'm from the 9 states immortal world. I'm a carp of the 9 states immortal world. I followed the great emperor and rose rapidly. That's how I managed to gain a foothold in the divine world. How do you know if I'm telling the truth or not? The frozen cloud carp sneered. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Did this fella have to be so smart? It could even do the opposite, listen to the great emperor's Tao essence and cultivate. It's too abnormal. Sigh, you don't believe me in the end? Then I can only solve the problem with my fists. Xianxia said with a sigh. He didn't want to fight this fella. According to the fire Qilin, his 5 elemental divine fire was completely suppressed by it. Even the karmic fire of the red lotus wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand against it. However, this ice cloud carp was too smart. No matter what he said, it wouldn't fall for it. You have to think this through, Xianxia. This fella is a mid-hierarch. It's too dangerous to fight it. Moreover, this is its territory. Once it dives into the bottom of the cold pond, you won't be able to do anything to it. The fire Qilin did not forget to advise Xianxia. However, at this moment, Xianxia still decided to fight. At least, he had to understand this fella's background and how strong it was. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one win 100 battles. If I want the thing in its stomach, I have to fight. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders fearlessly. In a situation where the 5 elemental divine fires were all suppressed, it would not be easy for him to defeat this fellow with his absolute strength. However, Xianxia had the array formation. Once the array formation changed, he was confident that he could trap and kill this fellow. Despicable human, get out of here. Otherwise, I will eat you, even though I am a vegetarian. The frozen cloud carp said in a low voice. Its incomparably large body ceaselessly slapped the water on the surface of the cold pond, as if it was declaring its sovereignty and dignity to Xianxia, telling him to quickly retreat. Oh? You're actually a herbivorous carp. It seems that if I were to kill you, it would seem that I'm not benevolent. Xianxia smiled. You want to kill me? What a joke. Little divine king, do you really think you're invincible? Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for being impolite. The frozen cloud carp obviously did not want to be enemies with Xianxia, but Xianxia wanted the thing on its body. There was no way out between the two of them. In the no beginning formation, there's a set of extremely strong beast trapping formation. Looks like I'll have to put it to good use today. Xianxia squinted his eyes and was ready to fight at any time. Xianxia did not hesitate at all. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and drew out the sword. The sword chi was terrifying. Rays of cold sword chi streaked across the scales of the frozen cloud carp. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The frozen cloud carp jumped up and down like a fish leaping through the dragon's gate. A dreadful airwave rolled up and rippled endlessly like an ice sword, shooting towards Xianxia. Xianxia dared not to be careless. After all, it was a middle hierarch realm demonic beast. Even if he had used the dragon transformation, he still dared not underestimate it. How could a carp that had been listening to the Tao essence of a great emperor for thousands of years be ordinary? Fish dragon spitting water. The frozen cloud carp spurted out water from its mouth, and the water droplets turned into swords. Countless sword shadows surrounded Xianxia's surroundings. Xianxia retreated while fighting, because he had something more important to do, and that was to set up a formation. This formation was similar to the Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation, and it was extremely terrifying. It was evolved from the No Beginning formation, and it had a miraculous effect when dealing with demon beasts. 33 divine burying flags were continuously released by Xianxia and intertwined with the frozen cloud carp. Xianxia pretended to be weak and kept retreating. He continued to set up the formation as he fought. 33 divine burying flags landed in the air. All of them were origin divine weapons. In addition to the storm hammer and meteor hammer, together with the great Yu soul forming light, the formation was finally completed. Black tornadoes rolled up and the space around Xianxia seemed to be frozen in place. Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation. In an instant, the space of 1,000 meters around the frozen cloud carp was completely sealed by Xianxia. The Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation was completed. 33 divine burying flags and the formation I, the great Yu soul forming light, were gathered together. It was extremely powerful and it was very effective in trapping demonic beasts. You can't stop me. The frozen cloud carp's deep voice reverberated. It attacked the Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation again and again. However, the result was the same. It was useless. No matter how hard it attacked, it still couldn't break through the formation. 36 chilling black winds pierced through the void, sweeping across the land. The ice cloud carp situation within the Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation was getting more and more difficult. It could barely move an inch, and its gigantic body was stuck in a dilemma. Xianxia's Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation had perfectly trapped it within. Damn human, you're too despicable. The frozen cloud carp's angry voice shook the cold pond. Xianxia stood proudly. The Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation that was formed by 36 origin divine weapons couldn't trap it. Why? You can't beat me, so you're saying that I'm despicable? If you can beat me, then beat me. If you can't beat me, then scold me. A demonic beast like you has a temperament. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed and said. The frozen cloud carp's vitality was constantly being suppressed while being trapped in the Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation. The dark energy of the divine burying flag made it hard for it to breathe. If this goes on, it would definitely be devoured by the formation. What do you want? The frozen cloud carp knew that there must be a reason why this human wanted to deal with it. Otherwise, it wouldn't attack unless it was attacked. It was at the bottom of the cold pond. If it didn't have absolute confidence, fighting a mid-hierarch realm demonic beast like it was no different from seeking death. You're pretty smart. Not bad. It's useless even if I kill you. I want the thing in your stomach. Xianxia went straight to the point. He did not hold back and pointed at the frozen cloud carp's weakness. No. The glacial cloud carp said in a deep voice, its tone firm and decisive. Obviously, the thing in its stomach was extremely important to it. Then I can only kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Do you think that you can escape from my palm? You can only do this if you can't even deal with the formation, right? Do you still think that you can escape? The ice cloud carp clenched its teeth and said, but it was speechless. It understood the logic of the winner taking all. Now that it was in someone's hands, it was like a fish on the chopping block. It had no choice but to give in. you have to promise me one thing. Otherwise, I would rather die than give it to you. Speak. Xianxia said. Inside my body, my brother Bai is cultivating. At this crucial moment, I must not disturb his cultivation. Otherwise, everything will be for naught. I can give you the Dragon Ball, but you cannot touch my brother Bai. The ice cloud carp said in a deep voice. Dragon Ball? Xianxia's eyes brightened. No wonder he felt that the thing inside the ice cloud carp's body was so attractive to him. So it was the Dragon Ball. However, he didn't realize that there was someone cultivating inside the ice cloud carp's body. Are you telling the truth? Xianxia frowned. Of course. Of course, you can choose to kill me, but you won't know anything about the great emperor's tomb. The ice cloud carp raised its head and said. Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart. This fella sure knew how to threaten people. It knew that he was very concerned about the identity of the great emperor in the tomb, so it used this as a threat. How would I know that you're not waiting for your brother Bai to save you? Xianxia sneered. Even he didn't realize that there was someone cultivating inside the carp's body. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Xianxia wouldn't believe this fella so easily. To be able to listen to the great emperor's 1,000 years of Tao, how could it be an ordinary person? Why are you so unreasonable? I was just discussing with you, why are you so stubborn? Do you really think that I'll go back on my words? The ice cloud carp said anxiously. Trust yourself instead of others. Since you won't give me the Dragon Ball, then I can only do it myself. Xianxia said firmly. He was afraid that something might happen if he delayed. At this moment, he could only use this method. Since you won't give me the Dragon Ball, then I can only burn your millions of years of cultivation. Xianxia said lung. Damn it. Damned human, I'll kill you. The ice cloud carp wanted to break through the formation, but every time it tried to do so, it would only worsen its current injuries. After so many attempts, Xianxia could sense the ice cloud carp's anxiety. Could it be that it really had some sort of trouble that it couldn't speak of? Buzz, 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 Xianxia furrowed his brows. There was actually a sound of swords ringing in the surroundings. A terrifying sword chi started to shoot out from the bottom of the cold pond. Rays of light blossomed, and the cold pond completely turned into a sky blue color. The blue sword images reverberated around the formation, constantly attacking Xianxia's Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation. What terrifying sword chi! Xianxia's expression froze. Rays of sword chi flew out from the bottom of the cold pond with endless melodious sounds, as if it was going to break through the shackles. The surrounding stone walls were all cut by the sword chi. Stones rolled down, but the sword chi was still buzzing. Every time the sword image fell, there would be stones that would be smashed into powder. Dust flew everywhere and fell into the cold pond. Xianxia's eyes were like torches. He held the heavenly dragon sword with both of his hands and supported himself with his feet. The sword chi rippled, and the water of the cold pond was constantly evaporated by the sword chi. However, Xianxia's Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation was still as stable as a mountain. After all, it was made up of 36 primordial divine tools. Even the great Yu soul-forming light could not be described as a primordial divine tool anymore. Its function was the core of the formation, and it controlled the overall situation of the demon ceiling formation. No matter how the sword rain fell from all directions, the demon ceiling formation was still as stable as a mountain. All of a sudden, 7 extremely terrifying sword lights flew out from the Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation like a 7-colored rainbow. Xianxia's eyes lit up. With a thought, he pointed his finger lightly, and the sword chi flew out. The 7 unstoppable sword lights pierced through the demon ceiling formation and were resolved by Xianxia just like that. Sword, come. A low voice was heard. A white-cloaked figure flew out from the mouth of the icy cloud carp. The figure's clothes were whiter than snow, and his long hair was flowing in the wind. The figure's heart moved with the sword, and the sword chi was crisscrossing. The figure descended from the sky and pointed directly at Xianxia. Brother Bai. The icy cloud carp's eyes lit up, and it exclaimed in surprise. In its eyes, Brother Bai was the most powerful person in the world. He was no different from the ancient emperor of the northern Liang in the past. Although the current him was far from the ancient emperor of the northern Liang, it firmly believed that one day, Brother Bai would become the person that it looked up to above the ancient emperor of the northern Liang. 7 sword lights once again shot out from the white-clothed youth's hands. His aura had already reached the peak. Early hierarch realm, the white-clothed youth's sword lights were very short, but they could pierce through the void. His sword chi was also very long, and it could kill without leaving a trace. Xianxia and the white-clothed youth exchanged blows again and again. Every time they brushed past each other, the sword shadows blurring. The icy cloud carp was dazzled. Xianxia was only a divine king. What did he have to fight Brother Bai so evenly? If it was not trapped in this formation, it would definitely be able to kill Brother Bai with the help of Brother Bai. The icy cloud carp gritted its teeth in anger, but it could do nothing. It could only silently cheer for Brother Bai. Brother Bai, you will definitely win. Brother Bai, defeat him. Brother Bai, you are the strongest person in the world. Again and again, Xianxia and the white-clothed young man brushed past each other, pushing his sword energy to its peak. But in the end, the white-clothed young man still couldn't break through Xianxia's sword energy. His sword energy was melodious and firm, but Xianxia's sword energy was firm and soft, it was easy to deal with. Emotionless sword will. The white-clothed youth's sword swam like a swan. As his sword rose, the startling sword will appeared out of nowhere. At that moment, the white-clothed youth's pupils constricted. His sword aura surged violently, as though he was in a life-and-death battle. 8th sword. 9th sword. Xianxia used 2 swords consecutively. The 8th sword rose, but the 9th sword missed. The two crossed each other, their after-images dissipating. The white-clothed youth's sword broke soundlessly. On his shoulder, a strand of hair had long been cut off. The icy cloud carp's breath stagnated. It did not expect Brother Bai to be defeated. Brother Bai was an early hierarch realm expert, while that guy was only a peak late divine king realm expert. It was unbelievable. In its eyes, Brother Bai was invincible. Although it lost, it was because Xianxia's demon sealing formation restrained it. But Brother Bai's swordsmanship was exquisite, and it even vaguely had the elegance of the northern Liang emperor. How could he lose? Although it was unwilling to admit it, Brother Bai still lost. It could even see the endless sorrow in Brother Bai's eyes. Brother Bai. I thought I could defeat you easily as an hierarch, but I was wrong. I'm not your match after all. The white-clothed youth said with a bitter smile. His face was filled with bitterness, but his heart was filled with endless loneliness and failure. Your sword is fast enough. Even a middle hierarch might not be able to defeat you. Xianxia said. But I still lost to you. The white-clothed youth shook his head and sighed. I'm just a divine king. I shouldn't be your target. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. If I don't surpass you, I won't be able to get rid of the pressure in my heart even if I become a great emperor. You're my lifelong friend, but also my lifelong enemy. The white-clothed youth shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He was Jiangchen's enemy and friend in the Linhe boundary, the white-clothed sword god Shuiliang. Don't kill Brother Bai. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. The ice cloud carp roared and kept attacking the Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon sealing formation. It seemed like it was trying to break free as it was afraid that Jiangchen would hurt its Brother Bai. It is? Jiangchen smiled, a hint of playfulness could be seen in his eyes. It's quite a coincidence. When I entered this tomb by mistake, I was trapped here and was almost devoured by the bloodthirsty ghost bat. When my life was hanging by a thread, she saved me and opened up a path of cultivation for me. Although it was just a simple explanation, her understanding of sword skills was very beneficial. She listened to the Tao essence of the great ancient emperor for 1,000 years and benefited a lot. The legendary Northern Liang ancient emperor is peerless. I really admire him. Shuiliang looked back and saw the huge ice cloud carp trapped in the demon sealing formation by Jiangchen. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Without the ice cloud carp, he would have died long ago. Looks like you're quite lucky. The emotionless sword principle can't help me complete my transformation. When can the emotionless sword principle reach the profound realm? Maybe then I can compete with you. Shuiliang said sternly. If he wanted to defeat Jiangchen, he had to break through the emotionless sword principle. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia dispelled the Heavenly Dipper 8 trigrams demon sealing formation, and the ice cloud carp broke free in an instant, transforming into an icy blue phantom. Her long skirt fluttered in the wind, and her long black hair flowed down like a waterfall. Her eyes were like mirrors, and her face was like a flower. Her figure was graceful, and she was agile and ethereal, like a fairy of the 100 spirits. Xianxia was also shocked. He took a glance at the ice cloud carp. He didn't expect this ice cloud carp to be so beautiful. Perhaps only Yan Qingqing could compete with it. Why do people cultivate? What was longevity for? What was the point of becoming stronger? The Tao of emotionlessness isn't suitable for you, nor is it suitable for anyone to cultivate. Being emotionless and heartless is already a beast, so how is it related to humans at all? From the moment she called you Big Brother Bai, your eyes were filled with emotions. Are you sure you can cultivate the emotionless sword way? Xianxia said with a smile. The reason why we cultivate is to protect the people we want to protect, be it family members or lovers. The reason why humans are called humans is because there are emotions in the world. If you want to do the opposite, it's destined to be difficult to unify the world, and you might even go astray. When you wake up, perhaps your Tao of emotionlessness will be to kill the people you love the most. It's impossible to cut off your emotions and love. As a friend, I don't want to see you walking into the abyss step by step. Xianxia finished his words. Shuiliang's expression became a little confused. Is it really impossible to walk the emotionless sword way? When he looked at Ice Cloud, she was running towards him like a lark. She stepped on the cold pond, her body was as light as a swallow, and her smile was as beautiful as a flower. Am I really wrong? Shuiliang kept asking himself in his heart. Xianxia's words were like the morning bell and evening drum, reverberating in his heart over and over again, enlightening him. Brother Bai, do you know each other? Ice Cloud said in surprise. She was very smart. She could see the relationship between Xianxia and her brother Bai at a glance. Perhaps they were not mortal enemies. He is my friend, Xianxia. Shuiliang said. Hello, my name is Ice Cloud. Ice Cloud's face turned slightly red. She stuck out her pink tongue and hid beside Shuiliang, as obedient as a little girl next door. Shuiliang knew that his emotionless sword way was full of danger and madness. This was destined to be a road of no return. Once he went on, he would definitely hurt others and himself. In the end, when he achieved the emotionless sword way, it might be beyond recognition. Would he still be himself, and would Ice Cloud still follow him as usual? He didn't like to be followed by others. He was used to being alone. But could he really let her stay here alone? He didn't know what to do. Perhaps this was the reason why he couldn't get rid of the emotionless sword way. His emotionless sword way couldn't cut off his emotions. He still couldn't compete with Xianxia. Even if he was in the Divine King realm, he still wasn't a match for him. Shuiliang took a deep breath. Emotionless sword way, did he really have to give up? Turning around, he looked at Ice Cloud's hopeful and curious eyes. Shuiliang's heart could no longer cut off his emotions. Let me take you to the tomb of the great emperor. Ice Cloud's words made Xianxia and Shuiliang's expressions change. Their faces were extremely solemn. Previously, Shuiliang wanted to go to the tomb of the great emperor, but Ice Cloud rejected him time and time again. She knew Shuiliang's desire for the tomb of the great emperor. He longed to become stronger and to become a peerless expert like the Northern Liang ancient emperor. However, the difficulties and dangers were not known to outsiders. Only she knew how terrifying the tomb of the great emperor was. Back then, Brother Bai wanted to enter more than once, but she stopped him every time. Otherwise, even with their strength, they couldn't overcome the dangers in the tomb of the great emperor. Even a divine emperor expert could perish in the tomb of the great emperor if he wasn't careful. Now that his old friend had reappeared, it must have stimulated the desire in the depths of his heart. Brother Bai was originally a star in the sky, he absolutely couldn't fail. However, after this battle, Ice Cloud could see that Brother Bai was even more uncomfortable. Because he had lost to Xianxia. Although he didn't say it out loud, he must be feeling terrible. If Brother Bai wanted to become stronger, he had to take this step. Since both of them had the same intention, she could only do this. Because she knew that she could no longer stop Brother Bai from searching for the inheritance of the Northern Liang ancient emperor. Do you know who left behind the great emperor's tomb? Could it be that he really came from the 9 regions immortal world? Jiangchen looked at Ice Cloud and asked. Ice Cloud nodded silently. At that moment, Jiangchen's heart became heavy again. The ancient great emperor, the peak of the Northern Liang ancient emperor, who defeated all his enemies in 3 years, was actually from the 9 regions immortal world. Can you find the remains of the great emperor in the tomb? Jiangchen looked at Bing Yan and asked in surprise. Bing Yan shook her head and said, there are countless formations in the tomb. There are countless formations in the great emperor's tomb, and each of them is extremely dangerous. I'm just an ice-tailed carp in the lotus pond beside the great emperor. The great emperor thought that I was intelligent, so he allowed me to listen to the great emperor's Tao essence when I was cultivating. That's why I could cultivate, and also known as the great emperor. Back then, in order to prevent others from destroying the location of his tomb, the 9 provinces ancient emperor had spent a lot of effort on his tomb. The 9 provinces ancient emperor seemed to know that he didn't have long to live and began to build a tomb for himself. The great emperor of ancient times lived as long as the heavens and earth. How could he face such a calamity? The Northern Liang ancient emperor was so powerful that he could even predict his own fate. Jiangchen murmured. Even he was extremely shocked. It seemed like the legendary 9 regions ancient emperor was indeed a powerful figure. I don't know either. However, the tomb of the 9 prefectures ancient emperor isn't an easy place to barge into. All I know is that this is a place where dragons gather. The 9 prefectures ancient emperor used the dragon chi of this place to sustain his universal directional 8 desolation formation. That was the only way to ensure that the tomb of the 9 prefectures ancient emperor would never die. The universal octopus formation is set up outside the great emperor's tomb's core area. We're only at the periphery of the tomb, but it's already extremely dangerous. It's impossible for ordinary people below the hierarch realm to enter. Bing Yan continued to say and immediately looked at Jiangchen. Jiangchen might be a miraculous accident. A peak divine king could actually defeat Brother Bai. It's really terrifying. Universal 8 directions formation? Using dragon chi to maintain the formation and never die. It's really a big deal. I can't bear it without seeing this formation. Jiangchen murmured to himself. The universal 8 directions formation had never appeared in the no beginning formation. Obviously, it was not a simple formation. As for me, I can only bring you to the periphery of the tomb of the great emperor. However, I hope that Brother Bai and the rest of you can guarantee your respect for the ancient emperor of the 9 provinces, and not destroy this place. The Jiuzhou ancient emperor is a good person. I can achieve what I have today because of the great emperor's Tao accumulation. Otherwise, I would just be an ice-tailed carp in a lotus pond. Bing Yun looked at Jiangchen and her big brother Bai with a pleading expression. Don't worry. We just want to obtain the inheritance of the great emperor. If we can obtain a trace of the Taoist connotation of the 9 prefectures ancient emperor, we will be extremely lucky. Jiangchen smiled. That's good. Brother Bai, you have to promise me that you won't barge into the tomb of the great sovereign. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Bing Yun reminded him again and again. The great emperor's tomb is comparable to a tiger's den or a dragon's pool. Jiangchen thought in his heart. Although Bing Yun did not continue to speak, he understood that there was a hidden meaning in her words. She was telling them not to be impatient, because even she herself was not sure how dangerous it would be. Enter my stomach. I will transform into my original form and swim with you. It will save us a lot of trouble. Shui Liang and Jiangchen entered Bing Yun's stomach. Bing Yun swam quickly in the cold pond. The entire underground cold pond was full of twists and turns. Jiangchen and Shui Liang were shocked. How powerful was it to create such a terrifying underground tomb? Moreover, it was like a palace, extremely majestic. Standing above the cold pond, it had the meaning of thousands of palaces in the water. 9 white jade stone pillars soared into the sky and stood in the middle of the 2 sides. 9 stone paths appeared around the stone pillars, like dragons and tigers. In front of the tomb, it was simple and unadorned. The 2 blue stone doors were filled with ancient Tao. There was not a single word carved on it, but it showed the majesty of the heavens and earth. In front of the door, there were no carvings or tomb keepers. There was only a stone platform. On the stone platform, there was nothing special. There were sword marks on it. It was as if every sword mark was filled with killing intent. The tomb of the great sovereign, I finally found you. The third elder said excitedly. His eyes were fixed on the huge bluestone door. The 9-dragon jade pillar spiraled in the air, exuding a majestic aura. What a terrifying sword platform. The third elder's face was solemn. He silently stared at the sword platform in front of the bluestone door. On the sword platform, there was only the opening of a scabbard. However, it seemed as if countless swords had pierced through it. The remaining might of the sword platform was full of sword chi. Third elder, what's so special about this sword platform? Isn't it just a stone platform? Yeah, it looks ordinary. Third elder, could it be some kind of great weapon? The people behind the third elder also had a solemn expression. They looked at the third elder in puzzlement. What do you know? Just based on the might of this sword platform, even a divine emperor realm expert wouldn't be able to have such a great weapon. Although it's not a peerless treasure, you can see how powerful and terrifying the owner of the sword platform is. The sword platform is born for the sword. Every time the sword platform and the sword are fused together, it's a tempering of the sword. Only a true expert would use the sword platform to nurture the sword. The third elder said solemnly. He was filled with fear and respect for the sword platform. Why use the sword platform to nurture the sword? Because the sword is too powerful. When the sword is unsheathed, there will be millions of corpses and blood flowing for thousands of miles. Or the sword chi is too strong. Therefore, only the sword platform can restrain the tyrannical and terrifying power of the sword. This is the origin of the sword platform. Since ancient times, there have been many sword emperors who have cultivated the sword. To be able to have such a destructive sword, this Northern Liang ancient emperor must have been a leading figure in the immemorial era. However, even after searching through countless ancient books, I still couldn't find out which peerless ancient emperor he was. The third elder shook his head. When he raised his head again, there was only the sword platform in his eyes. The preciousness of this sword platform was not inferior to a primordial origin treasure. Because this sword platform, if it was a true master craftsman, he might be able to refine 10 primordial origin treasure. This nameless sword platform deeply attracted the third elder's attention. Ha ha ha, good things naturally belong to those who are capable. Third elder, how have you been? A hearty laughter reverberated in the surrounding void. The third elder suddenly turned his head. Do Tian Huang? It's you. The third elder's pupils shrank. He never thought that Do Tian Huang would appear here. The second housemaster asked me to come and help you, so I accepted his invitation. Do Tian Huang stood with his arms crossed and said with a faint smile. The third elder gritted his teeth and could only nod silently. This guy was not easy to deal with. The second housemaster had actually told him this news. It was really a big mistake. When he first told the second housemaster, not to mention the second housemaster, even he did not think that this would be a super terrifying tomb of the great emperor. The second housemaster's decision was really a failure. The people from the Battle God clan were really despicable. If the second housemaster knew that the tomb of the great emperor would be like this, he would probably regret it. Dadian Huang smiled as he looked at the third elder. It seemed like he was asking a question, but in reality, he was already standing on the sword platform. However, the terrifying might still made Dadian Huang feel extremely uncomfortable. Even after billions of years, the sword chi on the sword platform still couldn't be underestimated. It even made Dadian Huang have no choice but to step down from the platform. Because when he stood on the sword platform, he felt as if thousands of arrows were piercing through his heart. In Do Tian Huang's heart, he was even more fond of this sword platform. Such a treasure was only second to the natal divine sword of the ancient emperors. The third elder wanted to refuse, but he knew that if he were to fall out with Do Tian Huang, the situation would be very dangerous. Moreover, he didn't know where the others were. Although the treasure was tempting, the third elder didn't want to stand on the opposite side of Do Tian Huang. Since the second master had sent him, he naturally had to give him some face. Don't worry, third elder. I won't be greedy. Ha ha ha, I really like this sword platform. If I encounter something good, I won't compete with you. Dadian Huang said heartily. All right. Seeing that the third elder had agreed, Dadian Huang was overjoyed. He directly landed under the nameless sword platform and wanted to keep the sword platform. However, he could not lift the sword platform no matter what. Why can't I lift the sword platform? Do Tian Huang frowned as he thought to himself. As a peak mid-hierarch realm expert, there were not many things in the world that could make him frown. He could even lift a tall mountain, but he could not do anything about this sword platform. This sword platform? Is it a suspended stone? Dadian Huang's expression changed again. The suspended stone was the heaviest thing in the world. A fist-sized suspended stone could make a divine emperor realm expert helpless. Could it be a suspended stone? The third elder was also surprised. The levitating stone was known as the Great Emperor Stone, which meant that only great emperors could lift it. The levitating stone was extremely rare, and it could be used to refine the best primordial origin treasures. It was a rare divine stone in the world. You know about the suspended stone? Dadian Huang looked at the third elder and said in surprise. The levitating stone fell from the sky, and there are only a few of them in the world. Even a great emperor would scramble for them. The Northern Liang ancient emperor is too extravagant to use such a large levitating stone as a sword platform. The third elder smiled bitterly. Not to mention such a large sword platform, even a small piece of levitating stone was enough to refine a primal origin treasure. Good stuff. I can see it and touch it, but I just can't take it away. Do Tian Huang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and he was extremely depressed. He tried many times to take away the sword platform, but the outcome was the same. The sword platform didn't budge at all. Damn it, I don't want it anymore, okay? Do Tian Huang cursed. At this moment, the third elder shook his head. He did not step forward to give it a try because the result would be the same. If it really was the floating stone, he wouldn't be able to lift it up. The eyes of the inner palace disciples also lit up. The third elder and the expert from the Battle God clan couldn't move the sword platform. Although they were unwilling, they didn't try. The treasure was right in front of them, but they couldn't take it away. That feeling was so unbearable. If they weren't there, they wouldn't be able to understand it. Brother Do, take a look and see how we can enter the tomb of the great emperor. Although I'm not proficient in spirit arrays, I can see that there's a great array at the entrance. I'm afraid it won't be easy to enter. The third elder looked at Do Tian Huang and said. There's indeed an extremely terrifying spirit array. It should be very difficult to break it by force. Do Tian Huang frowned, quietly watching the bluestone door. The 9-dragon jade pillar was also the essence of this formation. The foundation of the formation was located there. The 9 stone paths were also arranged in a strange way, which made people unable to find any clues in a short period of time. Even the Battle God clan, who was famous for their formations, had to do it step by step to break the formation. Third elder. At this moment, 3 figures appeared in front of the door. They were Yang Shiquan, Qi Haifei, and Xingkuan. The 3 of them had experienced a lot of hardships and finally broke through the layers of barriers to reach this place. They couldn't help sighing in their hearts when they saw the third elder. You guys are here too. Third elder's eyes lit up and he was naturally very cheerful. Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei were both great helpers to him. With the 2 of them, even if he had to fall out with Heaven Huang, he was not afraid at all. Do Tian Huang sneered in his heart. He didn't expect them to be able to escape. He initially thought that the bloodthirsty ghost bats would suck their blood clean, but they still managed to escape. It's not easy to weaken the strength of the Tongxian mansion. As expected of one of the 4 great divine mansions of the northern cold divine region. It seems like I have underestimated the ability of the people of the Tongxian mansion. Apart from the 3 of us, Xingbing, Li Chuang, and Jiang Chen, all of them are in danger. Qi Haifei couldn't help sighing. He blamed himself for the 3's deaths. They were his teachers after all, but they couldn't save the 3 of them in the face of death. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen sacrificing his life for the 3 of them, they would have most likely died. This isn't a game. Life and death are up to fate. Being able to survive is a testament to your ability. The third elder said quietly, as if he had already expected this to happen. Third Elder. Qianrenji, Yu Zhangji, Huang Bai, and Shangguan Yanyun had also rushed over. There were only 4 of them. The 4 of them were also in a miserable state. They weren't any better than Qi Haifei and the rest. It was obvious that they were in a dangerous situation. You guys are here too. I'm relieved. Looking at Shangguan Yanyun, Qianrenji, and the other 2 hierarch inner palace disciples, the third elder's smile became brighter. Unlike Qianrenji and the others, he was mentally prepared and knew that it would be a tough battle. To him, those disciples who had not reached the hierarch realm were just like cannon fodder. They were not qualified to enter the final stage. It was already very difficult for them to survive. Jiangchen, where's Jiangchen? Qianrenji's pupils shrunk as she looked at Qi Haifei. Jiangchen might be dead. Qi Haifei felt extremely guilty. Jiangchen had saved his life at the most crucial moment. However, he failed to give Jiangchen peace at the most crucial moment. He felt extremely depressed because of the blame in his heart. What? Qianrenji looked at Qi Haifei in disbelief. She knew Jiangchen's strength. Even if he wasn't as strong as Qi Haifei, he should be able to protect himself. Even Yu Zhangji survived. How could Jiangchen die in the great emperor's tomb? How is this possible? Qianrenji murmured. She was extremely sad. She was sad that she could not make Ziqing Tian feel at ease and take good care of such a peerless genius. The #1 expert of the outer mansion, an invincible newcomer who became the new star with the most potential in the entire Tongxian mansion's outer mansion. However, he died here. Qianrenji blamed herself. We owe Jiangchen a debt of gratitude. If we can save him, we will definitely not stand by and do nothing. However, the danger in the tomb of the great sovereign is truly unimaginable. It's already a narrow escape for us to come this far. Everyone could be eliminated, including you and me. Yang Shiquan said quietly. His worries were reasonable and unexpected. Jiangchen had saved them, but sacrificed himself. This was something that no one had expected to happen. Alright, since we are all here, we should think about how to enter the great emperor's tomb. We were just at the periphery before, but now, we must enter the tomb. Brother Dou, there are many people in Tongxian Mansion. If there's a need, just let us know. We will do our best to break the formation. The third elder said. Alright. Dou Tianhuang did not say anything else. After all, the current situation was not good. There were more than 5 mid-Divine King realm experts and 3 early Hierarch realm experts gathered in Tongxian Mansion. This force should not be underestimated. He could not be their enemy now. Dou Tianhuang had been observing around the Bluestone Door for 3 days and 3 nights. He knew the 9-dragon jade pillar like the back of his hand. However, he failed to break the formation 3 times. 9 dragons demon subduing formation. It's really terrifying. But where's the formation eye? Dou Tianhuang was extremely anxious. He was also eager to enter the great emperor's tomb. However, the result made him extremely annoyed. Although he did not know how to set up the 9 dragons demon subduing formation, he had seen it in the ancient books of the Battle God clan. To break it, he must find the formation eye. The 9 dragons demon subduing formation seemed simple, but it was actually a formation with 9 dragons. Even a formation master would not be able to break the 9 dragons demon subduing formation in a short time. Brother Dou, is this formation really that difficult to break? The third elder seemed to be a little impatient. After all, the treasure mountain was right in front of them, but they could not enter it. This kind of torment made them incomparably depressed. However, the third elder could not help at all. The Battle God clan had always been proficient in formations. Even if all of them joined forces, they would definitely not be able to compete with Heaven Huang. Now, they could only place their hopes on Heaven Huang. If you have the ability, you can break the formation yourself. Dou Tianhuang said indifferently. He was slightly angry in his heart. Coupled with the fact that he could not break the formation for a while, he became even angrier out of humiliation. Haha, I'm just saying. If it really doesn't work, we'll just have to force our way through. The third elder laughed dryly. This isn't an ordinary formation. Once the nine-dragon jade pillar collapses, the structure of the tomb will instantly change. Moreover, there are formations within formations. Once the nine-dragon devil subduing formation is destroyed, it's not certain that there won't be other formations appearing. Forcefully destroying it is the stupidest method, and also the worst strategy. Do you think that the ancient emperor of Northern Liang back then was not as smart as you? His ability is far from what we can match. Therefore, we can only do it step by step. We can't break it by force. Do Tianhuang frowned and said with a cold smile. After all, he was the only guarantee at this time. Once the formation was destroyed, it was likely that they would also be trapped here. All right, Brother Do. We'll just wait patiently. The third elder had no choice but to silently nod. He knew in his heart that even a formation grandmaster wouldn't be able to break through such a complex and powerful formation in a short period of time. The main thing was that he was anxious about. It's good that you know. I'll do my best to break the formation. Do Tianhuang said. He had the same thought as the third elder and the others. He knew that if he entered the tomb, the danger would be even greater. The more people there were, the more power there was. It would not be too late to fight when it came to life and death. There are quite a lot of people. It seems that we are not too late. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly as he said with a smile. Shui Liang and Bing Yin followed him. The three of them appeared in front of the bluestone door. Jiang Chen? You're still alive? Xianxia's expression changed and she was overjoyed. It was a great thing for her that Jiang Chen was still alive. At least she did not have to feel too guilty anymore. Jiang Chen was extremely talented. She did not believe that Jiang Chen would die in the tomb of a great emperor. It's really you, Jiang Chen. Qi Haifei and Yan Shiquan looked at each other and were overjoyed. It was great news that Jiang Chen was still alive. Who are the people beside you? However, at the same time, the third elder's expression became extremely gloomy because he did not know an early hierarch and a mid-hierarch beside Jiang Chen. In other words, these two people must have been brought here by Jiang Chen. This trip to the hidden treasure was top secret. Except for a few people in Tongxian Mansion, no one else knew about it. Even Do Tianhuang was only allowed to enter after negotiating with the second mansion master. However, Jiang Chen, an outer mansion disciple, dared to bring people to the hidden treasure. How could the third elder not be angry? This was his 10,000 years of effort and he coveted the great emperor's tomb. No one outside of Tongxian Mansion was qualified to enter. They are my friends. Jiang Chen frowned as he could see the third elder's unfriendly expression. Friends? Did you arrange for them to come here? This trip to the hidden treasure is our Tongxian Mansion's top secret. Do you think everyone knows about it? How dare you bring someone in without permission? You're not putting the third elder in your eyes, you're not putting the profound connection divine palace in your eyes. Yu Zhangji sneered. The third elder did not have a good impression of Jiang Chen. Moreover, he was just an outer mansion disciple. How dare he collude with outsiders to enter this place? He was digging his own grave. Who do you think you are? Do you think I, Jiang Chen, need you to tell me what to do? Jiang Chen said coldly. Don't change the topic. Just tell me, did you bring these two people here? The third elder, Lung Lung, stared at Jiang Chen. So what if I did? So what if I didn't? Are you saying that you can come to the great emperor's tomb but no one else can? Jiang Chen said coldly. Do you know who you are talking to? The third elder's prestige is unparalleled. How can you disobey him? This kind of person is really hateful. Third elder, I suggest that we expel him from Tongxian Mansion. Not only did he bring people here without permission, but he also showed no respect for his elders. This kind of person is the scum of Tongxian Mansion. How can we tolerate him? Enough. Xianxia harumphed coldly and looked at Yu Zhangji. Yu Zhangji remained silent and his face was unusually calm because the third elder was behind him. The third elder was already very angry. Jiang Chen's unruly behavior must have angered the third elder. Yu Zhangji was naturally happy to add fuel to the fire and kill him with a borrowed knife. Third elder, there might be some misunderstanding in this matter. Jiang Chen has always been with us. How could we send people here? Moreover, we were transported here by a formation. Even you couldn't reach the peak of the northern cold divine region in such a short period of time. How could they do it with their strength? Xianxia's words calmed the third elder down a little. It was true. However, it was his fault that Xianxia brought people here. No matter who these two people were, they had disrupted his plan. Let's not talk about this matter for now. However, Tongxian Mansion will not let you off easily for bringing people into the great emperor's tomb. We will decide again if you are still alive after this trip. The third elder said in a deep voice. No matter what, Xianxia was the one who brought people into the great emperor's tomb. He must not be let off easily. However, they still needed manpower now. They couldn't even enter the bluestone door. How could they talk about finding the great emperor's legacy? Xianxia sneered and snorted. Shuo Liang did not like to talk and he did not want to argue with the third elder. Bingyun quietly stood behind Shuo Liang without saying a word. No one dared to ignore a middle hierarch realm expert. Xianxia glanced at Yu Zhangji. This fella, sooner or later, will be killed in the great emperor's tomb. Do Tianhuang squinted his eyes and looked at Xianxia. This fella is really lucky. A peak divine king realm expert could still survive until now. Currently, everyone in front of the bluestone door had reached the hierarch realm. Only a divine king realm expert like him could still be so confident. Why aren't you going in? Xianxia looked at Qianrenji and the others. There is a formation in front of the bluestone door. Currently, no one can break the formation. We can only wait for the experts of the Battle God clan to break the formation. Only then can we enter. Qianrenji said. 9 dragons demon subduing formation. Xianxia saw through the formation at a glance. Even Do Tianhuang was shocked. Who was this guy? How could he see through the 9 dragon demon subduing formation at a glance? If it were not for the records in his family's ancient books, he would not have known what kind of formation this was. You also know about formations? Do Tianhuang looked at Xianxia. I know a little. Xianxia said lightly. Then let's quickly join in and help Brother Do break the formation. The sooner we break the formation, the sooner we can enter. Third elder's face lit up with joy. My strength is too low. I'm afraid I won't be able to break the formation. Third elder is probably expecting too much from me. Xianxia said faintly with a hint of disdain on his face. If you guys have the ability, why don't you break the formation yourself? Humph, you're too weak. You're just making things up. Even the experts of the Battle God clan couldn't break the formation. What can you do? Yu Zhangji said in a deep voice and looked at Xianxia with disdain. If this fella could break the formation, pigs would be able to climb trees. That's right. I don't deserve my reputation. How can I break this formation? It's better to let the experts of the Battle God clan do it. However, I hope that you won't ask me to do it. Otherwise, it will be very embarrassing. Xianxia said with a smile. He wasn't angry at all. He crossed his arms and looked at Do Tianhuang. 10 days had passed and Do Tianhuang's face was getting uglier. Because he couldn't find the eye of the 9 dragon demon array. He had no idea how to break it. Let alone 10 days, even if he had 10 years or 100 years, he might not be able to make any progress. Although he had some understanding of the 9 dragon demon array, he didn't know where the formation was. If he couldn't find the eye of the formation, all his efforts would be in vain. Finally, Do Tianhuang shook his head and gave up. This wasn't a problem of wasting time. The 9 dragon demon array was completely different from the ancient formations that he had seen before. Right now, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. Even if he was given time, he wouldn't be able to break the formation. I can't break this formation. Do Tianhuang's countenance became extremely ugly. To him, these words were extremely ironic. The Battle God clan was known as a clan that specialized in formations and he was one of the strongest experts of the Battle God clan. Even so, he was unable to break the formation. Is there really no other way? Third elder's face was solemn and even a little disappointed. Now, even Do Tianhuang couldn't break the formation. Didn't that mean that they would be trapped here, unable to enter? Can you break the formation? Do Tianhuang turned his head and looked at Xianxia with a puzzled expression. It wasn't impossible for Xianxia to break the formation. But looking at him, he seemed to have a card up his sleeve. Could it be that this guy really has a special understanding of the 9-dragon demon array? To be able to recognize the 9-dragon demon array at first glance, it must be extraordinary. Breaking the formation depends on your mood. If you're in a good mood, you can naturally break the formation. If you're in a bad mood, I'm afraid you won't be able to break the formation. Xianxia said with a smile. Just say what you want. Do Tianhuang said in a deep voice. If you can break the formation, why don't you do it now? Do you really want me to do it? Third Elder's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that he, the elder of Tongxian Mansion, would be led by the nose by an outer palace disciple. It was really shameful. Third Elder, if you want to kill me, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. But if you want to enter here and break the 9-dragon demon array, I guess it's also impossible. If I'm not wrong, this expert from the Battle God clan, you haven't even found the formation core yet, right? Xianxia's words made Do Tianhuang's face turn red. Indeed, this guy was really meticulous. If he could break the formation, it was not impossible. If you have any request, just say it. If I can satisfy you, I will definitely not neglect it. Third Elder said. Senior brother you was rude just now and I'm very unhappy. Therefore, if senior brother you kneels down and admits his mistake, my mood might be a little better. Breaking the formation will naturally not be a problem. Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia. Don't even think about it. You want me to kneel down and admit my mistake? Why don't you go eat sh*t? Yu Zhangji roared with a gloomy face. Do Tianhuang looked at Third Elder and Third Elder looked at Yu Zhangji. Everyone's eyes were also focused on him. Xianxia was the only one who could break the formation. They could only pin their hopes on Xianxia. Yu Zhangji, I'm sorry. After returning to Tongxian Mansion, I will definitely reward you. Yu Zhangji's face was as red as a pig's liver. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect Xianxia to do this to him. This was forcing him to his death. Even in the face of the elders in the inner mansion or even the mansion master, there was no need to kneel down. That was because the strong had the dignity of the strong. Perhaps one day, he would be able to rise to the 9 heavens. Therefore, kneeling down was no longer valued by others. Xianxia. Yu Zhangji gritted his teeth and his face became more and more livid. There is gold under a man's knees, Third Elder. A man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. What is this little grievance? The Third Elder said in a deep voice. Yu Zhangji knew that the Third Elder was on the verge of collapse. He and Xianxia weren't on good terms, but the Third Elder couldn't do anything to Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was the only one who could break the formation, and he could only be sacrificed at this time. All right. Yu Zhangji knelt in front of Xianxia and said in a low voice, I've offended you before. I have offended you before. I hope Brother Jiang can be magnanimous and forgive me. Well, that's not bad. If you're in a good mood, the formation will be easier to break. Xianxia said calmly. Yu Zhangji was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His dignity had been greatly insulted. It made him even more angry and unwilling than if he was seriously injured. However, in the face of the oppression of the Third Elder and the others, Yu Zhangji could also show the side of a man who could yield and when to stand tall. Xianxia, I'll fight you to the death. Yu Zhangji's face was as gloomy as water, but Huang Bai pressed on his shoulder and shook his head slightly. Hurry up and break the formation. I hope you're not talking nonsense. Otherwise, I'll make you die a horrible death. Do Tianhuang said in a deep voice. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that others can't do it. Xianxia said, turned around and walked towards the sword platform. What are you going to do? The Third Elder asked in confusion. Naturally, it's to break the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia held the sword platform tightly with both of his hands. He lowered his shoulders and knees and calmed his mind. At this moment, he actually moved the sword platform. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment, especially the Third Elder and Do Tianhuang. No one knew the terror of the levitating rock better than them. Even divine emperors might not be able to move it, but Xianxia did it. how did he do it? The sword platform was rotated 180 degrees by Xianxia. At that moment, the 9 dragon jade pillars started to move continuously, finally forming a line. The bluestone door also slowly opened at this moment. This sword platform is where the eye of the formation is. Turning the sword platform will open the bluestone door. This 9 dragons demon subduing formation is actually a bluff. Turning the sword platform will break the formation, Xianxia said solemnly. Although breaking the formation was enough to prove Xianxia's means and attainments in formations, the most shocking thing was that he could move the sword platform. Do Tianhuang tried several times but to no avail. However, Xianxia moved the sword platform without batting an eyelid. You can actually move the sword platform? Do Tianhuang stared at Xianxia. Xianxia didn't think that there was anything strange about the sword platform. To him, the sword platform wasn't heavy, so why couldn't it be moved? Don't you know that this is the sword platform of the levitating rock? The third elder frowned and said. Levitating rock? A heaven stone? Xianxia's pupils suddenly shrank. He could see that the sword platform was extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to be a levitating rock. He had read in the ancient books of the craftsman god that the levitating rock was a heaven stone. It was said that it fell from the sky, and there were only a few of them in the entire divine world. Moreover, the levitating rock was as heavy as Mount Tai, and non-emperor experts couldn't move it. Therefore, it was also known as the Great Emperor Stone, an excellent material for refining primal origin treasures. It seems that this kid is not an ordinary person. We must be wary of him. The third elder thought in his heart. Now that Xianxia could break the formation, it was enough to show that this guy was extraordinary. His attainments in formations were also extremely high, even above Do Tianhuang. It was useful to keep him alive, but when it was time to leave, he must not be left alive. Because the third elder had already seen through Xianxia's indifference. To him, Tongxian Mansion had no sense of belonging at all. This guy was definitely a classic example of a traitor. He dared to be so disrespectful to the Tongxian Mansion, and even made an enemy of the second mansion master. One could imagine how stubborn he was. This guy must be killed. The third elder and Do Tianhuang were somewhat unwilling, but they couldn't move the sword platform. Even if Xianxia obtained it, they could only look at it and sigh. They couldn't do anything. Levitating rock, sword platform. Are they really so terrifying? Xianxia frowned. He didn't understand why he could pick up the levitating rock so easily. Even experts of the Emperor realm couldn't move it, but he could move it in his hands. What is that? Xianrenji looked at the huge bluestone door, and there were streams of cyan mist rising from it. It's the chi of the azure dragon. It has a bad temper for cultivation. It seems that the tomb of the great emperor is quite terrifying, Bingyan said. Bingyan said. Back then, she had been affected by the chi of the azure dragon. The ancient emperor of the 9 provinces had once raised an azure dragon. The breath of the azure dragon was an extremely powerful attack. Moreover, the chi that it breathed was even more powerful than divine origin chi. With the spirit spring as the eye, the breath of the azure dragon. What a great move, what a great move. The third elder's face was solemn. Above the spirit spring, there was a brilliant crystal sword. The sword body was flowing with light, like the surface of a mysterious ice mirror. The sword chi was oppressive and cold. What a terrifying sword. Everyone couldn't help but have such a thought. The sword chi was too terrifying, just like when Do Tianhuang stood on the sword platform and was almost injured by the sword chi. Therefore, at this moment, even Do Tianhuang didn't dare to make a move and snatch the crystal sword. After all, he had learned his lesson before. The sword platform was attractive enough, but he could only look at it without being able to get it. This primal origin treasure is actually used to shake the eye of the spirit spring. It's really shocking. Where did the ancient emperor of the Northern Liang come from? It's so terrifying that it makes people's hearts palpitate. The third elder said quietly. Everyone stared at the crystal sword above the eye of the spirit spring. Everyone wanted to get their hands on this primal origin treasure with sword chi. It's actually a primal origin treasure. With this primal origin treasure, won't I be invincible below the emperor realm? The third elder thought and was extremely excited. This crystal sword was too terrifying. The sword chi could disperse the chi of the dragon breath. It must have been a great weapon in the hands of the ancient emperor of the northern Liang. This sword, I want it. You want the crystal sword? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? Do you think you deserve the crystal sword? Yu Zhangji sneered and looked at Shui Liang. This guy was really full of himself. It was impossible for them to take anything away from here. The people brought in by Jiang Chen were totally different from the people of Tongxian Mansion. You can't take anything away from here unless you get the permission of Tongxian Mansion. Third Elder Lung Lung looked at Jiang Chen, Shui Liang, and Bing Yun. Why? Bing Yun said coldly. These guys were so overbearing that they didn't allow them to take anything away. Third Elder, have you forgotten who was the one who broke this formation? Jiang Chen Lung Lung said. This guy was really shameless. They had just broken the formation and entered the tomb of the great emperor, but he wanted to burn the bridge after crossing it. This was really shameless. I said no, so I said no. If the three of you can leave here alive, you must follow me back to Tongxian Mansion to receive your punishment. If you can get some treasures, you may be able to make up for your mistakes. But the things here don't belong to you, so you are not qualified to take them away. Third Elder said with a sneer. Even Qianrenji couldn't stand it anymore, but she was speechless. After all, the Third Elder was the leader, so no one dared to say anything. As a matter of fact, the Third Elder had displayed his shamelessness to the extreme. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, perhaps they wouldn't have been able to enter the core of the great sovereign's tomb. However, as soon as they entered the tomb, the Third Elder ordered them to leave, forbidding them from taking anything away. Wasn't this the same as burning the bridge after crossing the river? If you say no, then no. Even if I take it, I will see who can stop me. Jiang Chen said with a gloomy face. Ha ha ha, I advise you not to make a mistake. Jiang Chen, do you think you are our opponent? If the Third Elder wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. There was no need for the Third Elder to do anything. If I wanted to kill you, it would also be as easy as lifting a finger. What qualifications do you have to resist us? Third Elder didn't kill you because you're still a member of Tongxian Mansion. If you don't repent now, you'll be killed by Tongxian Mansion after you leave this place. Yu Zhangji stared at Jiang Chen viciously. He had always liked to hit someone when they were down. Brother Jiang, it's not a good idea to go against Tongxian Mansion. I advise you to listen to the arrangement of the Third Elder and do your best in the tomb of the great sovereign. You'll be able to make up for your mistakes and be forgiven by Tongxian Mansion. Huang Bai said with a faint smile. What a great kindness. It seems that Tongxian Mansion has been very kind to me. What if I refuse? Jiang Chen said in an overbearing manner. No one had expected that Jiang Chen would go against Tongxian Mansion at this moment. They thought that he would compromise and go back to Tongxian Mansion to ask for forgiveness under the pressure of the Third Elder. However, the result was out of everyone's expectation. Because Jiang Chen, a mere divine king, dared to go against the Third Elder. Although she might not dare to go against Tongxian Mansion, this scene had already revealed the beginning of the rupture between Jiang Chen and Tongxian Mansion. If Jiang Chen insisted on going his own way, there would definitely be a gap between him and Tongxian Mansion. In the confrontation between Jiang Chen and the Third Elder, it was the Third Elder who had the absolute upper hand. Moreover, he was the one who had the truth. Jiang Chen had used the fact that he had dragged someone into the tomb of the great sovereign. Now, Jiang Chen had no one to complain to. Jiang Chen, I think you'd better listen to the Third Elder. After all, where there's life, there's hope. Although your strength is not bad, no one can save you if you really go against the Third Elder. Sheng Kuan said to Jiang Chen secretly. Jiang Chen knew that Sheng Kuan must have good intentions. However, Jiang Chen couldn't bear the Third Elder anymore. The Third Elder wanted to kick Jiang Chen out as soon as the formation was broken. Jiang Chen's anger was extremely terrifying, but he didn't show it. He didn't know who would have the last laugh. The tomb of the great sovereign was full of dangers. The 9 dragons demon subduing formation was just an appetizer. No. Then, you can only accept my punishment. The Third Elder harumphed coldly and his facial expression changed. Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others did not expect that the third elder, a late hierarch realm expert, would attack Xianxia. His thunderous means were extremely terrifying. Except for Dou Tianhuang and Bing Yun, no one else could react in time. Jiangchen, Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others could not bear to see Jiangchen killed by the third elder. However, facing the third elder's strength, they could only choose to remain silent. Get lost. Bing Yun gave a low roar as two swords that emitted a chilling aura crazily shot out from her hands. They clashed against the third elder's palm wind. Bing Yun was forced to take a few steps back. However, she managed to dodge the third elder's terrifying killing intent. A middle hierarch realm cultivator actually managed to block one of my moves. It's really hard for you. The third elder harumphed coldly. At this moment, Jiangchen's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. It seemed like the third elder wanted to kill him. Then, there was no need for him to show mercy. If there was a chance, he would definitely kill the third elder with his sword. Three reckless fellas, I'll send all of you to hell together. The third elder's angry voice was like thunder. However, at this moment, no one had expected that the situation in the tomb would suddenly change. The azure dragon's breath came from the mouths of the 7 giant dragons. The entire space in the tomb was completely shrouded by the azure dragon's chi. One could not even see their own fingers. It's the cyan cloud barrier. Be careful, this cyan cloud barrier is an illusory formation. Bing Yun shouted. The three of them held hands and continuously retreated. The third elder and the others had completely fallen into a state of confusion. The appearance of the cyan cloud barrier had caused them to lose their surrounding targets. The third elder could only give up on killing Jiangchen. This is an illusory formation. Quickly retreat and guard your mind. Otherwise, you will definitely be bewitched by the illusory formation. The third elder shouted in a deep voice. Everyone's expression changed and they quickly retreated in an attempt to get away from the cyan cloud barrier. This cyan cloud barrier is really terrifying. It can actually corrode one's mind and invade one's soul. Jiangchen was startled. At this moment, he felt that the cyan cloud barrier had begun to envelop his entire body. The corrosive power that was comparable to a prairie fire caused Jiangchen's mind to shake. However, Jiangchen's soul had already reached the Emperor realm. The corrosive and illusory power of the cyan cloud barrier was completely useless against Jiangchen. Although Jiangchen could not see with his eyes, his soul swept across the tomb and he could see everything. My sword, my sword. No one can take away my sword. Shueliang shouted and shook off Jiangchen's hand. He tried his best to rush out but was completely shaken off by Jiangchen. Shueliang was like a mad bull that had gone mad. He was like a wild beast that was charging recklessly. He has been controlled by the illusory formation of the cyan cloud barrier. Bing Yun stabilized her state of mind. Her mind was pure and pure. She had grown up in the cold pond all her life, so she had no desires. Her soul power was stronger than Shueliang's, so she was able to completely guard her state of mind. In addition to her understanding of the cyan cloud barrier, even the third elder might not be able to get out of it immediately. Bing Yun should be the first one to get out of the cyan cloud barrier. Brother Bai, Bing Yun exclaimed. She wanted to save Shueliang but was stopped by Jiangchen. If he can't break out of this illusory formation, it means that his soul realm isn't stable enough. However, if he can break out of the illusory formation, it means that his mind is firm and unparalleled. To him, this might be an opportunity. Jiangchen said with a serious face. Bing Yun was doubtful of his words, but she knew that Jiangchen was Brother Bai's friend and would not harm him. I will definitely save him at the critical moment. Jiangchen was afraid that Bing Yun would ruin this opportunity, so he continued to say. Bing Yun was slightly stunned. She did not expect that Jiangchen's strength was not as strong as Brother Bai's, but he could completely ignore the cyan cloud barrier. He was too powerful and mysterious. No wonder Brother Bai was suppressed by Jiangchen even though he was only a hierarch. It seemed that this fellow was quite capable. At the same time, the third elder and the others were not so lucky. Even the third elder and Dou Tianhuang were trapped by the cyan cloud barrier. The reason was that both of them were too obsessed with the treasure and the great sovereign's tomb. On the contrary, Yang Shiquan, Qi Haifei, and Qianrenji were able to guard their minds and not be affected by the cyan cloud barrier. Although their soul realms were not strong, it was not a problem for them to guard their minds and avoid the barrier. The ones who suffered the most were none other than Yu Zhangji and Huang Bai. At this moment, Huang Bai's face was on full display. He was even more terrifying than Yu Zhangji. His heart was dark, but he pretended to be a gentleman. At this moment, the azure cloud barrier completely exposed the dark side of their hearts. Yu Zhangji, your time of death has come, Jiangchen calmly said. His figure flashed and he flew past the azure cloud barrier like a bolt of lightning. In the boundless void, they were completely lost. However, Jiangchen's heart was as clear as a mirror. Give me your life. Jiangchen's sword shadow swept across, but the third elder leaped forward at this time. Kid, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You didn't even let off your own disciples. You really are a vicious and ruthless person. I can't let you live. Unknowingly, the third elder had already broken through the azure cloud barrier and was closing in on Jiangchen. However, he couldn't pinpoint Jiangchen's exact location. He could only move forward by feeling Jiangchen's surging killing intent. The third elder's strength naturally arrived in an instant. Jiangchen's sword slashed down, but it didn't kill Yu Zhangji. The might of the third elder's palm wind actually forced Jiangchen to retreat. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too great. Unless he set up the Ashura sword formation, otherwise, Jiangchen knew that it would be as difficult as ascending the heavens for him to defeat the third elder. Kid, where are you going? The third elder constantly searched for Jiangchen's position. After his attack missed, he once again closed in on Jiangchen, making a counterattack. I don't want to play with you anymore. Jiangchen sneered. His figure flashed continuously. At this time, the Great Void technique was almost perfectly executed. The third elder couldn't even catch a trace of Jiangchen. Trying to stop me from killing? You're not qualified. Jiangchen arrived in a flash. With the Great Void technique, he crossed over and slashed Yu Zhangji's throat, instantly killing him. Yu Zhangji was killed. A smear of blood splashed on Huang Bai's body. Huang Bai's body also trembled and instantly broke free from the cyan cloud barrier. His heart shuddered. Looking at Yu Zhangji's decapitated body next to him, he gasped inwardly. Brother Jiang, you actually killed Yu Zhangji? Huang Bai said in shock. Those who stand in my way will be killed without mercy. Jiangchen was calm and composed. He killed people like the wind, coming and going as he pleased. At this moment, Shueliang was also trapped in the cyan cloud barrier and became more and more crazy. However, Jiangchen firmly believed that Shueliang wouldn't fall so easily. Although Shueliang's sword heart was inferior to his, he was definitely a true swordsman. In Shueliang's heart, Jiangchen had always been an insurmountable inner demon. If he didn't break through this barrier, then it was likely to be a great crisis for his future cultivation. Bingyun was extremely anxious, but Jiangchen didn't let her take action. Shueliang's madness must be a great test in his heart. The illusory formation of the cyan cloud barrier, if the person was weak or had a weak mind, then he would be his biggest enemy. Shueliang took one step at a time and finally stopped. With a roar, he spat out a mouthful of blood and suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, he defeated the cyan cloud barrier and himself. Brother Bai. Bingyun directly threw herself into Shueliang's arms. Shueliang looked calm and unruffled. Jiangchen knew that at least at this moment, he had broken through the barrier in his heart. Otherwise, he would definitely be trapped in the cyan cloud barrier. Congratulations, Jiangchen said with a smile. Shueliang nodded at Jiangchen. Although it wasn't a breakthrough in the realm, it was the release of his inner world. His sword heart would definitely be more stable because of this. Gradually, the cyan cloud barrier retreated. Only Yu Zhangji died here. Third Elder and Huang Bai hated Yu Zhangji even more. Among them, the only person Jiangchen didn't see was Shangguan Yinyun. Where did he go? The cyan cloud barrier retreated. Where's the crystal sword? Where's the crystal sword? Qi Haifei exclaimed. Indeed, the crystal sword disappeared. At the same time, the person who disappeared was Shangguan Yanyun, who had been hiding in the dark. Damn it. Could it be that Shangguan Yanyun stole the crystal sword and left alone? Yang Shiquan said in a deep voice. It's highly possible. Sheng Kuan nodded silently. Third Elder and the others looked unfriendly. At this moment, the best explanation was clear. Look, those 7 stone dragons are actually moving? Qianrenji said in surprise. Jiang Chen and the others had also escaped. However, Third Elder did not go to Jiang Chen immediately. The crystal sword was stolen and Shangguan Yanyun had disappeared. Now that the danger was upon them again, Third Elder must stabilize the situation. Although Yu Zhangji was not a core member, the loss of a hierarch realm expert was a great loss to the Tongxian Mansion camp. They were all dead before entering the core of the tomb. The cannon fodder had been sacrificed. Who else would take the lead? The stone dragons are really moving. Bingyun's face became a little ugly at this moment. End of chapter 3004. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.